The story commenced on a night of a full moon when the Baskerville family hound, Vikier van Baskerville, was sentenced to be beheaded. According to the words of the hound that was loyal to his family and father, he was falsely charged and framed for associating with the demon clan and was sentenced to the guillotine. At the guillotine, he decided that if he were to live again after catching the rabbit, his prey, he would not live as a hound again. After being beheaded, when he thought everything was over, he was surprised to find himself in the cradle as a newborn child. He looked around, wondering where this was, and he realized that his body was heavy and his surroundings were loud, which made him worried, and he wondered if this was hell. At the grand estate of the Baskerville family, in the room where several newborns were placed and crying, Baskerville family patriarch Hugo Le Baskerville looked at those newborns with disgust, finding them insignificant brats. After realizing that there weren't any special children there, he thought there was only trash gathered there this time, so he decided to leave. On his way, he notices a cradle in which Vikier is lying quietly, and is surprised to see that the trash there is quieter. Then, he commanded the butler to move the children to the cradle of swords, and the man affirmed the patriarch's command. As he is leaving, the protagonist stares at him furiously because Hugo is the main culprit in framing him and his subsequent execution. After seeing Hugo's younger appearance, he is now certain that he, Vikier van Baskerville, has regressed to the time when he was a baby. The protagonist lived his past life as a hound, but was born into an illegitimate family, so he received training in a poor environment. A hound must be devoted to its mission, which could be either assassination, intelligence ambush, or threatening. A hound needs to take care of all the dirty work that was done to make the Baskerville family the best of the 7 families. The reason Vikier stayed loyal was simple, that he wanted to be acknowledged by the family and Hugo. Therefore, 10 years after the gate to the demonic realm opened, the fight against the demons concluded with humanity victorious. The reward that was given to the loyal hound who served the family his whole life was being taken down. The protagonist is aware that one reason he is being executed is that the hound knew too much. So, he didn't want to live that life again and wanted to take his revenge right now. But with a newborn body, he couldn't do anything. However, being moved to the Cradle of Swords is a good opportunity to become strong, and currently, he needs to become stronger with the help of the Cradle of Swords. Children born into the Baskerville family must undergo one trial. The children are thrown into a maze of swords, and after navigating it, they must reach the Styx River to be examined for their talent. The Styx River is a legendary river that is said to turn the bodies of children into iron. However, there is a limit to how many children it can affect. So to get to the Styx River first, Vikier knew that he needed to head straight out of the helix-shaped wall of Baldas. In his past life, the protagonist was ousted by his siblings and couldn't receive the effect, but he is sure it will be different this time. He wanted to monopolize the Styx River blessing for as long as he could. After the trial starts, the protagonist finally arrives at the Styx River and jumps into it, surprising all the Baskerville family members. After being immersed in the river, the protagonist could sense the water seeping deep into his body and bones through his cuts. He never thought that having a great start makes such a big difference. He covered his mouth to prevent inhaling the water, and he wanted to endure for as long as possible, no matter how painful it was, but he needed to survive. The man is worried on seeing this, telling Vikier that he needs to come out, so he is going to die if he stays underwater any longer. Another man is also worried for Vikier's safety, so he thinks they need to get him out. Hugo is amazed at seeing this, so he accosts Barrymore about how much time has passed since that child got into the river. Baskerville family head butler John Barrymore clarified that it is around 7 minutes. Hugo smirked on hearing about 7 minutes as he was sure that child might die, and his man worriedly accosted him. Hugo accosted Vikier, telling him that he may come out now as he would die. The protagonist recognizes Hugo's voice as he is trying to hold it in and wonders if he thinks he would come up so quickly. He wanted to absorb as much as he could until the end, and soon he started coughing after drinking excessive water. Even at the brink of exhaustion, he wanted to endure it a little longer. Abruptly, Hugo pulled him out and was surprised to see that being in the Styx River wasn't enough for him, that he even drank it. He is surprised to see that the protagonist already has teeth as well, so he asks John for the child's name. John explained that this young master's name is Vikier van Baskerville. Hugo is amazed to hear his name, realizing that a very greedy son has been born to him. The protagonist wanted Hugo to enjoy this as much as he wished to, because right now, he needed to use this time to sharpen his canines silently. And when the time comes for him to rip his master's head off, then the Baskerville family will disappear into history by Vikier's hands. Hugo's illegitimate son, Vicky, was talented enough to be considered a genius at the age of 8, but he was perceived as ordinary within his family. At the age of 20, he took on assassination, espionage, and conquest-type missions. At 29 years of age, he felt that he had reached his limits in swordsmanship compared to those of direct lineage. At 30 years of age, the gate leading to the demonic realm opened, marking the beginning of the demon clan's invasion. At 35 years of age, he endured through the era of destruction, slaughtering monsters left and right. At 39 years of age, the long war finally came to an end with victory for the human realm. At the age of 40, he was rewarded for his loyalty, and the reward was defamation, false accusation, and the guillotine blade. After some time, the protagonist gained consciousness, so he looked around and realized that he was at a nursery. He supposed that meant he had successfully absorbed the Styx River, which delighted him as he now had a better starting point in life than before. Abruptly, the lady entered the nursery holding a box and wondered why Madame wanted that kind of thing in young Master Vicier's bed. The protagonist is surprised to hear this, as he is certain that no one would give him an illegitimate child as a gift. He looked at the box, which was releasing an ominous aura, and was surprised when a snake emerged from it. After discovering that it was the bloody Mamba, Vikier realized that she had sent these rare vipers to assassinate him. He is aware that there are only a few in Baskerville who would be called Madam, but whoever it was, she was probably trying to reduce competition. He saw Bloody Mamba rushing at him and was concerned, as he was aware that these could kill all the babies in the nursery. He grabbed those snakes from their neck and smiled wickedly as he expected of the Baskervilles that they don't even leave a child alone. He wanted to bring this entire family down with his own 2 hands, and he killed those snakes. The next day, the people of Baskerville were shocked when they found the child sleeping peacefully next to the dead vipers. All the nannies who had been on shift that night were executed after torture, but the reason for the viper's appearance remained unknown, and only the young hound knew the truth. 8 years later, a man was teaching all of the children and told them that that day they would learn about the levels of swordsmanship. He explained that if they cannot yet imbue the sword with mana, then they are considered a beginner with the sword. He explained that the level at which they can infuse the blade with a little bit of mana is called Sword Expert. When the blade emits mana in liquid like aura form, that is Sword Graduator. Lastly, the level at which the aura is solid and the form can freely be changed is called a Sword Master. The instructor explained that the strongest of the Baskervilles, Sir Hugo, was at the level of Sword Master, which astounded everyone. The protagonist realized that Hugo had already become a Sword Master by this point. Hence, he needed to regain the power he had before his regression, prior to the coming-of-age ceremony. The instructor realized that young Master Vikier was lost in thought again. He knew that Vikier had earned a strong physique by diving in the Styx River for 7 minutes, so he only needed to teach him one thing for him to learn 100. The instructor knew that Vikier was much more talented than the others and was inevitable that the Patriarch would be delighted to hear of his progress. Meanwhile, the protagonist is wondering how many years it will take to kill Hugo. At the same time, the other Baskerville children were staring at him furiously. After the class ended, they pushed him to the wall, called him garbage, and uttered that he has been hearing some weird rumors about him. The golden-haired kid heard that Vikier dived in the Styx River for 7 minutes and strangled 2 vipers to death when he was a baby. The protagonist looked at them and knew about these guys all too well, since they are the ones who stabbed him when he was running away after the defamation. And they are called Hugo Le Baskerville Tridents, High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow. Middle Burrow stated that he doesn't like Vikier, and his other siblings confirmed that they dislike him as well. Vikier realized that they would be a real problem in just 10 years, so he supposed it might be a good idea to put them in their place now. High Burrow pointed the dagger at him as he heard that if a person stays in the Styx River for long, his body becomes like steel, which means blades can't injure him. So, he is sure that Vikier wouldn't die even if he stabs him, and asked if he is right. Then he accosted Low Burrow, who understood his task and rushed behind Vikier to cover his mouth so he couldn't scream. Low Burrow mocked him for being the 7 minutes in the Styx River, and wanted to eat his hand if he could endure for 3 minutes. The protagonist becomes annoyed as he realizes it's true that children can be cruel and wants to play along for a bit. The other 2 kids were confident that there was no way a legend like that could be accurate. But after 3 minutes passed, they were startled to see that Vikier was indeed good. 10 minutes later, their face turned pale as they realized it was true and the situation was no longer fun for them, so they wanted to let him go. Before Low Burrow can release him, the protagonist bites his hand, causing him injury. Middle Burrow is startled to see this and wonders what he is doing. The protagonist looked at them wickedly as he wiped the blood from his mouth and reminded them that they said they had eaten their hand. Highborough clarified that he is not scared of him, and Middleborough confirmed that he is not terrified either. However, Lowborough stated that he is scared because he had his finger bitten off. Highborough wanted him to calm down as they could go ask the priest to put it back and wanted to leave quickly. However, Vikier asked them who let them go, which infuriated Highborough, so he cursed him. Then he rushed toward the protagonist to stab him and asked if he had forgotten that they were a year older than him. However, he is worried as he sees that his dagger couldn't pierce his body. Vikier realized that they seemed to be the ones who had forgotten that they were Baskerville, so power and talent overcame the ravages of age. He grabbed Highborough's hand, twisted it, and wanted to keep playing until the end. Highborough is scared as he realizes that the rumors are true, and he gets smacked on the face. His other two siblings get worried on seeing Highborough in that state. Middleborough becomes infuriated at the protagonist, who has cursed him, and assumes a fighting stance. Vikier quickly kicked him in the face, and after that, he wanted them not to be scared, as they would get better in no time, as soon as they were treated. But he wouldn't let them leave this room, as they would have to live with the discomfort of their own bodies at this rate. He wanted to be generous to let one of them leave right now, which surprised them, but he wondered which one of them he would permit to leave. Vikier clarified that they had to decide that for themselves and emphasized that he couldn't wait long, so he wanted them to make a decision quickly. While leaving the room, he looked at them wickedly and uttered that one of them should live. All of them were astounded upon hearing this, and they looked at each other before starting to fight. The protagonist hears this from the outside and is delighted because the Triton of Baskerville starts to split. Meanwhile, John informed the Patriarch that there was another bloody situation with the Morgue clans in the Ruby Mines, as the clan claimed that the Ruby Mine was their territory. Hugo was confident that an opportunity to discuss that matter would come soon, and the Morgue clan would seek them out first, so he inquired if there was anything else to report. John uttered that regarding the interim evaluation of the Juvenile Fortress Master, Vikier has scored the highest on the written exam. Hugo is amazed to learn about that and asks when the practical exam for the children at the Juvenile Fortress is. John uttered that it was in 5 days, and the Guardian Knight had vacated the premises in preparation. Hugo supposed this meant that the fortress must be completely vacant by now. Abruptly, John recalled something he had uttered, and there was one matter he needed to inform him about the Juvenile Fortress. He stated that there has recently been a significant dispute among the young masters. Hugo gets concerned and asks how many of them died during their fight. John explained that there were no casualties, but Master Highborough's teeth had been completely damaged, Middleborough's jaw had been smashed in, and Lowborough's left index finger had been amputated. He added that they have recovered their health since being treated, but the psychological damage done to them seems significant. Hugo is sure that they wouldn't have fought amongst themselves since they are so close. John clarified that there was some friction with another young master, and the person who wounded the 3 young masters is the 9-year-old young master. He uttered that the perpetrator was Master Vikier, the one with the highest scores on the written exam, which surprised Hugo. After some time, Vikier is summoned to Hugo's office, and he realizes that he has grown since the last time he saw him. The protagonist greeted the Patriarch, which astounded Hugo, but he supposed that he was the Patriarch. Hugo got straight to the point as he heard that he had disabled the 9-year-old triplets in his senior class. The protagonist thinks for a while and then asks his father if he is referring to those brothers, then he believes they have received proper medical treatment since then. Hugo clarified that he is not talking about physical disabilities, but he is talking about the disability of the heart. After that day, the triplets have been eating separately, and now they don't even speak to each other anymore. Their combination technique was quite decent, but now their relationship is completely torn apart, which worried Hugo. The protagonist smirked on hearing this, but didn't say much, so Hugo asked him if he didn't think it was wrong. Vikier wondered what he did do that was wrong, and Hugo reminded him that he had turned his brother's life into a total mess. Vikier stared at his father, telling him that he was stronger, so he wondered who could be the stronger person. Hugo clarified that the Vikier brothers came in ahead of him and stated they would graciously forgive him. Yet he still didn't feel an ounce of guilt. The protagonist is amazed to learn that they will forgive him, despite being the one wronged. He recalled the memory from before his regression, when the youngest daughter of a family ruined by the Baskerville clan came to visit Hugo. She had become a nun after many years, so she told Hugo that she forgave him and offered a mass. Hugo's response after that mass was that he believed forgiveness was merely an excuse made by the weak who could not seek revenge due to their lack of strength. Therefore, the protagonist said the same sentence, which delighted Hugo. Hugo agreed with him that only the strong would reign supreme and that weakness was a sin. He realized that Vikier understood the family motto very well, so he instructed Barrymore to allow Vikier to take whichever snacks he wanted from the good storage, which should be enough for him to carry out on his own. The protagonist becomes excited, asking the patriarch if he could have chocolate and thanking him. While he was leaving, Hugo accosted him as a son and wanted him to try his best on the interim evaluation and not lose to the direct descendant. Vikier was startled on hearing this, so he looked back annoyingly and affirmed on the patriarch's command. Later, they were at the food storage, and John explained that this was the infamous chocolate enjoyed by the gourmands of the Morgue clan. He clarified that it is the highest quality they can obtain with much difficulty. The protagonist uttered that he did not want anything that was processed, which startled the butler. The protagonist clarified that he needed the cacao beans with the rich aroma, which startled the butler. After some time, the chief showed him the bloody beans, known for their rich aroma, and explained that with one bean, he could produce 100 liters of chocolate. The protagonist chews the beans and is annoyed by their bitter taste. John is astounded to see that he is eating such bitter beans on his own, and he supposed he might love chocolate. He supposed that within the restrictions the patriarch had set for Master Vikier, he had found a method to have as much chocolate as he wanted, so he thought he was brilliant. The chef asked the protagonist if he wanted them to process the order and send it to his room. The protagonist refuses, telling him that he will take them as is. John is startled on hearing this, so supposed he might have peculiar tastes. However, Vikier did not want the chocolate to be eaten, but the bloody beans would be used during the practical exam within 5 days. But no one knew that on that day, a considerable catastrophe would occur that had never happened to the Baskerville clan before. In this world, the Baskerville family is referred to as the Berserker family, and the children from that family are put through a thorough early education. They need to run up a steep mountain when they can take their first steps for their basic stamina. And except for the allocated times, they aren't allowed to lie down or be on their stomach. When it's time to sleep in order to adjust to challenging environments, they need to sleep alongside a monster's corpse. They are 8 years old when that period ends, and the young hounds will start their delayed evaluation. The practical evaluation survival exam is what led to the Baskerville family being called the Berserker family. On that day, in a mountain that is located on the outskirts of the territory filled with monsters, the young hounds gather at the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. At the training area, Baskerville family instructor Shadow Dog, Pavlov van Baskerville, addressed all the young masters, informing them that the basic contents of the practical evaluation were simple. They need to survive there for a month, and they will need to hunt large and strong monsters. Pavlov stated that they need to be mindful of these 2 conditions to survive. Furthermore, the points for being successful in surviving are 10 points, so if they survive without becoming disabled, then it's 30 points. However, if they fail to defeat the other young masters, it's 50 points. If they survive after defeating a monster, it's 70. But if they fulfill all the above conditions, then they will receive 90 points. Additionally, if they steal the badge given to them by someone else, then additional points will be awarded. Furthermore, if they die, then it's 0 points, and there are no 100 points. Pavlov hoped that they remembered Sir Hugo's lesson that a swordsman dies the moment they become arrogant. He doesn't advise them to exit the designated area, as Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain is a restricted area with many undiscovered things. So, he recommended that they move within the given space, where they had subjugated the monsters, because it was a dangerous area. Pavlov clarified that during the exams, the shadow dogs would be hiding and grading them. Abruptly, 2 young masters looked at Vikier and whispered that he was the one who was in the Styx River for 7 minutes. The other young master uttered that there is even a rumor saying that he killed 2 poisonous snakes inside the cradle. They heard that Vikier received full marks on the theory exam, so they wanted to see how well he performed in the practical aspect as well. The protagonist ponders the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, as it has been a while since he last visited. The triplet burrow looked away, seeing Vikier there out of concern from their previous experience. Pavlov commands them that at the sound of the bell, the exam will start, and after ringing the bell, he prays for their fortune, and they rush away. While on the way, the protagonist wanted to hurry and occupy an advantageous area, so he headed to the place he had seen in last year's exam. His siblings followed him, trying to take his place, and were certain that there was no way he could survive alone. Meanwhile, High Burrow instructed his brother to go and occupy the place from there. Middle Burrow didn't want him to order them around, and Low Burrow clarified that he would do things himself, so they wanted them to do the same. Pavlov is pleased that it has begun and knows that in this exam, it's not encouraged to kill others, so it's not prohibited but rather discouraged. So, if they kill someone else, they will be deducted points, ensuring that everyone tries their best to avoid killing someone quickly, even though the shadow dogs will do their best to keep casualties to a minimum. Meanwhile, the shadow dog kept an eye on Vikir and was astounded to see that the area was next to the restricted area, so he wondered where he was going. He wondered if young Master Vikir was a genius who had distinguished himself since childhood, and he looked forward to seeing the skills he would show them. After arriving near a tree, he wonders if it is nearby and is sure it will be fine given the soft ground. Since he has decided where he will be living for the time being, he wants to relax and take a break. The shadow dog is shocked to hear that it's a break, and he looks at Vikir, collecting wood and relaxing while the other young masters fight. Meanwhile, his other siblings were fighting the monster. Vikir is resting on the soft ground. The shadow dog keeping an eye on him is astounded and wonders how long it has been since he last rested while digging a hole to hunt for food or gather equipment. He wondered if Vikir was planning to hide there, and if the rumor about him being a genius was true. Since he will just hide the shadow dog, observing him is unnecessary. After he left, the protagonist is pleased as he is finally gone and recalls the old days by camping outside. He remembers one of his subordinates telling him that cacao beans are used to mask the fishy smell, and the bloody beans with a high concentration of cacao are the best. He took out the cacao beans, put them in the fire, and was relieved because the one interfering was finally gone, and he had finished everything he needed to prepare, so he wondered if he should start his hunt now. A few days later, inside the restricted area, the protagonist realizes that from this point forward, it is an entirely unknown and restricted area. However, during his scouting days, he had casually explored this place. After a while, he sensed the burning smell that pierced his nose and realized it was the smell of burnt tree roots, so he was sure that the guy's habitat was nearby. After scouting the area for a while, he finally found the burning stool and realized that there was only one monster in the vicinity that dropped this kind of item. The protagonist thought these were annoying in his scout days, but seeing it like this, he is happy as he has finally found Hellhound. Hellhound is the B-rank monster and is the dog form of Hell. It's a monster that brings horrific disasters to those who encounter it. Once a person has been bitten, he cannot survive. The sulfuric flames that come out of its mouth and eyes are incredibly gaseous and trigger sparks. Living things used as firewood will burn and not go out until they disappear entirely. The protagonist remembers that the Hellhound is a lookout monster that swallowed the hellfires of the oil world. He was barely able to defeat it alone at the age of 18 in his past life, so he is sure that being 8 years old now makes it way more impossible for him to defeat it alone. However, he knows of a way even a child can take on a Hellhound, because the Hellhound's first weakness is that they can only move in straight lines, so they find it difficult to change directions suddenly. Hellhound's second weakness is that, strangely enough, the lookout monster is unable to cross water. Even if it is a very shallow depth of water, it slows down the Hellhound significantly. As it moves forward, it exposes the weakness common to all canine monsters that open their mouth while running. As soon as the monster opened its mouth, the protagonist threw something into its mouth and dodged its attack. Then he looked at the monster, who started feeling strange and rolling on the ground in pain. The protagonist is glad to remember that chocolate is poison to canines, and when it comes to the bloody bean, which can make 100 liters of chocolate with just one of it, it's obvious what it had to do to a canine monster. Vikir was pleased to see that Hellhound spilling out acid, and he guessed that even the hounds of hell could not win against chocolate. He is sure that it first affects the Hellhound's stomach and heart, but its hard ribs protect those. Therefore, what he has to aim for is the weak spot where the ribs aren't present, and the answer is the kidney. Abruptly, he struck at the Hellhound's kidney, which caused it agonizing pain, and as soon as he pulled out his sword, the fire around his body disappeared. He remembered that when he caught a monster, energy called XP or karma accumulated in his body, making his body stronger. After receiving that energy, Vikir is delighted because the short sword has gotten lighter than before. He is certain that, at this rate, he will be able to catch up to where he was before his regression before he reaches his age. He wonders what kind of expression Hugo will make when an 8-year-old child brings back a monster with a risk rating of B+. He is confident that with this, he has essentially already secured the position of first place in the practical test. He has already decided what reward he is going to ask for, and he wants an enormous reward that he would never have dreamed of asking for in his past life. The protagonist sought to uncover the value that no one in this era truly knew. Therefore, he wanted to take the hellhound's head. But before he could leave, he heard the footsteps of another monster approaching him. He looks back and is concerned to see the group of hellhounds and is sure they must have listened to its cries. This makes him wonder if they intend to avenge their kind, which is quite heartwarming. He severs the head off the dead hellhound and utters that he never planned to kill only one, so he wants them to come on as he still has a lot of beans left. As he looked at them, they became scared, which startled the protagonist because they were intimidated by a mere 8-year-old's bloodthirst. He is sure that hellhound would never submit to their prey even if they were to die, so he wondered if it could be due to another monster. He looked back and saw a 3-headed monster, Cerberus, and became worried, as it had a risk rating of a+. Since Cerberus inhabits the 7th ridge, he wondered why it was down there on the 1st. After taking a closer look, the protagonist realized that it was bleeding, and now that he was looking closer at it, it had multiple arrows stuck in its body and other injuries. He wondered if someone was trying to hunt it and remembered that across the mountain lay the territory of a barbarian tribe. The protagonist supposed that Cerberus came all the way there because he was being chased and thought this was his chance. Since it was an injured A+ rank monster, he wanted to kill it no matter what. Since Vikier has been hiding his power at the Baskerville household, it is notable that he has reached a high level of expertise as a sword expert and has mastered the Baskerville 3rd technique. He had already reached the level that other hounds would attain when they turned into adult. Therefore, he charges at Cerberus, confidently strikes its head, and dodges its attack. After a few strikes, the protagonist is confident that he can do it because an injured Cerberus is doable. Before his regression, Vikier had refined his swordsmanship through war with the demon clans to the point where his technique had no sign of unnecessary movement. Furthermore, his body had been strengthened by the river Styx, and all the weapons Vikier possessed were working well against the injured Cerberus. Cerberus is annoyed by his strikes, and Vikier believes that it is working, but shortly, it strikes him and breaks his sword. A moment when he had let his guard down and allowed the Cerberus to use its claws caused it to throw him away. So he firmly slammed into the tree and coughed up blood. Cerberus, which is also called the Watchdog of Hell, has no interest in those who are entering the underworld, but drops those who try to escape into pieces as though they were rags. It resides in a place where all the dead spirits are headed, and it is also known as the ultimate lookout monster. As soon as the protagonist regains his senses, he becomes worried and wonders if he will lose consciousness again. He received the direct attack of the Cerberus, and he can feel the pain in his left arm, so he wonders if it has been ripped off. He looked at his arm with worry and was relieved to see a few scratches. The protagonist knows that Cerberus is wounded, but for it to stop at just that makes him wonder if that is the effect of the river Styx. He excitedly cheered for the river Styx and rushed away to dodge Cerberus's attack. Since the damage still remains, the protagonist is certain that he wouldn't be able to take a second hit. Even though that is a difficult voyage, an experienced hunter must find the best way out of a situation like this, and the best possible solution right now is to run with his tail tucked between his legs. He is sure that if it weren't for the injury on Cerberus's side, he would have been torn apart already. Therefore, he is thankful to the barbarian tribe that is over the mountain for inflicting the damage. While he is running away, Cerberus keeps following him, and after some time, he arrives near the iron fence and is sure that if he gets past the iron fence, he will be put in the restricted area. He crosses the iron fence and thinks that as long as he can get to that place he prepared, it will be his win, but if he is caught before then, he will die. As he crossed the fence, Cerberus tore it with its sharp teeth to chase him. While rushing away, the protagonist wonders where it is and is certain that it should be nearby. Finally, he managed to find that place and is sure that he needs to go a bit further while being chased by the monster. After arriving there, he was sure now was the right time, so he jumped away while being chased. Abruptly, Cerberus placed its foot on the trap and fell inside it, which helped Vikier to be saved. He looked back and welcomed Cerberus to the cradle of the sword. He wiped his sweat, and he never thought he would use the trap he laid out to fight the Hellhound to capture Cerberus. Since Cerberus is the same species of canid monster as the Hellhounds, the bloody bean essence he spread on the wooden spear will act as a poison for them, and it will cough up acid. The protagonist supposed that it would not die instantly since it was a high-ranking demon. He grabbed his weapon, enchanted it with his aura, and then threw it toward Cerberus. Cerberus roars upon being attacked, then it starts approaching him, and Vikier starts counting as Cerberus approaches him. As soon as Cerberus gets near the protagonist, the venom starts working, and it falls down. The protagonist is relieved to see this and realizes that it takes precisely 7 steps to take, and the rumors were true. The wooden spear that he tossed just now is different from the others. It's a spear laced with the bloody mamba venomous fang that wouldn't let it walk more than 7 steps once it has been bitten, and he is relieved that he hit it when he was younger. After a while, he could feel the energy of Cerberus seeping in, and finally, all 3 heads were dead. However, the problem that he currently faces is how he is going to carry this back. Since the cause of Cerberus's death will be pretty obvious, maybe the guardian knight who saw him carve the wooden spears will be his witness. But there is something else that he must do. The Cerberus are gatekeepers that protect their territories, so it must have been protecting its dungeon somewhere nearby. The dungeon is a mysterious place that harbors treasures, so a powerful monster uses it as their lair. Since the gatekeeper is gone, Vikir is sure that the dungeon is probably empty by spreading the feces of the Cerberus, so he is sure he could avoid battling small monsters. He put some mud on his jacket so he could look around for the dried soil, rotten leaves, moist roots, footprints, and drool, which would help him track it back. After tracking for a while, he finally managed to find the dungeon's entrance that Cerberus was guarding. He recalled being there prior to his regression and is sure that it would be discovered in another 10 years, but it would be completely empty. But right now, it is not empty, as Vikir could sense the mana underneath the rotten surface, so he is certain that it hasn't been cleared yet. Since the protagonist couldn't see any light, he guessed it was more profound than he thought. He grinned excitedly and wondered what kind of treasure was waiting inside as he entered the dungeon. After progressing for a while, he could see veins of ruby minerals throughout the area, and he supposed it might be connected to the Red All Mountain. Shortly, he saw a light and wondered if that was the entrance to the dungeon. After getting near it, the light dazzled his sight, but he could see an illuminous object at the center. He realized that the dungeon's interior was bright, and it seemed that mana had imbued the ruby to emit light. He approached the treasure, looked down, and saw the skeleton of someone who was there before him. He could see the injuries were from stabbing, and there were dried brown bloodstains, and he supposed it must have been a while since he died. He took the letter and started reading it, which stated that it didn't matter what his name was, as he wanted to call himself Cain, since there was no need to dirty this pure white paper with his name. After examining the handwriting, which is of Baskerville's, Vikir wonders if he is also a Baskerville. Cain wrote this letter so that future generations would not make the same mistake he did. He explained that this stone chamber has been talked about within the family as a legend. His brother Abel and he coincidentally came across this place, and they raided this dungeon, which consisted of countless trails. They killed many monsters and arrived at this chamber to find the final assignment of this place. That assignment tried their feet there for a very long time, and they stayed there for 3 years. The protagonist is surprised to learn about the 3 years and wonders if they want the treasure that badly. He is sure that the final assignment might be in there somewhere and thought it must be this. He read the riddle, which states that when entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2, and when leaving, it's 1 again. Cain and his brother contemplated this ominous text for a long time, but ultimately reached a conclusion. Cain and his twin brother were one in their mother's womb, but when they were given birth, they were separated into 2. In other words, to take this dungeon treasure, they needed to become one once again, which means that only one of them could leave with the treasure. After a fierce battle, Cain ended up killing his brother, and after that, there was only one left in the stone chamber, despite no change having occurred. Cain couldn't understand why he couldn't take the treasure when they indeed went from 2 to 1. He couldn't believe that he had killed his brother with his own hands, and after moments of regret he decided to leave the place. Cain wanted to tell those who are brave enough to find this place to leave immediately, because there is nothing to be gained from this devil's den, which only serves to taunt humans. The protagonist concluded from reading this letter that they had come all the way there after facing numerous challenges but had left with nothing. Vikir doesn't have a twin, but the assignment is the same despite the fact that he doesn't have a twin, which means Cain and Abel misinterpreted the text. He reread the riddle and wondered what it could mean, wanting to ponder it, as he was confident that no dungeon could not be beaten. He looked at the skeleton of Abel and finally understood the meaning behind the riddle. The protagonist realizes that Cain and Abel are unlucky because they are the 2 who cannot solve the problem, and a fixed idea hinders them. The answer to the riddle lies in the dungeon since it's a dark passageway and a contrastingly bright stone chamber. He is 1 when entering through the dark passageway, but as soon as the ruby lights cast a shadow on him, he becomes 2. So, when the darkness re-enters, the stone chamber's final stage will open, and the answer to this riddle is shadow. He broke the ruby stone, which then began to emit a bright red light, revealing the treasure. The protagonist is amazed to see that the cause of the 2 brothers' deaths is this relic of the devil's den. He read the instructions, which say that only those with Baskerville blood will be able to take Beelzebub. The protagonist is surprised to learn that is where Beelzebub originated. He recalls seeing an illustration from a picture book once during his past life as a child. The gluttonous fly Beelzebub is an unprecedentedly great monster that invaded this continent in ancient legends. The Devil Holy Constellation is also called the Seven Calamities, and to stop the Seven Calamities, the seven families' heads stepped up to take on a Devil Holy Constellation each. The Devil Holy Constellation that the first Baskerville patriarch fought was the gluttony Beelzebub. The remnants of Beelzebub were stored in the lands of Baskerville, and it was said that Beelzebub's demonic energy lured monsters, but this is now an old legend that no one believes. However, that legend was true, and this blade was later taken by the demon clans, resulting in countless human deaths on the battlefield. But the protagonist is confident that it wouldn't happen in this life because Beelzebub is his now. He grabbed Beelzebub and tried to pull it out, and its dark energy got inside his body through his hand. After being completely absorbed, a blade is formed at his hand, which is a blade made from the corpse of the Devil's Holy Constellation. Vikier realized that he had lucked out in receiving the Beelzebub, and he was excited to discover how much stronger he would become in this life. After acquiring the Beelzebub, the protagonist supposed that there was nothing else for him to obtain, so he guessed he would head back. Suddenly, he sensed something strange in his body, causing agonizing pain, and he knelt. He couldn't understand why he was feeling dizzy, and he also felt hungry at the same time. Then he looked at Beelzebub's hand and inquired if it was asking for something to eat. After coming out of the cave, Vikier couldn't believe it, as he had such voracious hunger, which was writhing inside of his stomach. He is startled to realize that his sense of smell has heightened, and he thinks he smells something delicious. Abruptly, Beelzebub dragged him away, making the protagonist realize there was something to eat in that direction. After arriving there, the protagonist saw the corpse of the hellhound that he had killed earlier. Abruptly, Beelzebub elongated his hand and penetrated Hellhound's body. Since the protagonist is absorbing the blood through Beelzebub, he can feel his insides reverting to normal and guesses it has been starving for a long time. He hoped that the La Rouge et La Noire mountain trees and soil were being dried up, but supposed it wasn't due to Beelzebub's ludicrous hunger. This makes the protagonist wonder how much he is going to have to feed it to console this binge-eating disorder. After drinking the Hellhound blood, he is notified that it's a glutton of flies, and its first slot was Hemorrhage Hellhound B+. This makes the protagonist wonder if it is Beelzebub's inherent ability. Since Beelzebub, the glutton of flies, is said to possess the power to absorb the opponent's skills into its own. Since the absorbing amount was nearly infinite, people are said to have lost their abilities and become obsolete. However, due to its hazardous nature, Vikier can now only steal up to 3 abilities. The Hellhound Hemorrhage is a skill that constantly pumps out the opponent's blood, even through the smallest of wounds, and Vikier supposed that he might be able to steal the ability. Eventually, he arrived at the location where Cerberus' corpse was, and Beelzebub began reacting upon seeing it. The protagonist becomes worried upon seeing this, so he instructs Beelzebub that he cannot devour all of it because if it's too damaged, he wouldn't be able to explain it during the autopsy. He looked at the corpse, and Beelzebub was still reacting to devour it, so he slapped it and wanted it to stop. Abruptly, Beelzebub uttered that its first slot is Burn Injury Cerberus, a plus, second slot is Hemorrhage Hellhound B+, and third slot is High Speed Regeneration Norvegicus Sewer Rat F rank. The protagonist is startled to learn about the sewer rat, and he guesses it consumed the sewer rat that was crushed underneath the Cerberus. The protagonist thought that it was an outstanding achievement to have acquired the burn injury skill from the Cerberus, since thermalgia is one of the worst pains a human could experience, so that it would be much worse than the Hellhound Hemorrhage. Now that he had finished preparing the monster for the practical exam, he wanted to wait there until it was over. The young hounds, whose practical examination had been completed, returned to Baskerville, and the respective evaluation followed suit. The young hounds received a shield, a sword, or a necklace as their reward, crafted from parts of the monster they had hunted during the practical exam, and one of the monsters that a young hound had hunted astonished the Baskervilles who were present. Hugo is also surprised to learn about that monster and asks who caught it. John explained that Master Vikier Van Baskerville from the 8-year-old classes accidentally crossed over to the restricted area during the practical exam and hunted the Cerberus of the A+ rating. Hugo is surprised because Cerberus is a high-ranking monster. Even the family guardian knights tend to avoid it, so he wonders how he managed to kill it. John explained that it was stated that the barbarian tribe had wounded the monster, and furthermore, he had applied poison to his wooden spear. Hugo wondered what kind of poison was lethal enough to kill the Cerberus and how the kid had obtained it. John stated that there was nothing more reported in the hunting journal, and he also meant to ask the young master, but he returned to his dorm, stating that he was quite tired. Hugo smirked to realize that the little kid was already so sly, but he was aware that information was power, and power was his worth. John wanted to be truthful. He was shocked to think that a master named Van, not Lee or La, would be so talented. Hugo guessed that the butler didn't know the truth, which startled John. Hugo clarified that he is not like the previous patriarchs. When he raises a hound, he doesn't discriminate based on their bloodline. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether they come from a line of royal or whores, but as long as they have enough talent and spite. Hugo clarified that also means that there can be mutts coming from a royal bloodline and asked the butler if he understood. John is startled, wondering if he is concerned about his second son, who is preparing for isolation training and apologizing to the patriarch. Hugo told him that it was all right and clarified that he would need a mood booster. Butler decided to summon Master Vikier. After some time, the protagonist was at his father's office, and Hugo mentioned that he had heard he had caught the Cerberus during his practical exam, so he inquired how he had done that. Vikier clarified that he had put chocolate on his wooden spear, which startled his father. He explained that for a canid monster, chocolate is a lethal poison, and Hugo supposed that might be why he had asked for chocolate before, and he affirmed it. John is astounded to see that they are getting right into the topic without so much as a greeting and wonders if this is a conversation between a father and his son. Abruptly, Hugo uttered that he had heard he did not respond appropriately when the butler questioned him about the hunt and inquired why that was. Vikier clarified that it was because he was not his master, so Hugo asked him who his master was. The protagonist explained that since he belongs to the clan's master is also his master. Hugo is amazed to see that he has learned well, so as a reward, the corpse of the monster he hunted will be his alone. Additionally, he told Vikier that if he had a wish, he would grant it as he had scored the highest. The protagonist is delighted to hear that because, finally, he will be able to obtain what he wants. Therefore, he clarified that he would like to gain access to the 10,000 Epistle Library, which startled Hugo and Butler. The 10,000 Epistle Library is one of the largest libraries in the Empire, located deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo glared at him upon learning about the 10,000 Epistle Library and asked if he was aware that only the Patriarch and the second in command, along with their direct descendants, were allowed to access it. The protagonist clarified that if it is not permitted, then he will give up, and he guesses he will have to sneak in. But he is shocked as Hugo told him that he could enter and wanted him to make sure he read the Baskerville 6 technique, which is located within the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. The protagonist is astounded to learn about the Baskerville 6 technique, but he never thought that the Hugo he knows would allow the illegitimate child to read this technique. There is never a case in which an illegitimate child with the Van middle name was allowed to go past the 4th technique. But he didn't want to be shaken, as it was only the 6th technique. Since Hugo's current level is the Baskerville 7th technique, before Vikier's regression, he was able to bear 9 of his fangs. He hasn't forgotten about the life of discrimination as an illegitimate child. So in this lifetime, he wanted to surpass Hugo. Because he will obtain the most significant essence of Baskerville, the textbook of swordsmanship containing the teachings of the first patriarch who was able to subjugate the 7 great disasters. He knew that it was inevitable that Hugo Le Baskerville would be the one to hand it over to him. Hugo is looking forward to Vikier's next performance and wishes him good luck. The protagonist thanked him and wanted to ensure that he surpassed his expectations. He is sure that Hugo wouldn't even realize the actual value of the random book he will hand over to him. Later, the protagonist arrives at the 10,000 Epistle Library, marking his first in-person visit. He started reading the title of the book and finally found the books about swordsmanship that he desperately wanted to learn in his past life were all there. In his past life, no matter how much mana an illegitimate child of Baskerville had, they couldn't learn any swordsmanship that was superior to the 4th technique. To ensure that the children who become hounds don't bare their teeth toward their master, the Baskerville family implemented this as a defense mechanism. He finally found a locked book, wondering if that was it, and couldn't believe that Hugo would offer him the swordsmanship book on the 6th technique. He is sure that if it had been before he regressed, he never would have dreamed of this. But he is aware that Hugo allowed this thinking that an 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to memorize in a day. However, before his regression, he had learned the theory behind the first 4 techniques, which eventually grew tiresome, prompting him to deconstruct and speculate on the theory of the 5th technique. After drawing the 4th tooth, He needed to stop the flow of mana, and wondered if that was why he couldn't make the fifth tooth. Baskerville swordsmanship depends on the stage of the sword. It's 1 tooth for the first technique, 2 teeth for the second, and so on, so when he draws teeth, a special trait of red sword energy appears. The protagonist doesn't care about the 6th technique since the real reason why he came to the 10,000 epistle library is different, which is a stage he desires that is higher than that. The knights were startled to see young Master Vikier coming out of the library and wondered why he had come out already. The knight explained that the swordsmanship book and other books were located deep within the library and clarified that if he had forgotten something, they could retrieve it for him. Vikier confirmed that he had finished what he came there for, and the knight was surprised to know that he was already free, so he asked why he didn't stay there longer and look around. Vikier clarified that before he leaves, he plans to read other books, so he doesn't want them to worry about him and focus on what they need to do. After the knight saw Vikier heading up, he was startled to see that the place was filled with miscellaneous books. The other knight uttered that if it were him, he would read the textbooks on swordsmanship that are deep within the library. The knight wondered if Vikier didn't know their worth because he was young. Vikier decided to leave them to their thoughts since they didn't know that among the dusty miscellaneous books lay a hidden treasure. After searching for a while in the miscellaneous books, he finally found the book named A Lurking Ambush. He is sure that A Lurking Ambush is the book that covers the basics of the first technique that the Baskerville children haven't read. Due to the ripped pages, it's a useless miscellaneous book, but Vikier knows the true worth of this book. Before his regression in the Hound Squad that he was affiliated with, he found a strange relic in the dungeon that was on the border of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, which was a page from a swordsmanship textbook. It was a single, ripped page with Baskerville handwriting written on it. Hugo finds this remarkable, so he goes through the entire library trying to find the book that matches the page from the swordsmanship book, A Lurking Ambush. In this book, where the Baskerville ancestors wrote in, there is a Baskerville 10th technique written in it. Hugo, who had become obsessed with the 10th technique, released the hound and found the remaining 6 pages that contained the technique written on them. Hugo, who then discovered that the remaining pages were hidden among the 7 great families, declared war on the other families and sent hounds to those who had refused to comply. After the sacrifice of so many hounds, all the missing pages were given to Hugo, and the reward for doing all that was an appreciation that he did a good job. The protagonist becomes infuriated upon learning that it was a futile life. As a result, Hugo broke through the 7th technique and achieved the 9th technique, leaving behind a wasteland of hound corpses and blood beneath him. The protagonist doesn't want to let that happen in this life because the hound that reclaimed all those pages was him. So, he remembered all the contents written on those pages. The reason why he couldn't go beyond the 4th technique was that he had no access to the original book. He started reading the book, which states that the first step to the 10th technique is similar to the first technique. So, when a person unsheathes his sword, draws the first path, and shows aggression, that is when the sword exceeds its natural limits. The protagonist supposed that if other people read this book, it would seem like a miscellaneous book that didn't make any sense. But the moment he uses the missing pages and fills in the blanks, the false and misleading information turns into a fantastic masterpiece of a book. Vikier reached the highest level of graduation aura and the highest level of the 4th technique before he regressed. Before he turned 15, he needed to reclaim the power he had before he regressed, so he is struggling. He kept reading the book until evening, and after that, he closed it, thinking that was enough. He wondered if he had focused for the whole day, but thanks to that, he could also memorize the book's content from start to finish. He didn't feel the presence of the Guardian Knights, so he wanted to practice for a while. The protagonist knows that he can't draw 10 teeth with a young body, but if it were now, he wouldn't be able to achieve the 5th technique he could not reach in his previous life. He kept training for a while and then demonstrated Baskerville's first technique. After that, he also showed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th techniques. The protagonist's previous life was pathetic, so after his hard work, he was able to obtain the highest level of graduator aura. But he was able to learn a suitable sword technique, so the people of the direct bloodline were hostile toward him. There was just one reason as to why he couldn't go past the stage of the 5th technique, which was because he was born as an illegitimate child. While practicing ferociously, he didn't want to live that life again, and he imagined Hugo before him while striking and immediately struck him. After completing his training, the protagonist realized that it was still weak, but he could draw the 5th tooth. He is delighted and feels like something hot from deep within his heart has emerged and shot up to his neck. Vikier was so happy he could perform the 5th technique to the point where tears welled up in his eyes. He looked around, wondering if a sword existed to practice with. At a record-breaking speed in Baskerville history, a young hound's canine teeth bared toward his master were growing. He is pleased with the fact that he finally succeeded in drawing the fifth tooth, so he is confident that, as long as his mana can support it, he can reach the level he reached before he regressed. He smirked as his mana capacity definitely increased as well, and he supposed he had reached another level. The liquid aura emitting from his body was the sign of a graduate, so he supposed he had gone from a high-class sword expert to a lower-class graduator. This is the point that took him 30 years to reach, so the protagonist can't believe that he has managed to achieve it at 8 years old. Graduators are on an entirely different level from sword experts, so the solid aura starts to turn into a liquid aura as the density increases and allowing it to be used more freely. The protagonist's swordsmanship is also much better than before he regressed, so he is confident that he wouldn't be stopped at the 5th technique, but a sword technique that can reach the 10th technique with endless possibilities. The piercing fangs that Vikier had previously learned were indeed true, but he could become more potent in a shorter period. However, it had its limitations. On the other hand, the lurking ambush is a perfect sword technique that can smoothly transition between offense and defense with no limitations on growth. Therefore, if he put his mind to it, he might even be able to challenge a mid-class graduator. With this, he had a 100% chance of assassination, and about a 50% chance if he faced them head-on. But the only issue would be how much he should show to Hugo. He is aware that he can't show off too much or too little of his strength, so he needs to give Hugo something to look forward to, allowing him enough time to take everything he needs. Since he had already read a lurking ambush, he decided to burn it and smirked wickedly, because with this, Hugo and the hounds would have a hard time reaching the 10th technique, but that excluded him. Abruptly, the Guardian Knights smelled something suspicious and wondered what it was, and they asked Vikier what he was doing. The protagonist apologized to the knights worriedly, explaining that he had accidentally left the magnifying glass nearby, which had caused the book to burn. He clarified that if they needed to report it, then he would be sure to let the butler know. The knight takes a deep breath, telling himself it is not so, something for which he needs to apologize. The knight is sure that it is their fault for not looking after him properly, and he is just glad that he is in an area with only useless books. The protagonist affirmed, telling the knight that he didn't think it was worthwhile. He was sure they were busy with the Morgue clan regarding the ruby mines, and he didn't think they had the time to deal with small problems like this. The knight was the most worried since they weren't there to begin with, so this is a small price to pay. They clarified that as long as Vikier was willing to keep it a secret, they would follow his lead. The protagonist turned as he wanted them to keep it a secret between them and apologized, as he was sure they must be busy. After he left, the knight realized that the young master, Vikier, is such a nice person that he even thinks about the workers, so they felt he deserves to be respected. After some time, the protagonist arrived at his father's office, where he asked him if he had an enlightenment. The protagonist affirmed as he gained some enlightenment, so Hugo became thrilled, as he had wanted him to tell him what he had learned in the library. The protagonist thinks for a while, and then tells Hugo that he felt something warm and sharp yet soft and vicious. This startled Hugo and butler John, so he didn't want Vikier to tell him that it was his aura. Aura is the sign that he has officially entered the world of the sword, and even geniuses have to train without rest until the age of 15 to reach the level of a low-class sword expert. Hugo wondered what he was getting excited about, as he was merely an 8-year-old child, so he asked Vikier if he could show his father what it was, and Vikier smiled and agreed to show it. After some time, all the young hounds were gathered at the training ground with Vikier at the center. Butler John asked the patriarch how he planned to test the young master's skills. Hugo clarified that he was planning on releasing a monster for him to deal with, which startled the butler. Hugo affirmed, telling him that he made sure to prepare a hungry and feisty one for Vikier. After some time, the knight took out a monster, ORC, which was C rank and was tied up to its mouth, and it growled on seeing Vikier. All the young hounds get scared on seeing the monster, and one of them thinks it is overkill to send an ORC to deal with an 8-year-old, as he needs to be at least 15 to handle it. Another hound guessed that the Guardian Knights would get involved if needed. After Hugo signaled the knight to begin the duel, the knight released all of the monster's chains. The ORC's mouth filled with water, and it started roaring, then rushed to attack Vikier. The protagonist isn't scared of him, and as soon as the monster gets close to him, he severs its arm, which shocks his siblings. The monster is also in a state of shock, which Vikier exploits, so he attacks its leg next and makes it fall. The protagonist is sure that ORC must be surprised that it's bleeding for the first time, And the ORC's distinctive skill of high-speed regeneration won't activate either. He was confident that the C-class monster wouldn't be able to stop the hemorrhage caused by a B-class hellhound as he activated the second slot of his Beelzebub. Everyone is dumbfounded on seeing this because Vikier is only 8 years old, so they wonder how he is that strong and if it is possible to do that without collecting men. Hugo is also astounded, and Vikier realizes that the Patriarch is still trying to determine what he has learned inside the library, so he wants to show him what he wants to see. After Vikier demonstrated another skill, Hugo's eyes widened with astonishment, and Butler John was also shocked to see the Aura Blade. While the ORC is trying to stand again, the protagonist charges at it with his Aura Blade, which concerns it. Hugo was speechless on witnessing the amount of aura Vikier was releasing. Butler John settled his glasses and was certain that it was the aura of a low-class sword expert, so he congratulated the Patriarch, as it seemed they had just witnessed the birth of a genius. Hugo asked him if that was what he thought, and John uttered that among all the families of the Empire, he didn't think there would ever be a genius like this. Hugo wanted the butler to stop because he thought there was something wrong with the ORC, which startled the butler. Hugo reminded him that ORC is known for their regeneration, and as he can see, his blood isn't stopping. Hugo supposed that Vikier only won because the ORC was much weaker. Butler John wondered why the Patriarch couldn't just express his happiness openly. Before Hugo could leave, the protagonist requested that his father wait and asked if there was anything more substantial than this ORC, which startled them. All the young masters were also astounded on hearing Vikier's demand, and Vikier was sure that it had been to show off his power to a certain degree. He thought that if he were lucky, then his progress would be acknowledged, and he would be separated from Hugo. For example, he could be dispatched to a remote area or admitted to an academy. Hugo is startled on hearing this and supposes the ORC he brought in from afar are not enough to satisfy his son. He remembered that his name was Vikier and uttered that he should be getting more real-life experience at that age. He accosts his butler and reminds him that they captured a creature during the barbarian raid for experimentation, and asks if he is correct. John affirmed, telling the Patriarch that there is just one creature left out of the captured ones. Hugo is sure that the beast must be sensitive now that it has been starving for a while, so he wants him to bring it in. After they brought the creature to the training ground, other young masters got concerned. The protagonist is astonished at seeing the troll screeching before him and asks his father if he may start right away. Hugo affirmed as he wanted him to go ahead, so he commanded the knights to release the chains of Troll. As soon as Troll was released, the protagonist rushed toward it to strike, and in the meantime, Troll immediately punched him. However, the protagonist dodges its attack, rushes behind it, and then moves away as he gets noticed. His siblings thought that was a shame because that was Vikier's chance, so they wondered why he didn't attack Troll. Hugo thought that was good thinking because trolls have excellent regenerative power, so only fatal attacks are worth it, which is why a plan is needed to hurt a troll. The protagonist kept dodging the strike for a while, which made Troll exhausted. The young masters were astounded to see that Vikier was barely dodging all of the attacks and wondered if he was trying to tire it out. They are surprised to think that is an 8-year-old child's judgment and wonder if he is a genius. The protagonist is annoyed because the troll is too slow, so there's no excitement at all, but he has to act. He is aware that if he uses the full strength that he has hidden, he can quickly kill the troll, but that will put him in a tough spot, so he needs to make it seem plausible, for example, by using its power against it. After tiring the troll for a while, he immediately struck it, severing its arm, which caused it excruciating pain. Everyone is surprised to see that Vikier slew the troll, but they are sure that it will recover in an instant unless the wound is fatal. They guessed that killing a troll with Baskerville's first technique was too hard, but it's still impressive that Vikier has accomplished this as an 8-year-old. The protagonist agrees that Baskerville's first technique is not enough to slice through the troll's thick skin. He is confident that Troll would die from Beelzebub's hemorrhage skill after a while, but that would be meaningless. Momentarily, Hugo instructed him that was enough because any more could be dangerous and wanted him to stop before it was too late. However, the protagonist confidently told his father that it was almost done, and he thought he was near an epiphany. He clarified that he would give up if he couldn't kill it with the next attack, so his father agreed to let him do what he wanted. Before his final blow, Vikier wondered how much of his power he should expose, and he had already decided the answer. Since what he wanted to show is a scenario where he has leveled up from an epiphany during the fight. He charges at the troll to play his final card and wonders how Hugo will react to this and inflict his final blow to it with tremendous aura. As soon as he inflicted his final blow, Butler John and all of his siblings were dumbfounded to see it. In Iron-Blooded Sword Clan Baskerville, a person's life is predetermined, and about 15 years of age is when one can imbue the sword with mana. Usually, hounds attain the Baskerville first technique at that stage. However, at this moment, for the first time in the history of the Baskerville clan, an 8-year-old has attained the second technique, which is typically achieved at the age of 18. After demonstrating the second technique, the protagonist laughed happily and told his father that he had succeeded. Hugo is dumbfounded on seeing this and wonders what he has just witnessed. A week later, while the protagonist is eating his meal, he thinks that he can never get used to this miscellaneous meat porridge. He looked at his siblings, who were avoiding him, and knew that everyone had been distancing themselves from him since that incident. He guessed that was a given, considering that power was everything in this family, and he was pleased to see Hugo back then. Hugo was so shocked that he didn't even realize that John was telling him that Vikier had already returned to his room, since what he has revealed up to now is his Baskerville second technique and that he is a mid-rank sword expert. However, the truth is that he is a low-ranking graduator and can weakly perform the Baskerville fifth technique. Furthermore, with the troll skills and super speed regeneration, which is a C rank that he got, he is sure that he should be stronger than the average graduator. Now he has been eating a lot more ever since he got Beelzebub. While he is pondering, he senses his older brother, Trident of Baskerville, is behind him and is concerned. The protagonist furiously looked back and realized that those mean people were there again, asking if the last time had not been enough. Highborough refused, telling him that is not the case, but they just wanted to say to him that it's cool that he defeated Cerberus and the troll. The protagonist is shocked to hear that he has spat out the food, and his siblings get worried, asking if he is alright. Vikier wondered what this two-faced technique was and if it was some deceitful policy. He is getting goosebumps as he doesn't feel good about it, so he wants to beat them up and then think about it. Before he could do that, John Butler arrived and accosted him, which startled Vikier, who wondered what he was doing there. Butler John told him to hurry to the Patriarch's room, which startled Vikier. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch room, Hugo uttered that it had been a while since he last saw the Morg clan Patriarch by proxy, Adolf Morg. Adolf realized that Hugo hadn't changed at all, and he hoped that this annual event would go smoothly. Hugo reminded him that the joint training had always gone without a hitch. Adolf mentioned that there were 2 seriously injured individuals, one from each family, last year, so he wanted to consider that a hitch. Hugo gets infuriated because it was just a scratch and realizes that Morg's children seem to be quite dramatic. Adolf affirmed, telling him that it is because Morg is noble and dignified. Both the renowned mage and the Morgs and Iron-Blooded Sword clan, the Baskervilles, were always on bad terms. The past emperor once said that magic and sword are a complementary pair. Because of this, the Baskervilles and Morg began joining training sessions. Only children between the ages of 8 and 15 participated, and the event was conducted in a pleasant atmosphere, marking it as an annual occurrence. However, a problem arose because a ruby mine was located between the Baskerville territory and the Morg territory, and blood was split over this conflict. As a result, the 2 patriarchs came to be on bad terms, but they had to continue with the joint training program the emperor had commanded, which is why the patriarch's younger brother, Adolf, came in his stead. Adolf remembered that he had heard the news that a supernova had appeared in the Baskerville family. He thought it was a great blessing to the empire that a rare genius was born, perhaps once in a century, to the Baskervilles. Hugo confidently stated that it was no big deal, and Adolf found it unexpected because he was reacting to a compliment about his child. Adolf clarified that they were very fortunate because the Morg also had a genius in their hands and instructed Camus to come in. After Camus came inside, Adolf told Hugo that she was his sister Rispani's daughter. He looked at Camus and asked if she wasn't going to greet the Patriarch. Camus looked at the Patriarch and asked if he was the thief who had stolen their ruby mines, wanting him to return them. Hugo becomes infuriated upon hearing a remark of being the thief made by a child. Adolf gets worried on hearing this and asks Camus what's with this impolite behavior. Camus wondered what was wrong with her behavior because Adolf had said that the annoying Chinbeard had stolen the ruby mines. Adolf wondered when he had said such a thing, and Camus reminded him that he had said that before he got off the carriage, which was an hour and 42 minutes ago. Hugo furiously gritted his teeth as Adolf called him an annoying chin-beard thief, and Adolf worriedly clarified that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Hugo said that she was just a child, so he didn't want Adolf to explain the problems with children's education to her. Camus annoyingly instructed Hugo to give her the rubies back because she couldn't even conduct research due to a lack of rubies. Adolphe tried to calm her down, but it was already too late, as Hugo was on the verge of his anger. He told her to stop and uttered that it seemed like the morgues didn't teach manners at all. Adolphe gets worried on seeing his infuriated and asked what he is planning on doing to a child and asked if he is threatening an 8-year-old girl. Hugo gets annoyed, but he guesses the morgues don't teach their children not to envy what others have. Abruptly, Vicaire entered the room, and Butler informed Patriarch that he brought the young master. Adolphe looked back, wondering if that child was the Baskerville supernova, then looked beside himself and was worried to see that Camus wasn't there. While Camus already approached Vicaire, she asked him what he just said. The protagonist is startled to see Camus, as she remembers him, and Camus asks what is wrong with that face. He recalled that she was from the Morgue clan, specifically iron-blooded Empress Camus Morgue, who was known as the genius of geniuses even within the Morgue clan, which had produced countless great mages. At her peak, she killed all the monsters and barbarians on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain by herself, burning them to death with spears, creating the fame that came with the famous border of blood and ashes. Furthermore, Camus' beauty was captivating, and she was able to manipulate even the imperial family, so she was called the Fire Goddess of Authority. Vicaire knew that was in the far future, but she was just a child at the time. Camus asked Vicaire why the ruby mine belonged to him, as it was supposed to be hers. Vicaire remarked that she indeed came a long way to throw a tantrum, which startled both Adolphe and Hugo. Camus becomes infuriated when she hears him say that she is throwing a tantrum, and the protagonist affirms that it is indeed a tantrum. She started using magic as she wanted to explain to him why the ruby mine belonged to the morgue so that a stupid mutt like him could understand. The protagonist didn't seem scared of her. She smiled and told her that it sounded interesting. Abruptly, she created a vast illustration that amazed Adolphe, and Camus said that she would explain it simply for him. Vicaire was stunned to see the ice sculpture, as he thought they were going to fight. Camus pointed at the mine and was confident that he knew it was the source of top-grade rubies. Mine is situated on the border between Morgue and Baskerville, called the Joint Security Area. The problem is that the entrance to the mine is on Morgue territory, and the mine runs underneath the Baskerville territory. As you can see, it is situated so that the Baskerville cannot take all of the mine for themselves, which means the ruby mineral vein belongs to the Morgue clan. But Baskerville cannot be asserting that it's trespassing and interrupting the mining and rejecting their offer to pay rent for the territory. Adolphe excitedly smirked as she is right then looked at Hugo, who is pissed off. Vicaire explained that rubies are commonly used as magic ingredients, and the Baskerville clan doesn't need to mine them, which Camus agreed with, as he was right. Vicaire asked her about the territory rent fees and was sure it must be a tragedy for them that there isn't an idiot in the Baskerville who would open up the land for them just to earn a few pennies. Camus gets annoyed on hearing this and reminds him that he just said that the Baskervilles don't need rubies. Vicaire affirmed, telling her that they are only interested in their land, which is why he advises against coming in, and is confident that the Morgue clan is the only one that has lost something in this situation. Camus is irritated, but she still wants to make him understand who has possession of the ruby mineral vein and utters that is their side, and that is where the mine is. After that, she extended her arm from the Morgue clan territory to the Baskerville clan territory and asked whose arm this was. The protagonist smirked as she asked whose arm it was that was in his land, and he grabbed her hand, telling her that it was, of course, his. Camus blushed on hearing this and asked what he was talking about, wondering why she would be his, and thought he was stupid. Vicaire inquired when he said she was his, and he took out the dagger, which worried Adolphe and the butler. The protagonist points his dagger at her hand, looks at her brutally, and clarifies that he is saying that her hand belongs to him. Camus becomes worried upon hearing this, and Hugo is dumbfounded upon seeing it, as he wasn't expecting it. He is about to sever her hand, which worries Camus, so she shouts for help from her uncle. Adolphe becomes infuriated, calling him a fool and urging him to leave his niece alone right now. The protagonist is startled by his aura, so he immediately releases her, and Camus rushes at her uncle, hugs him, and starts crying while telling him that he tried to cut her arm. Adolphe furiously asked Hugo what the matter was and what was going on. Hugo thinks for a while, then looks at Vicaire, telling him that he believes he has gone too far with that joke. The protagonist touched the edge of his dagger, apologized, and clarified that it was a common joke he had pulled within the family. Then, he quickly twisted the dagger. Adolphe was startled to realize that the dagger was a toy and asked what kind of toys Hugo's children played with. The protagonist bowed before him. telling him that he had no intention of making her cry and requesting that he allow him to apologize. He explained that within the Baskerville family, they often play with toys like these from a young age, and Adolf wondered if he thought this was a joke. Hugo asked Adolf if he didn't know he was getting overly involved in child play, which startled him. He clarified that he had some idea of what to do regarding the ruby mines, and he is sure that he would love to hear it too, which is why he wanted to complete the friendly duel first. Camus accosted Vikir with teary eyes, telling him that she wouldn't forget this and wanted him to be more cautious, and the protagonist smiled upon hearing this. The friendly duel between the Baskervilles and Morgs had begun, which is an occasion where children aged 8 to 15 gather and battle it out. While those around the age of 8 challenge each other in theory or monosensitivity, children around the age of 15 grab the most attention with their live battles. However, everyone's attention was headed somewhere else for this year's friendly duel, which was toward the renowned mage clan, the Morg clan, Camus Morg, and the iron-blooded sword clan, Baskerville Count, Vikir van Baskerville. As requested by the Morgs, they were to use practical training rules and showcase a duel between the two geniuses of the respective clans. After the bell rang, Camus wanted Vikir to get ready because once she got ready, she wouldn't hold back and would start casting the spells. Vikir's siblings were astounded on seeing her cadre casting during the duel and wondered what would happen. Hugo is amazed to know that she can cast a spell that is difficult for a 15-year-old to cast, 4 of them simultaneously. Adolf smirked, telling him that was what he could expect from the genius mage of Morg. The protagonist easily dodged all of the attacks that Camus landed on him. Then he rushed at her while telling her that her spells were pretty flashy, but he thought it would be better if she focused on one. Camus becomes annoyed, wondering why he should care, as he is an idiot who doesn't understand magic. As she saw him getting closer, she created a sand wall between them. The protagonist quickly removes the sand wall, telling her that it is too harsh to call him an idiot. Camus is dumbfounded to see that he broke through the sand wall so swiftly and wonders if this is the power of the Baskerville, based in the river Styx. While she saw him getting close to her, she closed her eyes out of fear and realized that she had let her guard down. Since she wasn't attacked, she opened her eyes and looked at Vikir, who was ready to flick his finger to attack her. With a single flick of his finger, he threw Camus away. Adolf is startled to see that he has flicked a finger at her, and Camus is annoyed, as her forehead is already swollen, but wonders why he has done so. She wonders if he is going easy on his opponent, but she doesn't want to let him get away with this. The protagonist smirked and told her that her forehead might hurt, so he thought they should end things there before things got out of hand. Camus becomes annoyed as he mocks her, so she creates a double sand wall between them and confidently tells him that he can't get through because there are now 2 layers. The protagonist wondered what the point was if they just went around like this, but he guessed he should play along. Then, he broke both walls with a punch. Camus gets scared when he sees his hand outside her sand wall, and Vikir has a question there as he wonders whose arm just crossed this wall. He again decided to flick at her forehead and told her that it was the arm of a stronger individual. He again flicked at her forehead, which worsened her wound, and she got infuriated and decided to attack him with her fire element as she wanted to kill him. The protagonist thought that she would have given up if he had hurt her like that, but he supposed that dealing with children is much more complicated. Even though he could crush her neck in 1 second if he puts his mind to it, that will cause an entire issue, so he wonders what he should do to calm her down. He thought it would be better if he let others deal with this problem, and he looked back at others fighting. Another mage from the Morg clan attacked Vikir's sibling, who excitedly told him that he would slice all of it with magic like that. The protagonist thought that it was an idiot mage who kept casting flame magic and an idiot swordsman who sliced magic, but he thought they might be helpful. Camus's eyes welled up, wondering why Vikir wasn't getting hit, and she cursed him as she wanted him to face her and not run away. The protagonist looked behind him, where the mage was again casting a fire spell, and wanted to see if his opponent could slice this one. But his opponent, however, wanted him to come at him. The protagonist knew this was the right time, so he kept rushing back and then accosted Camus Morg, telling her that she should have a defensive spell ready in case he got down. Since the fire magic of the mage is cast and is about to hurt Camus, she gets worried. Adolf also becomes worried upon seeing this, and the area is engulfed in massive flames. Everyone is worried upon seeing the massive flames, wondering how this could have happened, and is concerned for Camus. Adolf worriedly shouted Camus, and she could hear her uncle's voice, so she asked what she should do. She was able to block the damage with protection magic, but the fire magic burned all of her clothes. Even though the smoke is covering her so they cannot see her yet, If the smoke fades and people see her, then she will definitely be humiliated. She started crying, thinking of the humiliation, and wanted to seek help from anyone. Abruptly, the protagonist approached her, took off his shirt to cover her, and asked if she was all right, but wanted her to wear his shirt. Camus sees him and asks why he is being nice to his enemy. The protagonist clarified that he would take it back if she didn't want it. Camus explained that she was not talking about it and told him that now he was shirtless, but Vikier didn't care about something like that. Camus wondered what was wrong with this guy and wondered why he was being nice to her. She noticed a wound on his arm and worriedly told him that he was bleeding. The protagonist is startled to see a scratch on the body strengthened by sticks and wonders if that idiot knight's word fragment still has some aura left on it. After the flames subsided, everyone was astounded to see them there, and Adolf was relieved to see his niece fine. Everyone is startled to know that the one who is on the ground is the daughter of Morg, but the one who is bleeding is young Baskerville. They can't tell if Vikier lost or won against the daughter of Morg, but other than that, he is well built for someone so young, so he might likely be a result of the blessing of the river Styx. Upon seeing Vikier's muscular contour, they could tell that he was undoubtedly training diligently as well, which is an incredible amount of talent for an 8-year-old child. Later, Hugo asked Vikier about his experience in the duel against the young daughter of the Morg clan. The protagonist clarified that it was enjoyable as he was beginning to understand the meaning of the event once again. Hugo uttered that a duel against a magician is quite different compared to a duel against a swordman, so he wondered why he didn't make a proper attack. Vikier clarified that he only hesitated a little as he had never fought against a girl before. Hugo reminded him that hesitation in battle leads to injury, so he wanted him to take that wound as a lesson. The protagonist is startled to hear about this ad and wonders if Hugo is worrying about him. The protagonist doesn't remember what Hugo was like during his childhood, but he was always just a cold, strict, and brutal entity. There is a rumor that the reason his personality became this vicious was because he lost his first wife and his eldest daughter in a bitter way, but he is not sure about that. After a silence of a while, Hugo asked him for his opinion of the ruby mine. Vikier thinks it will be better to give it to them, and his father wonders what his reason is for abandoning the right to mine the ruby mine. The protagonist stated that the task of the Baskerville clan is to tame the wilds and expand the borders. The Red Fang Mountain where the ruby vein flows is downstream from the mountain La Rouge et Le Noir, as demonic creatures and barbarian clans here are their problems. However, if they utilize the Morg clan effectively, they will be able to minimize the damage they incur during development. Hugo is glad because that is the correct answer, and utters that after obtaining the rights to the ruby mine, Morg will station a considerable number of personnel at the site. That means they need to steer the demonic creature and the barbarian to that side. So, if they are able to deal with all the troublesome things in one place, then it seems like the ruby will redden by the blood of Morg to a new height. Therefore, when that happens, even the clan head of Morg will regret setting foot in their territory. He gently patted Vikier on the head, telling him that his strategy matched 90% of his plan. The protagonist thought that was only natural because this was the plan he had formed in the first place, and he was the one tasked with drawing the demonic beasts and barbarians toward the Morg. He added that he also thinks they need to be vigilant in observing Morg's movements. Hugo didn't want him to worry about that because the number of hunting dogs they had sent to infiltrate them had steadily increased. Abruptly, they saw Adolf on their way, and Adolf was glad to see that the clan head was finally there and wanted to have a conversation with him before he returned. After some time inside Hugo's room, he asked the representative of the Morg clan if he had something to say. Adolf stated that they had only one important matter to discuss and wanted to be truthful, as Morg had also thoroughly contemplated how to resolve the ruby mine problem as amicably as possible. Territorial rent is just one of the many items on the agenda, and Hugo wondered what it is and what he would gain by opening his territory. Adolf suggested that this matter could be solved with a betrothal, which startled Hugo. So, Adolf explained that if they proposed linking Morg and Baskerville through a boy and a girl, then this matter could be solved. Hugo inquired which two kids he was thinking of linking into betrothal. Adolf asked what he thought of the eldest son of Baskerville and his niece, the eldest daughter of Morg. He knew that he might be talking as her uncle, but she was an incredible child from her looks to her intelligence. She had no lacking quality. So, he is confident that she will make a great partner for the successor of the Baskerville clan, who is known as the Small Son. Hugo said that his eldest son is 25 this year, and the age difference is quite significant. But Adolf thought that an 8-year-old and a 25-year-old have only a 17-year difference, which is manageable. Camus disagreed with this proposal and clarified that she would not marry someone who was weaker than her mother. Adolf gets worried because if she wanted to marry someone more substantial than her mother, then she would be unmarried for the rest of her life. Camus clarified that she is looking at their potential, and she dislikes having a significant age gap, as she prefers someone her age or younger. Hugo told him that this was not a buffet, and Camus knew that, as she also didn't have a habit of eating whatever was given. Then, she looked at the protagonist and wanted to say something, which startled her uncle. Adolf whispered in her ear, calling her a fool, and clarified that she can't because he is not a full-blood and is an illegitimate half-son and is a half-breed dragon. Hugo becomes enraged by Adolf's words regarding Vikier and believes that the individual's thoughts are essential in a betrothal, so he asks Vikier what he thinks about it. While Camus is waiting for his answer, the protagonist feels for a while and then gives his response, which startles Adolf, as he cannot believe that a kid would say something like that. The protagonist clarified that he accepts doing as he is told, which shocked Adolf, as he couldn't believe that the illegitimate child was willing to do as he was told. Adolf wondered what kind of attitude Vikier had toward the only daughter of the Morg clan. Camus is startled, wondering what Vikier means by saying he is not opposed to the idea, and wondering if he is shyer than he portrays himself to be. Hugo uttered that names and titles have no meaning in the Baskerville household, so lackluster people come from those of the Le descent, and great people come from those of the Van descent. Adolf was stunned to hear this, so he asked Hugo if he was confident about this child, and then he looked at Vikier. The protagonist is worried and remembers that Adolf Morg is a six-circle master, one of the strongest within the renowned mage clan, and a great supporter of his niece. Adolf thought for a while and told him that he didn't know it was particularly wise to say this to him, but they couldn't have just anyone become the husband of their Camus. The protagonist knows that the engagement is merely a suggestion between clans, so he supposes that Adolf is not satisfied with even the genius of Baskerville. After Adolf put his hand on Vikier's shoulder, he was startled and wondered why this child's body was so sturdy. Then he accosted the protagonist, asking him why he wasn't answering, and if he was even listening to him. Vikier clarified that he hadn't been listening to him ever since he said that it wasn't quite wise to tell him that, which startled Adolf. Camus is dumbfounded as she never thought anyone would say something like that in front of her uncle, while Hugo is entertained on hearing this. Adolf laughed, then accosted the patriarch and asked if he might have a chance to engage in a deeper conversation with the child. Hugo couldn't believe him and asked if the mage of the empire was going to scold an 8-year-old child. Adolf clarified that he is the child who may become his niece's husband and urged that this isn't a request, as he is the deputy patriarch of the Morg clan, but a request as an uncle. Camus gets worried, telling her uncle that he doesn't need to do that, and Vikier furiously instructs her to stay still because this is bound to happen to someone else eventually. After that, he asked Hugo if he would give him the opportunity to do so, and because he was that adamant, the patriarch agreed to do so. Later, they were at the training ground, confronting each other while Hugo and Camus observed them. Adolf told Vikier that he would be testing his ability and wanted him to show him everything that he is capable of. The protagonist affirms this to Adolf, telling him that he understands and is sure that if he shows everything, then he might pass out. While casting the magic, Adolf clarified that he wanted to give him a handicap and started making a pot. Camus is startled to see that her uncle is creating a pot, which she had expected from him, as he is simultaneously using fire, earth, and water magic ideally. After creating the pot, Adolf filled it with water and placed it above his head, then told Vikier that he would duel him with this pot of water on his head. He told the protagonist that if he managed to force a single drop to fall, then it would be his victory. The protagonist knew that Adolf would have been a formidable opponent even before he regressed, so this presents an excellent opportunity to experience the power of Adolf and what he is capable of. This is also the reason why Hugo accepted Adolf's request. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, and Adolf instructed him to come to him. Before Vikier regressed, he wondered what his win rate would be against Adolf. An assassination would have a 50% chance of success and a 10% win rate when faced head-on. The protagonist realized that he didn't need to go all out, as he just needed to do enough to satisfy Hugo's expectations. As the protagonist rushed to attack him, Adolf wanted to see what this child was capable of. Meanwhile, Camus is worried about this, so she tells Vikier that he can run straight toward her uncle. Abruptly, Adolf created a barrier to block Vikier's attack and asked his niece why she would tell him that, because shield magic is best when used against swordsmen. Adolf was confident that it would be difficult to pierce through with most aura swords. While the protagonist is worried to see that his attack fails, Adolf creates a magical pot as he wants to go on the offensive to strike Vikier. Camus gets pissed on seeing his uncle attack, thinking this is unfair because he never uses magic like this when she duels with him. Adolf gets worried on hearing this and asks his niece politely on whose side she is on right now, and he curses at Vikier as he doesn't want to forgive him for snatching his niece. Hugo was startled to see that Vikier was attacking at a speed that made it difficult but not impossible to dodge, so he supposed that there was no need to stop them. He wanted Vikier to show that old man what a young hound is capable of doing. Vikier finally realized what this old man was capable of, but the fact that he was 8 years older than when he had regressed, and the fact that he had retained his knowledge from before. Therefore, if he could use these two well, then he might be able to cause him to let his guard down, and in that case, he might be able to kill him. After analyzing the situation, the protagonist rushes toward Adolf, striking substantially, and is prepared to attack again. However, Adolf wanted him to know that it would be the same no matter what he did, as his sword would never pierce through his shield. Abruptly, the protagonist lands another substantial strike on Adolf's barrier, causing a crack. Adolf is surprised to see this and wonders if Vikier is attacking the same spot without error, using his machine-like movements. He has to admit that his focus and swordsmanship are impressive. However, he looked at Vikir's sword, which was also deteriorating, and was confident that it would soon break. After the next strike, Vikir's sword shattered, and Adolf remarked that it was like banging his head against a wall, so he urged him to consider the durability of his sword and shield. He admitted that focusing on a single goal is beneficial, but this depends on the nature of his opponent. Adolf clarified that Vikir has a talent, but he is too weak to support his niece. However, shortly after, he is startled to sense water pouring on his head as his pot breaks, and he can't believe it. He realized that a piece of the sword pierced the pot and broke it. The protagonist is pleased as it seems like it's complete, and he clarified that he was talking about the pot, of course. Camus is startled as, even though it was a coincidence, Vikier won against her uncle, so she wonders if that means they are going to get married. Hugo smirked to hear her calling it a coincidence, and couldn't believe that the broken shard had coincidentally pierced the pot. He looked at Vikier and supposed he might be raising a much stronger hound than he initially anticipated. 7 years later, at the Baskerville training facility, all of the young hounds were facing the giant monster, but none of them were terrified by its roar. As the monster charges at them, all the young hounds get prepared to attack it fiercely and strike at different parts of the monster. While the Baskerville clan guide dog Staffordshire Baskerville was surveilling them, and elucidated that when they are forced to face a stronger opponent, their best course of action is to run away. He didn't want them to get greedy for their vitamins, and slowing them down by aiming for the backs of their kegs is more effective. Abruptly, Baskerville Trident rushed toward the monster to land a substantial strike and smiled happily upon seeing the monster's condition. Staffordshire is amazed to see this, as he expected it from young Master High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow, whose auras have turned a ripe, dark red color, just as they should be. As the monster becomes ferocious to strike, all the young hounds get ready to attack and abruptly get rid of it. Staffordshire clapped on seeing this, telling everyone that they had done well. He is certain that with this, all young masters have reached the rank of low-rank sword expert, and they have all completely mastered Baskerville swordsmanship's first form. He informed them that, as of this moment, their 7-year-long training was complete. He told them that, unlike the ox bear that was neglected in a cage, the ox bears of Mountain Le Rouge et Le Noir were much more substantial. Staffordshire clarified that even he couldn't handle the intense, aged ox bear and uttered that he wanted all of them to keep in mind that the demonic creature they faced that day paled in comparison to something he would face in an authentic setting. Since death is always closer than they think, he wanted them to overcome it with their talented blood or build up experience to survive at all costs. That concludes their last lesson. He salutes them and congratulates them on their graduation, wishing them fortune in battle. Later, one of the children asked his comrade which knight order he belonged to. His comrade clarified that his first choice is a Doberman, his second choice is a Pit Bull, and his third choice is a Rottweiler. The other young hound realized he doesn't have any coming as he would like to join the Wolfhound Knights himself. There exists a knight in the Baskerville clan, and each order was created with a different objective in mind, such as guarding, investigating, protecting, assassinating, suppressing, or directly confronting. The red-eyed child asked his brother what he thought about where he would go, and his brother wondered who he was talking about. The red-eyed child looked back worriedly, telling him that he was talking about Vikier van Baskerville. Vikier is sitting on the dead ox bear, And the red-eyed child uttered that he killed an ox bear bigger than their own on his way. And he also heard that he is a high-ranking sword expert. His brother heard that Vikier had reached the third fang and was surprised to know that he was on the same level as the guide dogs. Meanwhile, the protagonist is worried as it took longer than he planned. But in truth, he is currently a medium-rank sword graduate and also at the fifth fang. It took a whole 7 years to rise to the medium rank of sword graduate from the low rank of sword graduate. The protagonist is already beyond his level before his regression, considering only his swordsmanship skill, but his growth is way slower than he had planned. Abruptly, Butler John arrived and accosted Vikier, telling him that the clan head was looking for him and that it seemed his post had been decided. The protagonist looked at his delighted face and said to him that he understood. Later, he arrived at the clan head office, greeted him after a long time, and asked if he had been well. The protagonist noticed a scar on his father's nose and asked how he got it. Hugo explained that he was facing the barbarian tribe on Mount Rouge et Noir and had been attacked by a skilled barbarian archer. The protagonist inquired if he had caught them, and Hugo clarified that he hadn't, but he was able to scar that cursed opponent's face in the same manner. Regardless, he congratulated him on finishing his education, and Vikier thanked him. Hugo told him that it would be more difficult from now on, and Vikier wondered if he was about to reveal his new post to him. At this point in his previous life, he became an apprentice knight for the Pitbull Knight and was sent to Mountain La Rouge et Le Noir for 21 months to face countless life or death situations. Like a useless mutt meant to be tossed, Vikier was also immediately sent into actual battle. The children of the Baskerville clan are divided into the elites and expendables after reaching 15 years of age. While the expendables die in battle, the elite learn about politics and administrative roles. After numerous real battle experiences, the experienced expendables begin assisting the elites, and the elites start advancing through politics and administrative roles. And what exists to close the gap between the elites and the battle-hardened expendables is Baskerville swordsmanship, fifth fang. That is also why his swordsmanship stood still at the fourth fang in his previous life. He is confident that Hugo would never allow an illegitimate child to take the elite course. Abruptly, Hugo told Vikier that he wanted him to try being a congressman, which startled Vikier. Hugo explained that a congressman administers and legislates within the Baskerville clan territories, upholds justice, attracts business to the territories, and performs desk work. To put it simply, Vikier would be in charge of both big and small affairs within their clan. The protagonist is stunned to discover that Hugo is allowing him, an illegitimate child, to become an elite. Hugo stated that the things Vikier has achieved put him at least a decade ahead of the other geniuses, which is why he is giving him the appropriate treatment. So, Vikier will be the vice-consul of a city called Underdog. Currently, both the consul and vice-consul positions are open there, so he asked if he would accept the offer. The protagonist clarified that he would follow his own will, but before doing so, he wished to say something. Hugo inquired about what it was, and Vikier clarified that it was related to the ruby mine situation that had occurred with the Morgue clan. Hugo inquired if he was referring to how he had obtained one on Adolphe Morgue, and remembered that he had promised him a reward, so he wondered if he was now trying to ask for that. The protagonist affirmed that he wanted to borrow that, which startled Butler John. The protagonist stated that if it were too difficult a request, he would wait for his father to refuse it. Hugo stamped on the paper and told him that it was not difficult at all because he trusted that he wouldn't do anything ridiculous. The protagonist assures his father that he wouldn't do anything to cause him worry. No matter how many times Vikier heard it, he still couldn't get used to his father calling him son. Since Hugo had said that he would grant him a request in his previous life, he would never have imagined something like this happening. While returning, Butler John accosted him and told him that the clan head treasures him greatly. He could tell by how he didn't immediately put him into real battles and practically gave him the position of consul. Since that is essentially a lesson for rulers, he is sure that the patriarch greatly values him. The protagonist clarified that it is only the case if he can fulfill his duty as vice-consul well. He thought it was better this way because if he used his new authority as a vice-consul, he would be able to increase his skills to a greater extent and more safely. He doesn't care about his current work at all because it wouldn't erase his memories. He still remembered the feeling of his head being chopped off by the guillotine, so he wanted to let his father experience the same feeling as well. Later, in Baskerville territory, an underdog, a bald man, accosts the worker, instructing them to ensure that this place is squeaky clean by the following day, as the new deputy consul will be arriving. Since the new deputy consul is from the Baskerville family, he wanted them to take special care of everything. The worker affirmed, But the brown-haired man is worried to wonder what kind of person the new deputy consul is, and he hopes he is experienced in business. The black-haired man smirked, wondering if he hadn't heard that the new deputy consul is just 15 years old, which startled him. The brown-haired man wondered what they could expect from a 15-year-old kid and thought they are screwed this time as well. Abruptly, the protagonist arrives and hears their conversation, but he ignores them nonetheless. The hairy black guy is startling to see and makes one wonder whose kid he is and if some employee brought him there. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him this isn't a place he could enter freely. The protagonist furiously stares at him and orders him to immediately remove his hand and show them the appointment letter. They were both shocked to realize that the deputy consul had arrived early and wondered why he had come a day early. The protagonist annoyingly accosts them and demands that they prepare the women and drinks immediately, startling them as he is hosting a party. Later in the party, Kai Huahua Baskerville, who is the general secretary of the city of Underdog, is distraught at that moment on seeing the situation. He couldn't believe that Vikier was drinking on the first day of the job, and it was ridiculous that a guy like him had been assigned to the job. He is already having a hard time because his predecessors were all dismissed for accepting bribes, but he is hosting a party at the workplace. Kai Huahua furiously wondered what kind of troublemaker this young kid was and decided to let him do whatever he wanted because he would get it together once the city was in ruin. However, he is startled as Vikier whispers in his ear, asking him if he is the general secretary. Kai Huahua woefully looked back, wondering when he had come in, and asked what the matter was. The protagonist introduced himself, and the general secretary responded in kind. The protagonist is surprised to learn that Kai Huahua doesn't have a middle name. Kai Huahua gets worried to hear this again because a lack of a middle name signifies that he is from outside the family. This means that he is employed and not a blood member of the family, so he had to deal with all the deputy consuls who discriminated against him because of this. However, contrary to his expectations, the protagonist puts his hand on the general secretary's shoulder and tells him that it is nice, which shocks the general secretary. The protagonist clarified that he had reviewed his personal information on the way and was aware that he was now an underdog. Kai Huahua told him that he was born and raised there, so Vikier was sure that he might know the ins and outs of this place. He knew how hard people like him had to work, so he didn't intend to interfere with how he got his work done. He trusted that he would continue to do a good job. Kai Huahua affirmed his command and wondered if this was a new form of harassment, and wondered why Vikier was there when he asked for the party. After reading the law book, Vikier clarified that the personal law system itself doesn't have a problem, but there are many strange aspects when it comes to the judicial system. The general secretary is stunned to learn that he read through all of that. The protagonist clarified that the problem with the underdog is that many illegal business owners were successful, and as a result, the underdog holds power above the law. Therefore, stopping illegal businesses wouldn't resolve the problem, and the heads of underground businesses need to be removed. Since the job of a deputy consul is to make laws and execute them, he respected all the laws that were already in place, but he wanted to add a new law. The general secretary wondered what kind of new law he wanted to integrate. Vikier wanted to ensure that the underground economy would be in shambles within a week, but he needed a justification to enact and execute this law. The general secretary wondered why he would need a reason to eliminate illegal business. The protagonist is aware that he is still young and a newly appointed deputy consul, so he needs to put on a performance to make it more convincing. To put it differently, he wants to lay out trash for those flies. Kai Huahua gets startled when he hears this and wonders what he is planning. The following day, civilians gather in Underdog downtown Dortsmile Street as the protagonist prepares to introduce himself. His subordinates worriedly inquired what the deputy consul was planning to do as he had been standing there since the crack of dawn, and there were a lot of people there as well. Abruptly, the protagonist wanted everyone to listen up as he was the newly appointed deputy consul of this city. Everyone is surprised to learn that, as he is so young and cute at the same time, and they wonder what a kid like that is going to do. The protagonist believes that they have all seen this notice, and that these are laws that have been in place for a while. Therefore, even if the deputy consul has changed, the Baskerville family laws are still as strict as before and will continue to be upheld. The civilians don't believe him, as they are aware that the higher-ups do nothing, and are sure that Vikier will be lobbied soon as well. Kai Huahua furiously asked then how they dared to say anything like that, and inquired what they thought they were talking about. He reminded them that he is from the Baskerville main family, so he wondered if they would mind their manners once their throat is cut out with blades. The civilians wanted to stop hearing now, and some wished that Kai Huahua would be the new deputy consul, as there was no way a child this young could enforce the laws. The protagonist becomes annoyed, so he grabs his stick, lifts it up, and firmly stamps it on the ground, which cracks it and sticks it firmly in place. All of them were shocked to see the impact his strike had caused. Since everyone was silenced, Vikier wanted to announce a special with the authority of a deputy consul, as stipulated in Vikier's special law, Section 1, Clause 1, that he would award 100 million gold to whoever succeeded in removing this stake. All of them were dumbfounded on hearing this, and everyone was delighted at the thought of 100 million in gold. Everyone is delighted to know that Vikier is going to give them 100 million in gold, which is 4 times the average salary, and they have to pull out that stake to get it. Kai Huahua and his subordinates were dumbfounded by this ridiculous situation and wondered what he was thinking. Vikier asked everyone if there was anyone who wanted to get 100 million gold. Since no one responded, the protagonist assumed it couldn't be helped, so he informed everyone of Vikier's special law, specifically paragraph 1, article 2. According to this special law, the person who pulls out this stake will be paid 1 billion immediately by Deputy Consul Vikier, and asked what they think about this. Abruptly, one of the men stepped forward, told him this was ridiculous, and asked if he was making fun of them, as no fool would attempt it. All the other civilians agreed, thinking it was right, as he was fooling around with him and wanted him to go to sleep. It's not like 1 billion gold is chump change. Kai Huahua worriedly grabbed his head and wondered why they were embarrassed instead. The protagonist supposed that no one would dare to pull the stake, so he told them about paragraph 1, article 2. According to this, the person who pulled this stake out will be paid 10 billion immediately, and asked if there is still no one. Everyone was astounded to learn this, so they wondered what was going on and whether it wasn't a joke. Some of them even considered trying it. The criminal wondered if he was being stupid, as they didn't know what kind of repercussions he would suffer. A civilian pointed at the sword at Vikier's waist and reminded him that they didn't even know if they would be executed immediately because he thought they were greedy. Everyone thought that maybe that stake was just hefty, but one of the civilians thought it was falling over a bit. Another civilian is inevitable that there is a trick, so it is best not to get involved in such situations. The protagonist couldn't believe that there was no one there and wanted to tell them about another article. Kai Huahua worriedly approached the protagonist and said to him that they didn't have that much money in their city. While everyone was hesitating to pull it out, a child raised her hand and asked if she could try it. The old man worriedly realized that she is the flower girl, Judy, and instructed her not to dare to butt in. Judy clarified that her mother is sick, so she has to try something, and the old man is worried for her as she could be killed. Judy doesn't care about her life and requests that the old man take good care of her mother if anything happens, and the old man gives in to her determination. Shortly, Judy gets to the place where a stake is stuck and is worried, thinking that he wouldn't kill her. She knew that she was volunteering to make herself a fool and supposed they might pay her a few coins at least for trying. She just hoped to be paid for a basket full of flowers. The protagonist looks at her and wants her to pull it out. Judy sits down, grabs the stake, and shakes it for a while, then successfully pulls it out. Everyone is astonished to see that it is done and has been pulled out, as they couldn't believe she had managed to do it. Judy was startled to learn that she had pulled it out so quickly and wondered if it could be a trap. She saw the protagonist about to grab her sword and became worried, thinking that she might be executed at any moment. She wondered what the reason for the execution was and whether it was due to contempt against a noble, disgrace, or greed. Even at that time, she is worried about who is going to look after her mother after she dies, and is apologetic to her. The protagonist retrieved the sack, handed it to Judy, and told her that, for now, there was $100 million of gold for her, which startled her, and everyone else was startled as well. The protagonist asked her where her home was since 10 billion gold coins would be heavy, and he wanted to ship them to her. He also wanted to provide her with a guard to protect her reward, and he gently patted her head, telling her this is the law that must always be obeyed. Kai Huahua and everyone else witnessing this were dumbfounded upon hearing this and upon seeing the reward she received. This performance proved to be an opportunity that allowed Vikier's special law to become even more famous than the self-governance law of the Baskerville clan. Therefore, when a person obeys the law, they will be rewarded. When they disobey, they will be punished. This simple logic touched the hearts of the citizens. Everyone is pleased to learn that the new deputy consul is vastly different, and they have heard that Vikier keeps his word no matter what. He created a society where principles are upheld, and since Vikier's special law was declared unlawful, it noticeably decreased, and the crime rate was halved. Meanwhile, Kai Huahua displayed the vow to be honest. Vikier wondered if that was an Eastern language and praised him as he had quite good handwriting. Kai Huahua looked at him and said that he never thought he had showcased such a daring performance, as he had never been so touched in the past 20 years he had been working there. Vikier clarified that a person cannot just rule citizens with wrath when they belittle the law and do not trust it. He thought carefully about how to capture the attention of the citizens and leave a lasting impression, and that is the result. Kai Huahua clarified that he would follow him for the rest of his days, and he could now rest easy knowing his efforts were not in vain, since he met Vikier as the deputy consul. The protagonist saw him crying and wanted him to calm down, reminding him that this was the performance that would have been displayed by Camus Morgue many years from that day. At that time when Camus became the matriarch, the crime rate was close to 1%, but because of the fear she instilled, she was never liked by the citizens. The protagonist told Kai Huahua that the problem was only beginning since they had used 100 billion gold as a reward and would have to find a way to get it back. He pointed at the map, telling Kai Huahua that these were the locations where potential illegal groups or those who might hide in the future were likely to be found, so he wanted to maintain surveillance on these locations and confiscate their illicit funds. Kai Huahua is startled to learn this and wonders who he knows who is involved in the criminal business. The protagonist clarified that he had smelled them and thought they were the region he had surveyed to no end before his regression, so he knew it like the back of his hand. Kai Huahua is surprised to hear this, wondering how much Vikier has investigated already and realized that he is flawless. Abruptly, the man rushed inside, worriedly telling the deputy consul that the village hall's Youth Autonomy Association had requested a meeting. The protagonist guessed that it was already time since that arrogant man from the regional society wanted to see him. Kai Huahua stated that the village hall's Youth Autonomy Association comprised the Mant Blanc clan, the Pior clan, the Luovi clan, the Channel clan, the Ferragamu clan, the Hermes clan, and the Pradar clan. He clarified that it is an organization that was founded by the second and third generations of the 7 native families of Baskerville. It's called the Youth Autonomy Association, but realistically, it's just a social club with a reputation for promiscuity. Kai Huahua guessed that the young master over there had something to say about the Vikier's special law. The protagonist thinks for a while and realizes that the flies have started to smell the garbage, which startled his subordinate. Vikier smiled cunningly as he thought that they should begin to annihilate the pests that were eating away at the city. Later, at the luxury hotel club in Underdog City, a VVIP room was located in the deepest part of the club, a room that cost 10 million gold per 6 hours, and there a party was raging. The participants were the core 7 people who comprised the teenage self-governing committee of the municipality. They were the children of the 7 native clans within Baskerville territory. The golden-haired man was enjoying the party by creating a tower of wine glasses and wanted to bring everything they had, as they were going to party the night away again. He uttered that with the complete pyramid made of Don Quixote Pergnon 666, each is worth 100 million gold. He looked at the waiters, telling them that they could drink what spilled onto the table. The waiter thanked him because, thanks to him, they had been able to experience a taste of this valuable drink, so they wanted to serve him wholeheartedly. The golden-haired man clarified that his money wouldn't decrease, regardless of how much he spent. The brown-haired man uttered that this is all thanks to Baskerville, that they can live like this because the slave trade continues to grow, and the capture of barbarian slaves is going smoothly. He attributed it all to Baskerville's sole focus on expanding their borders. And with no eyes of the imperial family around, it's a perfect playground, and the clubs there are even more extravagant than the ones in the capital. The orange-haired man didn't want him to mention that the Baskervilles are protecting them, as they could see how safe they are, so he wanted to be honest because this would make the Baskervilles their hunting dogs. The golden-haired man gladly uttered that Baskerville was all sword-obsessed moron, and he wanted his comrade to look at what happened with Messemedrano. They don't know that they were the ones who framed the Baskerville person and slaughtered the Messemedrano clan, which is the loyalists of the 8th clan. The brown-haired guy thought that, thanks to this slaughter, the 8 clans had become 7 clans. The golden-haired man clarified that that is what they get for getting in the way of their fun. He asked them if they had heard the news about the new vice-consul, and clarified that he had already submitted a request for an audience. However, he is apparently an illegitimate child, and he thinks his name is Vikier. The brown-haired man refused, telling him that it was his first time hearing it. The golden-haired guy clarified that he's 15, and he supposedly threw a big party as soon as he arrived. He wanted to click Vikier well and tease him a bit, asserting their dominance. He tried to throw a big party for Vikier with the most premium wine and all the women. but when the party was over, they would foot him the bill, and his comrade thought that would be fun. The golden-haired man is sure that there might not be enough money, as he is a 15-year-old civil servant, and he bet that he wouldn't even be able to submit a report to his clan for fear of being scolded. He smirked cunningly as he uttered that they would then say it was a joke and pay the bill, so Vikier would never be able to talk back to them ever. Abruptly, the waiter entered the room, happily telling him that the girls had already arrived. He is startled to see one girl there, even after all they had done, and wants the waiter to send her out, as she is dampening the mood. Then he instructs the other girl to come sit there this time. The orange-haired man is startled to see the protagonist there and wonders who this person is and if someone has requested a male escort. The waiter becomes worried upon hearing this, asking if the man is one of his acquaintances, and the orange-haired man clarifies that he doesn't know him. The waiter didn't think it was odd because of how boldly Vikier entered and asked him where he thought his is. As he grabbed Vikier's head, he furiously gazed at him, which startled all of them there as he broke the waiter's arm. At first, the waiter couldn't believe what he was seeing, but as soon as he came to his hands, he grabbed his arm and started moaning with pain. The orange-haired man is shocked to see this, wondering who is he, and Vikier introduced himself, telling him that is his name. The man is shocked on hearing the name Vikier, and asked if he means he is the deputy consul, so asked what brings him there. The protagonist clarified that they called for him, and the golden hair guy laughed awkwardly and couldn't believe that he acts so fast, as he never think he would come right away. He asked if they should train the newbie immediately, and his companion decided to throw the booze bill on him. He wanted to sit Vikier down, and he tried to ask him to pay once the party was over. The protagonist placed his hand on the table, producing a vibration through mana, and sought to silence the side chatter. All of them were startled as they saw the pile of wine glasses shaking and then splattering all over them. The golden-haired man was shocked to learn that he had broken the champagne tower with mana resonance by touching the table. This makes him wonder if that means Vikier is a graduate, and his comrade cursed his fortune, as he thought the new deputy consul was a 15-year-old kid. The golden-haired man wanted him to do something, as he was a mid-rank expert. But his comrade wanted him to shut up, as if he picked a fight, he wouldn't even last a second. The protagonist accosted the orange-haired guy, which terrified him, and he swore that they were going to pay for the alcohol themselves. The protagonist glares at him, telling him that it is apparent that they should pay for the alcohol that they drank. He inquired if they were intending on leaving him to hold the bag after enjoying the party. The man gets worried as he accidentally spilled the beans, and his comrade covers up, telling him that no one would do such a despicable thing. The golden-haired man uttered that they would never dare to do that to a member of the Baskerville clan, but they just wanted to test him as the vice-consul. He is confident that Vikier is aware that Underdog City has fallen significantly, so they needed to know that he could easily resist such temptations. His comrade verified this and told him that he indeed had the merit to lead them so that they would follow his lead. The protagonist tells him that the master is allowed to test his dog as much as he wants, but the opposite doesn't hold true, so he injures him. He clarified that a dog is not allowed to test its master, no matter the situation, and supposed that they might not have any fear because they have money and power. He is sure that it might be because he has never seen true terror, and after injuring the orange-haired man, he threw him away. Then he asked others if they knew why he ended up like this and clarified that if they didn't know, then they deserved the same fate. The golden-haired man worriedly clarified that he did think that he knew why he was being punished. The protagonist asked if he had. Then he needed a good beating, which infuriated all of them. So, they cursed him and asked if he thought he could get away with it. The protagonist approached one of them, telling him that they don't know the reason. Then he started reminding them of their crimes of kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and contempt against the Baskerville clan, so they have committed a lot of dirty deeds. Vikier knew that they couldn't tame an animal without teaching it a lesson, so it was time to punish the filthy animal who feared nothing. After some time, they were at the underground prison, and Kai Huahua's eyes widened with terror on seeing the condition of the sons of the 7 clans. The golden-haired man cursed Vikier, asking him if he thought he would survive after pulling this, as he was going to tell his father everything. He wanted Vikier to see what would happen once he got out of there, as he was going to kill him and wouldn't ever forgive him, and shouted at him to release him immediately. Kai Huahua couldn't believe the deputy consul was asking him why he had beaten him so much. The protagonist wondered if he thought he overdid it, and Kai Huahua affirmed, telling him that he can't just beat him to a complete pulp, as he can't turn a person into a meat bag. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry as he hasn't even started yet, which makes the general secretary wonder what he means. The protagonist clarified that the village hall was intended to oversee the corrupt civil servant and educate the local community. However, they have mutated into a sinister organization that disregards even the authority of the Baskerville clan. He could tell from their arrogant expressions, and it was clear that they still lacked proper education. He uttered that once the sun set, he would execute them all, which worried that man. While he was at it, he wanted to bury all those who were associated with them. Kai Huahua worriedly asked him if he was serious, and Vikir affirmed that he was serious about executing them. All 7 clan sons become worried after hearing this and request that he forgive them this once, as they will give everything they have, but they want him to spare their lives. Kai Huahua wondered if their family would sit by idly, being both cowardly and daring. He is sure they will not sponsor anything that Vikir does going forward, and they will avenge themselves using whatever method is possible. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry as their families won't be able to complain since they are tied to the criminal organization of Underdog City. But what is essential for that is the evidence, for which Vikir has his ways, so he doesn't want Kai Huahua to worry. He decided to gather his evidence, as he could not find any, since he had no interest in the events that would take place after this. He is sure that the world will soon experience a sudden change, and he will most likely be dispatched into battle very soon. Even if that is the case, he wanted to leave this place once he enrolled at the academy. The protagonist informed them of the charges that were on them, which included human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault through a third party, and murder. The golden-haired guy clarified that they had never done anything like that and uttered that if there were evidence, then they would gladly be punished for it. The protagonist asked if he would accept the punishment critically if there was evidence, but couldn't believe him, as he had said it as if he had committed the crime, despite there being no proof, which left him speechless. The protagonist saw him quiet and realized that it was as if he were saying that he would never cause damage to the family, even if he were to die there. Abruptly, a man arrived there and accosted the deputy consul, which pleased the protagonist. He was glad to see that he was there, and Kai Huahua was concerned to see the weapon in the bag. The man informs the protagonist that his custom order is ready, and the protagonist appreciates him for the great job, telling him that his timing is also excellent. He took the weapons from the bag and told Vikir that it was the first time he had seen some of these tools, even though he had been torturing people for 30 years. He wondered how he had come up with such scary tools. Vikir clarified that he didn't invent them himself, but they are common in his native region. The bald man wondered if he had come from hell, and Vikir clarified that this was something like that, so he asked him if he would like to learn. The man politely declines the offer, as he might vomit up everything he has eaten upon seeing him work with those tools. The protagonist missed it during the torture from the era of destruction, as even the demon clan's prisoner of war spat out everything. However, the methods of torturing the demon clan had evolved significantly. Since everything was ready, he wanted to start the torture and saw the worried faces of the clan sons and asked where is that expression of his that said he wouldn't admit to anything, no matter what. He requested that they not say anything, as he wanted to cherish the memories of his past for once. The rumors quickly spread that the 7 wealthy gangs, who lived in luxury, were arrested simultaneously. As long as there was a gathering of more than 3 citizens of Underdog City, that rumor continued to circulate. Everyone realizes that they were the mean people who treated civilians like pests. They doubted the new deputy consul would release them anytime soon. One of the civilians thought that Vikir would embarrass them, and then release them because they are the 2nd generation of the native families. Another man deduces they are going to execute them by looking at the charges, and his comrade wonders if he would execute children of the native families. The man thought he was a fool, as he was acting as if he didn't know the personality of the new deputy consul, who had burned 100 billion gold pieces with one stake. His comrade is sure that the deputy consul is going to get himself into quite a pickle if he executes those 7 losers, but he doubts they are going to kill them. All the citizens stated that this was merely a political power play between the new politician and the local authorities, and that as soon as they needed their way, the situation would be resolved. As predicted by the citizens of the Mant Blanc clan, the Pior clan, the Luovi clan, the Channel clan, the Ferragamu clan, the Hermes clan, and the Pradar clan delivered an apology to the new deputy consul. Since the local powerhouse had bent their will, they were sure that with this, the imprisoned 7 losers would be released unscathed, and the deputy consul would face a grave scolding from the patriarch. That is what everyone expected until the 7 heads were hung in the center of the square. Those 7 heads were preserved with salt and displayed expressions of agony as if they had experienced excruciating pain until their last breath. The public notice hung above the executioners explained the punishment they received before their execution in detail, which shocked all the civilians. The protagonist rambled that the law was already in place, so there was no reason to be surprised. But this will be the first time the sentences are served by the infamous native families of the region, which will bring forth change. He is confident that after hearing their war cry, they will start to use their heads, and once the destruction of either party begins, Underdog City will go through a bloodbath. Therefore, he wanted Secretary Kai Huahua to brace himself, as he would be joining him in the next strategy, which startled his secretary. After some time, Secretary Kai Huahua put on the mask and asked the deputy consul if that was the right strategy. The protagonist was also in disguise and asked him if he didn't trust him. Kai Huahua clarified that it is not the case, but he is genuinely wondering if that is the right plan. Momentarily, a few men bring the cage to the party, and all of the participants are pleased to see the slaves. Kai Huahua wondered if selling the deputy consul as a slave for this strategy was really right. Later, in the Underdog City, somewhere on the outskirts, in a huge tent that is set up in the middle of nowhere, luxurious carriages start to gather. That day is the day when the slaves' auction begins, and since this unlawful event was not reported to the Baskerville family, the products were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners, and the man sincerely welcomed Kai Huahua to the circus. He is amazed to see that the Mant Blanc clan also came, and that signature is an exclusive trait of that clan. Looking at the reason for the visit written on the identification paper, it seems he is there as a seller. Kai Huahua affirmed, telling him he had come to sell a product. The man uttered that since the Mant Bank clan are precious customers who consistently purchase large numbers of slaves, he asked because he was worried that he didn't like the slaves he bought the last time. Kai Huahua refused, telling him that was not it, as he was satisfied with the quality of the slaves sold there. The man is amazed to see that the slave has black hair and red eyes, and tells him that he brought a rare slave. Therefore, he wanted to take responsibility and sell it at a reasonable price, so Kai Huahua wanted to leave it to him. The man hoped he would enjoy his time at the circus and permitted him to enter. Shortly after the show was commended, one of the guests heard that a mysterious-looking slave exhibition was trending in the empire. One of the guests doesn't care much for trends, but a slave needs to be pretty and good-looking. Another guest is attracted to the slaves' tragic backstories, and like fallen nobles or nobles who were kidnapped. The guest hoped that there would be many good products that day. Abruptly, the host started the show, telling the guest that the Baskerville family knights secretly embezzled this item. He displayed the product and told everyone that it was a rank monster that is said to have 19 hearts. The Musiel. Hell water ox Musiel is a cow species found in the depths of hell and is said to inhabit another world. It is known to possess 19 hearts and will keep attacking until they all stop. The host explained that with leather, meat, bones, and intestines, nothing goes to waste, and its prices started at 100 million gold. The guests started the bidding, which reached 250 million gold. The host uttered that they had hit 250 million gold and asked if there was anyone else. No one else bid, so Musiel was sold for 250 million gold. After that, the auction continued, and several slaves were sold. Finally, the host moved to the following product. Before he could move to the following product, his man whispered in his ear, and he inquired if they were selling this too. He wanted to try to sell this, but didn't want his man to blame him later. He informed everyone that a special product had just arrived, which was a rare item that was picked up by the slave businesses in a place deep within the jungle. This slave is from a warrior tribe in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain jungles, the barbarians of Balak. He is sure they would get a different feeling when they tame a wild slave and ask if he is right. Therefore, this will be a chance for them to put their slave training techniques to the test. The host looked at a slave who was violent and wondered why they put something for sale, and he started the price at 5 million. No one dared to bid for this slave, which startled the host, and he inquired if there was no one, so he decided to lower the initial bidding price to 3 million. He couldn't believe that no one had bid for this slave, and he decided to look the other way and give it to them for 1 million. But no one bid. He told his man that it was fine because this product wouldn't sell and instructed him to bring in the guaranteed product. He wanted his man to eliminate it because they should use a decoy next time to win. Abruptly, the slave went wild, and the man substantially punched her, which made her cough up blood, and then he took her away. The host laughed, telling everyone that it was a minor incident that had just taken place, and that, as an apology, he wanted to bring out that day's best product. As soon as Vikir sets foot on the stage, the noble lady is astounded to see him. The host uttered that it's a rare item with black hair and red eyes, who is a purebred boy who only needs minimal restraints. Since the product quality was so high, he looked forward to a great auction, and the lady bid 600 million for that slave. The host is amazed to hear this because the bidding price hasn't been announced yet, but they already have a 600 million bid. The man behind her bid 700 million for that slave, which infuriated that lady, and she couldn't believe that a man was bidding that much for this slave. The guest, number 10, wondered what a male and a bid of 800 million had to do with anything. The lady wondered why a male wanted to take that boy. Guest number 10 uttered that it was not her business as he wanted to use him as a gladiator. While they were fighting, another guest bid 900 million for Vikir, and another bid 6 billion for him. The host was shocked to hear that high price and asked if anyone else wanted to bid higher than this. Everyone looked back with shock and was surprised to see that the man was Baron Gambino from the granary. He supposed he had a deep pocket because he bid 6 billion in one go. The guest heard that he recently took over the underground funds, and his influence suddenly increased, so his wealth is quite astonishing. Baron Gambino's assistant thought he was spending too much. Baron Gambino clarified that he could sell a good-looking slave like that for a higher price in the capital, and he would still profit even if he purchased it first and sold it later. Cindy Wendy thought that even if he could resell it, she thought 6 billion was a little too much and was sure that he wouldn't make profit when that body was left unscathed. Baron Gambino wanted her to be quiet and reminded her that he took her because she had nowhere to go, so he wondered how she dared try to bite the hand that fed her arrogantly. The host realized that there were no more bids, so customer 99 would be the winning bidder. As soon as Vikir is sent to Baron Gambino, he is amazed to see that he even looks better now that he is looking at him up close. He told Vikir that he believed in him now and clarified that he was not a bad person, so he didn't want him to be nervous. Baron Gambino is pleased because he has thought of many ways to play with him and is already looking forward to it. The protagonist moved his hand forward, making the Baron realize he wanted him to undo his handcuffs. The protagonist quickly broke the chains, telling him that there was no need for that and saying to him that it was a good idea that he wanted to play with him. With a single stomp of his foot, he quickly threw Baron Gambino away and injured him. Then he grabbed the Baron and asked what he thought about this for play, as the topic was the spear and shield. Vikir wanted to be spear, and the Baron would be the shield, so he would win if he could endure this. He substantially grabbed Gambino's leg, pressed it, and made him bleed. Gambino worriedly instructed Cindy to call security because, at this rate, he would die, and Cindy was in a state of shock. The protagonist is surprised to see that Baron Gambino fainted, and he guesses it is his win then. As soon as he removes the wig, Cindy is surprised as she realizes he is Vikir van Baskerville. While Vikir is worried, wondering if he is dead already, as he hasn't even started playing. All the guests get afraid to know that Vikir is here and wonder if it's the underdog city's new deputy consul. They wondered what the Baskerville Hound was doing there. Kai Huahua is concerned that the deputy consul has turned this into something big. The protagonist uttered that the circus is a suitable name for this place, and he wanted everyone not to think they could return in one piece. The host doesn't care if that person is the deputy consul or not. He doesn't even have any weapons, so he commands his man just to kill him. The protagonist summoned Beelzebub and struck all the attackers in a single go. The host is worried to see such a red and horrifying aura that he exudes and can't believe his eyes. While another muscular man was prepared to strike him, Vikir smirked. With a single punch, he got rid of his weapon and then hit him. The host realized he was a graduator, but couldn't believe it because even if he was a Baskerville, he could be a graduator at that age. Since the graduator is the ultimate weapon that represents a nation's strength, the host is worried because, at this rate, they don't have a chance at winning. Kai Huahua is shocked because he never thought the deputy consul's swordsmanship skills were irregular. Suddenly, he noticed something, and the host requested the deputy consul to look over there. He took Kai Huahua hostage and instructed the deputy consul to drop his weapon right now and surrender as if he didn't do it. Then his comrade would lose his life. He commands Vikir to hurry up and wonders if he doesn't hear what he is saying. Kai Huahua told Vikir that he was all right, so he requested that Vikir look after himself. Then he grabbed the knife from the host's hand to kill himself, which worried the host, who wondered what he was trying to do. Kai Huahua uttered that things like injustice and compromise do not exist for him, so he would rather die than be a burden to his superior. The host remarked that his words didn't match the desperate look on his face. The protagonist laughed on hearing this, telling him that his loyalty is excellent and wanted him not to worry because he received a trump card from the patriarch when he left the Baskerville estate. The host is surprised to see that flute on his leg and wonders what he is going to do with that. Kai Huahua is surprised to see that whistle, and shortly, Vikier starts blowing the whistle. After a while, the host is surprised to see that nothing happened even after he blew the whistle and wonders what that loud whistle was for, and if it was to scare. As he expected, even a graduator couldn't do anything there, but shortly, a sword pierced through his neck and subjugated him. Kai Huahua is surprised to see this and wonders what is happening. Abruptly, one of the men rushed to attack that assassin, but he managed to kill him with a single movement of his hand, which shocked everyone else. The protagonist is pleased to see this, and shortly, the entire group of assassins steps forward and then glares at them with the intent of killing. They were stunned to see them and wondered if they were those people. Their comrades didn't want to think they were those people, so they requested that it be right. Cindy is shocked to see the teeth symbol on those knights' chests and has heard about it before. They are the Empire's most brutal knight order, known as the Annihilation Experts, and all the 100 knights from it are graduators. It's the Baskerville clan Pitbull Knight Order, and Cindy gets worried as one of the knights is behind her, unsheathing his sword. She started crying because she didn't want to die in a place like this, and Vikier stepped in to protect her and instructed the knight to leave this one. The knight obediently heeded his command, and Vikier instructed him to rip the ret to shreds and kill them. But he wanted them not to kill those who were lying down obediently. If they moved even a little, then he should kill them relentlessly. The knight heard his command and was willing to obey, so he rushed away. Vikier remembered that Hugo was very sensitive about their military power, so he was relieved he could take the pit bulls without trouble. Abruptly, the knights started killing all those who were not kneeling, and some of them just lay on the ground and wanted to run away when things quieted down. He saw a knight standing at his head, and he was worriedly informed that he would obediently wear the cuffs. The knight clarified that they don't carry things like cuffs around, and he wondered what he had. The knight quickly struck him and severed his legs mercilessly. The man is worried about seeing that he severed his legs, and the knight clarifies that those who will be executed don't need their legs anyway. The commander of the Pitbull Knights, Boston Terrier, asks his nephew how he feels about using Pitbull Knights and if he is satisfied. Vikier informed his uncle that he was satisfied, and Boston Terrier took off his glasses and wanted him to let him know if there was anything else he could help him with. He is amazed to see that it is Vikier, and he can understand why his brother Hugo is so interested in him, as he is already fierce and cruel at the age of 15. He gently pats his head, telling him to come to the Pitbull Knights later, because he will make sure to raise him properly. The protagonist wanted to think about it, and then he went away, telling his uncle that he had an urgent matter to attend to, so he would be going. Boston Terrier is amazed to see that Vikier also has the nerve to ignore him, which makes him want him even more. But Vikier finds his uncle burdensome. Later, he went inside, where all the slaves were kept in cages, and he was around there. After a while, he found a safe and wondered if that was where they kept the money the nobles paid with. He wanted to give all of it to the city hall so taxation would be done properly, and he felt terrible because the Baskerville clan had provided funding. But that is not important right now. He came to the storeroom for another reason. He saw one of the cage covers, so he took off the cloth and was startled to see that a barbarian clan slave was lying injured and crying while unconscious. After taking a closer look, Vikier realized that she was tormented when she was dragged there and got infuriated. He wanted her to know she was lucky because he was willing to give her this potion he received from the knight's order out of his kindness and feed her the potion. Abruptly, her body started recovering. Soon, she regained consciousness and returned worriedly. Vikier wondered why she was so surprised, and he started talking with her in her language. Before regressing, he fought against the barbarians countless times, so he learned the basics of their language basics. He instructed her in barbarian language that she should run away, and the slaves started talking speedily to him. Vikier is worried because he is not fluent in her language, and she says something to him while she leaves. The protagonist supposed she might be thanking him, and he decided to look for the thing he came for. After searching for a while, he finally finds Merciel's corpse that he is searching for, and he is thankful to see that it is still intact. He moved his hand toward the corpse so Beelzebub could feed on it. He saw Beelzebub reacting, so he knew it had been a while since it had feasted on a rank monster, and wanted him to calm down because he would let it eat it soon. Since the Pitbull order was arriving there soon, he wanted to try to finish it quickly. After that incident, the talk of the new deputy consul destroying the criminal organization spread instantly. As soon as the sun rose, rumors started to spread that the nobles and other participants of the illegal slave auction were taken to the underdog city prison with their limbs torn off. That day, the large demon's den of the underdog city and the entire club building of burning suspension burned down and disappeared. The head of the club's VVIPs was displayed, creating more awareness of criminal acts. The 7 original clans who lost their children sent in their written protest to the administrative office. However, the reply was firm that the death penalty was the only end to the criminals who were involved because, in the imperial family, the most forbidden act was illegal slave trading. Bank drafts, ledger books, information about their cash transactions, and the records of the 7 criminals were all taken into custody. The Baskerville clan is officially in the middle of investigating this incident, and the imperial family will also be informed. After that, written protests from the 7 families stopped, and in the end, the patriarchs of each of the 7 families personally came to the administrative office. It was an unprecedented situation where they had to beg their enemy, who had killed their sons. However, Vikir's reply was simple. They had already investigated all the black ledgers that were inside during suspension. In accordance with the Baskerville self-governing dominion, the 7 families' assets will be confiscated, and on the charge of treason, 3 generations will be destroyed. Due to the new deputy consul being appointed, the floors of the execution ground were filled with the dirty blood of the city's corrupt vermin. As a result of this, public officials and related subcontractors needed manpower, which led to a decrease in unemployment rates in the underdog city. Due to the collapse of the illegal underground auction, there was a surge in tax revenue, and the welfare of the underground city was restored. Vikir's stock prices increased daily because of the citizens of the underdog city. After some time, Kai Huahua happily told the deputy consul that he had brought coffee. Vikir told him that if he is the office manager, he should ensure that he is diligent with his work, as there is no need to bring him coffee. Kai Huahua clarified that it is his way of thanking him, but he didn't save him from being stabbed by that clown. Vikir thought he was stingy as he gave him coffee in exchange for his life. Kai Huahua wondered what he meant as he put 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and a little bit of water. Abruptly, he remembered something and asked the protagonist how his transcribing training was going. The protagonist handed him the document and wanted him to take a look at it for him. Kai Huahua read it and was amazed because it hadn't been long since he learned how to write, but he was already this good. Vikir knew he was still far from catching up with his general manager. Kai Huahua thought he was fantastic because he created new laws from the words he learned. On top of that, it's incredible that he can comprehend law knowledge. He is sure that if the deputy consul stays there, the underdog city may be able to develop even more. Later at night, the protagonist comes into the prison and is apologetic, as he was able to visit her sooner, but he has been very busy with things recently. He asked her if her name was Cindy Wendy Sen Rose and asked if he was right. Cindy affirmed and wanted to know why he let her live, and Vikir untied her eyes, telling her that it was because he had some questions to ask her. Cindy wondered if that was the reason why he kept her alive or if there was another reason. Vikir uttered that the reason why Baron Gambino, who was just an ordinary homosexual, was able to increase his powers so quickly was her. After investigating, he thought that her ability to earn money was quite good, and he felt that if she had been able to grow that talent in a place other than an underworld family, then she would have been able to become a great merchant or banker. He wanted to promise her that if she answered his questions, he would set her free, but if she didn't, she would regret her actions as soon as that day. Cindy worriedly bit her lips and uttered that if it were something she could answer, then she would answer him. The protagonist asked her about her impression and whether he was enforcing the law well. Cindy laughed as she thought a reputable magistrate had hired this city with his presence. Vikir clarified that he couldn't uphold his promise if she didn't reply seriously. Cindy got annoyed and told him that she thought he was doing well, which thrilled Vikir, so he smirked cunningly, lifted her chin, and wanted to know why. He stares at her, which worries Cindy, and then he goes back, wanting to hear her and wants to know what he is doing wrong. Cindy is annoyed, but she wants to be honest and tells him that, for a long time ago, as a consul, one of the main factors considered important was virtue. Vikir may create laws that care for street criminals and raise his dignity. Many citizens will soon die and suffer from some of those laws, and in the long term, he will garner hatred and rage from the people. Furthermore, the Baskerville will not be welcoming of him once he gains more power than the clan leader in the underdog city. Vikir supposed that in the end, he would be hated by the people and even become a threat target of the Baskervilles. He asked her what she thought he should do from there on out. Cindy suggested that he should return all his authority to the Baskerville clan and the glory of the event that happened there. He should give them to the clan leader and to stop gathering attention. He should go to either the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain or the academy in the center of the empire, since that is where people of this age and status are common, hiding their power and washing their identity. Therefore, when the time comes, the Baskerville clan leader will be the one who suffers in his stead. The protagonist gets infuriated at her, asking what that means and if she wants the hunting dog to bite off his own owner's neck. Even though Vikir emanates a terrifying aura, Cindy isn't scared and tells him that being the hunting dog is the only way for him to avoid his hatred. The protagonist is thrilled to hear that and utters that he will keep that in mind. He thought that was good advice because her ideas were almost identical to his, and as he promised, he was setting her free, so he released her hands. Cindy is shocked to learn that he is letting her go, and Vikir clarifies that he always kept his promise. While leaving, Cindy hopes that the day he regrets what happened that day will never come. Abruptly, Cindy asked her if she knew of a clan called the Mesimaginero, which startled her. Vikir explained that there are more than the 7 most well-known clans among the Underdew City's founding clans, and there was a prosperous merchant clan among the founding clans. They were the 8th clan of the Mesimaginero clan. However, this clan met its end due to an unfortunate event along with the youngest son of the Mesimaginero. It was during a birthday celebration when he was showing off his newly learned sword skills. The demonstration started, and the people of Baskerville couldn't believe what they saw. The sword skills that the young child showed off were none other than the secret Baskerville word technique that only members of the family knew. That news soon reached the leader of the Baskerville clan, and they determined that top-secret military information had leaked, and the Baskervilles released the hunting dogs, causing the Mesimaginero clan to go extinct. However, some were pulling the strings behind everything, and the young demons of the 7 clans still used the sword techniques from the Baskerville clan. They allowed the young children of the Mesimaginero clan to learn the techniques. Cindy gets worried, wondering what that story of the 8th clan has to do with her. Vikir rambled that, in reality, there was a survivor from the Mesimaginero clan massacre. Those seen fools managed to sneak a 1-year-old girl from the devastation. And for the sole reason that she was beautiful, she was forced to suffer through cruel and unusual torture. The acts that they committed are too foul for Vikir to even talk about. Cindy gets infuriated by this and rushes away as she doesn't want to hear anything anymore. But Vikir clarified that there was more of this story as time passed, and a new deputy consul was appointed to the city. The deputy consul managed to drag the old problems out of the city and punish them, and the trigger of everything was the 7 idiots. The newly appointed deputy council made sure that the 7 idiots were thoroughly tortured and made sure they admitted their crimes as they met their ends. That's when they said their last words that they are sorry for committing such a heinous crime, or so they say. Cindy started crying after hearing them say sorry and wondered who they were saying sorry to. Vikir uttered that they were apologetic to the young girl who was using the fake name Cindy Wendy Sen Rose and was the sole survivor of the Mesimaginero clan. Cindy started crying, but she wondered how she could believe him as he took them and tortured them, so she wondered how she was supposed to believe that they apologized. The protagonist lights the torch and guesses it would be easier to see it with her own 2 eyes to make her believe him. Then he took her to prison and wanted her to take a look, and she was shocked to see the inscription on all the dead bodies. They admitted that they were the ones who drove the Mesimaginero clan to devastation and wanted forgiveness for their crime. They were apologetic for their crime and didn't want to die as they were scared, which made Cindy burst into tears. Vikir uttered that even if they had all died painful deaths, the Mesimaginero clan's vengeance was still not over, as there was still one more clan to deal with. He wanted Cindy Wendy Sen Mesimaginero to despise the Baskerville because she had more than enough rights to do so. Cindy couldn't believe him because he was part of the Baskerville clan, so she wondered why he was helping her. Vikir clarified that it was the wrong question, and Cindy understood what he was trying to say, so she decided to repay this debt to him. But whatever he may do with the rest of his life, she will make sure that he will never have to worry about money again. The protagonist laughed at hearing this and wanted to ensure he remembered that promise. The following day, Kai Huahua happily entered the deputy consul's room and supposed the sun was already up. He tells him it is already time to get ready for work, and is shocked to see his room full of the corpse of the assassin's blood. Vikir woke up, greeted Kai Huahua, and asked about all of these bodies there. Vikir is not sure, as it seems like he killed them in his sleep, and Kai Huahua is shocked to learn that, asking if that is the truth. Vikir refused, telling him it was just a joke, and the general manager wondered what kind of childhood he had experienced during his youth. Vikir wondered why he was asking, and if his joke wasn't funny, but Kai Huahua refused, telling him it was not an issue of whether it was funny. After coming out, Vikier realized there had been a lot of inconvenience recently in his way. A few days ago, he was attacked by 2 poison arrows, which failed to penetrate his chest. He ranked something poisoned 4 times. He has been attacked by acid, snipers, arson, getting run over by a cart, and more. A lot of things have been happening. Vikier wonders if that means he has gathered some attention, and Kai Huahua thinks he has gone seriously insane. The protagonist thinks the skill from the last illegal auction, the Hellish Buffalo Tough Life skill, has an risk rating. It is better than he thought, which is thanks to the river sticks, a tough life enhancing his body that even the graduator class assassin couldn't pierce his skin. But since it started getting annoying, he wanted to look into it. Kai Huahua thought this was a wise decision and abruptly saw the carriage arriving there with the flag showing the Baskerville family. The protagonist supposed the prominent family had sent them, and Kai Huahua's eyes widened in shock at seeing Butler John there. Butler John greets Vikier and is pleased to see the young master after a long time. Vikier is looking much better now, and the butler wondered if that is the case, as he believed that he would do well ever since he left the main residence. Vikier clarified that he was just lucky, and Kai Huahua was in a state of shock. The best head butler of the Barrymore family has been fulfilling the head butler position for 4 generations in the infamously scary Baskerville family, where one mistake can lead to death. Head butler John Barrymore is the current butler, and Kai Huahua never thought he would meet the role model of the servants. Vikier wanted to know why the head butler was coming all the way there and wondered if that meant what he was thinking. Butler John affirmed, telling him that the patriarch had praised his progress and he had ordered him to return to the main residence. He seemed very happy about it, and Vikier couldn't imagine Hugo would be satisfied. Meanwhile, Hugo is thinking about the most beloved figure of the underdog citizen, Vikier. Besides that, the deputy consul Vikier also won first place for being the most trusted among merchants, most loved among farmers, most respected among children and scholars, and the most targeted by an assassin. Since the Baskervilles are only good at using weapons and not their brains, they got rid of that image, so Hugo praised Vikier for doing amazing. Vikier clarified that he just did what he was supposed to do, and he wondered if that was supposed to be a happy face. Hugo agreed, telling him one must reward and punish according to the situation, so he said to Vikier that he would be the one to go to the academy this year. The protagonist is pleased as he expects the best academy, Colosseo, to be where the empire's elites gather. It's the academy where the children of the aristocracy and royal families attend, and for internal security, students are required to reside in the dormitories. This is Vikier's opportunity to grow stronger while avoiding Hugo's attention. Hugo planned to send a few others with him, but he has yet to choose who, and he asked him if he happened to have any siblings he would like to attend with. The protagonist clarified that he is closest to the high burrow, middle burrow, and low burrow and wanted to use them as sandbags. The patriarch decided to send those 3 with him and asked him if he recalled the plan he had thought of when he was 8. The protagonist inquires if he means the one during the joint training with the Morgs. The plan was to lend the ruby mines to the Morg family and use them to eliminate the barbarians. Hugo excitedly told him the plans worked, and Vikier wondered what he meant. Hugo explained that the Morgs suggested a joint raid, and they were very humble about it, too. Therefore, he thought Vikier should go on a territory inspection before entering the academy to check whether his altered laws were being upheld, which would be a good experience for him. The protagonist obediently concurred and wanted to follow his orders, so he left for the inspection. Kai Huahua bid his farewell with teary eyes, requesting him to take care of it as he will do his best with the administrative work in the meantime. The protagonist looked back as he knew he would soon be parting ways with Secretary General Kai Huahua. After covering a distance, he commanded the knights that they might show themselves, and knights rushed there. He apologized for making them wait, but didn't want the departure to be disorderly. Pitbull Order Staffordshire Baskerville told him it was all right because they would safely transport him to the Morg's juvenile fortress. The protagonist asked if Uncle Boston Terrier was doing well, and Staffordshire clarified that the count was the same as ever. He explained that after the slave auction incident, he has been adamant about admitting him into the Pitbull Order. The protagonist recalled his uncle and started feeling uncomfortable. They finally arrived at the area in the evening, and he asked if this was the region they had lent to the Morgs. After looking around, he realized it didn't seem like anyone was breaking any laws. Staffordshire uttered that it was said that an envoy team was sent for territory inspection, but that is another reason. Vikier already knows that's actually to get rid of the barbarians. Staffordshire uttered that from what he heard, and the Morgs formed a group consisting of 3 delegates, 30 lower house parliament members, and about 100 mages who aren't legislative members. The protagonist realizes that the Morgue family seems to be taking it quite seriously. On the other hand, the Baskerville only brought dozens of knights, and he was a member of the lower house parliament. But the elites were on standby on the other side of the mountain range. But as Hugo said, he knew looking into barbarians' lifestyle was not a bad idea. After arriving near the territory, he saw several skeletons hanging on the thorn, and he was sure that a mage must have done this. He supposed that must be a message to the barbarians from the morgues, and Staffordshire thought this was a scary warning. This reminds Vickers of her. He is sure she might have grown a lot by now. While approaching the castle, they noticed some reflections on the castle wall and asked who was there. The triplets clarified that no one could pass without their permission, and the protagonist recalled those girls as he remembered them as the Morgue Three Flowers, the triplets, Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis. Each one of them is insane, so it is said that when together, their insanity reaches the heavens. He clarified that they were the envoy team from Baskerville, and they had come to inspect the territory for the betterment of friendly relations. He requested her to open the fortress gates. Hysis clarified that she can't open the gate now because she has to report to the person in charge, so she wanted him to wait because she assumed they would get a report about the following day. Vickers asked her what right she had to stop him from entering his land. Hysis couldn't believe him, thinking he might be looking down on them because they were paying rent there. She asked him if he didn't know about the tenant protection law, as it's his family law, and Vickers clarified that he made changes to that law so that he could chase away tenants he didn't like. Therefore, he wanted to say for the last time that they should open the gates. They get terrified by his aura, but Hysis is annoyed as she hears that some psycho kid took charge of the underdog city. But they have dealt with enough psycho kids to know how to deal with him, and she immediately attacked him. The protagonist's horse stepped back to avoid it, and Hysis clarified that if she said he had to wait, he should stay. She wondered how a stupid swordsman like him could dare deny it and explained that he could not enter the Morgue land without permission. Or she wonders if they should determine how strong the rising star of the Baskerville family is. Staffordshire doesn't think this can be resolved with words, and Vickers agrees. The knights get infuriated on realizing that such an absurdity is coming from girls who don't even know their place, and the protagonist is worried to hear that voice as he recognizes those three. Hysis couldn't believe them as they were just a mere underling, yet they thought their ranks were higher than theirs and supposed they didn't even know their place. The three knights stepped forward, telling them it was not them, and took off the hood, telling them they were the symbol of the Baskerville triplets. The three of them winked at Vickers, wanting him to leave this to them. The protagonist is infuriated as his annoyance is raised to the power of 2, as he has to deal with 2 triplets. Hysis wondered who these guys were and why they were acting like this. Highborough wanted to repay Vickers for recommending them to the academy and wanted him to leave this place to them. The protagonist realized this was about the academy, but he wanted to use them as sandbags. In the future, the triplets will grow up to become murderous soldiers. So, they are not that smart, so they can't make judgments independently, but can carry out orders. Therefore, Vickers is sure that if he trains them, they will be helpful, and he excitedly told them that he would try to put his trust in them. Hysis thought they were idiots who knew nothing but to stick together, and her sisters affirmed. But the triplets of Baskerville told them that they were idiots and cursed them. Hysis is infuriated by their arrogance, so she wants to discipline them and is prepared to attack. The protagonist remembers that before he regressed, the Morgue triplets were known as mages who possessed the 3 attributes of water, earth, and nature. The combination of 3 highly compatible magic attributes exponentially increases the effects of each of their magic tenfold, so they were known as the Morgue's 3 Flowers. Abruptly, they summoned giant tentacles from the ground and asked Baskerville idiots how that was and if they could break through it. Highborough rushed toward the tentacles excitedly, saying that it was not even meat and it was just a plant, so he wondered what she would do with that, and he used Baskerville's first technique to get rid of it. Staffordshire is thrilled to see such a perfect execution of the first technique. Suddenly, Highborough was getting attacked by the vine, and he hardly managed to block it. He then rushed back, which worried his siblings. Losis smirked on seeing this and uttered that there is no way their lowly sword can reach them, which infuriated the Baskerville triplets. Staffordshire asked the protagonist if this was fun, and Vickers wondered what he was talking about. Staffordshire clarified that he is talking about magic versus sword, and the question is which is stronger, which has been raised for a long time. Since magic uses the mana surrounding the user and reproduces the power of an element while amplifying it. Swordsmanship uses the mana within the user and their energy to create a longer-lasting explosive power. The clan of mages and swordmen who would lead the future was fighting before them, So Staffordshire wondered if it wasn't fun to observe their potential and talent. Since he put it like that, Vikier uttered that he is also a part of them. However, Staffordshire clarified that he has already surpassed their age. The protagonist thought this was dull and wished all of them would die. He wanted to get past quickly because this is just a waste of time, as he has found a supervisor recently. But there is a mountain of work to do. Abruptly, Camus is preparing to attack with her flames, asking what he is doing in front of her territory, and tries to attack Highborough, who is thrilled because he has Hysis now. Before he could strike, the massive flames surrounded them, leading to a huge explosion, which worried Staffordshire. The protagonist is thrilled to see this, wondering if they are already dead, but he is annoyed to see that they are still alive. Highborough was annoyed to see such strong fire magic that attacked them suddenly and asked what they were doing, as they were almost burned to death. As soon as the smoke subsided, he was surprised to see those triplets crying because they had nearly died just now, and thought that if they had dodged that a little later, they would have died. Abruptly, Camus came forward asking what all this was, and the protagonist looked ahead and saw her at the wall. Camus clarified that she can't forgive anyone who causes a ruckus within the territory she managed. Middleseas clarified that they just wanted to stop the invaders, and Losis uttered that they had picked a fight first. Camus is infuriated on hearing that she just spoke to her informally and called her by her name. Hysis gets worried, telling her that it is not the case, and accosts her as the head of the aviary. Camus pointed at the corpse and wanted them to be careful if they didn't want to end up like this, which worried Hysis. Abruptly, Camus looked at them and was shocked to see Vikier, so she approached him, greeted him, and was pleased to see him after a long time, as it had been 7 years. The protagonist smiled, delighted to see her after a long while, and wondered if it was because she had grown out of her baby face that she was beginning to look better now. He wondered if this was the beauty of Camus Morgue, who captured all the hearts of males in high society. He recalled that she allured many married men, and there were scandals everywhere, but he wondered why there weren't any rumors about that in this lifetime. Whatever the case is, he wanted to be straight to the point and requested Camus to open the door, clarifying that words don't work on those triplets. Camus couldn't believe him as it had been a while since they last met, but that was the only thing he had to say. The protagonist is surprised to hear this, wondering what he should say then, which annoyed Camus. Staffordshire worries that if the triplets' fight continues, the next battle will be between the supernovas of the two clans. Camus started emitting flame, then pointed at Vikier and told him he got 0 points. She started crying, asking him about his attitude toward his future wife, and clarified that he got 0 points out of 100. The triplets of both families, along with Vikier, were dumbfounded when they heard her calling herself his wife, and Camus was infuriated. Later, Vikier travels with Camus, who supposes that the Baskerville clan doesn't know much about the barbarian. Vikier told her they knew because they fought them constantly, had nearly died just now, and thought that if they had dodged, they would have known more about them than he did. Camus wondered then why he sent those idiots, as they are young and dumb hounds. The protagonist clarified that it had already been agreed with the Morgue clan that the main force would be on the other side of the mountain range, and wondered why she was asking when she already knew. Camus laughed, telling him that she thought he didn't know, and Vikier wanted her to see that he is the person in charge of the delegation, so it is given that he would know. Camus thought he might be someone the clan wanted to discard, but it seems he is quite trusted within the clan. She clarified that the issue is that among the barbaric tribes, which is the most annoying, Vikier realized that she keeps asking the question, and he clarified that it is the warrior tribe Balak and the sorcerer tribe Lakoko. The strength of the Balak's bowmanship, especially, is entirely different from that of the Empire, and that principle isn't well known either. Camus said that since he was well informed about the ecology of the barbarian tribes, she wanted to give him 8 points out of 100. The protagonist is annoyed because he gave her a good answer, so he wondered what those points were. Camus clarified that it is because he answered well and uttered that she hates a wise man, because what would one do with an intelligent man? She thought males were more interesting if they were a little stupid. She gave him 6 points for horseback riding and wondered if it was because he was shorter than she, and that he was riding a horse too big for him. Then she gave him 4 points for his appearance because his clothes were too dull, and since he would not answer, she gave him 1 point for mannerism. She looked at his face, then told him that she would give him 95 points for his face because he had grown up well. However, his control over his facial expression is poor, so she deducted a point. Vikier wanted her to stop her useless evaluation, which makes her wonder why it is futile, as she needs to be stern with her future husband. The protagonist wondered why he was her future husband, and Camus wondered what he meant by why as he passed her uncle's test previously. The protagonist is stunned, wondering if she is talking about the incident that happened 7 years ago, and they remembers the entire incident. Camus gets infuriated, wondering how her uncle could judge someone who will become her husband with such a poor test. She found it annoying because of her uncle's decision. Back then, her road to marriage was obstructed. Since he had already made a promise, she wondered what she could do if she were married. Since a promise is meant to be kept, even though she hates this, she will have to follow through, and she will give in. Vikir clarified that he had forgotten about what had happened that day and wanted to make it so that it would never happen again. Camus gets annoyed, throws the coat on his face, thinking he is a dummy, and inquires how to reverse something already happening. She knew she was a genius, but once she witnessed something, she wouldn't forget, so she went ahead. Vikir is startled, wondering what she threw at him. After looking at the shirt, he realizes this is what he gave her to put on back then. Camus blushes, and she can't believe what he is talking about. Vikir wonders if she returned it to him without washing it. After some time, Camus clarified that the barbarians ambushed the ruby mine, so they are either pillaging the indigenous slaves or the crops. But the reason why they are taking the slaves is so that they can sell them somewhere else. She clarified that wall, which both earth and iron mages have built for a month, for protection. Vikir remarked that, as he expected of the morgue mages, they have achieved something that several hundred regular people would have completed in a year in just a month, and she affirmed. He noticed some marks on the wall and asked if those were the traces of the arrow the Balax shot. Camus affirmed, telling him that it is right, as the arrow they shot had a strong aura infused into it. During the night, countless people died after getting shot while on guard duty. Their talent is unmatched since they can break through 2 to 3 meters thick walls. Because of the arrows that broke through the shield magic, her uncle suffered a severe chest injury, but thankfully, he was able to survive, though his pride was hurt. Now that Vikir thinks about it, the patriarch mentioned that he went through a similar experience and heard his nose bridge got injured. He supposed there was a talented person among the barbarians, but he wondered who it was. Camus thinks it's a female because they paint their faces black, making it hard to see their physical traits. While they were conversing, a mage accosted her, and she thought she needed to come quickly as the search party had captured a recon member of the barbarians, which startled Camus. Soon they arrived at the camp where the captured member of the barbarian was kept cuffed. Vikir realized that he was from the Lakoko sorcerer tribe. Camus inquired if her subordinate got any information out of him. Her underling refused to tell her that he wouldn't talk at all, so Camus inquired about using the psychic magic. Her subordinate uttered that it doesn't work because of the strong sorcerer, so it is impossible to read his mind. Camus uttered that a few days ago, he ambushed the Morg clan fortress and asked if he remembered how many people he kidnapped. She uttered that among the victims there was a daughter of the Morgs, her name is Rose, and she is her 6th cousin, and asked what he did to her. The barbarian is shocked and starts saying something in his language. Camus couldn't understand, so he wanted her underling to translate what he said and asked where the barbarians who had defected. Her subordinate clarified that when the barbarians attacked, everyone died and was taken away. She wondered if there was no one there who could translate what he was saying, and her subordinate told her that they didn't have anyone at the moment. Vikir clarified that he knew a little of the Lakoko language, which startled Camus, so she wondered what he didn't know. The protagonist clarified that he is not fluent, but knows the basic vocabulary. Camus requested him to ask the barbarian where her 6th cousin is, as she was kidnapped in the last ambush. She is 12 years old and has red eyes, red hair, and white skin. The protagonist starts asking the barbarian about her cousin in their language, and the barbarian excitedly tells him about her whereabouts. Vikir is agitated, but he said to Camus that she is dead, and Camus furiously uttered that the senator of the audience hall is currently being treated. The senator of the temple is currently on the opposite side of the territory for an inspection, so that she will decide as a member of the middle house and the vice head of the fortress. The verdict is the immediate execution, and she immediately killed that man and then burned him to ashes. As the barbarian was talking, his last breath, Camus wanted him to speak as much as he liked, because after this war was finished, the language that he said would only be used in hell. Seeing the burning corpse of their leader, other barbarians get worried, and Camus utters that they should leave now. The protagonist is concerned about her, so he follows her and sees her crying in the corner. He realized that even though she acts tough, she is still 15, and he supposed she is very close to her cousin. Camus affirmed, telling him that she was when she was a kid who always followed her around. She was a pure child who didn't suit the cold-hearted Morg clan. Vikir didn't want her to be too upset, as he was sure she had left this world comfortably. Camus wondered if he thought she was stupid, as he was a genius, and even though she couldn't speak the language, she understood a little. She wanted Vikier to tell her honestly if what she heard was right. He wondered if she noticed and remembered that the barbarian told him they ate her. After hearing this, Camus started crying as she was apologetic to her cousin and was apologetic that this older sister couldn't protect her. The protagonist reached out to calm her down, but stopped in the midst and Camus kept crying. After crying for a while, she calmed down and thought this was not a bad thing because if he were half-heartedly sympathetic, she would have killed him. But now is not the time to mourn, since she needs to get a hold of herself and seek revenge quickly. The protagonist smirked because, as he expected, heroines are different, and he agreed with her. He reached out to hold her hands, but before she could grab his hand, Vikier heard a sound, wondering what that bell-like sound was. Camus clarified that it is the signal that notifies the barbarians that they are attacking. The protagonist thought that her time for revenge had come pretty quickly. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the barbarian arrived on their wolf and is prepared to attack the castle wall. After aiming at it, she released her arrow. The arrow was covered with a string aura, startling the two mages guarding the wall. The arrow created a massive hole in the wall, creating the passage for them, and the group leader commanded her subordinates to attack. The entire place is full of barbarians, and their wolves kept biting the mages brutally. Some of them dragged the mages brutally with the rope, thus killing many of the mages. After a while, Vikier arrived there and wondered if he arrived too quickly, but shortly, he saw his neck getting captured by two ropes and was startled. The barbarians are thrilled to catch a good one and think the hunt for husbands is going well. The protagonist is surprised to hear that they are hunting for husbands and wonders if, to breed a superior race for the natives, they are hunting people to become suitors. The protagonist pulled them aside while apologizing that he wouldn't be their husband because he was already engaged. While the two male barbarians saw this, they pointed their arrows at him and wondered if he was part of the enemy. The protagonist thought that Hugo had asked him this eagerly before he met up with the main force, so he didn't want to initiate a battle and wondered if he should wait for the main force. He quickly broke the arrows, which shocked the barbarian, wondering how that was possible. Camus summoned massive flames and asked Vikier what they were doing by not killing them. She immediately started burning them into ashes and wanted those barbarians to die. Vikier gets worried about seeing her infuriated, as he never thought she had turned this area into a sea of fire. Camus asked him if he used liquid aura and was sure he was a graduator, as she knew he was the only man she could acknowledge. The protagonist clarified that he had received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battles until he regrouped with the main force. Camus supposed that it might be an order from the Baskerville's Patriarch and that a Baskerville shouldn't get involved then because she will get rid of all of them. The protagonist is dumbfounded to see her casting a burn, which is quadra casting, and she also increased the lethality. Camus wanted to avenge her younger cousin, but suddenly the barbarian threw a needle that pierced her neck and stung her, so she noticed that it was a needle. She fell, as it seems like she was poisoned with a numbing agent, as her body wouldn't move. The protagonist realized that she was a handful, and momentarily, he again tried to be captured with the rope he had managed to evade, thinking this was a nice catch. The protagonist thinks it will be better for them to retreat, and Camus worriedly wondered what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Vikier uttered that it's better not to engage in any battles until the main force from Baskerville arrives. Camus refused to tell him that she needed to avenge her cousin, who was taken away by the barbarians. Vikier wanted him to make a rational decision there, and abruptly, he noticed an arrow close to his head. He hardly evaded the arrow and looked behind to see the attacker. While he is indulging in his thoughts that a barbarian has such a strong destructive power, wondering if that is the one Camus was talking about, another barbarian rushed forward. The man grabbed Camus, then took her away, and she worriedly started calling him. The protagonist gets pissed wondering if that is really how things are going to turn out. In the past, when Camus Morgue was still an adolescent, there was a time when she was held captive. He remembered it wasn't long before she returned after annihilating the barbarians. Since then, she was referred to as the Queen of Le Rouge et Le Noir. Even if that is the case, he thought he should do what he must do. While he was pondering, the female barbarian rushed to attack him, but he managed to evade her and was surprised to see that she had attacked him with a bow. While the barbarian kept attacking him, he realized that her movements differed from the others and wondered if he needed to go all out. He is surprised to see the face of that barbarian, and she tells him that they will meet again, and Vikier curses her. The protagonist remembers that he saw her at the slave auction, and he supposed that she might be repaying him for his kindness with revenge. She clarified that she was a slave, so she is taking revenge for her capture from Morg, which has nothing to do with him. Then she gets on the wolf, telling him that she repays what she got, but she wants to take that girl who is the next leader, so if he wants his girl, she tells him to follow them. The protagonist gets worried, wondering if he needs to reveal his power. Abruptly, Adolf rushed there, worriedly calling for Camus, which makes Vikir wonder if he came after hearing the news about the ambush. Adolf gets infuriated with them for taking away his niece and slams the ground to break it, and wants them to give him back his niece. Despite the ground being cracked, those barbarians rushed away and managed to escape, which infuriated Adolf. While Vikir never thought that Balak would finish their ambush 3 minutes after the warning bell was rung. Things get bigger because they overlap with Camus's carelessness and lack of practical experience. Abruptly, he heard the mage telling Adolf that he thinks they ran to the restricted area at the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Adolf is startled to hear about the restricted area, which is an undiscovered and dangerous place. Therefore, heading there at night is going to be too dangerous, and he wondered if there was anything that he could do even when his niece got captured. Abruptly, Vikir suggested they could still pursue them, and Adolf is startled to see him there. Vikir clarified that he had been inside the dense forest in his childhood. Before he regressed thanks to the recon and subjugation experience, he went through most of the dense forest. Adolf excitedly grabbed him, asking if he was serious, but his man uttered that going to the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain is a suicide mission. Adolf uttered that those who don't want to go shouldn't go, as he wouldn't make an issue out of this later. He already knows that Vikir is an extraordinary child, so he has no other choice but to rely on him. He decided to leave this to him and requested that he save his niece. The dense forest of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain on the Baskerville territory is a habitat of the bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spider, and other dangerous creatures, which is why a normal person wouldn't be able to survive there even for an hour, which is why it is called the life-engulfing forest. Shortly, they arrived at the mountain while leading them there and rushing inside. Adolf is surprised to see his speed and wonders if all the children from the Baskerville clan are like that. Staffordshire refused, telling him that it was not the case as the young master was a special case. While Vikir killed all the bees and poisonous vines on his way, his triplet's brother thought he was so cool. After a while, he hides behind the tree, then commands others to halt, as he doesn't think they ran far away. Vikir heard a rumor that the Balak hunters scatter dry leaves to hear the sound of their pursuers. So, he told them that they need to be a little more careful starting from there. Adolf used the magic silence on Vikir, telling him his magic would prevent him from making noise as he walked. He wanted to take the lead from there, clarified that he would never forget what he did for his niece that day, and accosted his nephew-in-law, which annoyed him. Meanwhile, the barbarian clan members enjoyed their time after tying Camus to the tree. Camus furiously cursed the barbarian, telling them that she would burn them to death when she got out of there. She wanted to show them the horror of her special fireball, so she wanted them to prepare themselves. The female barbarians were gloomy because they liked the guy they had seen before, and thought they had failed in husband hunting. Camus realized they weren't even listening to her, and she had never thought they had been talking about husband hunting and wife hunting since earlier. She wondered if that was the reason why they had been ambushing them. Abruptly, one of the men, named Ahun, approached her and uttered that since they had captured this excellent female, all the males within the tribe would want her. Camus furiously cursed him, wondering what he was planning on doing with her, and wanted him to kill her instead. Ahun cleans his ear and doesn't know what she is saying, but he knows she is talking back just by looking at her eyes. He grabbed her face and thought this arrogant slave needs to be disciplined and lick his arrow. Abruptly, Commander Ayin arrived, telling him to get away from her slave, and Ahun is surprised to hear that because he caught her. Ayin uttered that it was rubbish and wanted him to keep his voice down. Ahun wondered what she meant, as he was the one who shot the paralyzing arrow and set the trap. Ayin asked him who made this possible, and she is sure that if she hadn't stopped that boy who is good with the sword, then he would have been dead. Ahun wondered if that female was the commander's booty, and Ayin affirmed. Camus is stunned to see them arguing and wonders if an internal argument will break out. She assumed that the lady was the commander and her name was Ayin. Ahun reminded her that she is a girl commander, but Ayin doesn't care about that, as she is still the commander. Camus realizes that she has the skill to go up against Vikir, who is a low-ranking graduator, so if she wants to escape, then she needs to do something about her. Ahun furiously told the commander he wouldn't let her stubbornness slide just because she is a commander. Ayin gets infuriated on hearing this and told him to come at her anytime if he is pissed, as she will make him into a bloody mess. Her aura terrified Ahun, so he clarified to the commander that he is not pissed, and Ayan inquired if he is sure. Ahun affirmed, telling him that he had given up and wanted her to do as she pleased. Camus supposed that the girl had just won the argument, and she saw Ahun heading away furiously. Ayan looked at her, telling her that her eyes are as good as her physique, which she expects of a good bloodline of the morgue's next leader. She furiously stomped her feet, telling her that she was captured by morgue people and sold into slavery, but she was lucky enough to receive some kindness. She managed to escape from the fate of a slave. But she ensures Camus that she wouldn't be as lucky as her, as she will take her time to tame her so much that she will feel it in her bones and soul. Therefore, licking between her toes is Camus' daily routine. But she is startled to hear an explosion sound and looks back, and Ahun tells her that it is an ambush. Momentarily, Adolf came forward, cursed those beasts like barbarians, and clarified that he had come to repay them for what they had done. Camus is pleased to hear that voices recognized it's her uncle, and Adolf warned them to return his niece to him this instant. All of the barbarian clan members were startled by the sudden ambush of the Morgue clan. The protagonist looks at the situation from the tree branch and finds something strange. He wondered why the Balak hunters who ambushed them systematically were this flustered by their attack. The barbarian cursed them, thinking they were crazy, and wondered how they could cause such an uproar within the forest in the middle of the night. Adolf noticed they were running away, so he didn't want to let any of them live, and the mages rushed to capture them. Camus is glad to see that, so she thought this served them right, but she is startled to hear someone's footsteps approaching and looks behind worriedly. Vikir stands behind the tree, telling her to stay quiet, and soon releases her from the ropes. Camus is glad to see that Vikir came there to save her and inquired if that is true. Vikir gets annoyed, wondering if she doesn't know the hand gesture for keeping quiet. Momentarily, Ayan came forward, and she was pleased to see the boy who used knives there, knowing that he would come. Since he had a strong physique, it made it possible to cover the long distance within a short span of time. She remarked that Vikir's level-headedness made it possible for him to get through the forest's darkness. He is passionate, and his pure lie made him put his life on the line for his girl. Ayan didn't want to ask him about his past, but she told him that he passed. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he passed and wonders what he passed, while Camus furiously glared at Ayan as if he might like him. The protagonist realized it was too difficult to hide his abilities in this situation, and wondered why he couldn't recall anyone like her in his previous life. He gets worried as he thought that she might be the one who scarred Hugo's nose bridge, Archer Night Fox. But she is still too young and slightly unskilled to be that person, so wondered if she is from the same bloodline as the Night Fox. While he was pondering, he noticed that Ahun was him, but he blocked it with Beelzebub. Ahun gets worried about seeing this, wondering how he knew and managed to evade it. The protagonist lifted Camus, telling her that things have gotten bothersome, so he wanted her to bear with him for a little while as he would take her to her uncle. Camus affirmed, but she is surprised to hear him use formal language, though he might still be out of it because of the poison, and Vikir took her away. Ayan sighed on seeing this as she wanted him to return with her obediently, but supposed that it couldn't happen. While Vikir is taking Camus away, he asks her if she is severely poisoned, and Camus thinks so. On his way, he encounters two barbarians trying to attack him, but he blocks their arrows, while Ayan is also aiming an arrow at Camus and wonders if she should get rid of that Morgue girl for him. As soon as the powerful arrow gets near Camus, Vikir notices it, but Camus gets scared as it is close to her eyes. However, the arrow stopped in the midst due to her uncle's interruption, and he worriedly asked his niece if she was all right. He gets near his niece, uses his magic to cure the poison, and realizes it is a severe numbing poison, so removing everything is difficult for him. He wanted her to visit the divine Quo Vadis when they returned. Camus requested her uncle to let go of her for a moment, and she hugged Vikir tightly because he saved her again. Adolf is shocked by this, so he reminds her that her uncle also did his best, and that he deserved a hug. She gets infuriated at her uncle, telling him why he only came now, and she wants to tell her mother everything. While they were conversing, Ayan threw the rope at Vikir, tied and pulled him back. She is worried to see that he is not moving backward by even an inch and wonders how strong he is. Ayan clarified that it would be best if he obeyed her and let himself be captured, as she doesn't have time. Camus is annoyed to see that it's her again, and Vikir breaks the rope as he knows there is no time to chatter. He wondered if there was a reason for the Balak to be in such a hurry. Suddenly, he noticed the ominous energy felt like something horrible had woken up, and the entire forest was covered with a dark aura. Ian gets worried about seeing this and realizes that it has finally been noticed. While the protagonist has hidden Beelzebub within his arteries, it gives him an intense warning, and he supposes that something is coming that way. Ian worriedly clarified that she is coming, and Vikir wondered what she meant by she. Ian uttered that Madam, 8 legs are coming this way, and shortly, a pillar appeared from the ground. The other barbarians worry about seeing this and suppose the Madam is there. Camus is startled to see the pillar, and Vikir couldn't believe it. Shortly, several tentacles came out and were worried, seeing this monster, thinking it was impossible, as he didn't know there was a monster like that hiding in this forest. The protagonist is shocked because he never thought he would meet this monster in a place like this. If his memories serve right, that mobster is an S rank rating Madam 8 legs, and the monster is going berserk. Meanwhile, the monster looming over them screams menacingly, which sends shivers down everyone's spine. As Camus attempts to speak, Vikir quickly covers her mouth with his hand and whispers to her to stop making loud noises. He emphasizes that the monster has sensitive touch and hearing despite poor sight. He remembers what an old native said prior to his regression, and it was about the incident seen and heard about at the La Rough et Le Noir mountain, a legend that seemed like a horror story. It was a horror story about the Madam with 8 legs, which inhabited the forest's depths. In the Empire's Monster Dictionary, which was finalized after several revisions, lied the written records of the Madam 8 legs. With risk ranking S, the monster capable of destroying a nation within a single day, a disaster rank. As the beast shrieks loudly, its venom drips down its mouth, creating chaos wherever it falls. Vikir vigilantly jumps around to evade the venom while Adolf shields himself and Camus with a protective barrier. Amidst the chaos, one of the men from the Balak tribe anxiously yells to see the Madam's venom splashes onto his braid. The toxic liquid burns through it instantly, tears the braid from his head. As he plops to the ground with short hair in utter disbelief, Ian, standing next to him, calls him a fool and asks how he could scream in front of the Madam. She warns that if he weren't the grandchild of the shaman, she would have killed him. In a low voice, she commands her tribe members to retreat. Meanwhile, Adolf, hoisting Camus in his arms, urgently tells his subordinates that they will also make a run for it. Between the Balaks, who ran away in smaller groups, and the Baskervilles and Morgs, who ran away together, there is a slight difference between how they retreated, but it made the Madam decide whom to chase after. As it begins chasing the Baskervilles and Morgs, Adolf, amidst his rush, anxiously ponders why it is coming their way. A brown-haired guy confidently turns around and creates a fiery ball with his magic, ensuring Sir Adolf to leave it to him. He emphasizes that if they are talking about a bug's weaknesses, it will be fire attacks. He unleashes a fierce, fiery attack with all his might and grins confidently that his attempt worked. However, his relief is short-lived, and the monster fiercely stabs one of his subordinates with its tentacle and hoists it into the air. His comrade's blood splatters on his mouth, which causes tears to well up in his eyes and catches him off guard. Meanwhile, Sir Adolf, still holding Camus in his arms, sprints and with a grit of his teeth wonders what the hell that is. Suddenly, Vikir pauses and turns to confront the Madam, who catches Adolf and his subordinate's attention. Humbert anxiously calls him out and asks what he is doing. Vikir glances back at him over his shoulder and remarks that they all will be annihilated at this rate, so he emphasizes that one of them needs to tie down that monster's legs. Humbert anxiously remarks that he will tie the legs in that case, but Vikir firmly asks if he thinks he can do so with his skills. He stresses that they can't bring this monster into the territory with them, so in this current situation, he is the best person to tie down its legs. While everyone is taken aback by his bold claim, Vikir calls out Adolf, asserting that there is no time so that he will leave the decision to him. Adolf reluctantly allows him to go and dashes to the other side with the rest of the members, urging him not to let his nephew-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. Amidst all this, Camus pleads with Vikir not to take that risk and encourages him to return. Meanwhile, the protagonist maintains his stance confidently, and despite the odds, he plops his blade onto the ground. He reflects that he is not interested in the destruction of the Baskerville territory, and on top of that, there is no way the Allied forces can stop the Madam, who is still growing. However, he believes this is a good opportunity for him and contemplates that if he can fake his death, he can distance himself from Hugo's surveillance. Furthermore, he can buy time to learn the 10th technique in his head. When he is skilled enough not to be pushed around by Hugo, or when he can protect his skill, hide and control it, he will be able to return to the clan. He then exudes menacing power and energy from his wrist and turns it into a sword, realizing he will die if he doesn't use all his strength. It includes a large amount of mana that he received from the River Styx's blessing and the aura that is a lot more worldly and is used for high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques, and on top of that, the demonic sword, Beelzebub. He exudes an otherworldly, menacing aura and declares that he will use everything he has and attack it. With that in mind, he confidently sprints and leaps into the air to confront Madame. He then unleashes the Baskerville 5th technique and assaults its legs with a soul-decisive move. Suddenly, a crimson energy erupts, which catches the fleeing Morgs off guard, and they become full of despair amid their rush. Tears well up in Camus's eyes, and she anxiously calls out Vikier. The protagonist recalls his time when he was at Gullatone and his father commanded his men to behead him. Ultimately, he sees Hugo leaving and realizes he has abandoned him. After some time, he opened his eyes, saw himself tied in an anonymous place, and wondered what place this was. He wondered if that had happened the previous day, but he didn't know how many days had passed and if he had survived the battle against Madame Eight Legs. During that crucial moment, if Madame hadn't stopped in her tracks upon receiving shock from the explosion light, then he might have lost his life. He felt pain in his muscles, veins, and even his bones, and there wasn't a place where he was not injured. He never thought this would be the extent of his injuries after receiving a head-on hit, and realized that he had misjudged Madame Attack's power so badly that he could feel it in his bones. Abruptly, he noticed the trap around his neck and wondered if the neckache he felt after the battle against Madame was due to it. But because of this, he was saved. He wondered if he could consider it as going according to plan if things progress like this. Firstly, he was able to escape Hugo's watch besides Adolf and Camus. There were many other witnesses, so he doesn't need to worry about his death being proven. Momentarily, he came out of the camp, saw the tribe members working, and realized this place was Balak's camp, Bulak, which made him wonder if he was being held captive there. He is in the midst of the camp that belongs to the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, which is bad, as he can't run away with such a ruined body. Abruptly, he heard some members telling the slaves to walk quickly. The lady wanted them to walk quickly so they wouldn't die from the wolf's bite. Vikier started to see this as he recognized their face and wondered if the Baskerville and Morg clan soldiers were captured as prisoners. However, he wondered why he was not being executed after the battle. Abruptly, Ahun approached him, pleased to see that he was awake, and asked if he could speak to Balak. The protagonist looks back and recognizes him as he was back then, and he is the man who tried to paralyze him. Ahun wanted him to be thankful that he is not going to end up like them, and inquired how it feels seeing his comrades walk toward their death. He is sure that Vikier might be in despair since he can't do anything with that crippled body. Ahun clarified that he would have boiled him immediately if he weren't the commander's pet dog. The protagonist is surprised to hear about this and recalls how Hugo used him as a pet dog throughout his life, and he started emitting the intent to kill. Ahun is stunned to see this and wonders what is with his eyes. He furiously punched him on his face and cursed him so that he would stop standing there and find his owner, who is at the end of the rope. The protagonist stared at Ahun's face as he wanted to memorize his face so that he would make him pay for this when his body is recovered. Then he grabbed the rope, followed its path, and wondered how it was this long. He has walked quite a fair bit and still doesn't see the end, so he wondered if his owner is at the end of this rope. Suddenly, his rope started producing waves in the stream, and he was startled when he saw Ayin in the water. Ayin looked at him, smiled, and wanted him to lie down, which confused Vikier, but he didn't listen to her, so she pulled him down. Thus, she managed to evade the attack from the arrow, and she started cursing those kids and wanted them to go practice elsewhere. After the kids ran away, Ayin looked at Vikier and wanted to thank him for setting her free at the slave auction. She clarified that they return kindness twofold and tenfold when taking revenge. Since Vikier saved her, she saved his life twice, which startled him, wondering how she saved him twice. Ayin explained that she went back just in case, but if she didn't, then he would have died, so she wanted him to be thankful that she is tenacious. Vikier inquired if she had set up this trap and why she kept him alive. Ayin uttered that he seemed to be in a high position within his party, so she wondered how much his party would pay for him. The protagonist realizes that he is in trouble because if they start hostage negotiations with the Baskerville clan, then his plan to escape Hugo's watch will become meaningless, and he wonders what he should do in this situation. Ayin smiled, asking him what he thinks and if he feels a sense of hope. She told him that, unfortunately, he wouldn't be returning to his party because he would be her slave, which relieved Vikier. Ayin cut the rope, asked if they should decide on their titles first, and wanted him to call her master. Vikier didn't call her master, and Ayan was pleased as she liked those rebellious eyes and supposed she would have fun taming him. But before that, there was somewhere they had to stop by, so she wanted him to get moving first. Vikir wondered where they were going, and Ayan wondered what he meant, and if it wasn't obvious. She clarified that he should give his greetings when he steps into someone else's land. She explained that they are visiting the village head, the matriarch. Later, on their way, Ayan explained the rule of the Balak clan that if they don't have a place to sleep, they can rest on their friend's hammock. And if they are hungry, they can get food from someone more affluent, as that is how they live in their clan. She knew it might mean nothing to outsiders, but to those who live there, it is a very homely place, so she thought it would be good for him to get used to it. Vikir supposed that the Balaks have no regard for private assets, as they share things like that. After a while, they finally arrived at the matriarch's house and showed it to him. She entered the house and told her mother they were there, which surprised Vikir as she called the matriarch her mother. The matriarch is surprised to see that she is there and supposes she has brought the empirical boy she talked about daily. Ayan is mortified to hear this and asks her mother when she did that. Vikir realized that she was the matriarch daughter of the Balak tribe, which means that she is the Night Fox. She is the female Balak warrior who scarred Hugo's nose bridge. The reason why Vikir couldn't cross the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain landscape was because of her. The protagonist wonders what would have happened if the past version of him had gone up against her. Then, his head-on combat and assassination would have been 0%. But if he had run away, then it would have been 20%, and 20% would certainly refer to his survival rate. The matriarch approached him, telling him she had seen his face before. The protagonist wondered if she could tell by instinct that he was of the same bloodline as Hugo. Matriarch felt like most imperial men look the same and wondered what Ayan is planning to do with him because he is no different from a cripple. Ayan clarified that he would be helpful once he received good treatment and explained that he also attacked Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch uttered that taking action without knowing his place might come back to bite him. She thought that it doesn't matter if his body is destroyed or not, because if his seed is fine, then it is all right. Ayan gets stunned on hearing this and tells her mother that it's not it as she is going to use him as a slave. Her mother is surprised to hear this because it differs from what she has been saying all this time. Ayan clarified that she needs a slave to support her during hunts, so she is keeping him. The matriarch clarified that it was up to the owner what they wanted to do with their slaves, which made Ayan blush, and she looked at Vikir. Later, they were on their way when Vikir clarified that he had a question and wanted to know her name. Ayan was surprised to hear that all of a sudden and wondered how he dared to ask a question when he was a slave. The protagonist clarified that he didn't intend to call her master, so he asked for her name, and she said that her name was Ayan. The protagonist also introduced himself and inquired what she wanted him to do now. Ayan gets infuriated as he calls her by her name and inquires how he dared to call her name. She gives him her first order, which is to build a house that he will be living in from that moment onward. She is annoyed, wondering how a mere slave could act arrogantly, and is sure that there is no way an imperial kid would know how to build a house. Since ordering a slave around is part of a master's competency, he wondered if he should use this chance to rebalance the hierarchy between them. The protagonist thinks about the house for a while and smirks because this will be fun. After some time, he successfully built a house for himself, which stunned Ayan as she didn't think he would manage to do this. Vikir told her he had carried out her order, and Ayan wondered why he was so good at building tents, as she thought he would struggle because of his injured body. She looked at the material behind her and thought, if this is going to be like this, then there is no use for the items she brought with her. The protagonist is pleased as he recalls that it has been a while, because during the time of destruction, swordmen were only good at wielding swords, which was why they couldn't survive. So, to survive in extreme situations, one would need to learn various survival skills. Ayan is impressed as she sees that the drains are perfect as well. Now that Vikir thinks about it, he realizes that the matriarch tents looked unstable, which startled her. Vikir explained that in that current state, during the rainy season, the ground around the central pillar will shake, which might cause water to leak through. He clarified that if she ordered him to, he would mix lime dirt and gravel on the opposite hill to create bricks, so he also wanted to reinforce them by spreading them out and burning them. Ayan is shocked to hear this, telling him to do it as she thought the same thing. Shortly after, the protagonist starts the process of creating the bricks that Ayan sees with her own eyes. After he successfully created the bricks, Ayan explained this to her mother, which surprised her. Shortly, he, the protagonist, stabilizes the matriarch's tent with the bricks. The matriarch was frustrated because no matter how many times she tried to repair the roof, water would leak through. She supposed the problem might be the pillar, and she pleased him as he did a great job, realizing that her daughter picked up quite a useful male. She commanded him to go around the barracks from now on and take care of tedious matters like this. Later, the protagonist is washing the clothes when Ayan asks if it isn't exhausting to slave away and asks if he doesn't want to become an official member of their tribe. The protagonist refuses to tell her that slaving away isn't too bad because it is much more peaceful than being part of Baskerville or living in the underdog city. By the way Vikyr speaks, Ayan realizes that he has been disciplined well, but from a slave's perspective, she is sure it would be hard to complain. Vikyr refuses to tell her it isn't bad, and Ayan thinks there's no way it isn't when he does challenge and tedious work. Ayan didn't want him to be like that and follow her because she wanted to help him survive and adjust to their tribe. She clarified that she would untie the rope if he did well. The protagonist found it appealing, so he asked what he needed to do in return. Ayan realized that he was being honest, so she told him to go on a hunt and capture huge prey. Vikyr wondered what she meant by going on a hunt, and Ayan clarified that recently, the tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch prey large enough. Therefore, the growing children haven't been able to eat meat, and in other words, if Vikyr brings in a huge prey, he could change his title from slave to commoner without thinking of it as a dream. She firmly slapped his back as it seemed he had no problem moving light objects, so he needed to assist her. She tells him to be grateful that he is the slave of her Balak's hunting commander. The protagonist is slightly annoyed, but he agrees with what she said and clarifies that it is all right. Ayan is happy to hear this and decides to leave with her the following day. The protagonist understood, but he wondered why she was smiling like that, and she clarified that she wasn't. Ahun saw this from behind, got annoyed, and found Vikyr disgusting. Later, Balak Shaman Ahiman took the coal from the pot and instructed the hunters to gather around, as it was time for the hazing ceremony. He wanted everyone to take his blessing because they would be in for a tough time if they didn't. Ayan explained that Balak hunters feel guilty when they kill their prey. Therefore, before they kill, they spread charcoal on their faces to hide themselves from the god of death. The protagonist realized that even the Balaks, which is a warrior tribe, have a shaman. The warrior is annoyed because he is nagging again, and her comrade told her to let him be because the shaman also needs to establish his position. The warrior is sure that the shaman's blessings fail a lot, so they only seek his blessing whenever there is an occasion. The protagonist heard their conversation, which makes him wonder if she means his position is meaningless. He supposed this place was not much different from other places. Later the shaman put the charcoal on Ayan's face in the wrong way, which pissed her off. The protagonist mocked her, thinking this is an incredible sight, and Ayan wanted him to shut up as she doesn't get along with the shaman. She handed him the collar with a spike and wanted him to wear it. He wondered why she was giving him a dog collar. Ayan clarified that dogs wear them so their necks are not bitten by their prey. The protagonist thought it would be better to adapt to this place since he was already there, so he wore it. Later, he rode on the wolf, and Ayan told him it was okay to hold her waist. He was worried if he was sure that he would be okay. The protagonist clarified that he would be alright, so Ayan decided to leave, but he fell back as soon as she moved forward. Ayan saw this, so she smirked and clarified that he should have grabbed her waist because he would fall if he kept that up. Vikyr wondered if he would be able to get up when his body was in such a state. He looked above and saw Ahun and wondered what he was doing there. Ayan is also surprised to see him there, and Ahun remarks that she seems pretty free as she plays around with her slave. Ahun clarified that he would catch bigger prey this time so that he would be the captain of the hunting group during the next joint hunt. He was going to put his grandfather's honor on the line to get that position. Ayan wondered why he was putting his grandfather's honor on the line when he only knew shamanism. Abruptly, Ahun kicked Vikyr, cursed him, and asked what he was doing, and he couldn't believe that Ayan placed a neck protection for hunters on a salve. He wondered how the commander was going to use this injured man as a hunting assistant and wanted her to get a hold of herself, as that slave would only be a burden on her. Ayan is worried, but soon smiles and wonders if Vikyr will be a burden. She wants Ahun to look at his waistband before saying those things. Ahun is surprised to see at his waist with shock as his arrows were missing. The protagonist told him that he should grab hold of his weapons as he would with his lover because they were taken away, and Ayan laughed on hearing this. Ahun gets infuriated when he hears this thought. He is an arrogant slave and lunges to attack him. However, Ayan told him it was enough and asked whose slaves he thought he was punishing on his own accord. Ahun is infuriated because Vikyr is a slave, so he wondered how he dared to insult a Balak warrior. Ayan told him that he was being pathetic in front of him. Ahun wondered why she was defending him so much when he was an ordinary slave and didn't want her to tell him that she had come to like the slave. Ayan agreed that he is a slave, so if he did something wrong, then he should be punished. Ahun agreed, telling her that is what he is saying. But Ayan reminded him that he doesn't have the right to punish him as he is her slave. Then she hardly punched the protagonist in the face, which made him spill blood and shocked Ahun. After that, she looked back toward Ahun, asking him if that was all right now. She knew that Ahun was upset because he wasn't able to catch a maiden for himself previously, but clarified that if he did that to her slave again, then she would beat him up, so she asked if he got it, and Ahun affirmed. Later, on their way, Ayan feels guilty for punching Vikir and asks if it hurt or if he is angry, but he doesn't reply. She clarified that it had to be done because Ahun is an obstinate and stubborn guy, so that was the only way to stop his retaliations. But Vikir didn't answer her questions, making her wonder why he wasn't replying. The protagonist clarified that it is because it hurts, which startled her, so she turned toward him, grabbed his face, and asked him if it hurts a lot, is bad, or is his life in danger. Vikir clarified that it hurts to talk and wanted her to know that he had these types of injuries a lot. After a while, she turned away as she knew she was right because he showed promise for an imperial kid. The protagonist wondered if barbarians usually lick each other's injuries, as licking an injury like that is dangerous because it might spread an infection. Ayan looked back, asking him if he wanted something from her, even if it was one thing she wanted him to tell her, because if it were something she could do, she would do anything. The protagonist wondered if he could ask anything, and Ayan affirmed, telling him that a Balak warrior doesn't go back on their words. The protagonist started thinking about it, which worried her, wondering why he was thinking so hard. The protagonist rambled that if it is anything, then this is good, and he wanted her to teach him how to shoot arrows. Ayan is dumbfounded on hearing what he wanted to learn, but immediately agreed to teach him. She smiled, telling him they would be doing special training from the following day onward, and Vikir affirmed. Later, the protagonist practices shooting an arrow, and Ayan can't believe that her slave has no talent for the bow and arrow, so she tells him to aim at the embedded arrow. The protagonist is a bit annoyed and wonders if it is all right to teach him in this position. Ayan smirked, reminding him that he was the one who asked her to teach him how to use the bow, and clarified that this was how the young Balak warriors were trained. She explained that he couldn't use the sword for long because of his body, so she wanted him to learn how to use the bow well, since he needed to capture a large prey for the sake of his reputation. After all, she told him to bend his back a little more. The protagonist has difficulty aiming at the target and feels his bones are at their limits. Suddenly, Ayan noticed the wolf behind and accidentally pulled Vikir's arm, thus injuring him. She asked Bakira if he had found it, and the wolf approached her, so Ayan instructed Vikir to get back because, from then on out, they would be moving quickly. After some time, they arrive near the stream, and she tells the protagonist that it is the area where the river and ocean connect. Therefore, the ocean water and animals occupy this area, which her grandmother told her. She said that a salmon believes that they can evolve into a massive beast if it successfully swims up the waterfall. However, most salmon fail to rise above the waterfall and fall, so they are eventually punished when they fall onto sharp rocks. The fish that fall becomes good food for an ox bear. After the ox bear appeared near the salmon, the protagonist asked if it was that monster. He realized it looks like a completely different species, as it is on a different level compared to the ones he has seen. Ayan clarified that it is not an ordinary ox bear as it was born from a superior bloodline and has survived countless pandemoniums. The protagonist worriedly asked her if she was saying he should capture that, but Ayan refused, as she hadn't told Bakira to find her a strong female to hunt. But their prey is the male bear that has come to court the female bear. Abruptly, 2 male ox bears arrived near the stream, and the female species was angry on seeing them there and punched them in the face. This dumbfounded the protagonist, and he realized that the female kept rejecting his proposal, so he wondered how strong of a man she was looking for. Ayan clarified that it is the wrong way of thinking about it, because it is the opposite, because that female isn't looking for a strong male. Abruptly, a weak male ox bear approaches the female, and it didn't reject it. Vikir is speechless when she sees that it chose the weakest one, and Ayan clarifies that it's looking for a mate that she can boss around. She explained that when a strong male gets excited, there are situations where it kills its partner, so they are not popular among the ox bear. That is why females look for weaker and smaller partners. This is similar to how the Balak warriors select their partners and ask the protagonist if he knows what kind of spouses are most popularly chosen. The Balak clan chooses a young entity that possesses excellent DNA, and it is even better if they are weakened due to an injury. The protagonist supposed she was saying that as long as she got the DNA, it would be fine. Ayin said they needed to wait because the female would completely suppress the male's strength. Later, the protagonist is waiting outside the cave and is pissed off by waiting. It has been 4 days since he listened to the beast's moans, and he doesn't know what he will do now. Ayin arrived there, saw the food untouched, and wondered if he had left it for the ox bears, and Vikir affirmed. The protagonist has been giving the hungry ox bears food over the past 4 days so they can continue their mating. Ayin looked at a fruit, telling him that it has an effect that boosts one's strength temporarily, but in the end, it's harmful as it consumes one's lifespan instead. She is sure that the more intelligent female would understand their intentions. The male species would also understand, but in order to handle the female, he has no choice but to eat it. The protagonist finally understands why Ayin chose a big and strong female as their target, because her plan is to deplete the male's strength. Ayin offered him the soup to eat as he also needed to heal. The protagonist drinks the soup and is annoyed as those monsters mate like crazy. Ayin thought that was normal, which startled Vikir, and she clarified that she knew all male Balaks are like that, but she guessed imperial males aren't. Since Vikir is from a geeky country, she thought they might be different, which annoyed Vikir. While they were conversing, she heard the sound, so she wanted him to get ready, as it seemed like the female had been impregnated. Shortly, the female ox bear started moaning, which terrified the male species, and it rushed away. The protagonist couldn't understand this, so he asked why it chased the male away. Ayin explained that an ox bear that has finished mating is no different from a competitive predator who has intruded on a territory, so it is warning him never to come back. The protagonist felt bad since it wanted to sleep and had used its strength and hadn't slept for the past 4 days. Ayin assures him that it will hide itself in a safe and remote place. From then on, they will find its traces and chase after it quietly. Therefore, when the male ox bear starts to sleep, they will begin their hunt. After some time, they were in the cold valley far away, and Vikir was amazed that the ox bear was moving so far away, even though it should be tired. Ayin explained that it is finding a place with the least number of threats the forest possesses. Since it's cold, there's so mosquitoes that suck bones or blood cat live there. The protagonist inquired if the ox bear came there knowing that. Ayin explains that an ox bear's intelligence is relatively high and its acquired knowledge is better than its instincts. The protagonist starts feeling cold because of his body condition. Ayin noticed that, so she asked him if he was cold and told him to put his body close to her if he was feeling cold. But he clarified that he was fine and refused her offer. She told him that if his body temperature decreases, his body will become stiff, and if it stiffens, then he will get it her way when they are hunting, so she asked if he wanted to get on her way. The protagonist thought it was a rational reason and wondered if she could make such rational decisions, so he agreed and hugged her. Ayin blushed and kept thinking that she was just concerned for her slave's health, because a master must look after their slaves. After traveling for a while, Bakira started groaning, which startled Ayin, and she found the last footprint of the ox bear before her. She couldn't believe its traces had disappeared and wondered where it was without even realizing it was hiding behind her. As soon as the ox bear rushes at them to attack, Ayin notices it but doesn't have the time to dodge it. On the contrary, everyone in the tribe is astounded to see that Ahun brought the boar, and they are sure that with this much meat, the whole tribe will be able to eat their fill. The lady clarified that she could only catch 3 rabbits, so she guessed the boar that Ahun hunted would be the best catch and asked if that was right, which thrilled him. The hunter thought this meant that Ahun would be the hunting commander from that moment on out, and her comrade affirmed, telling her that if they went by the rule, this would happen. They thought that even its commander, Ayin, there is a limit to what she can hunt by herself. But suddenly they remember that she brought a slave with her. Ahun gets annoyed, telling them proudly that a slave would be a burden to her instead. So, he wanted them to wait, as she would return without catching a single rabbit. Meanwhile, the ox bear attacks Ayin, but Vikir immediately grabs her and pulls her back, thus hardly evading the strike. Bakira gets infuriated by seeing its owner attacked, so it immediately charges at the ox bear. While the protagonist asks Ayin if she is alright, she affirms that she survived thanks to him, but she wonders if that monster is luring them in instead. The protagonist is amazed as he has a cunning intellect that surpasses other monsters, and he understands why that picky female chose that male, so he supposed that they couldn't avoid a head-on battle. Ayan is embarrassed because she got help from her slave and is concerned that at this rate, her dignity as his master would be tarnished. She instructed Vikir to rest idly behind as she would show him her dignity as his master. The protagonist couldn't believe that she had told him to rest, and now the slave lazed around while the master was working. He realized that the Balak slaves' lives were unique as he rested. While Ayan is chasing the ox bear with Bakira shooting an arrow at it, she wants it to pay for the sin of acting indecently in front of her slave. Abruptly, the ox bear hides behind the rock, which makes her wonder if it thinks it will be able to evade this by hiding behind an object. She pulled her arrow while clarifying that a good arrow would pierce through steel, but if it doesn't want to pierce through anything, it wouldn't even pierce through a leaf. She released the arrow that pierced through the rock, then impaled through the ox bear's body and made it cough out blood. The protagonist is dumbfounded to see that the ox bear hiding behind that rock was attacked. The wave of aura from the arrow passed through the boulder precisely and pierced through its target. He can call this archery skill an art form, and hunting skills that can strangle one's prey without any flaws. Ayan looked back, smirked, and asked her slave if he saw that, and Vikir thought that if he judged Ayan by her skill, she might surpass Camus Morg. Even though the ox bear spills blood due to internal injuries, it still dashes toward Ayan to strike, but she attacks it again. She couldn't believe that ox bear thought it could go up against her arrows, but she wanted it to know that an arrow filled with her sincerity could even break a castle wall. She launches an arrow toward it filled with tremendous aura to strike the monster, but it dodges the attack and charges at her. This dumbfounded Ayan as she wasn't expecting it, but before she could get attacked, she somersaulted and managed to evade the hit. Then she looked at the beast and recalled what her mother told her. When a beast with dull senses is near death, they can sense a person's intent to be killed. She realized she was careless, thinking she had cornered it perfectly, as she felt she had shot the last arrow with righteousness. She is about to stand to attack the beast again, but it is already too late, as the ox bear is already above her head. It widely opened its mouth to devour her alive, and Ayan worriedly closed her eyes, thinking that she was about to die. Suddenly, Vikir asked her if she was done showing him what a master dignity is like. On hearing his voice, she opened her eyes and saw Vikir before her, prepared to attack the ox bear. The protagonist clarified that now it's his turn to fight, and he immediately punched the beast with Beelzebub's overwhelming fire. Ayan is speechless on seeing such powerful flames and sees the ox bear moaning as it is burned. The fire, in turn, also burned Vikir's bandages, thus exposing his injured eye, and Ayan blushed as he saved her again. The protagonist turned pale momentarily as he knew that using that skill was too much for his body, and he fainted along with the ox bear, which worried Ayan. Later at night, at the Balak camp, the tribe members displayed an ox bear skin, and everyone was enjoying themselves, as they could enjoy such a fantastic feast that night. Ayan told Vikir that the hunter who catches the largest prey receives the villagers' respect and admiration. She asked him how he feels about becoming the hunting hero, and Vikir clarified that it's nothing much. Ayan gets annoyed, telling him that the issue with him is his terrible reactions. She told him that an ox bear isn't just strong and fierce, but highly intelligent, so it is an honorable catch. That is why they have been chosen as the leading figures of this pillaging ceremony. Since it's a different form of a bora, sluggish, scared, and moans whenever it runs away, she asked Ahun if she is right. Ahun is annoyed, but he hands Vikir a bowl of meal, telling him this is his, which makes Vikir wonder what this is. Ahun gets pissed wondering what does he meant and cursed him for being arrogant. The protagonist wondered why he didn't get lots of meat, and Ahun said it was because his honor was worth that much. Ayan explained it's a tradition of the Balaks that the one who contributes the most in the hunt gets the least amount of meat and gains that much honor in return. Ahun is frustrated as he also wanted to give Vikir a lot of meat, but he can't do that. The protagonist found it confusing that he became more honorable with less meat, and thought it was better than some useless honor. Ayan laughed on seeing Ahun's sour expression, as he is pissed that they were the honorable that night. Meanwhile, the protagonist decides to enjoy the meal because the meat isn't what he obtained in this hunt. He also received the 600 kilograms hammer, which stems from Beelzebub, after catching the ox boar, and he wondered if he could increase his weight by 600 kg while holding his breath. Not only that, Beelzebub also absorbed the ox bear, and his body recovered a lot. While he was drinking the soup, Ayan accosted him. She was sure that was not enough for him, so she wanted to offer him another bowl. She clarified that she took this away from the shaman, who wished to do this part, and she brought it to him since it's a hunter's right to eat it. The protagonist is reluctant to receive it as he has already gotten a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestine. Ayan gets annoyed as she wants him to eat this at all costs, even if he has eaten those portions. She uttered that if his eyes are bad, then he should eat the eyes. If his heart is weak, then he should eat that part. If his limbs are weak, then he should eat their legs. The protagonist looked at the meat and wondered if this long thing was the intestine, and if it seemed like his intestines were weak. 3 girls couldn't believe that the commander was already looking after her and wondered why she would give that to the slave. They remarked that she was so obvious, as they could see through her motive. Ayan was annoyed to hear this and wanted them to shut up as they were all misunderstanding. While the protagonist started eating the meat and found it chewy, after chewing for a while, he swallowed it. Ayan is pleased to see this and assures him he can fulfill his duty now. The protagonist thinks he has done his part during the hunt, so he wondered what more she wants. The following day, the protagonist wakes up early and arrives near the tree shoot that is damaged on one side. He realized that what Ayan had said the previous day was true and recalled when he had asked her why he had placed the good meat there, as he was sure that he had told her that the village was experiencing a food shortage. Ayan clarified that they are offering this as a sacrifice to Madame Eight Legs, as they are asking for permission to live in this dense forest. Madame Eight Legs is the horror of the dense forest, where they can't survive after running into it. Seeing the Balak villager's behavior toward the madam, he understood his actions' recklessness, but he knew it was an annoying monster. After returning to the village, he saw the villagers line in front of the matriarch's house and wondered what was happening. He wondered if there was another ceremony or something, and he heard the villagers conversing that they had been in line since dawn. One of the villagers is glad she is at the front of the line, and she stayed awake the entire night for this. The girl thought that, based on the results of the previous day's pillage, there was a high possibility that a slave would be able to become a commoner. Her comrade is sure she is a woman from the village who will become his wife, and asked if that is right. Another lady thought that if he is strong enough to hunt an ox bear, then he must be very strong. Momentarily, Ayin came forward, and she couldn't believe those girls dared to try to take someone else's property when she gave that stew to him the previous day. The girl uttered that the commander should have used it first, left them some, and thought she was so stingy for keeping it all for herself. Ayan gets pissed on hearing this, so she dropped the deer and uttered that if they feel that this unfair, then they should go set up a trap and catch one themselves. The girls clarified that they had gone out there so many times already. They had also gone to the Empire's order, and there was no one else like him. Ayan's anger spiked on hearing this, and she asked if that was true, as she is sure there might be some in hell, and they rushed away with fear on seeing her horrifying aura. After those girls left, she couldn't believe that while she was waiting for Vikir to recover, those cunning girls might take him away. Since she fed him the ox bear stew, she needs to order him to carry out his manly duties. Abruptly, she looked behind, saw Vikir furiously glaring at her, and asked if he had seen everything happening. The protagonist is annoyed to realize that it was what he ate the previous night. She worriedly approached him, telling him that last night she had heard that her mother had called for a meeting among the elders. Therefore, he can request something from her mother as the honorable hunter of the pillage. She had already thought of what he should ask of her mother when she called for him and told him what he should request, which stunned Vikir. Later, the protagonist is summoned before the matriarch, where the elders and respected figures of the tribe are gathered. The protagonist greeted the matriarch respectfully and knelt before her. The matriarch stared at him and asked if he had caught an ox bear. She was thankful to him, as she could eat good meat. The protagonist clarified that he just did what he had to do, but the matriarch told him that he didn't need to be modest, as he did well. She could see that he had recovered a fair bit as well, which is quite fascinating, as she never thought he would be able to recover this quickly. The protagonist clarified that it is all thanks to her care, and he has felt this before, but it is interesting. The Night Fox Aquila is a genius archer who scares the people of the Empire despite having led the Balak tribe, which is less than 300. Therefore, she is as dignified as Hugo but warm and soft, unlike his father. The matriarch heard that Vikir also saved Ayan, so she wanted to reward him for his contribution the previous day and change his status. She told him that he is no longer a slave but a part of their family, and the shaman coughed on hearing her decision. The protagonist remembers Ayan telling him the elders are dissatisfied with his status change. He remembered that the Balak shaman Ahiman was the old man who smeared ashes on the hunter's face and was Ahun's grandfather. The matriarch stood since Vikir was now an official member of the Balak, and she wanted him to tell her what he wanted. since Vikir has become a part of the family. Even though she didn't give birth to him or raise him, she has tried to accept his request. The matriarch clarified that if he wants a beautiful village maiden, she will bless him and his partner, but if he doesn't need a partner, then a slave is fine as well. He looked at Ayan, who asked him if he hadn't forgotten what she told him, and he told the matriarch he had one request. The matriarch wanted him to tell her comfortably, and she couldn't believe that Ayan was signaling him like crazy, so she wondered if she wanted him that badly. The protagonist requested that she allow him to bathe in the hero's spring. His request shocked all the elders, but Ayan is pleased to hear his request. The matriarch is infuriated on hearing his request to bathe in the hero spring and asks if he knows what he is requesting. Shaman Ahuman furiously asked the protagonist if he knew he was in the presence of such arrogance. He worriedly reminded the matriarch that the people who can bathe in the hero spring are high-ranked Balak warriors, so there is no need to listen to this trash request. Ahon agreed with his grandfather because he was right, and only heroes who have proven their incredible strength can enter the hero spring. He wondered how that arrogant slave dared to be ignorant of his place and ask such a question. Ayan stressed that Vikir has already proven his strength by catching an ox bear at the pillaging ceremony already, so she thought he deserved it. The matriarch wondered if Vikir knew what the hero spring is, as he is asking her to do such a thing. The protagonist affirmed this as he knew it because the hero's spring, which is the Balak's shrine, where only the strongest Balak warriors are submerged. It is also a hot spring where both internal and external injuries are cured by bathing. However, Ayan told him it takes a long time for the water to accumulate, and only warriors who have made an exceptional contribution can go there. Another elder clarified that they can't send an outsider who has become a commoner to the shrine. Another elder thought the child had a promising future, so it was not a bad idea to send him there once to motivate him. Ahuman wondered when the hero spring was a waterhole that anyone could enter. The elder knew that Vikir's body was in rough shape, and since they are now family, they should treat him well. The matriarch wanted to agree to Vikir's request as well, but it's true that there isn't a good reason to do so. It can't be helped since the shaman and the guards are against it. While pondering, she hears a bell, which worries her, and the protagonist is surprised to listen to the bell as well, wondering if it is a war. Ayan clarified they have a guest because there is no way there are insane people who would pick a fight with them, the Balaks, in this forest. The matriarch wanted to discuss this matter another time and instructed everyone to their duties, and Shaman Ahuman furiously stared at Vikir. After they come outside, the protagonist sees the villagers gathered around some people, and he asks if they are their guests. Ayan affirmed, telling him that merchants bring them things that cannot be found in the forest. The Balaks anticipate and count down the days until the merchant comes. The protagonist recognizes the symbol on the carriage as it is one of the 7 merchant families, the bourgeois family symbol. But for the bourgeois family to come there from the imperial capital, they would have to cross either the Baskerville or the Morgue family territory. So he wondered how they got there. He is sure there is no way that either of those families would permit their crossing, so he wondered if they would smuggle themselves in. The merchant happily told everyone that the 5-day market had arrived and requested that if there was anything they wished to barter, they should bring it there. The Balak's member was pleased to see him welcoming him and clarified that he had wanted this day to come. The merchant accosted the villagers, telling them they had a glass orb that gave them sweet dreams when placed on their beds. They also had cosmetics and grains to sell, so the merchants wanted them to come. The protagonist is surprised to see that the merchants brought food and daily necessities distributed throughout the empire, while the villagers are trading the beast leather for a bag of grains for this. Vikir figured out they are bartering rare items from the dense forest for those measly things. He is sure there is no way the merchants don't know the value of those items, and he wondered if they are using the Balaks, who are ignorant about the current market price. But the Balaks need to figure this out because things get annoying if he steps in and someone recognizes him. While he was pondering, Ayan furiously told the merchant that the deal was unfair, as it didn't make sense for her to exchange a diamond for corn. The protagonist is relieved to see that there is one normal person in the tribe, but he is speechless as Ayan clarified that she should get 2 corns for this. After getting 2 corns, Ayan is thrilled, and Vikir annoyingly grits his teeth because she is hopeless. After hearing that other villagers also started to bargain, one of them thought that the barter value of a pearly clam for that day's radish wasn't equal, so he wanted to give 2 radishes. Another villager is annoyed as the merchant calls it cabbage and clarifies that he wouldn't give him the other deer antler, so he wants to give him one. The merchant gets concerned when hearing this and clarifies that he can't go against the Balak warriors, as he wants to provide them with one more. and they are thrilled as well. The merchant smirked because those stupid Balak were celebrating, as they didn't even know the value of their offered items. Abruptly, a kid accosted the merchant, wanting him to give her one glass orb. The merchant clarified that he has many glass orbs and wanted to know what the kid brings in exchange. The kid opened her fist, telling the merchant that she brought a sun dung beetle larva, which is rare, yummy, and nutritious. The merchant is annoyed on seeing this and throws it away, and wonders why he would eat it. The kid worriedly knelt to look at the larva, and the merchant thought it was quite pretty for a stupid barbarian. He is sure that the kid could be sold for a reasonable price as a slave, but that is a shame, as he can't do it. While the kid is crying, Vikier gently pats her head and asks the merchant about him and if this trade is invalid. Ayan is startled to see Vikier wondering what he is wearing and talking to him. The merchant is amazed to know that Vikier knows how to speak the Imperial language and clarifies that there is a misunderstanding regarding what he just said. Vikier asked if he was talking about selling a Balak child as a slave, which worried the merchant. The protagonist clarified that that is not important right now and told him that he must cancel all those unfair trades for that day. The merchant wondered what he meant by the unfair trades, as he didn't sell anything unfairly. Vikier rambled that he is marking these items at a price completely different from the current market price. The merchant thinks Vikier is the only one who can speak the Imperial language, and he uttered that he is talking as if he knows the retail price. He clarified this is a sacred trade that has been permitted by the Balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, which isn't something a young boy like him should interfere in. The protagonist pointed at the corn, telling him that the corn he brought is worth 100 gold each, but the diamond he received goes for about 2 million gold. Furthermore, if he grinds an ox bear horn into a billiard ball, it would be worth 1 million, which is the same price as the goblin butt mushroom, a new medicine. The merchant started sweating as he realized Vikier knew the exact market prices. The protagonist continues explaining that this glass orb gives a person sweet dream. If a person puts this next to themselves, they will undoubtedly be drugged and only dream of sweet dreams. There are small holes on the surface of the glass orb, and drugs fall out of them. The drug inside is a cheap drug that harms the body upon long-term use, and he knew it was illegal to use it in the Empire, but he distributed it well. The protagonist firmly clenches his fist, thus crushing the rod and releasing the drug. This worried the merchant, and the man behind him asked what was happening, as he worriedly clarified that one guy had found out. Ayan worriedly asked Vicky if he had just talked about a drug body and harm, asking if she was right. The protagonist affirmed, which infuriated her, wondering if the reason why so many people's health is deteriorating is this orb. The merchant realized that all the beans had been spilled, so he decided to leave this place for now. He clarified that there seems to be a misunderstanding, so he wanted to leave, but before he could do it, Ayan took the arrow of her comrade and attacked him. She furiously cursed them as they fearlessly fooled the Balaks. All of the villagers couldn't believe this and couldn't believe that they were fooled, wondering if these items didn't cost that much. The merchant started crying as things got out of his hands and instructed everyone to take their things and run. While they were running away, Vikier wondered why Ayan was letting them go because merchants are known for not returning at a loss. Ayan clarified that there is no way she would because for beasts that live in large packs, injuring them and letting them go is also a hunting technique. At the same time, the merchant covered his wound and cursed those Balaks for attacking him. Ayan explained that they tend to return to their pack when injured. After arriving where their comrades were, the merchant clarified that Balak had stolen their product and wanted everyone ready for battle. Later at night, a messenger bird arrived at Ayan, and she furiously uttered that they messed with Balaks, so there is only one way to take care of them, which is slaughter. Later, the merchant was heading toward the Balak Kamo when his comrade asked him if he might be shocked that the Balak looted him. As he expected, words don't work on those barbarians, but he needs to kill them and turn them all into slaves. Sir Smuggler knew it was the first time his comrade was in this deep forest, so he was sure he didn't think it very well. But defeating the Balaks in combat isn't easy. The man wondered if he was that scared, then why did he bring them the mercenaries, and was sure that he would turn the tables if he got caught. The mercenaries clarified that they decided to split the gross earnings in exchange for being their escorts. Therefore, the mercenary asked if they could treat everything as theirs regarding looting. Sir Smuggler was annoyed to hear this, but wanted him to do it as he pleased. The mercenary wondered if the Balak was that special, but for exploiting nighttime, they would ambush them, set a fire, and slaughter them, and then they would be done for. Meanwhile, the other men were arguing as 1 in 10 didn't want him to blow out the match, as he needed to use it too. His comrade clarified that it is a rule that only 2 people can use a game and wondered if he hadn't heard that on the battlefield. But 3 people aren't allowed to share one match. The man gets annoyed on hearing this, grabs the stick to burn his cigarette, and tells him that he doesn't believe in such superstitions. Before he could even ignite his cigarette, an arrow pierced through his and his comrade's heads. His comrade couldn't believe that the barbarian he caught and sold as a slave back then attacked them. The 3rd arrow is about to pierce the head of the mercenary leader while he is talking and kill him. Sir Smuggler gets worried on seeing this, and all the other mercenaries also get worried. He clarified that it was Balak and wanted everyone to extinguish their cigarettes. Ayan commanded her subordinates that she would not allow any of them to hit them anywhere but their heads, as she wanted to show them how scary the Balaks are. While the protagonist is standing beside them and astounded because of the cigarette light, all the Balak warriors shoot their arrows accurately. Abruptly, one of the villagers accosted Vikir as a slave, telling him that he had finished repairing what he had requested. Vikir clarified that he is a commoner now, not a slave, which makes the villagers laugh as he is eager to fuss over that. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were blocking Balak's arrow with the shield, about to gather. The bald man commanded the mages to gather up and block the arrow with the shield, and wanted the aura user to prepare to counterattack. Shortly, they shot another arrow through the tree with which the barrel is tied, creating a trap above the mercenary's head. The bald man is shocked to realize they launched alcohol barrels and couldn't believe it. Soon, they shot a fire arrow at the barrels, igniting flames and burning many mercenaries. Sir Smuggler watched his comrade being burned and worried because Balaks had started a fire. Sir Smuggler cursed them as they tied ropes to arrows and launched oil barrels, which made him wonder where these stupid people got that intelligent. Suddenly, the protagonist approached him, and he noticed his presence, prompting him to look back anxiously and realize that it was that meddlesome Balak. He told Vikir that he will regret it if he kills him, showing him a document and clarifying that this is the exploration permit he received from the underdog city, which has the official seal from the newly appointed deputy consul, so if he kills him, then the Baskerville family will come for him. The protagonist asked if the deputy consul he refers to is named Vikir. Sir Smuggler affirmed, telling him it's right because he is talking about that infamous Vikir. The protagonist gets infuriated and finds it strange because he doesn't remember permitting that. The merchant is shocked to realize that his opponent's skin looks different from before, and he supposes he might be Vikir. But it's already too late, as Vikir killed him, telling him that those who forged the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Soon, Ayan arrived there, telling her slave that the time was up and that he needed to run away. But Vikir clarified that he was not the slave. After a while, the mercenaries were surprised to realize they had stopped shooting and discovered that the Balaks were retreating. The fact that they attacked them with fires made them think they were not confident, so they wanted to chase after them right now. Shortly, a pillar appeared in the forest, and the man cursed those barbarians and tried to butcher them if he caught them. Madame Eight Legs appeared soon and began attacking, which alarmed them as if it were a monster. While the protagonist is looking at them being killed, Ayan remarked that he has become a great Balak now as he calculates the madame's appearance and thinks of using fire as a tactic. The protagonist clarified that this is how he feels every time he sees her, but he wants her to know it is a disaster. After some time, he met the matriarch, who permitted him to enter the hero spring. Since he resolved the food shortage issue by catching an ox bear, concluding the previous battle without any casualties, and using oil barrels, and discovering that cheap drugs caused the cause of the infection that was bothering the Balak warriors, she doesn't doubt that he is a brave warrior. Therefore, she told him that night was the full moon, so she wanted Ayan to take Vikir to the hero spring. Ayan agreed with her mother, then she grabbed Vikir, telling him to look at Ahuman, not saying a word, as that serves him right. Since Ahuman noted that the warriors were unwell because they were cursed due to their actions, but his words hold no weight now. The protagonist remembers what Sir Smugger told him, that it is a sacred trade, and thinks about how Ahuman is telling him this is a curse. At night, Vikir is taking a bath in the hero spring, and is relieved because his mana is moving closer to purity. He can feel his broken bones and muscles start to heal, and realizes that the old shaman didn't cause a fuss without a reason, because with such efficacy, he would want to come there himself. Although it is less effective than the river Styx at Baskerville, it's better because there is no age limit. Besides this, he looked at Ayan as if he was sure its efficacy would be halved if she got in, too. He is sure that the matriarch mentioned that only he can go in. Ayan wondered if that was important, telling him that real Balaks don't fuss over minute things. She is thankful to Sir Adonai for finding this hot spring, which makes Vikir wonder where he is. Ayan clarified that Suridonia is the only person who can fight against the madam who lies within the deep forest and is the best warrior among the legends. Since Vikir is now a dignified Balak, she named him to ensure he respects him. The protagonist uttered that if he fought against that monster head-to-head, then he would be respected. Ayan clarified that is true and is pissed as it is so hard to communicate with outsiders. She remembered what her mother told her. Vikir is a commoner now and has a good reputation in the village. Therefore, when he recovers with the hero spring and becomes the man he should be, he is not that bad of a husband. She looked at Vikir and blushed, as that day she would make Vikir her own. She wanted to be honest with him, as she knew those merchants were taking an excessive number of profits. She had a vague idea, so it was good that they used this chance to get back to them and clarified that if he didn't do it, then she would have done it. The protagonist laughed on hearing this as he understood it mortifying Ayan as she wanted him not to laugh because she genuinely knew that diamonds are more expensive than corn in the empire. The protagonist asked her how much more costly they are, and Ayan clarified that it is 20 more corns expensive than the increase to 30 corns. The protagonist told her she was wrong because the amount of corn she could get with 1 diamond was much more than that. Ayan is shocked to learn that they could buy that many corns with 1 diamond, then covered her mouth, telling him she knew that. She thought that the logic within the empire was strange and wondered where they would use that stone. The protagonist clarified that it doesn't matter and asked which one she would like to call him, either his name or a slave, as he doesn't like keeping things ambiguous. Ayan pondered which name she wanted to call him by. Then she approached him and asked if he didn't like ambiguity, so she tried to clarify things. She doesn't want to call him a slave or Vikir because what she wants to call him is something else. Before she could complete her sentence, the kids jumped into the hero spring and were thrilled to see Vikir and the commander there. She wondered how they got there, but the kids didn't pay attention and wanted to play together with the commander. The protagonist wondered what she would want to treat him like if she didn't want to call his name or a slave. Ayan spilled water onto those kids, telling them that if they enter the spring, its efficacy will be reduced by half, as the kids hide behind Vikir, who remembered that someone said that a true Balak wouldn't be stingy regarding such things. The kids agreed with Vikir and thought the commander was stingy for not allowing them to enter the spring, which infuriated Ayan. Ahun entered the spring as well, telling her that it is the matriarch's command due to the drug side effects brought upon by the merchants, and she told the sick children to go into the hero spring. Ayan couldn't believe that her mother did this and supposed she wanted to make a fool out of her. Ahun accosted Vikir, who was a bit embarrassed, and thanked him for helping his younger sister, and his sister thanked him as well. He is apologetic for misunderstanding him this whole time, and Vikir affirmed. Ahun gets infuriated hearing this as he apologizes there, but that is all he has to say. The protagonist remarked that he has too much anger in him. Ayan saw them fighting, smiled as she realized there was still a lot of time, and wanted to cheer Vikir for becoming an official Balak member. About 2 years later, the protagonist punched Ahun, threw him, and remarked that he was more of a crybaby than he thought. Ahun covered his nose to stop bleeding and wanted to fight again, but Vikir clarified that their sparring ended that day. Ahun saw him leaving, so he asked if he was running away, but Vikir clarified that he was taking a stroll. Ahun found him annoying as he became more monstrous after his body recovered. His comrade also heard that Vikir's marksmanship is on par with Commander Ayan's recently. Another man still thought he shouldn't compare it to Commander Ayan and clarified that he can at Ahun's nose and make it bleed too. Ahun clarified that he didn't get hit, which shocked his comrade. He explained that Vikir first didn't hit him. It just stopped in front of his face. His comrade couldn't believe this, wondering if that meant he had caused Ahun's nosebleed from the wind pressure caused by his fist. On the other hand, the protagonist is relieved as he can now use the 6th technique ideally and bear the 6th fang. Although there is still a long way to go before achieving the 10th technique, getting to the 6th technique at 17 is formidable growth. Furthermore, he also has a 6-man circle, so he can be a high-ranking graduator, including the river sticks blessing the demonic sword Beelzebub, the usage of the marksman and assassination techniques he learned from the Balaks. He is confident that he can go against the highest-ranked graduator. It has already been 2 years since he set foot into the deep forest, and he wanted to say goodbye to the Balaks once he is done preparing. After some time, Bakira plays with the butterfly, and the protagonist tells Ayan that the track of the deep forest snake Mushusu is a large and ancient one. Ayan understood, and Vikir clarified that if they catch this food, it will settle for the village for at least 4 days, and she understood. The protagonist noticed that she was inattentive and asked if she was thinking about something else while they were hunting. She blushed, telling him it was not the case, and said another hunting group had asked her to ask him something. The way she stutters, Vikier can tell she is hiding something from him. Ayan took out a dagger, telling him that the hunting group brought a dagger from an imperialist who trespassed the deep forest, and asked if he knew anything about this emblem. The protagonist looks at the symbol, telling her that he knows about it, as it is a famous emblem. This is of a highly renowned clan, Leviathan, which is a significant clan that is a part of the 7 imperial clans, along with the Baskerville clan and the Iron-Blooded Sword clan. Ayan thought that it might have been someone's dagger from the mercenary group they massacred 2 years ago, but she is thankful it wasn't. But one thing that is bugging her is that in various places around the headwaters, they poured a red liquid from a glass bottle and retreated. She told him that the hunting group caught someone, but they ingested a hidden poison in their mouth and died. The only thing that was left behind was that dagger, and she also has something that she wants to ask if he doesn't want to return to his hometown. The protagonist wondered why she was suddenly asking him that with that weird expression. Ayan clarified that she doesn't like secrets or lies, so she wanted him to tell her the truth. She wanted to be honest about another imperialist coming to the deep forest and thinks Vikier was their goal. Vikier is stunned to hear that, and Ayan told him that a girl named Camus came to the deep forest. Ayan wanted to be honest that 2 years ago, when he fought the madam, that girl and a search party came to investigate in the deep forest. She thinks Camus is looking for his traces and wonders if Vikier will accompany her. Ayan wonders if he would hate her because she hid it up until now. She wondered what she would do if he said that he would go with her, and if she should stop him from going by using the tribe's rules, but wondered if that would even work on him. The protagonist thinks for a while, then tells her he wouldn't go back, which relieved Ayan, asking him if he is telling the truth, and he affirmed. Ayan is thrilled to hear this, and she firmly hugs Bakira, telling her that Vikier isn't leaving. While the protagonist thinks that the Empire knows he is alive, it seems they don't. He needs to return once he can perfectly hide his power from Hugo without being noticed. He wondered if the woman Ayan refers to is Camus Morg, and if she has not yet forgotten that he saved her, or if it is a part of a diplomatic event. However, seeing how the Baskerville clan permitted the Morg search party to enter the deep forest, their alliance is still strong. This makes him speculate if the two families form a bond through his death. He wanted to investigate what was happening outside the deep forest soon. While he was pondering, a giant fish jumped out of the stream, worrying both of them. The fish was moaning in pain, and Vikier was surprised to see the lungfish. Ayan supposed the rainy season would come soon, seeing as how it jumped out of the river. Judging from its size, she is sure this year's rainy season might be long. The protagonist is startled as he looks at the weapon piercing the fish's body and wonders what it is. He cut the fish's stomach and saw a skeleton inside its body, whose spear was piercing through its skin. After looking at the skeleton clothes, Ayan realized that it was a Lakoko man, but since he had stabbed it with an arrow and there were traces of resistance, he seemed pretty surprised after being eaten. Since a lungfish is a stupid beast that eats dead things, Ayan found this situation a little strange. The protagonist supposed he might have been so weakened that the lungfish thought he was a corpse. Ayan wondered why such a weak person would be hunting, and the protagonist thought that it might be because their tribe's situation was dire. He supposed something might have happened within the deep forest and suggested it wouldn't be a bad idea to investigate. After some time, they arrived at the Lakoko tribe boundary and were surprised to see that all the tribe's warriors were dead. The corpses have the signs of vomiting and diarrhea along with red spots on the body, which makes Vikier suspect the problem. Abruptly, Ayan instructed him to look on the other side, as it was way past time to eat, but there was no sign of fire toward Lakoko village. After arriving at the village, they looked around, and the protagonist found it strange because there was no sign of life there. Furthermore, it has been a while since this place has been looked after, judging from the number of weeds in that place. Ayan looked inside the house and wondered if the Lakoko tribe had moved somewhere else. She is startled as the flies rush out of the house, and she sees the rotten corpse of the Lakoko tribe members. She covered her mouth due to the smell and told Vikier that there was a corpse, and he clarified that he also found a corpse over there. Now that Vikier thinks about corpses in the village and the red spot, an epidemic spread throughout the deep forest around this time before he regressed. It was called the Red Death, which was a first-class infectious disease that killed almost all the barbarians and species alike. Red spots appeared all over one's body along with vomiting and diarrhea, and due to the lethargy and pain, they become a cripple and die slowly. The infection spread so unusually quickly that it spread past the Empire's borders. Ayan worriedly told him they must leave this place quickly because it's a god cursed. Vikier doesn't want her to worry because that is an infectious disease, which startled her, and she thought that it was even more serious. The protagonist tried to calm her down, telling her it was not that contagious, which made her wonder if it was not a curse. The protagonist tells her to go back first if she is scared, but Ayan is worried that he might die because he got cursed, but he doesn't care. Ayan gets infuriated, asking him who said he could go ahead and die, so Vikier thinks it is obviously him. He estimated from the number of corpses that it seemed like the whole Lakoko tribe wasn't annihilated. They probably moved somewhere else, leaving the dead and sick there. Ayan furiously cursed Lakoko as they turned out like this because they practiced necromancy. The protagonist told her to rest somewhere, as he would take some of the usual things from their barracks. Ayan gets worried as she realizes that he isn't sensitive at all. Suddenly, she felt something and looked behind. The protagonist saw her worriedly asking what the matter was, and Ayan pointed ahead toward a child, telling him it was the cursed child there. She worriedly told Vikier that they needed to run away and wanted to follow him immediately if he went ahead, as she couldn't move because her leg had cramped. The protagonist approached the child and judged from her appearance that she was not from the Lakoko tribe and was also about 5 years old. He looked back as he supposed that she was mourning someone's death and asked her who she was. The child hardly told him that she is a Lakoko slave kitchen maid, and he realized that she is a slave in that tribe. He asked the child's name, and she answered that her name was Palmerian. Vikier realized it was an imperial name, so he wondered if she was an imperial child Lakoko had captured. However, he was shocked as she completed her name. He asked her, astonished, what she had said, and the child pointed to herself, telling him that her name was Palmerian La Baskerville. Baskerville has 3 different middle names, and the middle name is given to those from the branch house van. The middle name given to the men of the main house is Lee, and although it is not often used in Baskerville because it is mainly made up of males, there is a middle name given to the women of the main house, La. The protagonist is surprised to hear that the child's middle name is Lei, and is sure there aren't many people in the clan with that middle name. Ayan is surprised and wants Vikier to look at that, as that is the symbol of his clan. The protagonist quickly grabbed the necklace and wanted to look at it. He was surprised to see the picture inside the necklace and recognized Hugo. He wondered why this guy was there and furiously asked the child who these people were in this picture and how she was related to them, but the child was afraid to answer. Ayan worriedly asked him if he expected a kid to respond when he asked like that, and told him that he needed to ask while smiling. Vikier couldn't hold back his emotions because he was shocked, but he knew this child had done nothing wrong. Therefore, he gently asked the child about the people in the pictures. Ayan is stunned to see Vikier smiling and asks if he knows how to smile like that, which leaves him speechless. The child picked up the photo and told Vikier that these are the pictures of her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. The protagonist is surprised to hear that and supposes that what Butler Barrymore said could be true. He recalled when the butler told him that the patriarch used to have a very loving and gentle personality. The protagonist couldn't believe him, and he didn't know how many people within Baskerville would believe that. The butler told him that the clan head loved his first wife, Lady Roxana, very much and cared for her dearly, but she passed away from illness. But that wasn't why the clan head personality changed when the soul bloodline created between the clan head and Roxana, Lady Penelope, was taken away by the barbarian, which was the tipping point. After that, the clan head moved swiftly to find Lady Penelope. Due to this, he requested that the emperor move him to the frontier, and the Baskerville house that used to be within the archipelago was transferred to the mountain La Rouge et La Noire, where the barbarians lay hidden. But no matter how many hunting dogs he sent, he couldn't find any traces of Lady Penelope. As time passed, without being able to confirm the life or death of Lady Penelope, the clan head ended up being wicked. After that incident, Hugo's rage against the barbarians neared madness, and he became a cold, calculating killing machine that lived only to destroy barbarians and demonic creatures. Vikier ignored it because it was absurd, but he found living proof right before him. Penelope, who is Roxana's daughter and the only woman that Hugo loves, is a Pomeranian, so if Vikier guesses right, then this girl is Hugo's direct granddaughter. The protagonist wondered what expression the current Hugo, who treats his own children as tools while raging against the barbarian, would have if he saw his granddaughter, who has barbarian blood mixed into her. He gently patted Pomeranian's head as he realized she wasn't treated well within the Lakoko tribe and wanted her to come with him. As Pomeranian looked at Vikier, he started smiling and wondered if he was smiling correctly. She is surprised to see that her mother's hair and eyes are similar to Vikier's. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that the dogs of Baskerville are all pretty similar and wanted her to call him uncle. She called him uncle, then looked at the tomb behind and remembered what her mother told her. If she ever met someone with red eyes, she should follow that person. She grabbed Vikir's cuff, called him uncle, and clarified that she would accompany him. This was when two dogs who had become strays of the swordsman clan of blood and iron met in a twist of fate. Later at the Balak tribe, Pomeranian asked her uncle where he was going and worriedly turned to him. Vikir clarified that her uncle must attend a meeting because the tribe leader has called for him. She clung to him as she wanted to go along with him as well, and Vikir supposed she might be afraid to be left alone. He is pleased because she opened up to him, but it's more tiring than he thought to take care of a kid, so he can't help it, so he takes her along. He knew this girl couldn't be raised within the Balak village, but he wanted it to be at a place outside of Hugo's vision, and he needed to raise her in a place that at least had imperial culture. He looked at the Pomeranian who was sleeping and thought he might need to request help from Kai Huahua, so he supposed he needed to leave the deep forest later and go to the city for once. Shortly, he arrived at the clan head's house, who asked him if there was a plague going around. She is worried because this is a problem as the wet season is soon upon them, and if the plague continues through the wet season, there will be more damage. A human told the tribe leader that it isn't a plague but a curse, and they can fix it if it is broken, because this is the time to sacrifice a great offering. Ayan said there is no way it is a curse, so they must leave the village now and move somewhere else. But the elders can't just abandon the holy place where their ancestors' remains are buried, so driving isn't an option, since that is the land of Balak, where they have stayed for the last 200 years. But the young generations asked the elders what they would do about the plagues and kill all the children. They inquired then who would continue their future because the seeds of the future might disappear, as they tried to preserve the remains of their ancestors. The elders kept stressing that this was a curse, but the youngsters thought they could become like that even if they ate a weird-looking mushroom, since the spirit of their ancestors is angry with how carelessly they care for their graves. But the youngsters are sure there is a bug that is transferring the poison, and they want the tribe's leader to make a decision. Meanwhile, the protagonist is hearing them arguing from behind and remembers that the Red Death was as deadly as the Black Death, which caused irreversible damage to the Empire in the past. But this is a terrible plague as it spread like crazy and reached even the Empire's territories. The Empire could remain safe because Camus of the Morg clan created a wall of fire to spread its flames. Furthermore, the Saintess Dolores, sent by the divine holy clan Quo Vadis, used her abnormally strong holy power to eliminate the plague. But the range of the cure was only within the Empire, and most barbarians living in the mountain La Rouge et La Noire and the deep forest died out, which became favorable for the Baskerville clan. As soon as the barbarian clans who had a vital role in the ecosystem of the deep forest disappeared, the lower-ranking daimonic creatures proliferated their number beyond what was previously possible, causing a monstrous wave that led to many civilian casualties. The Empire requested that the Baskerville clan, who protect the border, start subjugating these monsters. Ultimately, Baskerville's campaign successfully protected the border, and Hugo's political influence grew rapidly because of this. After pondering for a while, Vikir raised his hand, telling the tribe leader he knew how to stop the Red Death, as he didn't want Hugo to increase this time. Later, they caught a goblin, hung it upside down from the tree, and dipped it in the water. They were surprised to see that the goblin had contracted the Red Death, so they threw the goblin into the fire. Ayan is astounded because it is just as Vikir said, because all the goblins they shoved into the infected water contracted Red Death, and she wondered if Red Death transmits through water. Vikir affirmed, telling her that the infected water is the most significant cause of the infection, but once they boil the water, there should be no problem. Then she looked at the other goblin behind and asked Vikir if the boiled water was fine. As soon as they put the goblin in the boiled water, it became unconscious and worried Ayan, as she thought it had died immediately. Vikir wanted her to put it in the cold water, and she understood the problem. After some time, they soaked the goblins in the boiled water that had cooled for a while, and they were amazed to know that even after some time passed, it didn't contract Red Death. The villagers were pleased as they found the way to conquer the Red Death, and the answer is water. Ayan asked Vikir if he said they could prevent infections if they drank boiled water. The clan head is thankful to Vikir because he has shown they the light at the end of the tunnel, so she is sincerely grateful. However, the protagonist doesn't want to let their guard down yet as it cannot enter their eyes or any mucous membranes, but it can transmit through the respiratory system, so he requested everyone to be careful when the fog is present at dawn. Ayan mockingly looked at Shaman Ahuman and remembered that someone said it was a curse. Shaman Ahuman is pissed, But he realized that the solution to Red Death is to avoid water, and wondered how would they be able to avoid water as it will be the rainy season soon. Everyone agreed that the shaman is right because when the rain comes, there will be an overflow of water from the river, and the air will become humid. They thought there would be limitations to the method of boiling water and washing it up as they go, according to the preventative measures. The protagonist clarified that is why they need to relocate the village. Shaman Ahuman was stunned by this, as he had already said they could not leave the place where their ancestors lie, and he asked if he was ignoring the words of the Council of Elders. Vikir clarified that there is a method so they don't have to move from the Balak territory. After some time, the rainy season approached the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, and the river flooded. What was once flatland became vast torrents of swampy terrain. Within the deep forest, the torrential rain was something that even the elderly had never witnessed before. And that is how everything within the deep forest became flooded, except for the Balak village. Meanwhile, the villagers were pulling the rope harder to tie it tighter so as to raise the fence and stabilize it so it wouldn't fall. The Balak villagers built their houses on top of the tree to protect themselves from the flood. Everyone is pleased because even with this much rain, the village didn't get flooded, which is all thanks to Vikir. They thanked Vikir because the village would have been flooded without him, and they thought it was great that they listened to him. The protagonist is relieved that it was a good thing that there were many tall trees within the Balak territory, as they will be able to endure the rainy season. While Pomerian worriedly peeked out, telling her uncle she wanted to be with him. Abruptly, Vikir noticed a monster in the water and told the villagers to be careful because it was dangerous. Suddenly, the giant fish jumped out of the water, opened its mouth widely to devour them, and worried the villagers. But Ayan attacked it with her arrow before it could succeed, and wanted that cursed catfish to get lost. The protagonist inquired if that was the Mushusu, and Ayan explained that it was known to be the king for dozens of years around this area, but they called it Ka. Even after being attacked, the catfish struck the house they built, making the villagers fall. Vikir gets infuriated as it destroys the home they struggled to build. He wanted to fix the habits of the catfish, so he rushed toward it. He summoned Beelzebub and attacked the catfish with the Baskerville 6 technique and 6 lurking ambushes. The catfish roared with pain and then rushed back inside the water to run away. While the two villagers who fell hard managed to stop themselves from falling into the water by clinging to the tree. Everyone is pleased to see that Vikir chased Ka away and couldn't count how many times he has saved them. They gladly cheer Vikir as he is the Balak hero, which pissed Shaman Ahuman, but Ayan's eyes sparkled as she thought Vikir passed. Later at Vikir's house, it was dinner time, and Ayan and Pomerian were pleased to eat the delicious food. Pomerian told her uncle that the food was delicious, and Ayan agreed, as Vikir is good at cooking. The protagonist is annoyed as he doesn't remember calling Ayan to his house. She clarified that she can't just walk past a place where she can smell something yummy, but Vikir didn't prepare her share. She clarified that whatever belongs to the slave also belongs to the master, so Vikir's things also belong to her. The protagonist wondered how often he had told her he was not a slave, but Ayan told him not to pay attention to the fine print. Pomerian felt like her uncle and Ayan were a married couple. This made Ayan blush, and she happily hugged her, telling her that she was so cute. The protagonist is dumbfounded to see this, wondering when they became so close. Then he looked outside as he sensed the cool breeze. Ayan is surprised to see Ahun outside, wondering what the reason is for his arrival there. Ahun accosted Vikir, telling him he couldn't be sure. He thought it might be possible if it were him, as he had saved the village multiple times. With his teary eyes, he requested Vikir to save his little sister as she had contracted the Red Death. Later, the protagonist comes to Ahun's house, checks his sister's condition, and asks when it starts. Ahun explained that it had started the previous day, and he thought she had entered the swamp when they were gathering wood for construction. Ayan said that Ahul was a kind child who always helped people and asked the protagonist if he knew what to do. While the protagonist thinks, Shaman Ahuman enters the house and remarks that it serves her right as she goes around and does not listen to her grandfather. He remarked that what goes around comes around, and this is what happens when they don't listen to the words of that imperial spy. Ahun worriedly told his grandfather that it's too much, but the shaman instructed him to stay quiet. He slapped Ahun, telling him that he is a useless kid who is the same as his parents. He opened the umbrella to leave, reminding him that he had mentioned this repeatedly. This is a curse from God, and the answer is to carry out an ancestral rite. He didn't want Ahun to dirty the Balak name by succumbing to the imperialists. Since things have come to this, the matriarch will surely permit the ritual. While he is leaving, Ayan gets infuriated at him and curses that old man, and Ahun starts crying. The protagonist uttered that if he is referring to treatment, then there is one, and he told Ahun to sanitize the furniture that Ahul uses with boiling water. Then burn charcoal in the bonfire to chase out all the bugs and bats around the house. They need to create an environment for Ahul to combat the disease, for them to buy some time, and ask Ahun if he could do that. Ahun agreed to do as he said, then wiped his tears, as there was still some hope. Ayan approached Vikir worriedly, asking him if he could really save Ahul. The protagonist assured her that to do that, he would need her help. She agreed to help him with anything in her command, and Vikir told her to bring him out of the deep forest so he could get medicine for the infection. Ayan furiously told him not to say such things because even if he is acknowledged as a member of the Balak, there is a condition for going out into a foreign land. She is sure that there is no way her principled mother would allow that. The protagonist knew that the principled matriarch would most likely give up on Ahul, but if the people there kept it a secret, he could sneak out and return without anyone knowing he left. So, he asked Ayan if she would let him go, which left her speechless. Later, the protagonist rushed out of the deep forest along with Pomerian. After a while, he stopped and inquired why Ayan was following him, as he was sure she had let him go. She wanted to go together with him, but the protagonist is reluctant as he is certain she would get in his way. So Ayan wanted him to tell her where he was going, but Vikir refused, making her inquire why he was taking Pomerian. Ayan rambled that when a sword came out of his arm, and when he knew about Red Death, she didn't ask. She knew from the first time they met that she would always give in to him, but she couldn't ask him anything because he would disappear once he told her the answer. Therefore, she wanted him to answer her one thing if he would return, and she closed her eyes in fear. The protagonist assured her he would return, so she looked above with teary eyes, realized that he had already left, and wanted him to keep his promise. Meanwhile, Kai Huahua is working at his office till late and realizes it is getting dark already. No matter how much paperwork he has done, the number doesn't decrease. He peeked out of the window and thought it was nice back then when the deputy consul was there. The work was trying, but it was fun. He still doesn't believe it and could never think that the duty consul is dead, and he misses him. Suddenly, Vikir popped out, asking him if he had called him. Kai Huahua's face turned pale as he thought he had seen a ghost. The protagonist jumped down, asking Secretary General Kai Huahua how he had been. Kai Huahua finally understood that Vikir had confronted a monster from the deep forest, received a critical injury, and had been with barbarians until now. The protagonist affirmed, telling him it was right, but Kai Huahua terrifyingly asked him if he was saying he was not a ghost. The protagonist smirked as he finally realized why the general secretary had been shocked for so long and remarked that he was still the same. Kai Huahua burst into tears on hearing this and was glad to hear that he is alive, but he wanted to know whose child is along with him that resembles him a lot, wondering if that is his and Barbara's child. Vikir clarified that their bloodline is the same and they look the same, but it is not what he thinks about. Kai Huahua is stunned to know they are from the same bloodline, but it is not what he is thinking, which makes him even more curious about it. The protagonist wanted him to look after this child after he left and told him that her name is Pomerian. Since it is like this, Vikir thought it would be better to go through the basic education with her. Kai Huahua is delighted because it has been a while since he got an order from Vikir, and he wanted him to leave this matter to him. However, the protagonist is sure it is difficult for Kai Huahua to take over the work of Underdog City by himself and told him to find Cindy Wendy San Mesamaginaro if he needs help. Kai Huahua remembers that Cindy is the criminal he released 2 years ago during the plea deal, but he wondered how he could find her. Vikir inquired if he remembered the time when he was in the office and gave 10 billion to that girl. Kai Huahua remembered that he gave that money to Judy, who was the flower girl. Vikir uttered that no one is supporting her, so approaching her would be easy, so he was sure that Cindy should have gone to that child. But even after finding her, Cindy doesn't help him. He wanted the general secretary to tell her that he is alive, then she would help, as she is indebted to him. Kai Huahua understands this, but wants to know when the deputy consul will return. The protagonist wanted to return after he finished what he needed to do, and he had a promise to fulfill, too. Since treating Ahul's Red Death can be done quickly with a single drop of holy water from that clan, it is decided what he needs to do. While he was leaving, Pomerian grabbed Kai Huahua's beard and started pulling it, and the general secretary requested that he help him. But Vikir thinks about his plan as he leaves for the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. On the contrary, a carriage arrived at the city's entrance, and the guards immediately stopped to conduct a quick inspection. The guards recognized Sir Joseph as he is the one who manages the oil shop on the first floor, and inquired what he had brought with him. Sir Joseph showed him the import permit, telling the guards it was oil as written on the documents. The guard wanted to check what was inside, and Sir Joseph couldn't believe it, as he came there often, so he wondered if there was even a need to check it. The guard clarified that the higher-ups place importance on formalities, so he started checking the oil, wondering which one he should open, and was concerned for Joseph. Abruptly, the guard grabbed one of the barrels, which worried Joseph, wondering why he would choose that one. He opened the barrel, saw the oil inside, and uttered that it's fine, so he permitted Joseph to pass, welcoming him to St. Mecca, which relieved Joseph. After successfully entering the city, Joseph worriedly told Vikier that he could come out now. The protagonist immediately rushed out of the oil tank, which startled Joseph, and he stared at him. Since Joseph fulfilled his promise of getting him inside St. Mecca, he inquired if he could go now. The protagonist wanted him to wait, then handed him the ox-bear canine as promised and left. Sir Joseph received the canine and never thought he was submerged in oil for over 2 hours, making him wonder if he is even human. Meanwhile, after going far away, the protagonist took off the mask and took a peaceful breath, as it was his first time being submerged for so long since the river Styx, where he was submerged for 7 minutes. Whatever the case, he successfully infiltrated the Quo Vadis territory and had to complete the task. St. Mecca is the Quo Vadis clan's central city. It has a population of 160,000 people because the church, sexual desires, and greed are heavily restricted. Therefore, even if the gold is on the floor, they walk past it since the citizens are consciously aware of order and public peace and strictly abide by the rules. Abruptly the bell rings, so Vikier remember that when the clock tower bell rings they do this weird thing where they stop walking and pray. Just as he thought, everyone stopped walking and started praying, so he passed between them and wondered how they could live when it was so suffocating. After a while, he arrived near the well, opened the tube, and threw the liquid inside the well. The Red Death infectious bacteria are carried in Ahul's blood, sweat, and tears. It is a highly contagious plague, so people will get infected immediately by pouring this into the well. Although it is an extreme method, the situation is urgent, and every minute and second is precious. Since this is a religious and holy territory, they will be rescued before a casualty comes. While he was leaving, 3 kids saw him asking who he was and were worried as there was a suspicious person by the well, so they wanted to leave because he looked dangerous. Vikier looked back and told the children to listen carefully, saying the well was cursed. Therefore, those who drink the water from this well will not be spared by death, and he wanted them to heed his words. The kids get scared when they hear this, thinking he is a ghost who puts a curse on the well, so they never want to drink from it. After they left, Vikier was sure the children wouldn't drink from the well with this. Abruptly, he threw the dagger left by the Leviathan clan, a famous clan known for its deadly poison. Judging from the situation, the protagonist is certain that the ones who spread the Red Death in the deep forest were none other than the Leviathan clan. Since the religiously holy clan and the deadly poison clan haven't had a good relationship for a long time, he is sure that a huge fight will probably break out with this, and that is it for his preparation. Since it is almost time for the holy water to pour, he wonders if he should leave to see the Saintess Dolores now. Meanwhile, several people were gathered outside the mansion as they heard that the Saintess rested there. They urged the Saintess to open the door because they wanted to give their greetings. One of the citizens requested that Dolores to look at his illness, and some wanted to see the Saintess' face just once. Abruptly, the Saintess asked if they all came to see her at such a late hour. Everyone is surprised to hear the Saintess's voice, and the Order of the Dortsmile region wanted to tell her about themselves. He uttered that he is also the eldest of the Jonathan clan, which is the clan that dispatches soldiers often, and he is also the son-in-law of the Alphonse clan. Another man uttered that he is the new in charge of the Ibsen Guild Association, which is the association that oversees the bourgeois family export. He is also an honorable knight who served Count Boston Terrier Le Baskerville as his squire for 2 years. The third man told Saintess Dolores that if she treats his illness, he will reward her with the entire productive granary. He also wanted to reward her with a villa on the beachfront with a warm southern shore and an exclusive carriage. Saintess Dolores urged them to stop as she was uncertain if their identity or wealth was enough reason to open her gates at such a late hour, so she requested them to return. After hearing this, all of the visitors decided to return, and Vikier is a bit concerned. Before he regressed, he often saw the Saintess on the front lines of the battlefield and saw her covered in blood, desperately treating the injured. Her white clothes were stained with a bloody red, and her white divine power never stopped flowing. Therefore, the Saintess he knew disliked money and power. After some time, Vikier was kneeling when the Saintess inquired who he was to come and look for her. Vikier clarified that he is just a young lamb who has lost its way and kept kneeling for a while. After some time, the Saintess opened the door and requested him to come inside. After he came inside, a statue asked the young lamb how he lost his way. This makes Vikier realize that she will not meet him personally, but he knows she has no reason to meet someone wearing such suspicious clothing. The protagonist clarified that he came to report that there is an epidemic spreading throughout the slums. He has brought the water from their well, and he is sure that she could detect the wicked energy exuding from this water if she possesses divinity. The Saintess thought for a while, then shouted that he had lied to her. She immediately closed the door, and guards rushed to capture him. The knight uttered that his speech was rather aggressive for a young lamb who had lost its way, and he asked who he was. The protagonist is startled to see that knight, as that is the face he hasn't seen in a while. He is Pietro Quo Vadis before he regressed. He was someone whom he entrusted his back to on the battlefield. Pietro never compromises with injustice. If it's for the name of justice, he is a man who can be crueler than demons. He learns the interrogation techniques he used on those 7 young masters in Underdog City for Petro. Therefore, he rambled that is quite refreshing to see him there, which confused Pater as he has never seen him before. Petro heard that Vikier came there to report about an epidemic, but his attire is quite suspicious. So, he told him he could not meet the Saintess until he took his mask off and displayed some courtesy. Vikier clarified that there is a reason why he is wearing this gas mask, which is that he can't take it off. Since he reported that whatever he needed to do his job was done, he wanted to take his leave. Before he could set his foot out of the mansion, Pater used his divine magic and clarified that he could not let a suspicious person return. The protagonist was startled, wondering if he had thrown that paper at him, infusing it with divine power, and realized that he still uses such interesting weapons. Petro jumped down, telling him he could sense wicked energy coming from the water pouch he brought. If it is an epidemic, then he is the one who spread it. The protagonist wondered why he would come here to report it if he were the culprit. Petro doesn't know the reason and thought it might be his tactic to bait the Saintess out. The protagonist knew that every word he said was correct, and he couldn't deny it. Pietro wanted to hear his confession later when he was in prison, so he decided to attack him first. Vikier hardly managed to evade his attack and knew they might find out that he is Baskerville if he used his aura. Soon he arrived near the wall, so he somersaulted back and tried to strike Pietro. Pietro evaded the attack but felt like a boulder had fallen on top of him, as if he had such a weight. He wondered if such strength could come from a trim physique. The protagonist rushed back and recalled that it was the first time he was using the skill he obtained after killing the ox bear 2 years ago. That is, 600 kilograms of stability, and it is not bad. As soon as Vikier reached back, he rushed at Pietro again and kept attacking him, which he blocked with his book. Then Vikier used Cerberus Flame to strike it, which burnt Pietro's divine book, and he threw it away. Pietro washed his hands with the water, and Vikier asked if he wanted to continue. Pietro is infuriated as he knew that Vikier is irreligious, as he used sorcery, so he cannot get him. He was rushed toward the protagonist, but as soon as he rushed forward, his foot stomped on the book, which started floating, obscuring his vision. Shortly, the protagonist punched him, thus throwing him toward the statue, and made him cough up blood. The knights were stunned to see this condition of the leader, wondering if they were dreaming right now, as Sir Pietro couldn't lose. They didn't believe something like this could happen, so they jumped out to protect Sir Pietro. The protagonist grabbed his mask, asking if he wanted to see this to the end, and then he was willing to fight more. Momentarily, Saintess Dolores came out, telling everyone it was enough and asking Vikier if he was the lost young lamb. The protagonist is surprised to see Saintess Dolores and tells her it is right. Saintess Dolores remarked that he is more of a puppy than a lamb, as he is a small puppy covered in injuries. The knight told the Saintess that the person is not a puppy, but he is a blood-crazed wolf. Saintess Dolores requested that he bring them the tea as she must talk with that person, shocking the knight. Later, inside the room, the protagonist has tea with the Saintess Dolores and her knight, Pietro, who is staring at him. Vikier looked at her and wondered if Saintess Dolores Lun Quo Vadis is 16 right now. In the future, during the war against demons, she treated patients on the front line, thus saving countless lives. She is the living example of benevolence. Like everyone else during the time of ruin, every martial artist who encountered her, including himself, respected her. Saintess looked at him for a while and said he had been very stressed lately. She is unsure if he is aware, but she is a student in the Imperial Academy Colosseo. As it is the holiday, she is currently taking a break from studying and handling the family affairs. The protagonist is astounded, wondering what is happening with the sudden mundane talk. Dolores uttered that, as he said, nobles and merchants look for her no matter the time. The illnesses they want her to treat are either after effects of narcotics or sexually transmitted infections, and there is not one person who is gravely ill. Since justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality are God's will, she wondered why people only see what is before them. The protagonist claimed that theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so it is inevitable. Dolores is stunned because that's the Old Testament Asmoser chapter 6 verse 9, and she never thought someone who knows such an old passage exists. The protagonist added that more importantly, an epidemic has spread throughout the slums of St. Mecca. Dolores wondered if that information was correct, and Vikir confirmed that the pouch contained the infected water he collected from a well in the slums. Dolores asked if he was not involved in this matter, and Vikir clarified that if he were, then he wouldn't come on his own there. The protagonist guessed he couldn't avoid suspicion and wondered if he should use that method. He tried to take out something that worried Pietro, so he hurried forward and requested the Saintess to stay behind him. Abruptly, the protagonist started emitting a divine energy and clarified that he hates harming innocent people, especially since this place is his hometown. Dolores is surprised to see him using the divine power and inquires if he is a believer of Lun. The protagonist wondered if she wanted to listen to what he had to say now and explained that he spotted some suspicious people pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the slum's waters. They are the criminals. Saintess Dolores wondered if his words were true, and then wanted to know their motives. The protagonist explained that the criminals probably wish for the decline of the Quo Vadis family, and those who will benefit from that are someone else. He took out the map, pointed at a location, and clarified that the first ones who will benefit most are the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan and the conglomerate bourgeois family. The Leviathan clan will use the epidemic as an opportunity to collect samples from countless patients and use them as research. Moreover, once the divine Quo Vadis family falls, there is no better method for the Leviathan family, which is hostile toward them. There are also the bourgeois family's valuables that don't disappear during an epidemic. Therefore, with the death of laborers, landowners will become bankrupt with the presence of empty field factories and stores. So, the family will consume a variety of real estate and start a new business. The protagonist is certain that the one who spread the Red Death are the Leviathan, and the ones who cooperated with them so they could reap the benefits are the bourgeois merchant. The native of the deep forest become scapegoats for both clans to benefit. So he told Saintess Dolores that due to this reason he thinks they are closely related to this epidemic, but that is just his hypothesis. His explanation dumbfounded Dolores because it was plausible, and she never thought that someone who could predict future incidents so accurately existed, so she inquired who he was. Vikir wanted her to think that he is just a night bloodhound, and Dolores found the name Nighthound slightly ominous. Pietro is shocked as Vikir picked a name that suits what he is wearing so well and supposed this is utterly blasphemous. Whatever his name is, Dolores thought that everything that the Nighthound had said was quite possible. Therefore, she requested Sir Pietro to visit the slums as they needed to investigate the epidemic and report it to her father, and Pietro affirmed this. The protagonist was lucky to have met the Saintess and is sure that this way things will progress fast. Saintess Dolores wondered what it was, and she didn't know why the man who defeated the unrivaled Sir Pietro and the Holy Knights looked so small and pitiful. She looked at him and could sense the smell of a beast that exudes from his soul, the scent of blood, oil, steel, violence, and pent-up anger. The color of hatred in a bottomless whirlpool of numerous emotions. Within that lies immense sadness, which makes her wonder who he is. Later at night in the slums, everyone's eyes welled up on seeing that Saintess had arrived. The priestess requested her to save them from this horrific epidemic, as many of the people were ill due to the curse. Saintess is concerned about seeing this and supposes that what the Nighthound said was true. The protagonist looks at the ill civilians and apologizes to them, as he has gotten them involved due to a lack of time. He is thankful because there are no children among the patients, and wonders if the fear he instilled among the children at the well would work. Thankfully, all the patients are at the initial stage of the disease, so he has no choice but to leave the rest to the Saintess. The Saintess approached the patient, who became gloomy on seeing these pitiful people, and wanted them not to worry because God's Lun, most sublime love, will heal them all. She prayed to the light of her life and the flames of her life, her sins, and her soul to witness these pitiful people who have gathered there. Soon she started crying, and the single drop of her tear illuminated the entire temple, and soon the patients were healed. Everyone is pleased to see that he has been healed and multiple other people as well at once, and the priestess was thankful to the saintess as she is their superior. The protagonist remembers that it is the power he needed to bring the miracle of holy water to the forest. Later, the saintess is studying in her room and is aware that treating patients with divine power is just temporary, as she can't stop new patients from arising. The fact that more cases are appearing is because there is an infected well somewhere within the slums. She looked at the bodily fluid form of an infected person. She realized it has a very short incubation period, and it takes a very long time for an infected person to die. Its malignity causes the infected person to be in pain for a long time. Therefore, to stop the infection completely, she needs to focus and purify the deepest well if she can create one drop by concentrating her divine power. She sighed as this wasn't the time for her to be lost in her thoughts, as she should go and treat one more person. Suddenly, she started feeling dizzy and fell from the chair, but she knew that it was a sign of anemia, wondering if it was the repercussion for using too much divine power. She ignores it and decides to leave because she can still do it if it's to alleviate the pain the patients experience as soon as possible. Shortly after, she came out of her room and saw the nobles, who were thrilled to see that the saintess had come. They also wanted to go with her, requesting that she not worry anymore. The saintess wondered what brought them all there, and the nobles clarified that they came there to help her. The nobles clarified that they can't leave such a noble lady alone in a low and dirty place. Therefore, they brought 3 wagons filled with donations and emergency relief, thinking those people had won the jackpot that day. They believed that the people of the slums would be skinny and live in filth, but they are relatively humane. They supposed they might have gone overboard, and they were worried that if they gave them the donation, those filthy people would lose their will of self-sufficiency. Whatever the case is, they knew it was a gentleman's duty to protect the lady, so they also wanted to follow the saintess. Saintess Dolores could judge their intentions, but the nobles think they delivered it well, regardless of their intentions. She looked back, smiled at them, and wanted to leave it to them, and the noble's heart skipped a beat on seeing her singing like that. Later, the nobles arrived at the slums and covered their mouth due to the disgusting smells coming from there. One of them accidentally stepped on the trash and was worried because his shoes were expensive and were limited edition. They started crying, requesting the priests to treat them first, as they are going to get infected as well. The nobles want them to tell all these things to move, as he needs to get out of there. Saintess Dolores annoyingly looked back as she knew this would happen. It's blasphemous to come to a relief area with ulterior motives and wonder if they do not understand that the only thing they needed was empathy for the sick. She knew it was absolute and pure altruism, dogmatic sacrifice, a sense of volunteer kindness and tenderness, as these are the closest things to God's grace and love. After a while, she entered another camp and is sure that from there onward, it is more horrific, and the critical patients are all gathered there. Since the sick and the clergy, everyone there will be in pain, and she is apologetic for not being there, but since she is present now, she is sure it will be fine. Momentarily, she heard Vikier telling them to bring more saline quickly, and the priest found it impossible to believe because divine power is the only thing that could work. He can't even remember how many hours Vikier has been with these patients alone. The protagonist cut the red spot on the patient's body that started bleeding, and he used his divine power to heal it. The priest wondered if he was using the skin blessing by letting the blessing flow into the infected area. The priest thought that if that is what he is doing, he might be able to focus and use divine power, and he couldn't believe that a method like that could also work. Dolores is surprised to see that the person is the Night Hound and finds it amazing, as she never thought he was this skilled in medicine and divine power. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept treating the patient and remembered that, in general, divine power is a cleric's prayer reaching God, which God then accepts and gives the cleric power. The amount of divine power depends on how devoted a person is to the God, and the amount of divine power is proportional to the amount needed to perform a miracle. Since 1 divine power equals 1 miracle, 10 divine powers can create 10 miracles. However, Vikier knew how to perform 10 miracles with 1 divine power and 100 miracles with 10 divine powers. During the time of the fall, the monsters that mobbed them and the number of patients lying in front of the clerics, who outnumbered the monsters, knew that the amount of divine power they possessed couldn't stop the disaster. The gods' decision was made because of the clerics' desperation and wavering faith, so they changed the equation to perform miracles. They decided to take measures then and face what happens after. so they perform miracles first and deal with what happens later. Even if the divine power they needed to recover came with interest, it was a strange phenomenon where they used all the divine power they could muster. People called this phenomenon advanced divine power, and because it was a time when killing monsters was regarded as an act of faith. Even if he weren't a cleric, he would use advanced divine power if he killed a monster. Because of that, he who has a soul that has accumulated karma from the past can use divine power if it's within a divine region. Meanwhile, a child is crying beside her ill mother when Vikir approaches her, telling her that he will fix her mother soon. He clarified that she is sick, but she is also suffering from severe malnutrition, so he handed her a coin, wanted her to use this to get food and firewood, and nurse her mom. Pietro is startled on seeing this, telling him that materialistic help is not permitted because monetary demands are endless. Therefore, if Vikir does that, he might end up giving all his money to them. The protagonist wondered why there is no end to something endless, which confused Pietro. Vikir rambles that there is a limit to how much money is in his pocket, and he can give it all to them. Since he is looking at the pouch full of coins, the patient started moaning in pain, and he apologized to her. Saintess Dolores is surprised because just now Vikir said he was apologetic and wondered what this person is sorry for, and she can't understand why he is apologizing. He recalled what Vikir told her during their tea time. Understanding humans is inevitable. She wondered if it was perhaps because he couldn't treat other people for the same reason as her. She saw him releasing a tremendous amount of divine power to heal the patient and left, indulging in deep thought. Saintess Dolores is a 16-year-old girl, still young and inexperienced, but her heart had started beating fast for the mysterious man before her. After some time, he is away from everyone's sight. He took off his mask, drank the water, and noticed the Saintess was behind, so he asked what was wrong. Saintess Dolores sits beside him, asking if it is all right for her to talk to him for a moment, and doesn't mind it. She thanks him for his help. All thanks to him, they were able to treat all the causalities. The protagonist clarified that he just did what he needed to do, and Dolores knew he would say that. After that, there's a silence for a while, and Dolores breaks and utters that a strong person like him should have been born with divine power. She wanted to be honest as she was lucky and born with divine power, but her body, mind, and faith weren't strong. She cannot understand the reason why God chose a weak person like her to be a saintess, and Dolores knew he would say that. Since there are so many people who have strong faith, even though they aren't born with divine power, she couldn't understand why God granted her the excessive title of a saintess. The protagonist emphasized that the fact that she is in anguish and guilt is why God chose her, since the world needs a light that shines through the deepest and most ferocious places. Dolores started crying on hearing this and wondered if she could become someone who could say those things, and he affirmed. The outcome of having the Quo Vadis family clergy gathered and praying in one area was that all processes involved in creating holy water ended successfully. A divine essence that can purify all the infected within the slums with one drop. 3 drops of the concentrated holy water were created, including reserves, and its name was Plani de la Verge, a saint's tears. While Saintess Dolores is praying in the temple, reciting the verse where the God wanted everyone to behold the woman whose son is the one and only, is there. He who, unfortunately, had to nurture God's son wailed at night, and it lasted until the next day. She is in so much agony that her heart couldn't follow, and that day is the most agonizing and sorrowful day for her. As she is reciting, her divine power illuminates the entire temple. Shortly, Pietro brings the 3 concentrated divine essences and is thankful to her for her hard work. He assured her they would ensure they stored this well in the basement safe. Saintess Dolores decided to leave this to him, but now he has to move toward her next task. She came outside the temple, saw the father praying, and clarified that she had come to report something about the Red Death. Her father instructed her fairy-like daughter to come closer, and she obediently complied. Cardinal of the Lund Church, Humbert Lund, Quo Vadis, placed his hand on her shoulder, telling her that she had made an extensive offering this time, which was just like what he expected from his daughter. He said that she was so gracious, and after giving his blessing to her, he wanted her to tell him what had happened. Dolores explains that they planned first to use the saintess tears they created to purify all the water flowing underneath Saint Mecca. Humbert inquired if he could find the source of the infection, and she affirmed, telling him it was from an unregistered well in the slums. She added that children testified by saying that a spirit had cursed the well. The well was severely infected, and they found the glass bottle the criminal used to store and spread the infection. After investigating that area, they found a suspicious object and showed him the dagger. Humbert inquired where she found these, and Dolores clarified that it was at the well. Humbert recognizes that these are the emblems of both Leviathan and Bourgeois, and he is infuriated. He realizes they get along well, but wonders how they created an artificial virus. He furiously shouted that how those lowly drug addict and miser dare to insult divinity. His tremendous divine power shook the ground, and he instructed his daughter to declare the holy war, which worried Dolores. Humbert then asked about the guy who called himself the Night Hound and said he was suspicious. So, he wanted her to catch him immediately and make him confess everything he had conspired. However, Dolores takes Vicky's side, telling her father that he is innocent, and Hubert is dumbfounded on seeing his daughter retaliating, so he asks what she just said. Dolores clarified that he did his best to treat the infected, and there aren't any casualties because of him, so she is confident that there is no way he is evil. Humbert understood that for his daughter, who has never gone against him, to say that means that he needs to interrogate him personally. Humbert started realizing the tremendous divine power covering the entire holy city. He told his daughter it would be meaningless if she went against him since he had already sent the paladins to go after him. The paladins finally arrived at the place where Vikier is staying. They forcefully opened the door, then called out for him and told him that he is a suspect of causing the Red Death, but were startled to see that he was not there. Abruptly, a priest rushed there, accosting the cardinal, telling him that something bad had happened. Humbert wondered what the matter was, and the priest clarified that one of the saintess's tears had disappeared from the basement safe. Dolores is shocked to learn about that and doesn't want to think that Vikier came there to get that. Meanwhile, the protagonist is standing on the pillar of the city wall, looking at the saintess's tears, and is thankful for this. Then he leaves. Meanwhile, Ayan dreams about the past when she was 8 years old, and she faced the Cerberus with her tribe members. She is trembling in fear, so she kept moving back and accidentally fell from the cliff. After some time, when she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by unknown humans. Those merchants took her out of the deep forest, forcing her to face strong humans while everyone cheered for their fights. Even though she is scared to see the muscular man she is facing, but as soon as he reached close to her, she rushed behind him and injured him. The man grabbed her leg, then slammed her against the boundary, and all the viewers were enjoying this. Ayan coughed up blood due to serious injuries and saw those ruthless humans laughing at her. She started crying and kept remembering her mother and her tribe. But she knew this wasn't the time for her to cry, so she substantially slammed the ground and sat, grabbed her sword to attack the man who had brutally injured her. She covered her face with the blood to prepare herself for the serious battle and attacked him. After some time, she is in the cage, remembering her tribe and mother when she felt unconscious. After a while, she opened her eyes and saw a potion beside her. Then, she saw Vikier before her and got terrified, but he told her to go. The moment she met Vikier, her colorless world was filled with color. Abruptly, she opened her eyes and was crying, which made her mother wonder if she had had a nightmare. The matriarch told her that she kept looking for Vikier while she was asleep. Ayan told her mother that the pain is getting worse as her chest hurts and her body is burning. She feels like her heart has dried up, which makes her wonder if she has the Red Death. She knew that she couldn't have it, but it's so painful that she regrets being born. Her mother grabbed her hand and told her that her father and she had buried a small seed in the ground a long time ago. Her father planted the seeds, and her mother watered those seeds every day. Not long after the seed sprouted, and after several months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower. After they cut the flowers, extracted the sap, and smoked it, they got high and had fun. That was how Ayan came about. Since her father committed an evil deed, he was executed by her grandfather. Ayan told her mother that her body has gotten worse, and her mother told her that she doesn't know what life will throw at her, as she just needs to live it. Therefore, she wanted her to wait a little while when Vikier returns after finding a way to treat the infection. Ayan told her mother she didn't need to comfort her because Vikier wouldn't return. Abruptly, the tribe members shouted that Vikier has returned and brought the medicine to treat the Red Death alone. The matriarch excitedly told her daughter to see as she told her, but got annoyed to see her rush away as she said that she had Red Death. Ayan rushed toward Vikier and wanted to admit she was terrified back then, but since he showed her how he faced his fears, she could stand back up. She finally arrived at the Vikier and was a bit huffy as she rushed there. The protagonist is glad to see that she is there and clarifies that he heard from the warriors earlier that she has the Red Death. However, she didn't listen to him, rushed at him, and hugged him tightly. Vikier worriedly told her that if he hadn't used his mana, his back would have broken, and he asked if she hadn't had the Red Death. Ayan doesn't know about that, but as soon as she heard Vikier return, her body became lighter. Vikir supposed she might be fine, and she affirmed that he decided she might be faking it. Ayin affirmed her eyes welled up, but she welcomed him back to the tribe, and Vikir happily told her he was back. Later, everyone is gathered at Ahun's house watching Vikir to treat Ahul's red death. Vikir opened the pouch containing the Saintess tear, which started emitting light, and after he brought it closer to Ahul's face, her red spots began disappearing. Ahun's eyes welled up when he saw Ahul's spots disappearing, and he realized that the light emitted from what Vikir brought was so strong that the red death disappeared. Everyone is pleased to learn that Vikir brought the cure back and found it amazing. Vikir inquired how many patients they have, and Ayin explained that, including Ahul, they have about 30. The protagonist then asked how many they have of the other tribe. Ayin uttered that it is terrible because many different tribes are on the brink of annihilation. The protagonist supposed there might be around 10,000, so he told Ayin to tell the other tribe to gather the sick. Ayin is stunned to hear about that, so he asks if he has large quantities of the cure. Vikir didn't want her to worry as there is a lot, so he tried to use this chance to boast to the other tribes. The tribe members were amazed to hear that Vikir is treating even the other tribe and thought he was terrific. The protagonist remembered the swamp monster, whose name was Kat, and told Ayin that he had killed it on the way there, so he wanted her to go and bring it back as food. The tribe members thought he was incredible and so amazing that they couldn't even compare him. The protagonist knew there was no time, so he wanted Ayin to tell the other tribes to gather around the river catchment area. Later, the other tribes were gathered around the river catchment area as Vikir commanded. He poured the Saintess's tears into the river, which started discharging tremendous light, and the entire river was purified. Then he looked back, telling the other tribes they only needed to drink this water. The tribes' heads were a bit confused, but soon, the tribe members started drinking the water with divine power, and they could feel that their bodies had recovered. Everyone's body felt lighter, and the red death had also disappeared, so they were pleased they were alive. Vikir clarified that the purification is spreading from the catchment area, so he is sure the bacteria will soon disappear. The matriarch wanted to appoint Vikir as their tribe's shaman, but he declined her offer. Shortly, the other tribe patriarch substantially stomped on the ground to capture their attention. He shouted at the people of the deep forest, wanting them to answer him and inquire about the name of the hero who purified the forest. The tribe of the deep forest also stomped on the ground, telling them the name of their hero, Vikir. The other tribe members also wanted to know the name of the person who saved their family, and they shouted the same. Another man also asked about the person who brought up the bright tomorrow for the deep forest, and everyone shouted Vikir. The entire forest echoes with the name of Vikir, which astounded him. The wicked deed the deadly poison clan committed turned into a favorable situation for him. The Baskerville clan mainly pioneered and subjugated the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, and the Baskerville clan's natural enemy, the natives of the mountain. The protagonist thought that if he could win them over and repay them, it wouldn't be completely impossible to fight against the entire Baskerville clan. Vikir smiled cunningly, knowing he could use this chance to land a significant blow on Hugo. The matriarch announced that a festival would start from that day onward, so she commanded her tribe members to prepare for a grand festival. But before that, the protagonist has one more thing that he needs to do, which startled the matriarch. The protagonist is sure they all must find the one who spread the poison in the forest. Meanwhile, Shaman Ahuman knew that much time had passed and thought everyone should have gotten infected by then. He wouldn't struck a deal with those Imperial druggies and thought that is all that Imperial kid fault. He wanted to cure the infection with the antidote at the moment when everyone is in despair. Therefore, the entire tribe would have no choice but to look at him with respect and reverence. Ahuman knew infecting Ahul was a good idea because no one would suspect him of infecting his granddaughter. He smiled cunningly as he came out of the cave and thought his plan was perfect. He peeked out to look at the happy tribe and guessed his plan was not great. He wondered how everyone was okay, as he was sure they were all gasping for air because of the Red Death right before they commenced the ancestral rite. He also saw Ahul happily preparing the food and wondered what was happening. He rushed toward the river, thinking it was impossible, and wondered how the fish were alive. He supposed the river might be purified and believed the water had become even clearer. He worriedly grabbed his head, wondering how this all happened. Abruptly, the protagonist gets close to him, asking if the river is rather clear. Shaman Ahuman furiously cursed Vikir and wondered when he came behind him. Then he looked around and saw the entire tribe gathered there, furiously staring at the shaman. As the protagonist expected, the person who had spread the Red Death in the forest was Ahuman. Before Vikier regressed, there was a time when stories about an old man living in the forest and his misdeeds were trending. It was a horrible story of a man who had spread an infection within his tribe due to his desire to become a hero. In turn, he couldn't cure it and killed most of his tribe's people, so Vikier supposed that was Ahuman. Ahuman cleared his throat, thinking Vikier might not know about this, and asked if everyone had come to greet the old shaman. Abruptly, the matriarch came forward asking Ahuman if he had finished the ceremony well. Ahuman affirmed, telling her that the infection will soon disappear. The matriarch heard that in the empire, a war was declared between clans due to the Red Death because the infection was artificially created and spread. However, she found it strange that she didn't see the connection or the reason the infection spread among the imperial clan and the deep forest. Shaman Ahuman clarified that it is something that he wouldn't know. Since he only just came after performing the rite for the tribe's sake, he will complete his recovery. Therefore, the matriarch wondered why he came there instead of the village, which startled the shaman. The matriarch uttered that, as Vikier said, Ahuman went to the catchment area, so she wanted to see whatever he said next was right. Ahuman, yes, widened in shock, wondering what she was talking about. The matriarch remembers that Vikier uttered that Ahuman wants to use this incident to become the tribe hero, so he is sure that he will undoubtedly have the cure to the Red Death. The matriarch accosted Ahuman, telling him she wanted to see what was in his pouch, which worried him. A few moments ago, Ayin was stunned as Vikier wanted to know about Ahuman's birth. The protagonist affirmed, telling her it would be good for him to know him better. Ayin explained that Ahuman isn't a native Balak and his birthplace hasn't been revealed. But long ago, he was the existing shaman's slave and came to the Balaks. But he killed the shaman who was plotting a coup d'etat, killing him and stealing his ordered powers. Due to his contribution in stopping the coup, he was promoted from a slave to a shaman. After that, to adapt to the Balaks, Ayin heard that he did anything including the cleaning up of poop and pee. He was responsible for all the dirty work within the village. He was also used as bait for dangerous prey during hunts, but he was acknowledged as a member of their society when he became old and his hair turned gray. The protagonist wondered if Ahuman wanted all the privileges that he was entitled to when he was younger, now that he is older. This means that he overstepped the authority of the matriarch and tried to take over the entire forest. The matriarch furiously asked Ahuman what he was doing, as he should show her his pouch now. Ahuman worriedly grabbed his pouch and was willing to show it to her, as this was the flower he had saved to eat after the ceremony. Still, before he could even show her, he accidentally dropped it inside the river, thus spilling the entire antidote inside it. He clarified that his hand tremor, due to his old age, caused him to drop it into the river accidentally. The matriarch annoyingly covered her face because Vikier is right again, and as he said, Ahuman threw the pouch into the river. However, the protagonist is worried as they can no longer reveal the contents of the Ahuman pouch using the same method. Ahuman is pissed as he is saying that he had the antidote, as that means he thinks he is the one who spread the poison throughout the forest. He requested the matriarch to punish that kid as he had framed his righteous self and soiled the honor of a shaman. The matriarch agreed, telling Vikier he cannot frame someone without evidence. Since the shaman said he was innocent, he wanted to help him protect his honor and pride. Shaman Ahuman smirked because even if she is a matriarch, she cannot punish the shaman without evidence. The matriarch commanded to call for Iliad, which worried the shaman as she called an Iliad. An Iliad is called when a conflict of opinion cannot be resolved. The Balak side with the victor of the Iliad as the loser is deemed incompetent. Abruptly Ahun stepped forward, telling his grandfather that he always said that tradition is essential. Since Iliad is the tradition of Balak, he requested that he show them how he protects their tradition. Shaman Ahuman is infuriated by that depraved kid and has agreed to follow the tradition. Thus, he told Vikier that it will happen 4 days from now, during the night of the full moon, and he officially requests that he read him an Iliad. The protagonist doesn't care about the 4 days, as he is certain that the one who receives the Iliad request is to decide on the day. But if he is talking about tradition, that is, he wanted to be honest that evidence and verification are all meaningless, since cornering him into a situation where he had no choice but to request an Iliad was all part of his plan. He looked at him cunningly, smirked, and clarified that they should do it right now. Later, they were at the battle arena when the matriarch announced that the Iliad would begin now. She explained that the Iliad will proceed within the circle made by warriors who mercilessly execute cowards who try to leave the circle. Behind her is the warrior mountain where their ancestors' graves reside. As their ancestors were watching, she didn't want to forgive any indecency. She wanted their forefathers to judge what was right and wrong so that they would decide the victor. Therefore, she wanted them to prove they were right as Balak warriors. Everyone wanted Vikir to win with one attack, so they cheered him on. Shaman Ahuman is annoyed that all the kids are on Vikir's side, but no one is on his side. He bit his finger, making it bleed, and is sure they will stop saying his name when he wins because weapons aren't the only thing he can use in an Iliad. As soon as his blood fell on the ground, the skeletons started appearing, and he commanded them to watch his blind spots and notify him when they see Vikir. He smiled cunningly, thinking this is impossible for Vikir, who has only been there for 2 years, against him, who has spent 7 years in the forest, as there is no way he is familiar with the terrain. He wanted Vikir to show himself, and he would shoot an arrow right through him without even knowing that he was above his head. The protagonist uses the silent heal skill he got from killing the master of the swamp. It's a Moshusu skill that allows him to target his prey opening silently, and he likes that it gets rid of the surrounding sounds, which is helpful for assassins. He guessed Ahuman wasn't just a shaman by name, seeing how he could let the dead arise, and supposed he might have been from Lakoko, a tribe of shamans, but that doesn't change anything, as the result will be the same. He jumped between the dead, gets rid of them with a single move, and is ready to attack the shaman. Ahuman is pleased, thinking the child might be scared, so he probably hasn't thought of moving. Abruptly, Vikir appeared behind him, pierced his chest with his sword, and subjugated him. Ahuman's eyes welled up, wondering when he arrived there, as he didn't even hear him step on the fallen leaves. The protagonist pulled out his sword, throwing the shaman away, and retracted the Beelzebub. Ayin rushed toward him, happily calling him, and the tribe members were dumbfounded as the victor was decided instantly. Another member thought that might be because the ancestors decided what Ahuman said wasn't worth listening to. While the protagonist is conversing with Ayin, Ahuman stared trembling as it hurts, and he feel like his wound is burning, but he doesn't want to die. He endured that shameful past to survive within the Balaks, so he thought it was unfair if this was his end. He wondered why he couldn't have the things that Vikir had, and he didn't want to forgive him as he was the person who took the things that should have been for him, as well as the Balak who looked down on him. He also didn't want to forgive the Lakoko tribe that abandoned him, and all of them who betrayed him. The protagonist asks Ahun for his thoughts on ending this with his own hands, but Ahun refuses. The protagonist knew he would continuously be in pain if they left the shaman like that. Ahun furiously gritted his teeth as he almost lost Ahul because of the Red Death, so even if he is his grandfather, he wouldn't forgive him. He thought it was right for a coward to be in pain, as he is not worth pitying. Hearing this, Ahuman is infuriated and draws something on the ground with his blood. As soon as he did that, the box in the forbidden place near the graves opened, emitting a tremendous aura. The forest is covered with dark clouds, emanating an ominous aura. Ayin gets worried on seeing this, wondering what that is, as an ominous energy comes from the grave. Ahun's eyes widened as he saw his grandfather standing up despite being injured. The protagonist looked back and was dumbfounded as he was sure that he had stabbed his lungs. The tribe members were also shocked and didn't want to believe this was all Ahuman's doing. They wondered how he dared to mess with the graves and wondered if he wasn't afraid of the ancestors' wrath. Ahuman smirked cunningly, asking them if he should be the one to be frightened of the ancestors. The protagonist couldn't believe this, so he immediately rushed at him and clarified that they must kill Ahuman. Abruptly, an arrow is shot at him that he manages to dodge, and he wonders if he is too late. Ayin is startled to see the arrow shot from the ancestor's grave. Ahuman smiled cunningly as they said to leave the decision to the ancestors, so from that moment onward, it's time for the great ancestor's judgment. He summoned the Death Knight, who has reached the peak of their lives but has been corrupted and transformed. Using one's soul and physical body, they gather dark mana within their muscles and veins until it overflows. Ayin is shocked to see an ancestor attacking Vikir from far away. The protagonist never thought he would use resurrection sorcery on a Balak ancestor, as there is no possible way for a shaman like Ahuman. This makes him wonder if he also turns himself into an undead when he is about to die. Ahuman smiled cunningly as he called the dead and asked if he thought he was a shaman living among the Balaks without countermeasures. He cursed them, telling them it was too early to be surprised, as there wasn't only one grave on the warrior mountain. He wanted Vikir to do his best fighting against their ancestors. Ahun rushed behind his grandfather, aiming an arrow at him, and asked how low he would go. Before he could even strike his grandfather, the ancestor near the grave shot an arrow at him to break his arrow. He looked at the mountain where their ancestor was furiously growling, but soon the matriarch attacked her with her arrow. She commanded everyone to prepare for the battle because the people in front of them were just Ahuman puppets. She clarified that they can send their formalities to their ancestor after they send them off, but they should prioritize survival first. After some time, all the tribe members fought with the undead, and some got injured. There was no end to those undead, and one of them groaned, but soon the matriarch killed many of them with her arrow. The protagonist is surprised that she uses 1 arrow per Death Knight and realizes that she is killing Death Knights on par with a high-ranked graduator. That is the Night Fox Aquila, and the rumors about her protecting the forest from the Empire weren't just a rumor. He is confident that if Matriarch Aquila is there, then there wouldn't be a problem, and he instructed Ayin to follow him as they are going after Ahuman. While running away, Ahuman wanted to make sure that Balak regretted kicking him out, and he accosted his dead and said he needed to take care of something. After instructing the dead, he is sure he can't act carelessly as long as Aquila is there, even though he resurrected the ancestors. Since she is a genius who has been the strongest village head in history, he smirked because even if she were a genius, she wouldn't be able to handle what was about to happen. After some time, Vikir and Ayin found Ahuman praying inside a dark magical circle. The protagonist is stunned that the place he escaped to is over there and realizes it is the area with the pillars, but he wonders what he is chanting in a place like this. Ayin isn't aware, but she is certain that they can't allow him to act suspiciously any further. She aimed her arrow at him and wanted to kill him there and then, so she released her arrow at him. But before her arrow could pierce him, Ahuman rambled that he was done. A hand appeared from the ground, which grabbed her arrow and stunned her and Vikir. Ahuman is pleased as he did it, and he successfully summoned it. Legends say he sleeps deep within the forest alone, and clarified that he is the only one who has noticed him. Momentarily, the undead started regenerating his body, and Ahuman was pleased when he successfully summoned the divine archer Adonia. Ayin's eyes spread with shock as she heard him saying that the undead is Adonia. The protagonist is concerned because if that undead is Adonia, the legendary archer of the Balak, then it would be problematic. Adonia released an arrow targeting them, but Vikir blocked it with Beelzebub. He is worried about seeing an arrow created with aura and knows he managed to deflect it, but such damage is worrisome. Then he looked behind and saw Ayin injured, so he got concerned. Ayin feels like her leg is burning, and he notices it is poisoned, so she wonders if it is because she came in contact with Adonia's arrow. He supposed that the legend about him dueling with that monster was true, because the bow he is using is made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. After that, Adonia kept attacking him with his aura arrow that Vikir hardly managed to deflect. The protagonist is exhausted by the continuous attack, so he grabs his hand. Ayin gets worried on seeing this, so she wants him to stop protecting her, as he should run away and leave her. Ahuman looked at him, called him a disgusting person, and asked if he thinks he will let either of them live. He requested Adonia to kill them, so he released another aura arrow at them. The protagonist worries that deflecting this is difficult, but he still wants to try it. Immediately, Matriarch Aquila rushed there, grabbing the aura arrow, which stunned all of them. Shortly, the aura arrow vanished in her hand, and she furiously accused Ahuman, sending chills down his spine, and she wanted to talk with him. Ayin worriedly accosted her mother, and Aquila clarified that she came there because she sensed a strong aura, but she thought it was good that she came. Ahuman is shocked to see Aquila there, and Ayin worriedly tells her mother that the arrow is poisoned, so she wants her to get herself treated immediately. Aquila asked if it's poisoned, then she firmly clenched her hand, and her hand started bleeding. Vikir is stunned to see this, wondering if she explodes the aura inside of her to expel the poison and deceased blood. He never thought there would be someone who would do that in the deep forest. Aquila furiously stared at Ahuman and accosted him, which sent chills down his spine since things had come to this. Ahuman clarified it is all Aquila's fault for pushing him into a corner. Aquila didn't care about his betrayal, but she just wanted him to answer her this way, and he wondered what she wanted to know. Aquila inquired if that person is the divine archer, Sir Adonai. Ahuman affirmed, telling her it is right, as this undead is the legendary Adonai and someone she can't dare to fight against. Aquila smiled upon hearing this, and then she commanded Ayin and Vikir that they should stay behind, as they had done a good job. She accosted divine archer Sir Adonai, telling him it was an honor to meet him, even though it was like this, and she wanted to see who was the best warrior. After a while, they were confronting each other, and Aquila rushed to attack Adonai, releasing her arrows at him, which he easily evaded. Then he makes an aura arrow targeting her and releases it at her, but Aquila dodges his arrow, somersaults, and rushes away. Adonai kept attacking her, but she kept avoiding his arrow and kept fighting back. The protagonist is astounded as this is a fight between those who possess master-grade aura, and he never thought he would see this, a rare sight during the time of the fall. But Ayin is worried. While Ahuman placed one of his eyes on the tree branch to see the fight, as he expected, the night fox Aquila going against Sir Adonai might not be easy for her. However, he is confident that she can never defeat Sir Adonai because he is dead, and he can infinitely use Hell's dimensional aura. He is sure that Aquila knows the strength of a boundless arrow herself. Abruptly, Aquila is struck by one of the arrows, which worries her because she will be disadvantaged in this ranged fight. She looked at Sir Adonai, a perfect archer with no flaws in his speed, power, and mobility, but he lacked something fundamental. She targeted her arrow toward him, which struck with an Adonai aura arrow, thus causing a massive explosion. After a while, Aquila exploited the dust created by the blast, so she reached near Adonai and tried to kick him. However, Adonai evaded her attack, making the aura arrow simultaneously, and wanted to strike her sneakily. Aquila bowed down to avoid his attack, thus damaging the trees in the process. She took out her dagger, threw it toward Adonai armed, then kicked at his leg, but he didn't fall. Adonai saw her targeting her arrow at him, and soon she struck him with her overwhelming aura. She rushed back to look ahead at her great ancestor, who was fading away. She wondered if his reason to wanting to fight is attributed to the fact that he is dead, or if it is his desire not to injure his descendant. Whatever the case may be, what she can do for her ancestor is to free him from this current state. Therefore, she released another arrow toward Adonai's face, which he blocked with his aura and shocked Aquila. Adonai started growling, broke the arrow with his bare hand, and a monster appeared from his body that grabbed his hand and tried to submerge with him. Ahuman is amazed that he would reject the necromancy spell, which makes him realize that the legend must be different. He started enchanting as he doesn't tolerate things done half-heartedly, so he wanted Sir Adonai to fight with all he has now until everything threatening him is dead. Aquila gets infuriated on seeing what Ahuman has done to her ancestor. Adonai started shouting as Ahuman enhanced his control over his body via necromancy. Aquila furiously stared at her legendary ancestor's body and uttered that she couldn't save Adonai anymore. While Adonai looked at her, she smiled cunningly and started emitting a strange aura. Abruptly, he is startled as several huge monsters surround him. Ahuman recognized those rank monsters that live in the forest and wondered if they are there because of the commotion caused. Adonai is startled by the presence of those monsters, but shortly, he launches his arrows at them and kills them in a single go. Aquila is dumbfounded as she couldn't see the arrow at all. Ahuman is amazed to see the full power of Sir Adonai, as he never thought he would kill all the monsters in one go. He requested Adonai to kill that woman in front of him as well, and he looked back and started attacking Aquila. Aquila rushed away to dodge his arrow as she could sense strong murderous intent from that arrow. Every time an attack hits her, the madam's poison spreads and makes her body feel sluggish, as she realizes that she needs to end this quickly. After rushing away, she stopped, looked back, and launched her arrow to attack him. Adonai evaded one of the arrows and stopped another with the gesture of his one finger, thus completely absorbing it in his body. Aquila's eyes widened in shock to see this, but then she smiled as her first arrow diverted from its path and struck him at the back of his neck. Aquila is pleased because the first arrow misses, but the second hits the target. However, when his opponent blocks the second arrow, the first missed arrow returns and penetrates the back of their head. This skill is where the arrow is at maximum rotation and flies mid-air. Upon reaching its peak, it returns and hits the opponent. After hearing about Adonai's fight against an Imperial Knight, she created this arrow skill. Adonai laughed. Then he quickly pulled out the arrow from his neck, which shocked her. Ahuman laughed on seeing this, telling Aquila that no matter how strong a warrior she has never fought against a corpse before. Since Sir Adonai is already dead, a single arrow to the throat wouldn't defeat him, and he created an aura arrow again to strike her. Meanwhile, Ayin is worriedly watching her mother fighting tirelessly with Sir Adonai. She is concerned because the forest is shaking due to their fight, which feels ominous. She requested her mother to wait until Vikir resolves this, and she recalls he instructed her to hide there from now on, as he will stop his necromancy skill and kill Ahuman. Meanwhile, the protagonist rushes toward Ahuman, knowing he greatly feared Aquila. Therefore, it is highly likely that he is hiding behind Adonai to go against Aquila. After searching around for a while, he finally awed to find Ahuman hiding, and he rushed toward him as he wanted to kill him in one attack. As soon as he got close to him, an undead appeared from hiding and quickly attacked him. Vikir hardly managed to evade her attack by running back, and Ahuman realized that someone was behind him. A human looked back, couldn't believe that it was again him, and he had already predicted that someone would come after him. He knew that, so he had already summoned his Death Knights to protect himself. These Death Knights are so skilled that they could have been buried at the warrior's grave, all charged at him at once. On the other side, Aquila is worried as her body is covered with Adonai's aura, and she knelt in pain. Ahuman laughed on seeing that she finally kneeled, and he is confident that soon the guardian of the forest, Aquila, will die, and he will rule the forest. This will be his reward for the unfair treatment he has received in his life. Firstly, he wanted to kill all the clan members who looked down on him. However, the protagonist clarified that it would be troublesome. He used his Baskerville 6 technique to subjugate the Death Knight. Then he told Ahuman that the people of this forest will become his support system. Ahuman is speechless when he sees that he has defeated all the Death Knights, which is impossible, as those are the ones who have surpassed the level of a high-ranked graduator. He finally realized that Vikir might be stronger than a higher-ranked graduator. The protagonist furiously gazed at him, asking if he dreamed of everything he desired at that moment. Ahuman gets worried on seeing this, so he accosts Sir Adonai, wanting him to protect him. Before Adonai could launch an arrow toward Vikir, Aquila kicked him, which caused him to miss his target. While the protagonist gets closer to Ahuman over time, he worries and wants Adonai to attack again. However, the protagonist quickly severed his hands, thus stopping the necromancy. While Ahuman is still in a state of shock to see that his hands are severed, Vikir beheaded him, thus subjugating him, which is unbelievable for Ahuman. Meanwhile, the tribe members were fighting the undead without taking rest, when one of the undead managed to throw away the girl's weapon. She is scared to see the undead approaching her and lifting her weapon to kill her. She thought her death was near, but is stunned to see the undead turning into dust. Abruptly, all the tribe members were shocked to see that all the undead were turning into dust and disappearing. On the other side, Aquila is a bit huffy because of the poison. She looked at Sir Adonai, who was no longer under the control of Ahuman necromancy and was fading away. She saw Sir Adonai's hands shaking, so she grabbed his hand and requested that her great ancestor rest in peace. On the other side, Ahuman is furiously shouting, cursing his fate as he is so close that the forest is almost his. He looked at Vikir as he realized it again, the child of the Empire, doing, and he messed up his plan. The protagonist's glare at him was disbelief that he was better than he thought, as not only did he become an undead himself, but he can also control magic on another level, along with dozens of Death Knights, including Adonai. He thought that if Ahuman strived to go down the path of a shaman, then he wondered what the outcome would be. Ahuman started laughing wickedly. He didn't want him to think this was the end, as he would make them regret driving him out. He tried to curse him and the Balak, even if he died for being unjust to him. Abruptly, Ahun shot an arrow at his grandfather's head, which startled Vikir. He apologized to Vikir as if only he had listened to him before when he said to kill Ahuman. The protagonist looked at him as he was trembling, placed his hand on his shoulder, and told him it was not his fault, telling him he did a great job. After Ahuman vanished, all the villagers were pleased as the peace of the tribe was finally restored, and they won this battle. The protagonist thinks for a while, then tells Ahun they should return to the village. Later, they returned to the town and were worried to see that their entire village was wiped out. Ayan gets scared to see this, wondering what happened to their village. Aquila wondered what happened to those who didn't go to the Iliad and stayed at the village. Momentarily, Ahul came out with teary eyes and told the matriarch that the madam had come. Ayan is startled to hear that the madam's 8 legs came there. Ahun worriedly rushed at her, asking her if she was all right and if she was injured anywhere. The protagonist is astounded to know that the madam came to the village when they were fighting Ahuman. He wondered why a monster who hadn't done anything until now had done something like this. Ahul uttered that the smoke came from her grandfather's ceremonial tent before the madam came. After that, the madam appeared and went on a rampage, thus destroying the entire village. The villagers were startled to see an orangutan corpse after inspecting the area. The protagonist discovers that Ahuman burned a plant that lures bugs, and couldn't believe that he had prepared something like this. Aquila got infuriated when she heard this, so she firmly slammed the wall to vent her anger towards Ahuman. The tribe members were concerned to see this because her injuries are worsening. Aquila is confident that they can rebuild their village and gather their food again. She wanted the uninjured warriors to clean up those who had passed and save the remaining survivors, and everyone to hurry up. Ayan is gloomy about seeing Bakira injured, trembling in fear, and worried about her injured leg. She hugged Bakira, started crying, and apologized for leaving it alone. Madame Eight Legs is the forest's evil goddess and the horror of all tribes in the forest. Its existence is catastrophic and undeniable, which is the source of darkness. The Balak have deemed the Madame's existence a natural disaster and cannot even take revenge, but that is not the case for Vikier. Abruptly, he entered the cave where Matriarch Aquila rests and clarified that he had come to ask her something. Aquila inquired what the matter was, and Vikier urged her to tell him about Madame Eight Legs. She is startled as he wants her to tell him about the Madame and the history. Vikier took out the document, telling her this is a record of the Madame that he found at the Lokoko tribe villager before. It contains information about the Madame's poison witness statement, the Madame's fight with other monsters, and even the Madame's hideout. But after reading it, he had a question, and he couldn't find the reason as to why the tribe of the forest fears it, and why they haven't all tried to subjugate it together. Aquila explained that like the Lokoko have a record, the Balak also have a record about the Madame, which has been passed down for a long time. It's the record of when Sir Adonai fought against the Madame in the battle between the archer god Adonai and the Madame. In that battle, Sir Adonai pierced one of the Madame's legs with an arrow, and it's said that he was successful in destroying that leg. But that was the start of the despair because soon the destroyed leg grew back and became two. Therefore, the more they destroyed it, the more the Madame's legs increased. The legs, the only things they could damage, became stronger the more they were destroyed, and the Madame's rigid body couldn't be injured with Sir Adonai's arrows. It was recorded that the Madame poisoned everyone who participated in the battle. She can understand how strong the Madame is just by the injury from the poison remaining on Sir Adonai's arrow. The Madame is the evil goddess who was created by the efforts of countless warriors in this forest. So, she told Vikier not to attack the Madame if he plotted to attack, because she didn't want to lose any more of her family. The protagonist knew that his chances of winning against Aquila and Adonai right now are very low, but things are different if it's a strong monster. Although the Madame is a rare monster right now in the world of Fall, where demonic monsters invaded the human world, he saw many demonic monsters on the same level as the Madame. He has experience fighting against those demonic monsters. No matter how strong the Madame is, she is still only a monster. Since monsters have habits and weaknesses, he is confident that he can kill the Madame if he can find out their weaknesses. After some time, Madame Eight Leg came out of her hiding and started walking in the forest with its giant body. The protagonist is hiding from her and is annoyed because it's so noisy when it wakes up. After conducting a stakeout at the Madame's lair for several days, he discovered that the Madame looks for food at a designated time. Judging from its movement pattern, he is sure it will take about 2 hours to return. So, he rushed away and arrived at the Madame's hideout to investigate the place. He looked at the Madame's lair, which looked like a stone mountain from the outside, but was empty inside. He summoned Beelzebub, cut all the webs on his way, and got inside. He realized that the cross-section of the spider web is rough, so he knew it would be difficult to cut through it with a graduator mana. With this, he is sure that using the spider web to go down will be fine, so he immediately rushed down. He realized that the entrance is barely enough for the Madame to squeeze through, but it gradually gets broader and more profound. Therefore, considering the Madame's size, he supposed this was perfect for a lair. After arriving, he saw many corpses of the monster and humans tied to the wall with Madame web. He realized these were the Madame's prey, including humans and monsters that had been caught. Several bodies had not been touched and decomposed, making him wonder if she did that to make an example of them or bring them there for fun. He discovered that the Madame knows her position in the food chain in the forest. However, there is no time for him to be fascinated because before the Madame returns, he must look into as many things as possible. After looking around for a while, he is startled to see several eggs hanging on the wall with a web. He grabbed one of the eggs and realized it was the Madame egg. He supposed this might be the reason why there were so many spider demons when the world fell into ruin. He thought it would be better for him to take it and analyze it. And while he was pondering, Madame returned. The protagonist realized she had arrived, so he immediately hid under one of the webs, and the Madame left again. Vikier gets worried as he thought that the Madame might have sensed an intruder with its instincts. He is concerned that things would have been bad if he didn't possess the Mushusu skill, which eliminates the sound. He knew it was better for him to finish up and return to the village quickly. Meanwhile, in the town, the tribe members were building their houses again, and one member asked his comrade if he had heard any news about Vikier. His comrade uttered that Vikier had built his lodging and hadn't come out for several days. Another member saw him go to another tribe at dawn, but they smelled something burning around his lodging. This makes the man wonder what he is doing, and his comrade is sure that he has planned and thought things through since it's Vikier. However, the problem is that he isn't meeting Commander Ayan as well. While Ayan is standing outside Vikir's lodging, she hears from her mother that he had asked about the madam. Since the madam is a monster that no warrior can defeat, she wanted to know if he is trying to fight against it. She added that Bakira had to cut its leg off the previous day, so she doesn't think it can run like before. Her eyes welled up as she uttered that if something happened to Vikir, she would be devastated. She is startled as Vikir accosts her, telling her he has something to say, so he wants her to come inside. After entering, she was surprised to see the information and wondered what all this was. Vikir clarified that they are records of the madam he has gathered from all the tribes in the forest. He is researching the web, the skin he brought from the madam cave, and the egg it laid. Ayan gets worried on hearing this and asks if he went to the madam's cave alone, and if he will fight it. She uttered that she would do it with him if he had to fight the madam. The protagonist is reluctant as she is still limping from the injury she got from Adonai, so she will only be a burden. She told her that he would leave the forest soon because he still had something he had to do, so he had to return to Baskerville. Ayan became gloomy upon hearing this, but she clarified that she already knew that. Vikir added that after finishing everything he needs to do, he will think of returning there. And for that, he plans to protect the place he wants to return to. He showed her the detail as he had just finished planning how to hunt the madam. He assured her that what happened to Bakira he wouldn't let happen to himself. Ayan thought he was reckless in using the word hunt for the madam. The time when he helped them, and when the poison spread throughout the forest, even the incident involving Ahuman. He always faced problems that could not be solved and brought back positive results. She happily looked at him, telling him that the words he says make her expect things. This time, she also looked forward to the result and asked if she could do that, and he affirmed that. Later, on a rainy night, the protagonist faces a monster that tries to attack him, but he severs its arm, which soon regenerates. The protagonist supposed that it is true that if its head is still attached, it will still be attached and continue to regenerate itself. The last thing he needed to hunt the madam was the salamander's ability, which he wanted the monster to give him, and he successfully acquired it. On the contrary, Ahun takes a peaceful breath as he is finally done. He has finally built the house. His commander is pleased to learn that Ahun could build a house quite well and inquired if this house is for Vikir. Ahun clarified that Vikir is like a brother to him, so creating a home for him to live in is a brother's duty. His comrade laughed at hearing him call Vikir his brother because he hated him initially. Ahun told them to shut up and was relieved because the village had finally returned to its original state, which was all thanks to Vikir. Therefore, he wanted to go and tell Vikir about this, but as soon as they arrived at Vikir's house, they were stunned to learn he wasn't there. He supposed Vikir might have gone out and is worried as he wanted to see his touched expression. His comrade wondered if he thought the Vikir would have such an expression. Ayan saw this and was worried as she realized it was that day, so she prayed to the god of the forest to bless the great warrior who would come face to face with disaster. On the contrary, the protagonist finally arrives at the madam's lair and can tell by seeing the wind pressure that it will rain soon. He is sure the madam should be sleeping now, which is the best time to hunt it. He has thought of a dozen variables that could happen when hunting the madam and has also planned out all the methods to handle those situations. That is the time to put that plan into action, so he jumped into the madam's lair to begin the hunt. Meanwhile, inside the lair, the madam sleeps soundly, exuding an ominous aura. The protagonist charges at it with terrifying speed, and using Baskerville's 6th technique, he attacks it. This woke madam up as one of its legs is severed, and Vikir stared at it, recalling, as per Adonai records, the leg he cut off had doubled. A similar incident happened this time as well, and the madam's leg was doubled, and she swiftly tried to attack him. The protagonist dodged the strike and wanted to use Plan A to subjugate the madam. He charges at the madam, striking at several sites simultaneously, which makes it ooze a tremendous amount of poisonous blood. Vikir managed to dodge all the poisonous blood, but accidentally, one drop fell on his arm. He gets worried because the madam's poison is spreading instantly, and he didn't want to do this, but he guessed he didn't have any other option. He severed his arm, on which poison was spread, and soon it started regenerating, which startled the madam. The protagonist didn't want the madam to be surprised because he is in the same position as he is now. The madam got annoyed and started attacking him, but he dodged her attacks and started cutting off its limbs. The madam tried to attack him with its legs, but Vikir dodged its attacks and kept counterattacking. While rushing away, the madam severs his leg, making him lose his balance, and he rolls down his body. He tried to stop himself from falling by holding it tightly, and his legs started regenerating simultaneously. Then he rushed away to target its remaining limbs, and the madam coughed out blood, attacked him, and severed his limb. The protagonist is annoyed by this and wonders how many times he has regenerated, as it takes a lot of stamina to regenerate. On the other side, that monster doubles the number, so its legs look like nothing. He sighed on seeing this, smiled, and rushed outside the lair, which startled the madam. The madam started following it ferociously, but was startled as its speed wasn't great. The protagonist is pleased as he knows he wouldn't be able to catch up to it, and it is part of his plan for it to double the number of its legs. The fact that the madam can double the number of legs it has when it gets cut upon hearing it seems like a godlike skill, but it can become a curse if the madam keeps doubling the same leg, making it difficult to move. The madam tried to capture him with its web, which Vikir easily dodged. He already knew that it would use its web when it comes to this and clarified that it has a very critical weakness after looking into its web. The madam web that doesn't burn from normal fire burns like wood when it comes to the purple hellfires from the underworld. And this place is filled with gas from all the corpses, which seems like the best condition for a fire to spread. He landed on the head of one of the corpses and told the madam that it had stacked up too much karma because it was drunk on power. Therefore, it is time for the madam to receive that karma, and he pierced the head of the corpse with Beelzebub to burn it with the purple flame of the underworld. During his practical evaluation, he was suspicious when he crossed paths with Cerberus, who was chased out of the territory. He wondered why the barbarians needed to chase away a dangerous monster from the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Due to the territorial expansion, the barbarians were chased into the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, and he found the madam's lair, which was hidden at the back. He figured out that the madam used the barbarians in the forest to drive out the Cerberus and hell monsters. The madam did that to distance itself from its weakness, hellfire, and the protagonist never thought its weakness was right under his nose. He retrieved Beelzebub, firmly pierced it through the corpse, and used the hellfire, which, when it collided with the corpse, exploded it. The fire started spreading wildly due to the corpses, which concerned the madam. The protagonist told the madam it was time to resolve that karma, which was also captured in the flames. Meanwhile, the protagonist came out of the madam's lair, looked back, and saw the flames coming out. Since he discovers that the madam's weakness is hellfire, he must ensure it doesn't escape from the lair filled with webs. He is sure that the madam can't jump out due to its many legs and can't use its web, so it will find it impossible to escape. No matter how tough it is, as long as it lives, if it breathes in smoke, its inside will burn, and due to the high temperature of the hellfire, its outer shell will melt. Therefore, he must wait for the madam to die, and when the fire goes out, he needs to get the madam's ability. Abruptly, he sensed an earthquake, wondering what was happening, and on the fire, the lair is extinguished. The lair started cracking, and the entire mountain was shattered into pieces. The protagonist is shocked to see this, and shortly, the madam emerges. He is dumbfounded to realize that the madam destroyed the mountain to escape the fire. The madam rushed out, looked at him, and started groaning. Then she threw the poisonous fluid into the sky, which fell in the tremendous area of the forest. The tree that came into contact with that poisonous fluid started melting. But the protagonist manages to avoid those poisonous fluids by hiding under the madam. He saw the madam confused, so he realized that it couldn't find him and supposed that it couldn't use the hairs on its eyes and skin because they were burnt off. Furthermore, because it overexerted itself and destroyed the mountain, he also saw a crack in its shell, which is still doable. The protagonist rushed on top of the madam and knew he needed to aim for the crack created when it destroyed the mountain. After piercing through the crack, he uses Baskerville's sixth technique and strikes it. Then he rushed away, knowing he needed to hit it multiple times, but he knew it would be hard for him. Suddenly, the layer on the madam's face started shedding, and Vikir was shocked to see that it had recovered its eyes. Abruptly, the madam struck him, throwing him far away, and he realized he had made a mistake. He never thought it could regenerate by shedding part of its skin, but 2 of its legs flew away, and he supposed it might be tired, as its regeneration speed is slow. The protagonist saw the madam getting closer and realized he needed to get up quickly. Abruptly, he saw his past self asking him why he was fighting a monster like that, and if it was for his goal, he should have already left the forest. For him to take revenge on Hugo, he should have only thought about killing him, since that is his only desire. His inner voice told him that he had become dull and slow since he had come to the forest. He was crying the tears of blood, which reminded him of his hatred for Hugo, and the feeling of when he sliced his throat, which left him speechless. Vikir van Baskerville's only reason for existence is to do the missions given to him by his master. No matter the situation, the mission was more important than his life. The moment he was born, that was what he was taught. And that is how things were, and that was the only way he felt fulfilled, and that was what only he believed. When his master beheaded him, that was when he knew that his life was futile and in vain. That is why he wants to make Hugo feel the same way he did, which is despair back then. But Vikier messed everything up by saying that killing Hugo and destroying Baskerville were his sole reasons for existence. The protagonist is worried to hear this, wondering if that is the reason for his existence, and remembers that there was never a time when he went against Hugo in his past life. There was a moment when he thought of deserting the group, but he chose the path his chain was leading him. Since he was just another one of his well-trained bloodhounds, the protagonist furiously grits his teeth as he doesn't want to be tied down, whether it be Hugo's commands or his sense of duty for revenge. He no longer wanted to give them the right to do anything to him. He agreed that the moment Hugo executed him, he promised himself to no longer live like a bloodhound that hunts its prey anymore. He regretted the decision he had made, but what he sincerely wanted to do was to have freedom. Shortly, the illusion disappeared, and the madam found him, so she rushed at him to strike. The protagonist grabbed the mud, threw it at the madam's face, and rolled away. He thinks about his revenge and the place he wants to protect and return to, and realizes that he wants to live by his desires, not others. So, he tried to get up to fight that monster so that he would no longer be controlled by anyone or anything. Momentarily, Ayan arrived, and she shot an arrow toward the madam to help him get some time. Vikier is startled to see this, so he looks ahead at the mountain and sees Ayan and Aquila shooting the arrow from there. Ayan furiously cursed that spider and didn't want it to touch her husband's candidate. She told Vikier they had come to fight alongside him and clarified that all the Balak warriors were on his side. Ahun is gloomy because he never thought Vikier would take all of the burden by himself without telling his brother. His commander instructed everyone to prepare for battle because Vikier is fighting the madman and wanted them to help the hero of the forest. They kept attacking the madam, which annoyed it, and Vikier regenerated his legs and climbed onto its back to strike. He is concerned because Ayan didn't listen at all when he told her not to come there, but he is thankful to her because of Ayan, he survives. He pulled out Beelzebub and tried to attack the madam's crack in the shell, which worried it, so it immediately protected it. The protagonist is worried as he supposed he cannot yet destroy it, but he didn't lose hope, as if it doesn't work, he could try again. Abruptly, the madam speedily started moving its legs, which worried the tribe member, and they wanted to be careful because it was going out of control. Ayan clarified that means Vikier has cornered the madam, so she told everyone not to back off and keep fighting. Meanwhile, Aquila watches this form from afar, and is a bit exhausted as her wound is opened. Aquila deemed the madam a disaster, so she never thought of killing her, as if all the cells in her body thought it was the obvious thing to do. However, this young warrior showed her how to destroy fear and go against a disaster. So, she needs to do this even if she vomits blood or her injury ruptures for the sake of the warrior that is desperately resisting it. She accumulated her aura to throw an arrow at the madam, knowing she needed an attack that could open up a path. As soon as her arrow struck the madam, the protagonist rushed with the speed of light to exploit it. After getting close to the monster, he hit the crack on its shell, thus causing excruciating pain to it. Then he used Baskerville's first technique, a deeply piercing fang, to enter. Ayan is dumbfounded to see that Vikier went inside the madam, and Ahun is also shocked. While inside the madam, the protagonist used the second technique, biting fang, the third technique, slicing fang, the fourth technique, tearing fang, and the fifth technique, shredding fang. This causes massive internal injuries in the madman's body, but Vikier kept attacking as he no longer wanted to live the life of a bloodhound, which is led by the shackles. Therefore, he struck the madam's eye using the Baskerville sixth technique, crushing fang, thus breaking himself free of all those shackles that hold him back, and wildly attacked it. The madam's entire body started shaking, and Vikier soon came out of the madam's eye. Ayan is startled to see him coming out of its eye, and soon they realize that the madam is collapsing. As soon as the dust disappeared, they saw Vikier lying near the corpse of the madam. The protagonist's body started turning green, which made him wonder if there was poison in the madam's blood. He looked at the madam who was taking her last breath and realized that it was finding it challenging to live. He wanted to hurry up and wash the poison off, but before he could do that, he lost consciousness. Beelzebub came out of his hand and extended itself to the madam's corpse, thus starting to devour it. After a while, the madam found itself before Ka, a hellhound, and several other monsters that Vikier devoured. All the monsters started attacking it simultaneously, led by Beelzebub. After some time, the protagonist gains a slight consciousness, so he hears Ayan worriedly accosting him. The tribe members are worried as there is poison, so it is dangerous to get any closer. Ayan wanted them to let her go and told Vikyr that he can't die as she still can't let him die like that. Abruptly, Vikyr accosted Ayan, which startled everyone, and he clarified that he is okay, so he wanted her to be quiet, as her voice is so loud that he can't rest. Ayan's eyes welled up with happiness, so she accosted him and told him that she was worried. Beelzebub was happy after devouring the madam, but now its first slot was occupied by the deadly poison Madam Eight Legs. After some time, all the warriors were sleeping on the ground as they were drunk, and Aquila cheered the patriarch of the other tribe. The protagonist is a bit annoyed, wondering how long it has been since they started the festival. He realized that these villagers surely enjoy their festivals. Abruptly, he approached Bakira, who was excited, and asked how it was feeling now. He knew Bakira had lost its leg, but he heard it had overpowered another wolf and found its partner, so he praised it for doing a great job. He wanted Bakira to rest as he had taken revenge for it by killing the madam's 8 legs. He looked at his hands after killing the madam. Although he was unscathed, he was able to use the 7th technique. He wondered if it was due to the achievement effect that he obtained after killing the madam, or if it is due to his increased understanding of martial arts through that life or death experience. He can say that he thinks Hugo's 7th technique is excellent, but his 7th technique is still imperfect. Therefore, it's still difficult for him to fight Hugo, who is a sword master, head-on. But he has grown much stronger than he has in the past since he achieved his goal, so it's time for him to return to Baskerville. He breaks the garland that he is wearing to depart, and Ayan hears all of his conversation. Later, the protagonist is ready to depart and is thankful to Matriarch Aquila for letting him leave readily. Aquila clarified that she has no reason to stop him, and that once he becomes a part of their family, he will forever be a part of it. Therefore, just because they are separated does not mean their family ties are severed. So, she didn't want him to forget that wherever and whenever he is a Balak hunting commander. The protagonist thanked her, then he looked around in search of Ayan, wondering if she was coming. But it can't be helped since she doesn't like that he is leaving, and he decided to leave. The tribe members' eyes were filled with tears, and they wanted him to call them anytime, no matter what happened, and they would come to help him. They also wanted him to think about them from time to time, and wanted him to go take over the empire. Everyone sends their blessing to him, wishing that their hero path be filled with blessings. Ahun also cries, wanting his brother to return anytime, as he will wait for him there. Ahul also wanted her brother Vikyr to update them, and everyone bid farewell to their hero, Vikyr. While he is leaving, he is startled to look ahead, halt his progression, and look at Ayan. Ayan stared at him, asking if he was going, but he didn't reply, so she handed him something she wanted him to take with him. The protagonist wondered what that was, and Ayan clarified that it was Anubis, which is Adonai's large bow, and she adjusted it so he could use it. The protagonist wondered if that was why he couldn't see her for a while around. Afterward, Ayan put a choker around his neck with the broken chains, which startled him. She clarified that she made that because he kept talking about Bloodhound when he collapsed and in his sleep. She told him that he is not a Bloodhound because no matter what, a Bloodhound wouldn't act like he does. He is a wolf, so she found it strange that a chain dragged him around. The protagonist chuckled on hearing this, as he never thought she would comfort him like this, and he is thankful to her. Ayan's eyes welled up, so she decided to leave and uttered that she heard that is how they say goodbye in the Empire, since he was smaller than her in the past, but now he has grown a lot since, so she wanted him to be careful and well. The protagonist chuckled as that was the first time he had heard that was a way to say goodbye in the Empire. He saw her leaving while wiping her tears and hoped to see her next time. Ayan wiped her tears, looked back smiling, and expected to see him next time as well. After traveling for a while, he finally arrived at the territory of the Baskerville. It has been a while since he has been at the Red All Castle, and considering that the morgues are there, it seems like they are still mining rubies. That means they have continuously worked together with the Baskerville all this time, making him wonder if Camus is still there. He has already considered what she will say to criticize him when they see each other. He jumped over the wall and guessed he would have to stay there for the day since it was getting late. Therefore, he started searching for an inn to stay in, but was startled to see a gold statue before him and wondered when they had built it. In order to make a statue like this, he is sure they will need approval from both families, so he wondered if Hugo would allow this. Abruptly, a warrior accosted him, asking what he was doing and wanting him not to touch the hero statue. He clarified that he wouldn't forgive him if he tried to take a piece of gold from it, so he shouldn't feel it, but only look at it from afar. The protagonist looked at him, wondering who that hero was, and the warrior was dumbfounded, wondering if he was a foreigner, as he didn't know him. The warrior gets excited as he is about to tell him the story, and he never thought there was still someone within the empire who didn't know about him. He uttered that as someone there when it happened, he couldn't hold back anymore. He explained that the hero holds the power to kill countless barbarians with a mere sword. He didn't even want to mention his chivalry and mentality when he dove into a deadly situation to save the weak and beloved daughter of the Morg family, and his scared sacrifice to buy time for the joined forces to run away while he bravely fought against the large monster. The warrior uttered that the hero story gives off so many emotions that it makes him tremble, so the Morg family carved a gold statue of him out of gratitude. This story dumbfounds the protagonist, who doesn't want to think it is about him. The warrior wanted him to remember that he was a great hero who lived there just 2 years ago, and his name is Vikier van Baskerville. While the warrior's eyes were sparkling with happiness, the protagonist worriedly covered his face as he knew he was talking about him. Meanwhile, Isis is drinking the beer at the bar and utters that she still hasn't forgotten how her heart skipped when she first saw Sir Vikier. Mitsis agreed that he was right, as she thought he was just a pretty boy, and Losis agreed with her. Isis clarified that they knew his worth the first time they saw him. Everyone is excited as the head of the fortress tells a story about Sir Vikier, so they gather around her. Mitsis explained that Vikier had charisma. She didn't know how to put it, and clarified that she wanted to get close to him, but it wasn't easy. Mitsis blushed as she said they still talked to him a lot when they first met him, but those 3 months from the Baskerville family interfered. Isis is gloomy because when she saw him, all the exhaustion from her body disappeared. Mitsis happily clarified that the gold statue over there doesn't even contain half of Vikier's true beauty. The protagonist also heard this story and was slightly annoyed because it differed significantly from how he remembers the past. He wondered if the outcome accomplished by Adolf Morg and the joined forces would end up being credited to him. But he indeed fought the madam at the end. Through the chatty triplets, he could listen in on some unexpected information. 2 years ago, after he went missing, Hugo Le Baskerville was furious and went to the Morg family multiple times and caused a scene. The Morg family greatly compensated the Baskerville family, but it seemed like Hugo's rage didn't subside. The protagonist thinks that it is expected because Hugo has lost a useful bloodhound, so it is given that he would be angry. Furthermore, the compensation that he received from the Morg family wasn't satisfactory. Abruptly, Isis uttered that if Vikier were alive, then they would have been a great couple. Mitsis refused, telling her that if he were alive, then she would have certainly won him over. Losis didn't want her sisters to fight. They could all date him, and wondered why they were fighting as he was gone. The protagonist couldn't listen to them anymore, so he paid for his drink and decided to leave. Isis saw this, so she furiously accosted him as suspicious looking and wanted him to come there. Mitsis suddenly wondered why she was like this, because the barbarians had been quiet recently, and realized that she was drunk again. Isis wanted them to shut up, but her female senses told her that the guy was suspicious, so she commanded him to hurry up and come there. Vikier looked back but didn't abide by her command, which further enraged her, and she asked how he dared to ignore her. She used binding to capture him, but he somersaulted to evade it while holding his hood at the place. All the warrior and triplets were dumbfounded on seeing this, finding him suspicious, so they all pointed their weapons toward him. One of the warriors wanted him to remove his hood and tell them who he was. The protagonists realize things are getting annoying, but it doesn't matter since he will tell the Baskerville family that he is back. He removed his hood, making the triplets blush as they realized he was handsome. The warrior is startled upon seeing his face and discovers that his expression is kind, but it's similar to that of the statue. Furthermore, he has red eyes and black hair, so he didn't want to think he was Vikier, which worried the triplets. The following day, the triplets were bidding him and said he could have stayed in the fortress VIP room. The protagonist told her it was all right because the accommodation fee would have gone to waste. Losis happily told him she believed he was still alive, and the other two thought he had come to see them. Isis explained that, as he had requested the previous day, they sent valuable news through the owl. The protagonist looked back, telling her he had asked her to contact the Baskerville family. Isis thought it was great news, and Vikier found those triplets annoying. She worriedly asked him if he didn't need them to escort him, and Vikier told her that it was fine, as they must be busy. Isis clarified that they are not busy and have no work, so they sleep most of the time. The protagonist thought that when he heads back, he will first report that the people whom the Morg family deployed are lazy. Now that he thinks about it, he doesn't see Camus Morgue around, so he asks about her and how she is doing. Hysis explained that Camus is doing her closed-door training right now, and her sisters get worried that if they knew that they were hitting on him, they would have been burned at the stake. Hysis explained that she suddenly withdrew from the Uncle Adolf Hall of Light and entered the Hall of Darkness. She is currently putting all her efforts into magic research. The protagonist is surprised to learn about the Hall of Darkness because before he regressed, Camus Morgue had a terrible relationship with the head of the Hall of Darkness, Snake. This makes him wonder if this is another portion of the future that he altered. Before leaving, he urged them to tell Camus Morgue that he wants to see her when she has time and ask her to leave the Hall of Darkness. Hysis wondered if that was all he had to say, even though he was in a relationship with her and was seeing her for the first time in 2 years. Since the Red All-Mountain hero had returned, the news spread rapidly throughout the Empire, which pleased Kai Huahua, Cindy, Adolf, and everyone else. Abruptly, a man excitedly entered the Patriarch's room, telling him the news, which made the Patriarch inquire if it was true that Vizier van Baskerville had returned. Later, the Vizier went to meet Kai Huahua, who happily uttered that he had come through the window the previous time, but he returned through the front door this time. The protagonist stood beside the wall, telling General Manager Kai Huahua about another matter, but he wondered why so many people were outside. Kai Huahua clarified that the news of his return had spread throughout the entire empire, and they were all there to welcome him back. Vizier worriedly grabbed his head because things had gotten tiresome for him. Abruptly, Pomerian entered the room, calling him Dad, and Vizier gently patted her head, telling her that he was Uncle, not Dad. Pomerian called him Uncle and wanted him to take a look at this as she caught a mouse. The protagonist realized it was dead, but it's a pretty cute rodent, so he wanted her to be careful not to get infected with plague, and she affirmed. He addressed Kai Huahua, wanting to know if the problems regarding Underdog City have been resolved. Kai Huahua clarified that things have been resolved well, thanks to his introduction of Cindy Wendy last time. He remarked that she is pretty proficient in doing work, but there is one incident that not even Cindy could find a single clue about, which startled Vizier. Kai Huahua took out the document, telling him that recently there have been unexplained disappearances of children in the slums. The children's parents aren't reporting, so it's hard to call it a kidnapping, and since they are not appearing on the black market either, it isn't easy to know why they are disappearing. And their disappearance is too clean without any traces to call this the work of a demonic creature. Although there isn't proof, but he believes the same source is perpetrating this. The protagonist looked at the document and got infuriated as the incident where many children are disappearing from Underdog City, similar to the false accusation he received in the past. He is worried because this is something that will happen decades in the future, so he can't say that it is connected to what is happening now. Momentarily, Pomerian entered the room, calling his uncle to look at this, but he told her that her uncle is a bit busy. Pomerian happily told her uncle that the mouse is alive, which startled both Vizier and Kai Huahua. Vizier worriedly asked her if she could revive it, and she affirmed as she revived it. The protagonist recognizes that corpse reanimation is a voodoo technique using mana with negative energy. He inquired when she learns how to do it, and Pomerian started counting. Then, she told him she had understood it 3 days ago, as she saw the tribe people do it and copied it. The protagonist remembers that Pomerian was discovered in a Lakoko tribe village, so he wonders if she witnessed the tribe's black magic and sorcery and learned it. Even the children of the Baskerville and Morgue clan, known to only house geniuses, must be at least 8 years old even to feel mana. Compared to them, Pomerian can control negative mana, which is even harder to detect at just 5 years old. He couldn't believe that she is the magic genius of Baskerville blood and a black magic genius at that, so he wondered what kind of reaction Hugo would have if he saw her. He thought Hugo would furiously command to execute Pomerian as she used black magic and had barbarian blood mixed in her body. It's obvious what that cold-hearted man will do, so he thought it might be best for the two not to meet at all. Abruptly, Kai Huahua received the message from the messenger bird, and worriedly told Vizier it was a big problem. The protagonist wondered what the matter was, and Kai Huahua worriedly told him about the main house and clan head. Vizier can't understand what he is saying and wants him to calm down and talk properly. Kai Huahua clarified that the clan head will soon arrive at the Underdog City. Later, Hugo arrived at the mansion, sitting before Vizier, and asked if he had returned, and Vizier affirmed. Kai Huahua sighed, finally saying something, as they had been quiet for a while. The protagonist looked around as he hurriedly hid Pomerian in another room, thanks to Hugo's sudden arrival, so he hoped nothing serious would happen. Hugo asked how he had been all this time, and Vikier explained that while he was adrift in the dense forest, he lived with the barbarians and focused on caring for his wound. During that time, he acted friendly with them to understand their way and thought of a way to sweep them up altogether. Hugo is delighted to hear this and inquires what it is, and Vikier utters that they could use the industrial products of the Empire to control the barbarians. Since they treat things such as glass beads, woolen crafts, vegetables, and grains, which could be considered trash in the Empire, as treasures. Using this, they could effectively control and contain them in their palm like a puppet. Hugo clarified that it wasn't subjugation but trading with them, but Vikier refused, telling him that the barbarians would pay with their blood through this process, because he is planning on making them pay by subjugating demonic creatures. Hugo is amazed to hear him plan to make the barbarians subjugate demonic creatures for them, as they can make them bleed and increase their territory as well. This is an excellent scheme that he was expecting from his amazing son. The protagonist elucidated that he has already set up the infrastructure for this, and Hugo agreed, so he decided to leave the trade with the barbarians to him. Kai Huahua turned pale as he couldn't believe that Vikier was having such a conversation with his son, who had just returned alive. However, Butler John settled his glasses as he looked at the clan head, who was smiling as if this pleased him. Since the clan head hadn't shown a single hint of joy during the 2 years the young Master Vikier had disappeared. The protagonist doesn't want the Balak people to get hurt by the Baskerville clan. From Baskerville's perspective, it may seem that the tribe members are getting injured by fighting with the demonic creatures, but they will only return to the land that Madame no longer occupies. He wanted to stop their skirmishes against Baskerville and buy them time to grow their strength. But for Hugo, who knows nothing about Madame, he will think that the tribe members are cooperating efficiently with them. So, he wouldn't even notice the growing strength of the dense forest natives he antagonizes. However, Hugo clarified that there would be no trade with the Lakoko tribe, as he would make those barbarians go extinct, so he wanted Vikier to keep this in mind. He is so infuriated that his soul departs from his body. Vikier obediently affirmed on his command, and as he thought, Hugo still resented the Lakoko, even more reason for him not to meet Palmerian. Hugo calms down as he is meeting his son after a long while, but his father is only talking about the disgusting barbarians. From now on, he told Vikier not to push himself forward on the front lines, which startled Vikier. Hugo explained that after he saved Morg's daughter and went missing, he could obtain enormous benefits from Morg. He heard praise from the royal palace, and the emperor declared how great the chivalry of the Baskerville Knights was. However, for a father who has lost his son, there is no use in any of that. Since there is no price one could put on the birth and death of a child, he didn't want Vikier to force himself too much in the future. The protagonist is startled to see his father affectionate to him, as before he regressed that night when he ran while being framed, he felt the chill of the sword that pierced his back. He also witnessed the cold eyes of the hunting dogs he shared his life with, and he instantly felt in his bones that his master had abandoned him. Hugo didn't give him a chance to state his case at that time, and his fangs wouldn't dull from some affection like this. He coldly glared at his father, thanking him for his concern, but deep inside, his concern didn't matter to him. Abruptly, Palmerian barged into the room, calling Vikier uncle and worrying both Kai Huahua and him. She rushed toward Vikier, telling him that there was rain outside and that a thunderbolt was booming, so she was scared and hugged him. Kai Huahua wanted to say to the kid it was not the right time, and Vikier got worried because he couldn't let Palmerian meet with Hugo. He looked at Hugo, who stood in shock, and asked how she had that face. Hugo Le Baskerville is the master of the swordsman clan of Blood and Iron, one of the 7 great clans of the great empire of Locke. He chased out the barbarians far beyond the empire's border and hunted hundreds of different demonic creature species to extinction. He is the greatest sword saint of the empire, so when he makes a decision, he never looks back. He was truly known as the man with iron blood in his veins, but Hugo's emotions began to quake right now. Hugo is speechless on seeing that child's face and wonders if she might be that person. Palmerian hugged her uncle and started crying, telling him that she was scared of thunderbolts. Hugo called her Penelope, which made Palmerian stare at him, and she started crying again because the guy with a mustache was scary. Vikier requested his father to calm down and explained that this was a child he brought to do his personal errands. He was also surprised by her red eyes and thought she was a member of their clan, but after he looked into it, he saw that she was just of frontier territory blood. So, there shouldn't be any possibility that he is of their blood. This shocked Hugo. He grabbed his head and supposed he might have mistaken something because there is no way Penelope would be of that age if she were still alive. He thought he was too tired, so he wanted to return first, and Vikier requested that he have a safe trip. The protagonist is shocked because, for Hugo, who has the soul of a sword master, to be shaken like this, it seems there is certainly something more to this. Before leaving, Hugo urged him to attend the grand banquet the following day. Kai Huahua is shocked to hear about the grand banquet, because it is the dinner that only a few members of even the direct family can attend. So just attending it is the dream of all low-ranking Baskerville members. The protagonist agreed to participate in the grand banquet and hoped to see his father at dinner the following day. Later at night, the protagonist lies on the ground to sleep. He feels awkward after washing with warm water and lying down on a soft bed, so he can't sleep there. This is the effect of having lived with the warriors of Balax for 2 years, and he supposed it would stay with him for a while. Now that he thinks about it, Hugo's reaction that day was beyond his expectations. Considering his earlier reaction, he made his decision about whether he should report to him regarding Palmerian and the pendant. He wanted to observe Hugo's behavior after the end of the following day's grand banquet. So, if he can use it correctly, Palmerian existence could be a great deal to deal with in the final blow to Hugo. But he wanted to use a method that doesn't hurt Palmerian since she is an innocent child. Abruptly, the curtain on his window moved, and someone entered his room, which startled Vikier. The assassin took out her dagger and moved toward the bed, wanting to attack. But before she could attack, she was stunned as Vikier uttered that it hadn't even been a day since he returned. That assassin was there, and realized that information sure travels fast. He jumped on the bed, then kicked the dagger in the assassin's hand, and was about to hit her, but she urged him to wait, as it was a joke. The protagonist finally recognized who she is and wanted her to inform him through an official channel before coming there next time, as it would be bad if he accidentally killed her. Cindy remarked that he has an odd sleeping habit as he disguises the bed with pillows and sleeps on the floor. Cindy took off the mask, telling him he hasn't changed, even after coming from the dead, and is pleased to see him after a while. The protagonist is annoyed, asking her what the grand entrance is about, but Cindy doesn't care as she wants to play a prank. She asked him if he had sent the general manager Kai Huahua after her and wondered how he knew she had gone to the girl who received 10 million. The protagonist took into account her pattern of going to an investor, increasing their wealth to gain their trust, and draining them of everything in the end. Cindy sits on the bed, telling him it is rude to say she drains them, as she is just taking her commission as a financial planner. She clarified that if it were not for her, Judy would have taken that 10 million from her in a heartbeat. The protagonist clarified that is why he sent the bodyguards to protect her. Cindy explained that there is no saying that the bodyguards wouldn't be the ones to take it. Vikier clarified that he placed a financial expert among the guards and commanded them to eliminate scammers. Cindy is shocked because those guards didn't touch her, even if Vikier gave them that strict instruction. Vikier clarified that it is because he specifically told them to leave Cindy alone. Cindy gets annoyed as she has been in his palm this whole time. The protagonist wanted to know about the document he requested since that matter is more important. Cindy clarified that she brought them, so she took them out and told him it is there. The protagonist realized that she had changed quite a bit in 2 years and wanted her to bring it in a document folder next time. As he promised, he agreed to put her in the trade business with the natives. Cindy is pleased to hear this and supposed she would have to call him the boss now. He looked at the information about people attending the grand banquet the following day. He expected to get invited to the grand banquet, considering his contribution to the clan, and he looked at Hugo's information, which also included those children who were omitted from attending the banquet, and he thought there was no need for him to check his information. He is startled to see that Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and Great Dane Le Baskerville, Hugo's half-brothers, were also attending the banquet, so he checked their information. He remembered that they don't usually attend internal events in the clan, so he wondered what was happening. Cindy thought it was apparent, as they wanted to see the young legend of the Baskerville clan, who had returned from the dead. She is sure they will try to recruit him for their night order, and Vikier gets worried as he realizes that the following day will be tiring. He looked at the information of Osiris Le Baskerville, the eldest son of Hugo and currently first in line to inherit the clan head position, so that he might be attending as well. Cindy explained that the Baskerville clan's eldest son is growing well while perfectly emulating Hugo's past. His swordsmanship is nearing that of the 7 count, so it is said that he will soon reach the level of a sword master. Before Vikier regressed, he remembered seeing Osiris a few times from a distance, including through a subordinate. Still, he never greeted even his younger siblings of the direct line, and was always a cold and silent person. Cindy elucidated that excluding the Kinhead and the 7 counts, he is probably the strongest in the clan, and asked if she is right or if Vikier is the strongest. He instructed Cindy not to try to investigate his combat prowess sneakily. Then he looked at the information of Set Le Baskerville as he heard this person was doing closed-door training and supposed he might have come out once in a while to attend the graduation banquet. Set Le Baskerville is the Underdog City's consul and is Hugo's second son, who is currently second in line to inherit the clan head position. The protagonist recalled that Set's talent with the sword was always lacking compared to his elder brother, and he suffered from illnesses from a young age. His personality is unlike that of Baskerville as he is gentle and kind. When Set was young, Hugo persecuted him for being weak. He was the only one who shed tears for the hunting dogs dying like trash and the sole person within Baskerville whom Vikier respected. Therefore, he is honored to be able to meet Set Le Baskerville in person in this life. Then he moved on to the next guest and firmly slammed the list on the table, because these were also unexpected names. Cindy clarified that getting all that information was hard for her, so she wondered why he was not looking at it properly. The protagonist clarified that it was because he knew these guys too well, as they were Baskerville triplets. He smirked cunningly as he realized that the grand banquet the following day would be interesting. The following day, Vikier arrived at the hall entrance where the grand banquet was held. He opened the door and entered the banquet, where everyone else awaited his arrival. He told the patriarch that Vikier van Baskerville had attended the grand banquet at the order of the clan head. All of them were pleased to see him there, and he thanked the head of the clan for the invitation. Hugo looked at him and instructed him to come and sit down at his place, and they started the dinner. After a while, Boston Terrier cleared his throat, complaining that the meat was too raw. Hugo asked him if he didn't like the steak, and Boston Terrier clarified that that was not what he meant. He was talking about the food on the plate next to his. Great Dane gets annoyed, so he stops cutting the steak and wonders about the problem with his meat. Boston Terrier clarified that he was wondering if he was eating it raw or something like a crooked that would devour his lovely nephew raw. Great Dane agreed that he is lovely, but wanted him to remember that he is also his nephew, so it is natural for him to lead him down the right path as his uncle. Boston Terrier wondered how shocking him in the Mastiffs is the right path for him. Great Dane clarified that it is much better than making his nephew go with the dull and foolish pitbulls. As the protagonist expected, they came there to recruit him, which greatly bothered him. Since joining one of the 7 Knight Orders representing Baskerville, a person can choose to join either the Pitbull or the Mastiff Knight Orders. If this had been presented to him before he regressed, he would have been elated at being guaranteed a successful career, but now they are just mongrels to him. While Hugo enjoys their conversation, Butler Barrymore pours the wine into his glass. The butler supposed that, seeing Hugo aloof and haughty, his younger brother's act of love for the young master had made him glad. The protagonist realizes that Majordomo always has an optimistic interpretation, and Hugo enjoys seeing his brothers fight. Abruptly, Boston Terrier asked Vikier if he had survived in the deep forest of Mountain Le Rouge et Le Noir for the last 2 years. He wanted to know how many barbarian and demonic creatures he had killed, and to show his uncle the skills he had learned from the deep forest. Great Dane worried about him spending time in that dangerous forest, but he is also curious about his nephew's growth. Hugo commanded his brother to let the kid eat his food for now and not to nag at him too much. This made Great Dane inquire his brother if he's not curious about his son's skills as well. Boston Terrier also couldn't suppress his curiosity, which is why he ran that distance to get there. Hugo emanated an intense aura, telling them to stop. He was sure his 2 younger brothers should know that he hated repeating himself. This worried his brother, who clarified that this was not what they meant, but they were just curious. Momentarily, Vikier stood, telling them that showing his growth wasn't a complicated matter. Hugo knew that Vikier had come a long way, so he was sure he would be too tired to go to the training grounds. The protagonist told his father that it is all right because one should be able to show one's skills wherever or whenever possible, because life is a continuation of one's training. Then he looked ahead, noticing Uncle Terrier's cup had too much wine and Uncle Dane's steak seemed slightly undercooked. He placed his finger on the table, which sent the wave toward the dishes of both his uncles, thus cooking the steak and making the drink at the appropriate amount. His uncles were amazed to see that he created mana resonance with his finger on the table to cook the meat and boil the wine. This is the level of a medium-rank graduator, which can only be reached at 33, but Vikier has reached it at just 17. Boston Terrier is sure his brother must be elated because a genius who can break all the records has been born. The protagonist found it a little odd because he thought he, being a medium-rank graduator, had been revealed in his battle against Madame 2 years ago. But it wasn't made known to anyone, so he is sure that these triplets should have known his skill, so he wondered why they didn't report it. Abruptly, his first brother Osiris remarked that he must have worked hard, appreciated him, and wanted him to continue to improve in the future. The protagonist thanked his eldest brother for his humble compliment and couldn't believe Osiris praised him. Osiris is the first in line to succeed the Baskerville clan and the one deemed the most similar to Hugo, praised him, and wondered if he is assessing him. Set put his glass of wine down, found it quite surprising as the big brother raised him. This is his first time seeing brother Osiris praise anyone, and it is also his first time seeing him smile so brightly like that. He looked at Vikir, telling him he had a poker face like brother Osiris, and wondered if he knew him. The protagonist clarified that he knew brother Set well, and Set felt great that he recognized him, telling him that his body is weak, so he is always at the medical castle or in close training. The place where he trains is very close to the underdog city where he is the vice consul, so he wanted to come visit him to tell him about his experience in the deep forest. The protagonist stared at his brother as he was uncharacteristically bright for a member of Baskerville, as always. During the era of ruination, he had an opportunity to serve Lord Set and be together with him for a time. He was the only person within Baskerville to grieve for the hunting dogs that were drying out in the era. He was someone who comforted Vikir, even though the blood of the battlefield completely drenched him. Even when Vikir was framed, Set was the one who spoke up for him until the final moments. Set looked at him, telling him he would be in his care in the future. Set was the one person the protagonist wanted to meet during this great banquet. But there is a disgusting smell that he has been smelling for some time now, an intensely foul smell that only he who lived through the era of ruination can detect, which is the smell of a demon. The protagonist realized a demon was hiding among them, so he looked around, wondering where it was. He kept searching for the origin of this disgusting smell, and after a while, he opened his eyes, looked at Set, who was surrounded by a demonic aura, and asked him if he needed something. Set kept making conversation to ease the atmosphere and even asked the servants serving food how they are doing. The protagonist figures out that he is the same person he knew before he regressed, but he wonders why he reeks of demons. While pondering, Set uttered that he had heard that he had taken over as deputy consul of Underdog City while he was gone. He even heard that the citizen who liked him protested for him to take over permanently. So, he thought it would be great if they could work together when he returns as a consul. The protagonist looked at him and understood, so he looked forward to it and reached out to toast their drinks. Set toasted his glass with Vikir and clarified that he will be in his care in the future. After toasting the drink, the protagonist is startled as he can't see Set's reflection in the glass. This makes him wonder if Set is dead and a demon has possessed his dead body, which makes him wonder if he should tell everyone there about it right now. But he refused, as if he did so, he would be asked to provide proper evidence. So first he needs to get away from this and gather more information. Momentarily, Set asked him which order he would join and clarified that when he was young, he thought the Doberman Order uniform was cool. The protagonist felt disgusted as the smell of demons was suffocating him. Osiris accosted Set, telling him they haven't even finished eating yet, and he is already chatting away. He furiously glared at Set, wanting him to stop bothering his brother with his small talk and finish his dinner, which made Set gloomy. The protagonist is thankful to Osiris because he is free from that smell thanks to him. Promptly, Hugo accosted him, asking him if he liked the meal, and Vikir commented that it was very delicious. Hugo is glad to hear that and wants him to visit his office at the main house because he wants to discuss something with him and concur with his command. After some time, he came out of the dining room and sighed. The entire dinner was 5 hours, and he had a tough time, as he had never thought he would have dinner with those people. He heard that the official paper for the academy entrance had arrived at Baskerville and is sure that Hugo had summoned him because of the academy entrance. Meanwhile, someone is staring at him from afar, sneakily tries to approach him, and Vikir realizes that it is the Baskerville 6th technique. He wondered if he should overpower it, but he refused as he revealed his skill level as a mid-grade graduator, so that he couldn't go beyond that. Therefore, he turned around and used Baskerville's 4th technique to strike the shadow and decided to absorb the rest with the River Styx blessing and his aura. But he is startled as the shadow starts disappearing, and Boston starts laughing, as there is a 2-tier difference between their techniques, and he has endured his attack. He remarked that his nephew had grown up and knew his eyes didn't deceive him, so he asked Dane if that was right. Promptly, Dane came out, telling him that he never thought he would swing his sword in the main house and remarked that he is no different from the barbarians. Since Boston Terrier tried to attempt murder in the main house, he commented that it is a barbaric thing to do. Ain is sure that if his elder brother knew about this, at least Boston Terrier would be on probation for several months. Boston Terrier annoyingly asked Dane how he could say that about an uncle's love for his nephew, and clarified that he adjusted the attack so it would disappear right in front of him so that he wouldn't get hurt. He wanted Dane to go on his way and stop interfering with the Pitbulls. Dane gets infuriated when he hears him calling Vikier a member of Pitbulls. He clarifies that Vikier is a mastiff, as he can't let his precious nephew join people like him. Boston Terrier furiously glared at Dane, remarking that it's coming from someone who begs to be saved when he gets a small cut on his belly. Dane laughed, telling him that he was chunky, so he wouldn't have flesh cut. Boston Terrier took out his sword, telling him that the person who wins there will take Vikier. Dane is also ready to fight and willing to do it for the sake of his precious nephew. The protagonist decides to leave because they are bothersome, and he realizes that the attack from before wasn't that strong. The 7 counts most potent attack is the highest grade, Graduator Baskerville's 6th skill, and Vikier is also the highest grade, Graduator, but he knows the 7th technique. Therefore, if he adds the River Styx Blessing and the demonic sword Beelzebub, then at least one of the counts, and maybe they could go against the 2 of them, which makes him thrilled. After walking for a while, he encountered his triplets' brother and asked if it was their turn now. The triplets quickly grabbed their sword, and Vikier was annoyed as they knew the difference between their power. Therefore, he has no choice but to kill bloodhounds who bare their teeth without knowing their place. However, contrary to his expectations, his triplets' brothers knelt before him, and Vikier realized it was the pledge. It's a position that makes him vulnerable to a single press, and their sword will penetrate through their foot, which means they are putting their lives in the other person's hands. The protagonist inquired what they were doing, and Highborough clarified that he wanted to pay off his debt, and the other 2 agreed with him. Highborough uttered that after being attacked by Vikier when he was 9, he feared him. Middleborough uttered that he acknowledged Vikier when he hunted Cerberus, and Lowborough was amazed when he killed the troll. Lastly, when Vikier went against the giant monster in the forest, they felt a sense of awe and reverence. That day they barely escaped with their lives. 3 of them decided they would become Vikier van Baskerville's 3 spears from that day onward. They requested Vikier to become their master whom they, the Bloodhounds, will serve forever. The protagonist is shocked to hear this because before he regressed, these guys tortured him, who ran away after being framed. These triplets were also called Hugo the 3 Spears, and Vikier knew they were just bloodhounds carrying out their orders. But just because of that, his feelings haven't disappeared, so he told them that he doesn't need things like pledges, and he is tired and wants to do this next time. Therefore, he tried to use them as much as he wanted in his current life. However, the fact that they are together, and what will happen in the future cannot be disclosed, so he wanted them to hide it, and 3 of them understood his command. The protagonist is worried as Set's body being taken over by the demon is a variable he wasn't expecting, so he needs to ask Cindy to investigate this quickly. But no matter what happens, he needs to kill the demon, but before that, he has something else. Promptly, he was in Hugo's office, who furiously asked him what he was doing right now and wanted him to repeat, which sent chills down the butler's spine. Vikier rambled that Miss Roxana, the first wife of the patriarch, who had passed away, and the daughter who was born from them, he wanted to know about his daughter Penelope from him. Vikier's gaze turned ferocious as he started emanating the ominous aura, asking Vikier how he knew that name. The protagonist isn't terrified of his father's aura, as that is just the beginning of the opening act of his revenge. A few minutes ago, Hugo handed him the document, telling him that they had received the notice from the academy and, as promised before, he should enter the academy. The document is the notice for the student of class 20 from Colosseo, and the protagonist realized that the reason Hugo summoned him was as he thought. The Academy Colosseo was the largest educational institution the Grand Empire Rock facilitated. If a person graduates from the academy, they will start the elite course at the Imperial Palace or even a higher floor. Before Vikier regressed, he attended the academy as the triplet's servant back then. He had numerous scars on his face and limped, so he was scorned by the nobles from the academy. However, the bad memories of the academy don't bother him now, so he had no problem joining the academy. Hugo asked him if the triplets he had asked to go with him would be all right, and if anyone else he would like to take besides them. The protagonist clarified that before that, there was something that he would like to ask. 2 years ago, due to his going missing, Hugo received a letter stating that he would obtain a considerable benefit from the Morgue family and would be given a reward, so he asked if that was correct. Hugo affirmed, telling him that it was right, and wondered if there was something that he wanted. The protagonist inquired if he could share a story with him for the reward, which made his father wonder what story he was talking about. The protagonist takes it, and his father permits him to ask. He uttered that he wanted to know about Miss Roxana and Miss Penelope. Butler Barrymore turned pale on hearing this, and Hugo furiously requested what he had just said. The protagonist clarified that he is talking about Miss Roxana, the first wife who passed away, and the daughter Penelope, who was born to both. Hugo is infuriated by this, wondering how he knew that name, and his gaze turns wild. He asked Vikier for his reason for asking him that, and if he was asking out of petty curiosity. The protagonist clarified that he needed his answer so that he could tell him the reason, and clarified that it is not due to mere curiosity, so he urged his father to trust him. The protagonist wants to know what Hugo thinks about his first wife, whom he met through an arranged marriage, and his eldest daughter, who the barbarians kidnapped. That is all the crucial information he needs to reveal Pomerian's existence to Hugo. Since there was a hard-to-believe fairy tale that Butler Barrymore told him about, he can't let Hugo meet Pomerian just based on that, so he needs to check for himself. Hugo thinks for a while, then decides to tell him and elucidate that Roxana was his only darling whom he loved with all his heart, and Penelope was his most precious treasure. The protagonist is dumbfounded to hear the word darling coming out of Hugo's mouth, who is known for his coldness in his entire life. Hugo wanted to be honest that Roxana and he were not in an arranged marriage, and Roxana was a commoner with nothing. He still remembers the day they first met clearly, as it was love at first sight. The protagonist is stunned as he realizes that his father is starting from the first time he met her. Hugo kept saying that their love was tough, so Roxana tried to distance herself from him because of her humble background, and he abandoned everything and went with her. Since it is for her, he could throw away everything, not only his physical body but also his soul. The protagonist is dumbfounded, thanks his father for sharing that with him, and wants to proceed to the next point. However, his father didn't stop and told him their love was again put to the test. In order to capture those who were on the run, the Baskerville family sent pursuers. But for the sake of protecting her, he fought with his life, and that was the thorny path they walked, where no one blessed their love. They thought to give up, but they persevered due to their love for each other, and that was the start of their harsh beginning. Butler Barrymore's eyes welled on hearing their sad love story, and Hugo uttered that they managed to break through to their disagreeing parents and got married. Through their resolve, an envelope was born, so he wanted to protect his loving wife and daughter's happiness, which he obtained through struggling. But after Roxana gave birth, her health deteriorated instantly, and in the end, she left the world, leaving behind a young Penelope. But thanks to God, Penelope grew up to be a bright and charming girl who inherited Hugo's strong mentality and Roxana's loving heart, and she received love from all of Baskerville. He was happy knowing that Penelope was well, but that incident happened. Penelope, who went out for a walk, was captured by the Lococo tribe, and he couldn't figure out how those barbarians came into the middle of the Baskerville territory and how they kidnapped Penelope. Until now, he couldn't find any traces of Penelope, even though he searched for her everywhere. The protagonist used that as the justification to widen the Empire's region. Hugo started looking for Penelope and subjugating the barbarians. Since his father felt that doing this alone was difficult, he increased the number of his wives through arranged marriages, and he started to mass-produce offspring. Decades later, although stationed at the border, he created a powerful family that no one could look down on. That is how the iron-blooded Baskerville family was born. Hugo's cold-bloodedness was to restore the family and for the Empire's glory, but behind that, he was hurt due to losing the family he loved. However, Vikier doesn't care about that because all villains have a backstory, and the evil deeds they committed remain. In his eyes, Hugo is a heartless human who mass-produced offspring and sent them to the battlefield. But still, he understood how precious Roxana and Penelope were to his father. Abruptly, Hugo told him he was done, so he wanted Vikier to tell him why he had asked him about them. The protagonist took out the pendant from his pocket, put it on the table, and urged his father to take a look at it. Hugo looked at the emblem on the pendant and was shocked. It was the pendant he had made for Roxana and Penelope, who were wearing it last, so he opened it and was surprised to see his family picture inside. Vikier inquired what he would do if Penelope's successor were alive, which shocked Hugo. While heading toward the door, Vikier turned back, telling his father that Penelope's daughter is alive and, in other words, he has a granddaughter. Abruptly, Palmyrian entered the room and called him uncle, which turned Hugo pale, as this was the child from back then. Palmyrian grabbed her uncle, telling him that she waited like he told her to and was scared to see the scary man with a mustache. Vikier clarified that he lied to him and explained that while he was in the forest, there was a child he met in the Lakoko tribe region. She called the person who gave her this pendant mother. Hugo is shocked to learn that Penelope is the child's mother and starts trembling as he looks at the pendant. Vikier stared at his father as he wanted him to be confused, as she is a child whose blood is mixed with someone he loves and something he despises. As Hugo stood, Vikier wondered if he could keep his composure before Palmyrian. As soon as he got near Palmyrian, she started trembling in fear at his terrifying gaze. Hugo looked at her with hatred because the fact that she was found in Lakoko means that she was born from his daughter and a barbarian. The protagonist affirmed, telling the patriarch that it is right, and he is pleased, as he wanted his father to be shaken with rage and despair. He is sure that his revenge will start once his father becomes so ruined, and his father has reached out to the child. Later, Hugo laughs, asking Palmyrian if his beard is that interesting, and asks if pulling it is fun, which shocks Vikier and others. Palmyrian said that her grandfather's beard was dirty, and Hugo was thrilled to hear her call him grandfather. Osiris is shocked as he hasn't loved for a long time, but has never been so surprised. Butler Barrymore said he had lived there for a long time, but also agreed with the vice-patriarch. The protagonist is speechless, wondering what is happening because the Hugo he knows has shattered and turned into a completely different person. Hugo is crying as he never thought the day he would be called grandfather would come. The protagonist is stunned to see this, wondering why his father has that expression on his face, because that is not what he was expecting. When Vikier van Baskerville was 15, after his regression, standing before Hugo, he wondered if he could assassinate Hugo. The answer was impossible because when someone reaches the level of sword master, they obtain a heart of calmness, which is why he couldn't find any opening in Hugo's daily life. And then, years later, after giving up assassinating Hugo, Vikier met Palmyrian, the daughter of Penelope, the one whom Hugo truly loved. With the appearance of Palmyrian, the shock to Hugo's emotions could be enough to shake the heart of a sword master. Therefore, with his refined swordsmanship, Beelzebub, and even Madame Poison, he is confident he could assassinate him. As time passed, the success rate of his assassination continued to climb, and that day, he was thinking of taking the first steps to assassinate Hugo. However, he wondered why Hugo smiled so happily and his emotions weren't in turmoil. A while ago, Hugo asked him if this child was truly Penelope's daughter. Palmyrian grabbed his finger, telling him that Penelope was her mother's name. She clarified that her mother always wanted to see her father, and she always looked at her necklace, and now she finally remembered that the person in front of her was her grandfather. After hearing this, Penelope came to his mind, calling him father happily, and he started crying while remembering her, which shocked Vikier. At the current moment, Butler Barrymore congratulates Vikier because it's like a dream to see him like this when the clan head smiles so brightly. While Hugo took out some candies, asking Palmyrian if she wanted some, she was pleased to see the candies. Butler Barrymore tried to say it is all thanks to Vikier. He looked at everyone's delighted face, wondering if that is all thanks to him. He furiously clenched his fist as he didn't know why he felt so powerless in front of Hugo, while he was showing so many openings. Later at night, Vikier lies on his bed, thinking about the Hugo he remembers. In his past life, he asked his father why he didn't believe him, as he is innocent, and asked if he was trying to frame him with all the sins of Baskerville. Hugo coldly told him that he didn't want to hear the words of a sinner. He wondered if it wasn't enough for him to commune with the demons, but he never expected him to capture innocent children to offer them up to them as well. Vikier shouted at the clan head, telling him that he would never do that, but his father brutally sliced his tongue. Hugo wants to say to him not to speak to him with his wicked tongue, as he is utter trash. In Vikir's eyes, Hugo is the man who put all the blame on him before executing him, so he couldn't understand why he hesitated in his revenge. Promptly, Cindy barges into his room, asking him why he looks so defeated and remarks that he doesn't even have the decency to sit up when he is the one who called her there. The protagonist inquired why she was there, making her wonder what he meant, as she had gotten what he wanted. She threw the documents on his face, telling him he had requested her to investigate Set Le Baskerville. She sits beside him, asking why he is acting like he has lost everything, and clarifies that she is busy, so she will start talking. Ike Vikier said she had deeply investigated Set over the last few days. It looks like he has donated to many orphanages under the clan's name, and he also takes care of sponsoring the children's adoptions. And then, naturally, the information about the adopters doesn't exist, and the whereabouts of the adopted children couldn't be found either. She thought that if Set were a demon like he said, then this problem could be huge. If demons kidnapped the children, then their goal is obvious, which is either to be used as a sacrifice or food. Cindy further added that the incident of the underdog missing children could be related to Set LeBaskerville as well. The protagonist looked at the document and thought that he didn't notice that if the current Set is a demon, it means the Set he served in his previous life was also a demon. He remembered that the person who told him that Hugo was planning to lay all the blame on him for killing him was Set. Set came to his prison, thinking Vikier is pitiful, as his father is trying to put all the sins of Baskerville on his head and wishes to execute him. At that time, Set told him that he was truly saddened that he could do nothing for him. The protagonist is infuriated at the thought that it might be that demons plan all along. On the other hand, a child worriedly asked his sponsor where they were going. Set takes him along, telling him this is the home he will live in. The kid is startled to see it, telling Set that the director told him he would be adopted into a good family, but this place is just a cave. Set looked at him cunningly and clarified that there might be some misunderstanding. Abruptly, his fake face started splitting, telling the child that this cave isn't his home, but this is the place he will be staying. The child is scared on seeing the monster before him, which opened its mouth widely and started devouring him. The child started crying and called for his mother, but it was already too late, as the demon had already devoured him. Then the upper 10 corpse demon, 10th corpse Andromalius, started forming its human form, remarking that young humans taste the best, so he can't stop himself from devouring them. Later, Andromalius was inside the cave drinking blood and thought that no matter how he looked at it, the supply of humans was lacking. He wondered if he should try domesticating them in an organization and asked the demon 8 corpse what he thought. 8 corpse opposed his idea because humans might notice their presence if the work became too large. Furthermore, he noticed that recently, Andromalius has only been eating younger humans, and the noses of the Baskerville hounds are good, so he wants him to be careful not to smell too bad. Andromalius didn't want him to patronize him and didn't want him to worry about that, as he had set up the formation so they couldn't enter the cave. He thought that if he continued accumulating mana to open the gate like this, he would need to drink human blood for another 12.5 years. 8 corpse again told him not to cause a fuss among the humans and asked if any other exceptional circumstances within Baskerville had recently existed. Andromalius clarified that there is nothing much as he is doing well, so he wanted him to pay attention to the Morgue clan on his side. 8 corpse agreed to tell him that the upper 10 corpses need only focus on opening the gate between the human and demon worlds, which leads this world into the era of ruination. All of this for the extinction of humans and the upper 10 corpses after saying that he had disappeared. Andromalius thinks about the special circumstances of the Baskerville clan and believes there is no way he can talk about how Hugo became a fool for his granddaughter. He knew that to weaken the Baskervilles, who would get in the way of their plan, it would be simpler for Hugo to remain as cold and cruel as before, since he needs to treat the lives of the young Baskerville as expendable, so there wouldn't be any fuss when he eliminates those children. However, this doesn't completely ruin the plan, but the way this is going might not be suitable for the demons. Andromalius is infuriated because this is all because of that kid Vikier Van Baskerville. He couldn't believe that tenacious guy survived, even when snakes were unleashed on him when he was young. He thought it was terrific when he went and got himself killed in the dense forest, but he never expected him to return alive with Hugo's granddaughter. He worriedly bit his nails as he was sure that Vikier didn't know how hard he worked to destroy Hugo, as he thought eliminating the cause was the best course of action. On the other hand, Vikier is taking the walk with Hugo, and neither of them has started the conversation. Vikier is confused, as it has been 5 minutes since Hugo called him there, and they have been walking in silence, so he wondered why Hugo suddenly summoned him. He looked at Hugo's posture, which is full of openings, an opportunity that may never return, and a perfect chance to kill Hugo. The protagonist is reluctant as he would have had those thoughts if it were he in the past, but now that is not the case. Hugo wanted to be honest with Vikier, saying that he knew that he resented him, which startled Vikier as he sensed his killing intent. Hugo knew that he was a fool of a father who called his sons hunting dogs and sent them away to their deaths. So, he always knew that his sons resented him in their hearts. He was harsh even to Vikier, who did everything right since he was young, and he believed that the hatred Vikier felt toward him was something he would need to endure. All this is because he rages against the barbarians and his foolishness, which only lets him live a life of anger. The protagonist is shocked as he is sure there is no way Hugo would talk down about himself. He thought this was a loaded statement, so Hugo might be trying to test his loyalty. However, contrary to his expectations, Hugo apologized to him and expressed his gratitude toward him. Since he could hear about it from Palmerian, Penelope could live her last moments in relative happiness. Since his precious daughter didn't die in agony, his heavy heart lightened a little as if he had been saved. He bowed before Vikier as he believed all this was thanks to him bringing Palmerian back to him, so he told him that he could ask him for anything if he wished for it. He clarified this is not a reward given to a hunting dog, but a repayment of his gratitude, which makes Vikier silent. He sometimes had one question after regressing. If the Hugo in front of him was different from the Hugo he knew, the cold-hearted Hugo may not even exist anymore, and this was a peculiarity that occurred after he regressed. However, if that was true, it was more confusing for him, so he wondered if he, who had lived his last 17 years only thinking of revenge, could forgive Hugo. Although Hugo might not be the one who framed him, he is still the one who didn't trust him and ordered his execution. He doesn't know what choice he should make right now, whether revenge or forgiveness. But for now, he wanted to finish what he needed to do first, and he urged the clan head to raise his head, then inquired if he would grant him anything he wished. Hugo affirmed, so Vikier told him what he wanted, and after that, he could make his decision about Hugo. On the contrary, Set made Palmerian hairs, asking her if she was happy in Baskerville. Palmerian affirmed, telling him that Uncle Vikier was there, her grandfather was there, and Osiris's uncle was there, so she was happy. Set is a bit gloomy as Palmerian didn't say his name and asked if she remembered his name. Palmerian thinks for a while, then utters that he is Uncle Set. Promptly, the attendant accosted Set, asking why he hadn't gone into clothes training yet. Set clarified that he wanted to see his niece's face before he went in. The attendant clarified that the clan head told them not to let anyone approach the young lady. Set told her it was fine as he would keep it a secret that he had come there and wanted Palmerian to keep it, and she agreed. Set grabbed her hair and remarked that it's soft, which reminds him of when he met his sister Penelope. The attendant is startled to hear that, and asks him if he had met Lady Penelope before, because from what she remembers, that happened before he was born. Set flinched as he said the wrong thing. Then he turned into his monster form, and uttered that he thought his father was looking for her, so he wanted her to be on her way. Then he started devouring her while the nanny was crying. Palmerian looked back and was surprised to see that the nanny was gone. Set told her it seemed like the nanny had somewhere to be, and he kept devouring her. Then he asked Palmerian if she loved her grandfather Hugo, and Palmerian happily told him it was right. Set uttered that her grandfather also looked like he loved him a lot. He looked at her, smiled cunningly as his grandfather loved her as much as he loved his dear daughter and wife combined, so he was sure that if she died as well, he wondered how much more broken Hugo would be this time. While he is reaching out to devour her, Osiris arrives, accosts him, and asks where the nanny is and why he is there. He got annoyed because he arrived at the wrong time, so he looked back and told him that the nanny wasn't there when he came, and Palmerian was alone, so he was looking after her. Osiris is sure that his father will be enraged if he comes to know about this, so he thinks it would be best if they keep this a secret from him, and Set believes that as well. Osiris told him he needed to return to his isolation training. Set wanted to start it again next week, and deep inside, he tried to kill Osiris one day for sure. Osiris looked at him, grabbed him, and clarified that he was worried that he was pushing himself too much, so he told him to come and find him anytime if he needed his help. Set looked at his hand and was annoyed to learn he was worried about him. Because of Osiris, he was being pressured by his father, and it's because he was being compared to Osiris, a genius, so if he didn't exist, then his situation would be different. Osiris saw him indulging in his thoughts, so he accosted Set worriedly, bringing Adramelius back to his senses. He worriedly grabbed his head, as Set's remaining memories overwhelmed him, so he decided to leave because Osiris was there. Osiris saw him leaving, so he breathed relief as it was his first time telling Set he was worried. As the vice-patriarch, it was a given that he had to be like his father. That is how he was taught, so he grew up staring at his cold father back. But if his father can express his emotions, then Osiris thought he would be able to live expressing these awkward emotions that exist inside of him. He is thankful to his niece as it is all because she came to Baskerville that its condition has changed. After some time inside the cave, Adramelius furiously slammed the ground and found it annoying. After that day, Hugo doesn't leave Palmerian's side because he is smitten with his granddaughter and can't kill her. He is infuriated as that was his chance, so if that cursed Osiris hadn't interfered, he would have accomplished his task, which irritates him. However, he knew there was still a lot of time before the gate opens, so there was no need to rush, as it might be more effective to kill Pomerian when she is more valuable to Hugo. So, when the time comes, he wonders how he will kill Pomerian, and if he should poison her like he did with Roxana and make it look like she died from an illness, or if he should use the barbarians like he did with Penelope. Adramelius laughed wickedly as he wanted to kill Pomerian in a harsher way than that. Abruptly, Vikier arrived at the cave entrance, attacked it with Beelzebub, and broke the barrier. Adramelius is startled as there is a crack in the trap, and he realizes that someone came inside through the crack, so he wonders who that was. Abruptly, Vikier came out and told him that, as he promised, he was there to visit him. Adramelius' eyes widen in shock after seeing Vikier there and wondering who had founded this place. The protagonist clarified that he followed him all the way there, but didn't notice him because he was lost in his thoughts. Adramelius couldn't believe that a mere mid-graduator made a crack in his trap, and more importantly, if he followed him, he wondered if this meant he knew his identity. The protagonist looked at the skeletons around, supposed that his sudden visit had caused him many troubles, and asked what he was doing in such a chaotic place like this. He uttered that it was like his brother was the demon behind the case of missing children in Underdog City. Adramelius laughed cunningly on hearing this, which means he knows everything, and asked how he knew about his true identity. The protagonist is delighted to see his behavior as he plans no longer to hide himself. Adramelius clarified that there is no need to do so because there isn't anyone else there either. He doesn't know where he got that confidence in his form to come there alone and empty-handed. But it's fine, as if he just killed him right now, the problem would be solved. He unsheathed his sword and rushed to attack him, then quickly tried to behead him and started laughing. However, the protagonist is completely fine asking Adramelius why he laughs when his hand is amputated. Adramelius looked at his hand, started moaning in pain, and wondered when he had taken out a weapon. The pain inflicted by Vikir's weapon feels as if his soul had been cut, so he wondered if that weapon is Beelzebub. He is startled as Vikir had his hand on Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony, and wondered how he had the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient devil. As Vikier expects, demons are knowledgeable when it comes to themselves, Set. He wondered if he should say one of the 10 demons who came to the human world to open the gate to the demon world, and if he should refer to him as one of the 10 elite corpses. Adramelius is shocked to hear this, wondering how Vikier knew that, and after taking a closer look at him, he realizes that the soul he possesses is strange. He wondered why his young soul smelled like the blood of their people, and asked if he had gone to hell. The protagonist remembers that Adramelius was the one who framed him in his previous life, as if following him into thinking he was his savior wasn't enough. Still, he executed him in the end, too. Vikier wanted the demon to wake up and didn't want him to think that he would let him die comfortably. Before Vikier regressed, destruction fell upon the world as the gate connecting the demon and human realms appeared in the sky. When the demons started to invade their world, they called it the Fall. The ones who opened the gate were the 10 high-ranked demons who first came to Earth, the 10 elite corpses. During the long war against the demons, Vikier met one of the 10 elite corpses, and the outcome was miserable. Out of the 671 people who joined the battle, 666 died. Out of the 5 survivors, 4 have lost consciousness. Practically, only 1 survivor was there. The reason why there was a survivor was that the demon wanted to match the number 666. The overwhelming power of the high-ranked demon of the 10 elite corpses was destruction itself. The protagonist never thought he would meet one of those 10 elite corpses, and approximately 10 years earlier. He looked around the skeleton and wondered if Adramelius devoured those young children. Adramelius started laughing as he realized that Vikier is enraged after seeing the children's corpses, and didn't want him to worry as they are alive in his stomach. So, he asked Vikier if he liked what he had done, and then he wanted him to return them. He showed him one of the kids requesting his mother to save him, and he missed his mother. The protagonist was infuriated upon hearing this and immediately attacked him, wanting him to stop talking, as there was no way the dead could come back. Adramelius started crying on seeing that his arms were amputated. Then after a while, he was glad as he completed the regeneration. He stood as he knew that Vikier had as many secrets as he did, because even Osiris, who is called a genius, reached mid-ranked graduator at the age of 30. However, Vikier reached that at just 17, which is an irregular phenomenon. Furthermore, if Vikier possesses the devil constellation Beelzebub, the possibility that there is a variable in the future is significant. Therefore, he transformed his arm into a sword, telling him he needed to kill Vikir there. The protagonist takes out Beelzebub, revealing the demon that he is the one who is going to die. After that, they started fighting ferociously and kept exchanging powerful blows. Adramelius looked at him, smiled, as Vikir's middle name is Van, so there is a significant difference between them since he is a lit. The rule that the collateral line and illegitimate children can only learn up to the 4th technique is helpful for him. Therefore, Adramelius is sure that Vikir can't defeat him, and he knows how to use the 6th technique, so he uses the Baskerville 6th technique to strike Vikir, leaving him in shock. However, the protagonist counterattacks using Baskerville's 6th technique, leaving Adramelius in awe as he didn't know he could use this skill. However, he smirked as he had already predicted that he was hiding more things, so he tried to attack him sneakily. Vikir stopped his sword with Beelzebub, then used Baskerville's 7th technique to strike and throw him away. Adramelius is dumbfounded to see him using the 7th technique Fang and wonders how he knows the 7th technique when only the Patriarch is allowed to know. Momentarily, the protagonist charged at him and struck him in his chest with Beelzebub. He knew that demons think they are above humans and look down on them. But fooling big-headed demons is a piece of cake, which infuriated Adramelius. The protagonist recalled that even the heroes who closed the gate and ended the fall couldn't find all the 10 elite corpses and punish them. However, it is different now because the fall has yet to start, and the 10 elite corpses lack power, so they are all hiding, which means if it is now, it might be possible. The protagonist gets close to the demon and asks if they plan to connect the human realm to the demon realm. Therefore, if he kills him and his friends, it will eventually ruin that plan, and he wondered if he would feel slightly relieved then. The protagonist's aura sent chills down Adramelius' spine, and he couldn't believe that a mere human was scaring him. He furiously grits his teeth, curses this human, and transforms into the Thorn of Blood. The protagonist quickly dashes back, manages to avoid being pierced, and is startled to see the thorn made of blood. Abruptly, Adramelius came out of the blood of thorn and couldn't believe that a mere human would make him show his true form. So, he wanted him to look at him and acknowledge that the extent of Vikir's power was unexpected, but that was it to him. He lifted his hand, transformed his fingers into a snake, and reached out to strike the protagonist. Before those snakes could bite Vikir, he quickly beheaded them and rushed away. Adramelius laughed wickedly, wanting him to try and slice them, and the protagonist kept slicing those snakes. Suddenly, one of the snakes sneakily gets behind him and bites his shoulder. Vikir immediately sliced it, and Adramelius told him it was enough because he was finished. The protagonist looked at his shoulder and didn't know what he meant by it being finished, because an injury like this doesn't harm him. Abruptly, a mouth appeared in Adramelius's hand, and he started using the endless blood absorption skill. The blood started oozing out of his injury and is being absorbed by the demon. Adramelius excitedly told him that his ability is to control blood, so as long as he is up against a living creature, his ability is undefeated. However, he is sure that Vikir will shrivel up and die if he loses all of his blood. Adramelius excitedly uttered that endless blood absorption is the power of a half-immortal, so as long as living organisms around him are injured, he will not die. He kept absorbing Vikir's blood, which made him burst out in laughter. Adramelius was startled to see him laugh, wondering if he had finally lost it and why he was laughing. The protagonist stared at him and clarified that it was because it was funny seeing Adramelius enjoying himself when he didn't even know what he was absorbing. Momentarily, Adramelius coughed up blood and was shocked to realize it wasn't ordinary blood. The protagonist healed his wound and asked the demon if he wanted him to show him something cool. Then he cut his wrist, poured out blood, and Adramelius is still in shock that his blood has poison in it. The protagonist clarified it is not just that, and after a while, his wound completely regenerated, so he wanted the demon to look at it. Adramelius' eyes widened in shock, wondering how a human could have regeneration skills at that level. Furthermore, he possesses the poison that can harm demons, as the only one with such potent poisons is the cunning spider from the La Rouge et Lenoir mountain. Other than he spider, it is possessed by the 9-headed snake that lives in the land of Titans and the giant jellyfish that lives at the bottom of the Black Sea. Therefore, he never thought a lowly human possessed such a potent poison and moan in pain as the poison spread in his body. The protagonist looked at him, asking if he didn't want his blood, and he licked his blood, and as he thought, the madam's poison worked on the 10 corpses. The madam seems to be infuriated because he didn't die from her poison. This proves that with the Baskerville 7th technique and Beelzebub's abilities, he, the highest-ranking graduate, can defeat the 10 corpses. He he substantially slashed at Adramelius, which worried him as Vikir was too strong, and he didn't understand how this monster became this strong. However, right now his priority is to survive and tell the other corpses about him, and for that he needs to recollect the mana he dispersed, so he started dissolving the barrier. The protagonist looks back and is surprised to see that Adramelius has released his barrier. Adramelius smiled cunningly after gathering his mana and commanded water to turn into blood. Abruptly, the water started accumulating, then it turned into blood, which stunned Vikir as he didn't know that the demon had the ability to turn water into blood as well. Even though he knew that Adramelius didn't have all his power, he guessed that a high-ranking demon was still a high-ranking demon. The protagonist clarified that even if he did that, he wouldn't be able to absorb it because Vikir poured his blood into the stream. Adramelius uttered that if he is thinking of infusing his blood into the water so that he can't absorb it, then it's useless because he didn't turn the water into blood to absorb it. The protagonist is confused, wondering what he wants, and Adramelius commands his blood knights to arise. Shortly, the blood droplets fell on the ground, transforming into knights, and countless knights surrounded Vikir. Adramelius clarified that these blood knights can use the Baskerville 6th technique, which he has learned. Therefore, even if he can use the 7th technique, he can't go against all those who can use the 6th technique. He furiously stared at Vikir, telling him that he was going to kill him, and then he would kill everyone he loved one by one, so he wanted him to regret going against the 10 corpses. The protagonist looked around, then put his hand in his pocket, and was worried as these blood clots could all use the 6th technique, which would be dangerous, but he didn't prepare himself for that. He recalled when Hugo told him that he could get anything, and Vikir asked his father if he could have anything he wanted, and told him what he wanted. He took out the whistle and was sure the demon might know about this whistle because he lived in Baskerville. Adramelius is worried to see that whistle, and is more concerned that Vikir is about to blow this whistle. After he blew the whistle, the patriarch, who was hanging by, heard this, so he grabbed his sword. While Adramelius furiously cursed his fate and commanded his blood knights to kill Vir quickly. The protagonist clarified that it is the power to use the Order of Baskerville, and another function of this black whistle is that it lets him utilize the entire Baskerville force. Abruptly, several Baskerville warriors took care of all the blood knights in a single strike. The wave generated by their power is so strong that it crushed the cave. Adramelius is worried to see that his cave is collapsing and can't believe that half of the mountain has vanished. Abruptly, Hugo arrived in the cave and uttered that he was wondering why Vikir asked to borrow the power to control all of Baskerville, and finally realized it was so that he could hunt a demon. As he expected of his son, Vikir gladly expressed his gratitude to his father. Adramelius is worried about seeing Hugo Le Baskerville there, the commanders, and the Vice-Patriarch Osiris. This makes him wonder if all the Baskervilles are there right now, which is troublesome for him. Momentarily, Hugo raised his hand and clarified that for the next 6 hours, he declared that Vikir, the whistle's possessor, is to have complete command over their entire force. The protagonist is relieved to hear this, so he commands everyone to rip this demon into shreds. On his command, all of the Baskerville knights struck the demon simultaneously. While Adramelius is moaning with the excruciating pain caused by the piercing of countless swords, Vikir clarified to the warrior that this demon can drain blood to recover its mana. Therefore, he wanted those who are injured to wash their body in that poison lake, as they cannot become an asset for the demon. Hence, he commanded all the hunting dogs that they were not allowed to receive a single injury, and everyone concurred with his command. Boston Terrier is amazed to see that Vikir instantly raises the morale of the knights. Dane is also pleased, as he doesn't know his nephew is adept at military strategy. Hugo is worried as he was unable to realize that his son had become a demon, and he supposed this might be the actual state of Baskerville right now. At the same time, Adramelius again turns his fingers into a snake to injure the warrior and curse those mongrels. The hound sliced the snake and kept attacking Adramelius repeatedly, thus inflicting severe injury. Adramelius is worried because despite knowing his ability, none of them are backing down and realize these are the hunting dogs of Baskerville, who are beyond what he expected. He is worried because even if he regenerates it, it will only be a waste of mana at this rate, so he needs to find a different method. He looked around and saw Osiris in the crowd, then he got an idea and wanted to negotiate that if they let him leave alive, he would leave Set's body right now, as he was sure they wouldn't abandon the second son of the clan. Vikir furiously stared at him, asking if he thought Baskerville would accept such a negotiation. Adramelius furiously grits his teeth as he knows an offer like this wouldn't work on people like them. However, one person was there, so he accosted Osiris, asking him what he thought about this. He inquired if he would let the brother who followed after him die like this in vain. He thought that if his predictions were correct, Osiris had the softest heart in Baskerville, so there is a possibility that he can dig into this guy's heart. Adramelius told Osiris it would be his last chance to save Set, so he asked for his opinion. Osiris thinks for a while, then jumps down past Vikier, who urges him not to be deceived, as this is the lie of a demon. Osiris arrived close to Adramelius and uttered that if Set's soul is still in there, then there is something he can still do for his brother. Adramelius started laughing cunningly, then turned his face into Set and told him he was still alive. Set started crying and is apologetic to his brother for selling his soul to the demon. He clarified that the time he spent being compared to Osiris by his father was difficult for his weak self. He truly regretted selling his soul to the demon, but it's true that all the actions he took until now are still his sins, so he requested Osiris to give him a chance to repent. While he is still talking, Osiris unsheathed his sword and immediately beheaded him. He told Set that he is truly regretful that this was the only thing left he could do for him, and the demon is in a state of shock. While he is leaving, Vikier requested his brother that there is no need to feel guilty because Set's soul has already been destroyed, and that was just the act of the demon. Osiris is guilty, as it is his fault for giving Set an opening that a demon could exploit. He remembers that when they were young, if he had treated Set a little better, he wouldn't be there regretting the corruption of his body and his death. He is truly saddened that the children who should be the future of the Baskerville territory were victimized like this. He is ashamed that he was unaware of these happenings as the Vice Clan head. Therefore, being unaware that the demon was playing him makes him guilty. Abruptly, the hound shouted, telling them that the demon head was flying away. While running away, Adramelius laughed cunningly, thinking they were stupid hounds. He knew that the gate would be delayed, but it couldn't be helped because his brothers would deal with that for him. He clarified that after his body regenerates, he will come back to kill them all and is looking forward to it. The protagonist gets worried as he doesn't have a way to attack at that range, so he can't do anything. Hugo stepped forward, telling them he had taught them that a swordman should never show his back, and called Set his son. Adramelius is shocked to sense the strange feeling, wondering what it is because Set should have been completely destroyed, so he asked how his fear of Hugo is still within him. Abruptly, he looked at Hugo, who was ready to strike, and wondered if this pure fear was the one he had toward a stronger being. Shortly, Hugo unsheathed his sword and tried to attack him by sending his slash far away. Adramelius is glad as if nothing happened because even if he is a sword master, there is no way his slash could reach the sky. But suddenly, Hugo's wave struck Adramelius' face, thus splitting it into several sections. Adramelius is shocked to see this and couldn't believe that a mere human could kill him. The protagonist is stunned to know this is the sword Saint Hugo, the might of a sword master's swordsmanship. A few days later, a notice was put out to all the territories under Baskerville's jurisdiction about how the Baskerville clan had thoroughly investigated all events related to the missing children case and would enact a policy for compensation for the victims. Information about the investigation and compensation regarding the case of missing children. They explained that the following notice is about the truth of the missing children case and their compensation. Therefore, under the Vikier Special Law section, one clause for the families and orphanages with children missing during this period will receive compensation. With this notice, the people were shocked, although it wasn't made known that a Demon King rank demon had appeared. But it was revealed to the entire nation that the second son of the Baskerville clan had committed a horrible crime not long after public sentencing for Set's mother, Nut, was initiated. She is charged with the crime of letting loose poisonous snakes into the children's room and the charge of poisoning her first husband. Furthermore, she is also under suspicion of plotting to kidnap the eldest daughter of the clan, aiding Set in kidnapping children, and other such charges were brought against her. With a total of around 1,700 crimes to her name, she was sentenced to immediate execution. Unexpectedly, Nut wasn't under any mind control from the demon, and only ever shouted to let her meet Set until the moment she was executed. Afterward, Set's subordinates were punished, and Osiris took charge of enacting this. Everything was carried out under his complete watch and command, and one person received part of Osiris' authority, Vikier van Baskerville. The news of Vikier's actions in the war against the barbarians and rumors of him being the highest contributor to resolving this situation started to spread throughout the territories, and the hearts of the people who had started to feel discontentment began to mellow with their reverence for Vikier. It took Osiris and Vikier less than a week to finish the job. The high-ranking individuals of the Baskerville clan being executed in front of the public was shocking for many people of the territory. With this, the fact that even members of the clan couldn't ignore Baskerville's laws began to circulate in the people's minds, and they were reminded once more of how strict and thorough the laws were. Meanwhile, Hugo tells Palmerian about a problem and asks which part of her grandfather she thinks has changed. Palmerian thinks for a while. Then she notices something and tells his grandfather that his mustache has disappeared. Hugo is pleased, asking her how her grandfather looks without a mustache, and she told him it is missing. Vikir saw this and found it unbelievable that this scene happened right after that whole debacle. However, the work of purging the people connected to Set is ending, and with this, the remnants of the demons within the Baskerville territory should disappear. Since he also asked Cindy for information about other demons, he wondered if he should see some results if he waited. He remembers that Cindy is annoyed as he wants her to track down Demon King rank demons and ask him how many lives he thinks she has. Osiris looked at him, telling him that he worked hard, and Vikir also praised his elder brother for his hard work. He knew that the protagonist would be late for the academy if he tried to deal with every related case himself, so he wanted him to start getting ready for the academy. The protagonist is reluctant because the internal atmosphere of the clan is still unsettled, and Osiris doesn't want him to worry about the clan, as this is their father's decision as well. The protagonist is startled to learn that he is sending him to the academy in this situation. He is sure it would be better in Hugo's position to use him, who has a good public image, to deal with the remaining problems, so he wondered what he was planning. Osiris looked at him, smiled as he could tell what he was thinking, and clarified that his father was worried that he would be swept up in the power conflict between the clan factions. He felt that he had only recently learned about their father, but he is clumsy with how he expresses himself, and their father worried for Vikir. Since Osiris, who is said to be the most similar to the father, is telling Vikir this, he wants him to believe it, and the protagonist thinks about it for a while, then looks away. While Hugo is trying to make Palmerian braids, Butler Barrymore informed him that he needs to tie them in the opposite direction at that part. Hugo found it difficult, and after working for a while, he told Palmerian it was done. Palmerian is happy seeing her braids, and Hugo asks her if she likes them, so she affirmed. The protagonist is startled at this sight as he looks at everything through the eyes of his past again. His life before regressing was a life in chains, so he only followed the path led by the chains while looking back at Hugo. That is why he didn't know that Hugo was also wearing his chains. However, the things that he knew are changing: his experiences, his relationships, his ending, and Hugo. Abruptly, Palmerian hugged Hugo, telling him that she loved him, which filled his eyes with tears of joy. The protagonist looks at his father and realizes that is how he looks without his chains, and he is sure that the Hugo he needed to take revenge against no longer exists, so his past self is free now. Butler's eyes filled with tears on seeing the clan head happy, and Palmerian is confused to see this. While the protagonist looked at his father, he saw his past self disappearing, so he told his brother that he would go to the academy, and Osiris uttered that he had made a good decision. The protagonist turned and looked at his broken chains and grabbed them because he was not free yet, because his actual revenge began there. Later at night, the protagonist fights with another demon who is annoyed to see him and wonders who he is. He wondered how Vikir knew that he had made a contract with a demon, and infuriated at that kid, he rushed to attack him. Vikir took out Beelzebub as the demon is asking who he is, severed all of his hands, then substantially kicked him. After subjugating the demon, the protagonist told him he was the Night Hound and took off his mask, thinking his revenge against the demons had begun. The day when people flocked to the city of water, Regressio, which is the capital city of the great empire Rock. On the day of the Colosseo Academy entrance ceremony at the most prestigious university in the world, the first day was buzzing with the Academy Club recruitment. The students waited for the newcomer to come to their stall, as they would tell them something extraordinary about their small meditation group. Some wanted the freshmen to fill out their survey, telling them they needed to stamp their fingerprint and registration seal on the recruitment form. The seniors were worried because the freshman recruitment was more competitive than last year. His comrade clarified that this year's Fire and Ice Corps freshmen are no joke. There are two classes in the academy: the Ice Corps, which is the members specializing in swords, bows, spears, and more, and the Fire Corps, which is the members specializing in magic. Besides specializing in those fields, the students also learn general knowledge during their 4 years. The seniors were looking at the freshman list, who were gaining all the attention this time. This includes the Tudor family from Don Quixote, famous for his spearmanship, and Bianca from the Usher family, renowned for her bowmanship. They tied first in the Ice Corps practical exam and are the first on the desired people list. After them, the third, fourth, and fifth places are the Baskerville triplets from the Iron Blood Swordsman family. Since they are Baskerville, no further explanation is needed, and one person is gaining all the attention in the Fire Corps. She is an extremely talented freshman, Sinclair, who ranked first in the practical test and second in theory, so her outstanding grades were recorded. And another person, the name of the one who came first in the theory exam, is Vickier. The seniors thought there was no need to recruit a nerd who ranked first in theory, which startled Vickier. The seniors are sure that he is the type of newbie who will ruin the club atmosphere, and there are more than 10 freshmen named Vickier, so it won't be very pleasant to find him. To avoid drawing attention in the academy, the protagonist ditched the Baskerville surname and entered as a commoner, but he never thought he would still garner attention. He heard that entering the academy as a commoner is more difficult, so it seems like doing well in the theory exam instead of the practical exam backfired. He needed to do his best to avoid attention so he could move around comfortably, but he didn't know that his triplet siblings were following him to protect their master. Abruptly, he heard some freshmen requesting Dolores to look at this, and some expressed their love for her. Another freshman told her he had entered the academy to meet her, and everyone was in awe of Dolores' reverence and holiness. Dolores, the school president and vice president of the newspaper club, is a bit startled, so she wanted everyone to calm down and ask if they were interested in the newspaper club. However, the freshmen refused to tell her they are just interested in her. The protagonist is startled to see Dolores and remembers that she is the school president, so he wants to avoid her as much as possible. After that, he passed by, capturing Dolores' attention as he was the only freshman not following her. Shortly after, the protagonist arrives outside his room, wondering if that is it. Another student arrived there, asking him if that was also his room, and he supposed he might be his roommate then. The protagonist looked at the student who excitedly told him he was Piggy. The protagonist also tells him his name, and Piggy excitedly tells him he is pleased to meet him. The protagonist remembers Piggy well because before he regressed, he was a kind guy who always helped him and gave him things while he was there to support the triplets. Piggy was being bullied by his wicked roommate back then. That was the start of his misfortune, and in the end, something terrible happened. So Vickier hoped that whatever happened back then wouldn't occur this time. After entering the room, Vickier threw his bag away, and Piggy told him this was the bunker bed, so he wanted him to choose which bed he wanted. Then he asked the protagonist if he would attend the freshman welcome party after dinner. Since he didn't reply, Piggy supposed it might be a stupid question as it is not compulsory, but all the freshmen will be there. Since he cannot get close to his peers or senior students, his 4 years there will be difficult, but Vickier refused to tell him that he is not going. Piggy is worried about knowing that Vickier isn't going, and the protagonist affirmed. But Piggy clarified that if he doesn't go, then the seniors will single him out, and he will also become a loner among their peers. Furthermore, there are a lot of distinguished seniors who are going to come to this orientation. The president, Saintess Dolores, is coming, and their peers are amazing. Tudor, the eldest son of Don Quixote, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family, are also coming, and he might have heard about it. He further added that it is not all as the triplets from the Baskerville family are there as well, and they are all so talented. He didn't even want to mention that Sacho from the North Mercenary Guild rejected the top spot at Varangian to come there instead. Sinclair will be there too, and she passed the exam with the highest scores at the Magic Tower and came first in the Fire Corps. Piggy can't believe that all the talented people will be his peers. The protagonist remembers that Piggy is also great at collecting and analyzing information in his previous life as well. Piggy excitedly asked Vickier if he wanted to go as well, and he told him about all the fantastic students. However, the protagonist refused, which made him wonder why, and he clarified that he didn't want to go, so he wanted Piggy to have fun. Piggy was impressed by his indifferent behavior and wanted to learn that too. Later at night, the protagonist is standing on top of the tall building, looking at the gangster. The thugs were relieved that they didn't need to hear those brats whining anymore since all the storerooms had been filled with children recently. The other thug inquired if they were all coming there, and the bald man clarified that a carriage came at dawn and took them all. The bald man heard they are headed to an orphanage in Quo Vadis, but their curiosity killed them. Abruptly, another thug, who is the flesh grinder, Ron Bataisen, arrived there, telling them to stop chatting and stand guard properly if they want to get paid for their pitiful existence. He called them trash as they don't possess any fighting spirit against him, who is a graduator, and asked what those low-ranked mercenaries who have no mana could do to him. He is annoyed at the thought that there is no one strong there, as he wants to slice someone up. Abruptly, Vickier appeared behind him, asking if he was Ron Batasin, which annoyed him, wondering how a low-ranked mercenary dared to utter his name. As soon as he looked back, he was stunned to see his comrade subjugate and wondered what that was. The protagonist accosted Ron Humbert Batasin, as 4 years ago, he killed his neighboring family, used them as sacrifices, and contracted with a demon. After that, he joined the Northern Guild Association, and he gathered information and gave it to the demon. Lastly, he extracted information from the Mankind Allied forces while he was on guard duty, used a hand mirror, and revealed the location of the platoon camp. Ron Batasin wanted him to stop saying baseless things and come out to show himself. The protagonist stood behind him, telling him that is how the Allied platoon was slaughtered. Ron Batasin noticed his presence, so he firmly grasped his weapon and turned to attack him, thinking it would be easy. However, he is stunned as his arms are amputated in a split second. He knelt in the pain and started moaning as his arms were severed and clarified that he didn't know about the Mankind Allied forces and inquired why he was doing this to him. The protagonist affirmed because it hasn't happened yet, but he already knows he contracted with a demon. Therefore, he wanted Ron Batasin to give him the information on the contracted demon. Abruptly, Ron Batasin told him that he didn't know, and his face started becoming huge. Then he blasted, and Vikir is worried as another one died with their head exploding. Then he looked at the blacklist, cut his name and realized that is 3 now. The blacklist was created with the memories of his past life and Cindy's investigation. It contains information about the demon worshippers who sided with the demons and betrayed mankind. The 3 demon worshippers who died had their heads exploded before he killed them. He realized they might be hiding within the capital, if that is the demon's skill. Meanwhile, one of the students wearing the mask returned and took off his mask, as he is one of the 10 elite corpses contracted with. At midnight, the protagonist kills some of the demon worshippers and realizes that, making it 29, they are either dead or, if they mention the demon, their heads explode, which seems like a condition of the demon contract. Vikir could not get any information about the elite corpse's location, so he supposed it would be a long and excruciating fight. The protagonist didn't expect to get anything on his first day, so he believed he should return to the academy now. So, he rushed toward the academy, crossed the wall, and realized that the freshman welcome party was still ongoing. After jumping down, he put on his glasses and thought he should stop by just in case. He entered the hall where everyone was busy eating, and some freshmen were chasing Dolores to express their love. While Tudor is also enjoying his time with his comrade, Bianca is pouring the drink into her senior glass. The protagonist looked at those two as if he didn't know they were in the same year. These are the great heroes who led mankind to victory with Camus Morgue during the time of the fall. One of them was the person who stood at the front line of the battlefield and took charge from one of the 7 greatest families, the Azure Spearman family, Don Quixote's genius, Tudor, and the archer who defeated countless demons from one of the even greatest families, the mystical archer family, Usher, genius Bianca. Besides those two, he recognized many faces he saw on the battlefield, and never thought he would see them again like this. Now that he thinks, he wonders if Camus Morgue has also entered the academy. Abruptly, he noticed one of the students bullying Piggy and asking him if they should get some music going. The senior asked him why he wasn't doing what his senior was asking him to do, and wanted him to hurry up. The girl addressed everyone, telling them that the newbie would sing now. The protagonist is worried about seeing Piggy surrounded by many students, and the girl wants him not to cry and drink the jar of wine. She is sure he doesn't have to sing if he drinks it all in one go. Piggy's eyes welled up, wondering how he could drink all of that, but his seniors wanted him to drink, asking if he was not going to listen to his seniors. Piggy worriedly grabbed the jar and started drinking the entire drink, which pleased his seniors, and they praised him for doing a great job. After a while, Piggy began to vomit, and his seniors found it disgusting to see this. Another senior is disgusted as it gets on his stocking, and his seniors give him the nickname of Vomiting Pig, which makes Piggy sad. Suddenly, Vikir stepped in and covered the vomiting with his cloak, which startled the seniors, asking him who he was. The protagonist looks at Piggy as he drops out of school before regressing because he can't endure the bullying. He became a low-ranked government official and lived a tough life while looking after his parents. The protagonist met Piggy again at the front line after the time of the fall had started. He was one of the few who volunteered to go to the front lines, and with his amazing strategy and information analysis, he saved multiple lives. Vikir was one of them. Piggy is a friend who is to be respected, so he told him that he would take care of this and wanted him to return to the dorm first. The protagonist can't stand idly by while his friend is humiliated, so he wants to help him. A senior garbed him, asking what he was doing, and if he was crazy, as he dared to interrupt what a senior was talking about. He slapped Vikier, asking him if he was his classmate and if he was from the Ice Corps Class B. Considering how Vikier arrogantly stepped in, he seems like he is confident in front of his senior. The triplets of Baskerville gets pissed to see that he dares to touch their master. However, they were worried they couldn't barge in because Vikier warned them that he was a commoner in the academy and would kill them if they revealed his identity. His comrade told him not to be so rough on the freshmen, and they should treat them kindly as their seniors. She is thrilled as she thought this would do the trick. If Vikier can drink all of that, they will let them both go. Piggy gets worried when he sees the wine and tells Vikier he is fine, so he doesn't want him to step. However, the protagonist grabbed the wine and drank it all in a single go. This startled his seniors as it is a mixed drink with high alcohol content, which contains vodka and rum, so there is no way a human can drink more than 1 liter of that. However, their smiling face turned into shock when they saw him finishing the mug. After that, the protagonist put the mug down, bid his farewell to them, and took Piggy away. However, the senior didn't want to let him do so and wanted him to wait, but Vikier's aura startled everyone in the hall. The protagonist looked back, asking if he still needed something, but the senior was trembling in fear. Dolores stepped in asking why it was so chaotic over there, and the seniors explained to her that freshmen vomited, so they wanted to take care of it. Dolores clarified that they can't oppress the freshmen as they need to uphold the academy's image. While Vikier is leaving with Piggy, who is thankful to him, his triplet siblings give him a thumbs up as he is so cool. While Tudor and Bianca were confused, wondering if they were mistaken, Sinclair was impressed as she found a nice person. At the academy, the Ice and Fire Corps attended classes together through this method, and a competitive structure was created for the confident elites, increasing focus among students, which is the academy's policy. After a while, the combat theory professor, Vinci Morgue, told everyone that this marked the need for the lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribe. With the basis of the discovered locations of the barbarian tribe, he wondered if there was anyone who would like to tell him their hypothesized location of their stronghold. Tudor started thinking of the location of the clash between the Balak and the Empire, which was the South Region front in Highland 1, 8, and 75, so he wondered what else was there. Bianca also thinks that the areas where they clashed were all in low-altitude locations, and considering that it was a trough, she felt their stronghold would be in a low-altitude region. Before they could say anything, Sinclair raised her hand confidently as she wanted to answer this question. Professor Vinci Morgue recognized her as Sinclair, ranked 1 of the Fire Corps, and wanted her to go ahead. Sinclair stated that in the military, according to published academia, the location of the close fight between the barbarian tribe and the Empire was in the Highlands 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. This excludes the 8 highlands on a high mountain peak, all in a trough. The protagonist indulges in his thoughts and remembers that the 29 from the previous day all possessed a severe stench of demons, and before they died, their face exploded. Vikier is stuck on the point that their face exploded, and thought that if this is the skill of the elite corps hiding in this capital city, there is one place he can think of. Therefore, he wanted to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate that area. While he is pondering, Piggy started calling him, which startled him, and he realized that the entire class was sitting around him. Vinci Morgue furiously grits his teeth as it seems like the Ice Corps isn't as good as the Fire Corps because he never thinks there would be a student who dares to sleep in the first class. The protagonist settled his glasses, telling the professor that he wasn't sleeping, which shocked Piggy. Vinci Morgue annoyingly asked him if he wasn't sleeping, so he asked for his name, and the protagonist told him his name is Vikier. The professor uttered that everyone saw him with his eyes closed, so he asked if that was his excuse. Vikier clarified that his eyes were closed, but he wasn't sleeping, and the professor understood, so he supposed he might be mistaken. The protagonist told him that it is all right as it is understandable, which further enraged the professor, and he wondered what kind of psychopath this academy was. After that, Professor Vinci Morgue gave the Ice Corps 1 point out of 10 for behavior points because of the answer that the Ice Corps ranked 1, Sinclair gave. So, he told Vikier that he would give him and the Ice Corps the points if he could answer his question. However, he warned Vikier that if he answered incorrectly, then the whole Ice Corps would have negative points. The protagonist uttered that it was unfair, further enraged the professor, but he decided to ask him the question. He wanted to know the location of the Empire military and where the Balak tribe fought, and with that location, he wanted to know where he thinks their stronghold is. Sinclair is worried because, compared to other tribes, information on the Balak tribe is hard to come by, so the difficulty of the question is high. Bianca is pissed off because of that idiot. Everyone in the Ice Corps is going to be at a loss. The protagonist remembered the Balak tribe, smiled, and told the professor that the location of the fight between the Balaks and the Empire is in the southern region of the Highland one, even though it is not easily found following the flatland. Looking into the details between Point B, it's highly likely between the river and the Southern Ocean. While everyone, including the teacher, is shocked, the protagonist tells them it's all. He remembers that after the Ahiman incident, the Balaks have since moved their stronghold, so it is fine. Professor Vinci Morg's eyes widen in shock as that is spot on, and he wonders how Vikier knows about the thesis that the academic world hasn't verified. Now that he thinks about his name, which he said is Vikier, it makes him wonder if he is the one who placed first on the theory exam. He told everyone that Vikier would get 10 points and the rest of the Ice Corps would receive 1. But even though he is placed first in the theory exam, he cannot overlook the fact that his eyes were closed during his lesson. So he deducted his 10 points, and Vikier clarified that he will be careful. Sinclair is shocked as he didn't notice because Vikier is a common name, but he was that Vikier. After the professor left, everyone started gossiping that it was Vikier, who is the one who placed first in the theory exam. However, some students don't care because of him. The whole corps almost had a deficit in points, and just looking at a nerd like him made them want to punch him. Tutor looked at him and smiled to know that he was the one who was first when it came to theory, but he wondered if that would be useful during the practical lesson. Run flat is a sport with 20 people on each team, and points are acquired when the ball is in the other team's goal area. Using mana and weapons is against the rules. Besides, it's a game where any method can be used to score goals. Tutor is excitedly playing this game as he is the best in Run Flat, so this is his time to shine, and everyone is cheering for him, thinking he is hot. However, Bianca is annoyed as she thinks this is a barbaric sport. While Tutor was charging to make a goal, the triplets thought he was arrogant as he dared to break through them, so they wanted to stop him. Tutor remembers that they are rumored to be an Iron Blood Swordsman family troublemaker triplet, and is apologetic because he doesn't plan to fight head-on against those monsters. He passed them to make a goal, which infuriated Highborough, so he blocked his way and wanted him not to think about it, and give him the ball. However, Tutor used his element to attack him and uttered that he doesn't plan on losing if he attacks him. Everyone is thrilled to see Tutor move, though he is fantastic and strong without mana or weapons. Some students have heard that he is a Don Quixote run-flat prodigy, and as they expected of the Fire Corps. Tutor is thrilled to hear all this and thinks there is no point in memorizing theory because they need to win in strength if they are a true fighter. Abruptly, he saw Vikier before him, and he was startled, as he was the one from this morning's lecture with Professor Vinci. The triplets infuriate the protagonist as he tells them not to send him their way and wants to step aside. However, Tutor wondered if he should tease him a bit, and he is sure that with this, he shouldn't just study, and he hopes he also focuses on training. However, the protagonist doesn't move an inch from his place, so Tutor feels dizzy and falls away, shocking the viewers. The protagonist looked back, worried, as he was planning to dodge, but he wondered why Tutor had run into him first. After a while, he knelt on the ground as he wanted to pretend to be injured. After some time, Tutor opened his eyes and surrounded himself with several students. He was shocked, wondering what he was doing right now. He wondered if he would faint, or if he would fall asleep during the match. He recalled his encounter with a Theory Rank 1 Vikier before he got unconscious, and how he would tease him by bringing a little into his shoulder. But he doesn't remember how he got knocked out from it during that physical fight with that nerd. He couldn't believe that happened to him, Tutor Don Quixote, so he looked at Vikier and wanted to test it again. The match started again, so Tutor grabbed the ball and wanted to do it again because something was wrong. So, he tried to charge in to recheck it, and Bianca is startled, wondering what they are doing as the goal is on the other side. Tutor furiously accosted Vikier and the triplets to be prepared, and the triplets clarified that he could not get through them on time. The triplets kept trying to stop him from chasing Vikier, but Tutor dodged their attacks to charge at him. Vikier is annoyed as he told them to keep him away from him this time, but wondered why he kept coming toward him. While Tutor was charging toward Vikier, he was sure there was no way this was a coincidence, so he used the Azure Spearman family run-flat secret technique, a Saint Spear tackle. After he gets near the protagonist, he gets unconscious again, and after some time, his comrade accosts him, asking if he is awake. Tutor grabbed his head in shock, wondering if he would faint again and what was happening. His comrade wanted him to calm down, telling him that after he hit Vikier with a high-speed tackle, he bounced off him at high speed. His comrade, Sancho, could understand why Tutor was so focused on him, as he is certainly hiding something, so he wanted to go against him this time. Tutor wanted to stop Sancho, but he was infuriated as his friend was done over by Vikir twice, so he couldn't just watch and do nothing. Sancho Barataria is a transfer student from the Mercenary Guild Association in the north. Due to his overwhelming physique, he is not considered eligible for his age group in his league, so he decided not to play run flat. Sancho grabbed the ball and uttered that in the frozen land of the north, the newborns of the elderly on the verge of death fight desperately, which means they are all warriors. The triplets furiously gritted their teeth as they wouldn't let him pass this time, but with a single strike of his hand, he threw the triplets away, leaving Vikir behind. Vikir furiously looked at the triplet as if they wanted to die, and his brother was apologetic to him. Abruptly, Sancho rushed toward him fiercely, wanting to see if he could endure his full power, and struck him. However, he is stunned as he feels like he has struck an enormous mountain and cannot move even a single inch, so he starts trembling. Abruptly, Vikir thought he should play along, as he fell down voluntarily, thus shocking Sancho. Everyone was thrilled to see that Sancho had broken through the defense and worried that the guy Sancho had pushed aside wasn't dead. Another student doesn't care about Vikir's health, and is sure that at this rate, their class will win. Sancho looked at his trembling hand, wondering what that was just now, as it felt like he was a human. While he was still pondering, Highborough tried to get near him sneakily, took the ball away, and then ran away. After the teacher blew the whistle, the triplets and their comrades were happy because the score was 0-1, so Class B won. While the protagonist stood staring at cleaning the dust from his uniform, Sancho poured water on him and told him that he is the secret contributor to Class B's victory, so he shouldn't just stand there. Tutor wanted him to be happy because his win made him retire, as he was going to teach him a lesson during a practical lesson because he was jealous of him. But he came to realize how shameful that was, so he was apologetic. However, Sancho wanted to know what exercises he does, as he has a solid build, and he thought Vikir used mana. Vikir clarified that he is a commoner, so he can't use mana, and Tutor remarked that it's more of a shame. He thought that with such a blessed body, he would have been an expert like him if he had received proper training. Abruptly, 3 girls arrived there, accosting Tutor and his friend, telling them they had brought a towel for them, so they urged them to use it to wipe their sweat. Sancho handed a towel to Vikir, and Tutor thanked his classmate for the towel, telling them they were the best. The protagonist recognized them as the Azure Spearman family hero, Tutor, and the Mercenary Guild's ace, Sancho. One day, they will become heroes who will save mankind by hunting an endless number of demons during the time of the fall, so he finds it strange to think they have a past like this. He removed his glasses to wipe his face, which stunned them as they never knew he was so handsome. But Vikir didn't realize that his academy days would become troublesome from then on. Later at night, he confronts a man, Lloyd Doxler, who is 52 years old, the information house's leader, and the orphanage's headmaster. Lloyd Doxler conspired with the demon and sold children from high-ranked families, so Vikir asked him if he thought he would go unnoticed. Lloyd Doxler is startled to confront him, and doesn't want him to tell him that solid aura, so he supposes he is a sword master. The protagonist's aura is pretty much in a solid state, but it's still closer to liquid, so to be specific, he is at the highest level for a graduator, but not a sword master. The protagonist wanted Lloyd to work with him to catch the demon, and if he does, he will compensate him accordingly, but Lloyd is reluctant. Suddenly, the watchtower broke into 2, and its shards fell, which made Vikir lose his balance. He looked ahead and saw a man standing at the top of the tower. From the overwhelming energy he saw even from afar, he was sure the guy was an elite core. Abruptly, the man jumped down with his giant hammer to strike Vikir, but he managed to dodge. The man lifted his huge hammer again, but Vikir dodged his attack, and he was startled to see that the hammer stopped amidst them and struck him again. The protagonist realized that man is emitting the aura of a high-ranking graduator and uses the religiously holy Quo Vadis bludgeoning technique, which means he is not an elite corpse. This makes him wonder if a demon has infiltrated the religious holy nation, and he remembers that they do have their corrupt sectors, too. The protagonist thinks he is a servant who works under the 10 elite corpses, and he is sure that if he kills him, he will be able to meet the 10 elite corpses. He was annoyed because he was also getting rid of the trash, but it had been a while since he had let loose. Abruptly, the man tried to attack him again, but Vikir stopped the hammer with his single leg, which annoyed him. Then he substantially punched him, which sent him flying and broke the wall of the building. Before the man could stand properly, Vikir stared at him and struck him again. Then he rushed behind, hit that man's arm to break it, and he somersaulted, then firmly hit his chest. The man was substantially slammed into the wall, and a rod pierced through his chest, making him bleed profusely. The protagonist looked at the name engraved on his chest and asked if his name was Ephibo. He wanted to know the identity of his master, who made him like this, but the man kept growling and couldn't answer correctly. Judging from his appearance, the protagonist is sure that they might also be controlling what he says. Vikier thought that the interrogation could also come in other forms besides words, and clarified that he is going to slice his body into smaller pieces. He is sure that his intestine, bone structure, injuries, freshness of blood in his veins, and concentration of mana are the things that can tell him a lot. Therefore, he asked Ephibo if they should start the interrogation process now. After some time, the protagonist heard someone asking for help, so he looked behind and realized that the voice was coming from beneath the stone. The protagonist moved the rocks, saw Lloyd there, and asked if he was a poison seller, as he had mentioned before. He told Ephibo that he was lucky to have survived amidst this chaos, but if he wanted to live, he was sure that Lloyd knew what he should do, as he should have told him everything. Lloyd worriedly asked him if he would tell him everything, then he would spare him, but Vikier clarified that it depends on the value of the information. Abruptly, another man wearing the academy uniform saw this form far away and was slightly annoyed. Lloyd started crying, telling Vikier that he would tell him everything, and clarified that there was something in the headmaster's room and his safe. Before he could complete his sentence, the student watching from far away started controlling him. The protagonist is startled to see that because he had just seen the aura of the elite corpse. As soon as he looked at Lloyd, he was startled to see several faces in his mouth, and it exploded. The explosion captured the attention of everyone, so the soldier arrived at the site of the blast, and civilians were worried as well. Abruptly, Saintess Dolores came forward asking what was going on, and if there were any casualties. The warriors were startled to see Saintess and told her they were still investigating, but the remnants of the explosion were a little strange. Dolores moved toward the site of the incident and could tell it was the explosion, which could not be seen as normal because the traces of the fight were imprinted on the orphanage. This made her wonder what kind of evil was fought against there, and on her way, she noticed the mask of a night hound, so she immediately sat on it to take it away. The warrior gets worried about seeing this, so he asks her if she is alright, and Dolores clarifies that she is a little anemic. The warrior urged her not to push herself so hard because he didn't think there were any casualties. Dolores sweats as she gets flustered, so she hides this mask, knowing it belongs to the night bloodhound. The following day, Professor Vinci is annoyed as he wonders who the one who wrote the report and realizes it was Vikier again. Since Vikier said that the Venampian has a second stinger that hasn't been discovered yet. He clarified that if he wrote his delusions in the report as a joke, then the entirety of the cold weapons department would have 10 points deducted, so he asked Theory Rank 1 Vikier if he understood this. The protagonist is worried as he realizes he made a mistake that hasn't been discovered yet. Professor Vinci grabbed his knife as he wanted to see if the second stinger was hidden in its abdomen. He started cutting the Venampian abdomen, and the poison stinger was thrown directly on his face, which startled him and the entire class. However, Vikier stopped the stinger, so he managed to protect the professor, and Professor Vinci worriedly fell to the ground. The protagonist asked the professor if that proof was enough for him. Professor Vinci couldn't believe that Venampian truly has the second stinger, which is a significant discovery that could solve most of the mysterious incidents these Venampians have created, and a mere student discovered it. He cleared his throat, told Vikier that he would award him 1 point for the cold weapon department, and wanted him to come to his office after the class and tell him everything in detail, and Vikier affirmed. Everyone is amazed to see that and wonders how Vikier researched it. The students thought just being good at sports made him cool, but studying is also cool. Another student remembers that Vikier is also good at sports because he faced off against Tudor and Sancho during the last Naphtali. But more importantly, the face hidden behind those glasses and that hair is the real gem. While the protagonist returns to his seat after the teacher permits him to do so, Piggy praises him for doing well. He thinks for a while and is worried because of the explosion that the previous day burned him completely. But it was all thanks to his ability to integrate that he survived that attack. Ephibo hid his traces right after the explosion, so Vikier's only gain was the orphanage director's ledger in the safe. The ledger detailed where the children used as food for the demons were sent. Considering how the places had no relation to each other, Vikier can't ignore the possibility that multiple Upper 10 corpses are now the imperial capital. But most importantly, that guy he saw for a moment, who grinned on seeing him, was wearing his academy uniform, so he might be in the academy and is undoubtedly an upper 10 corpse. Within the academy, there is a newspaper that is famous throughout the entirety of the imperial capital. The influence they possess is immense, and every day the newspaper always sells like hotcakes. The newspaper club of the Academy Lyceum, and the head of this lyceum was none other than Dolores. At the same time, Dolores welcomed everyone to Lyceum and stated that the fact that they applied for Lyceum, even though they are infamous for being tough, makes her believe that they are the people who have that much tenacity, so she wanted to introduce themselves. Abruptly, Tutor uttered that whether it is study or club activities, he wants to become an elite who does well in everything. Sancho didn't want people to think he was only a strong idiot, so he joined the newspaper club to become a more knowledgeable person. Abruptly, Sinclair added that even though money, information, and power are intrinsically intertwined, she believes that information holds the most influence over the other two, so she joined. Bianca chose the club that showed the most vision, so she wanted to do her best. Piggy has always liked gathering and analyzing information, so he believes the newspaper club best fits him. Of all the students, Vikir's reason is strange, and he uttered that since they needed to join a club, he followed Piggy there. However, he knew that the newspaper club was famous both within and outside the Academy Lyceum, so if he were there, he could gather a lot of information easily, but he felt a bit uncomfortable since the Saintess was there. The Saintess asked the protagonist if he said his name is Vikir, and told him he can't become a reporter of Lyceum with a half-boiled determination like that. Abruptly, her comrade rushed in, showing him a document and asking if that was him, as she was wondering where she had recognized him from, and she never thought someone as famous as he would join their club, but Dolores wanted her to wait. But she showed him the article, which says that the handsome genius of the first-year cold weapons department is the one who appeared in the Naphtali game. Tutor started laughing on seeing the article, as that is Vikir, which worried the protagonist. But Dolores is startled, wondering when this article was published, and her friend, Anna, clarified that she can't call herself a reporter if she doesn't publish this after receiving information about a handsome new student. Dolores couldn't believe that Anna, and she wanted them to hear that. Since the other second and third year students had gone out to collect news, she wanted to do that day's activity with the people there. She showed them the article that last night at dawn, a mysterious person appeared and completely destroyed an orphanage. Piggy asked if this was about the explosion at the imperial capital the previous day. Anna affirmed, telling him it was right as she went outside the academy that day and reported for this article. They are theorizing that the culprit of this incident is related to the murder spree that is happening in the imperial capital. But the shocking thing is that the bodies of dead young children were recovered from the orphanage this time. Piggy whispered to ask Vikir if he also thought that was related to this person. However, the protagonist knew their corpses were because of the demons, not him. Anna suggested that they come up with a headline for this article together. They started writing the headlines, some of which were the birth of a terrible villain. And outside the academy, a monster terrorizing the imperial capital appeared, so they wanted to know what the imperial guards were doing. Another suggested the headline that a villain beyond imagination, which is a challenge to the Quo Vadis clan, and the mysterious death of children, so they wondered who is behind this. Bianca uttered that none of these truly stick with her. Tutor thought that might be because the villain doesn't have a name yet, and is aware that those horrible criminals usually have ominous nicknames like Human Butcher or Blue-Bearded Man. Anna praised Tutor as she thinks he is on the right track, which further encouraged him, so he asked her what she thinks about the Death Side Shadow Master. Bianca wondered what this was that made Tutor gloomy, so he asked what they thought about the explosive demon who carries misfortune. Bianca felt that it was too long, so she asked what they thought about the orphanage killer, as that is impactful, but another student voted for Mr. Terrorist. They kept arguing when Dolores uttered Night Hound, as that mask she picked up from the scene is undoubtedly of the Night Hound, so she wondered why it was there. She knew that Night Hound was humble, and he didn't look for fame or glory during the Red Death. He healed even those living in the slums with kindness. She could tell that his love and sacrifice shown to those suffering people were genuine, so she believed that he stole the tears of the Saintess for some greater will. She wondered why he was at the scene of the crime, and if he really killed the orphanage director and all the children in the orphanage. However, Dolores is sure that her eyes are accurate because he is not evil, and even if Nighthound is the culprit, she is sure that he must have some reason for it. Abruptly, one of the students said Nighthound is an excellent name, as it is a more barbarian-like nickname, and the aggressiveness stands out. Sinclair raised her hand, telling her that that is what she thinks. It also sounds ominous and discomforting, so she thought they should decide on Nighthound. Dolores gets worried as she realizes she ended up mumbling out loud and covers her mouth worriedly. Anna asked, then suggested a headline for this article. What is the identity of the villain who infused fear into the imperial capital, Nighthound? Dolores gets annoyed, telling Anna that the article of the Lyceum must only contain facts, but they do not have any proof that the person is a criminal or not. Tudor asked Vikir what he thinks makes him wonder about what. Tudor asked about this Nighthound guy and whether he thinks he is a villain. The protagonist doesn't care about this, and he didn't expect the Saintess to say Nighthound there. Tudor laughed, then hugged him, asking which one he would choose if he had to choose. The protagonist thinks for a while that it is clear he is not a good person, so he must be a villain. Tudor agreed with him, thinking he was right, as that is what he also believes. Dolores furiously slammed the table, asking him what he meant by it. It is clear that Nighthound isn't a good person, and asked how he is so sure about it, which startled Vikir. The protagonist uttered that the Nighthound isn't virtuous, and Dolores asked him how he is sure about this. She asked him if he said his name was Vikir, so she urged him to answer it. Tudor wondered if he had done something wrong. Since Vikir didn't reply, Dolores asked him if he couldn't answer it and uttered that it was because he believed it without proof. She doesn't want him to forget that, as a reporter, he can destroy an innocent person's life if he says things that aren't concrete. Tudor uttered that the guards have testified that the Nighthound destroyed the building and killed the headmaster of the orphanage. Dolores explained that the Imperial Guard's interview responses are just testimony consisting of deductions and no solid evidence. The question regarding the children's corpses that were found in the orphanage basement has yet to be resolved. There are too many questionable variables to determine that the Nighthound killed those children. Everyone is surprised to see that Dolores is staying neutral, even though this happened in an orphanage that her family manages. She instructed Anna that they need to edit the article to ensure that it is objective and unbiased. Anna is concerned because they couldn't write anything in that case. Dolores uttered that it was not too late to release a critical report and that it was the Nighthound after they found out what had happened. Even though she is sad, she clarified that if Nighthound is evil, they can censure him. The protagonist is startled to hear that, so he looks at Dolores with astonishment. Abruptly, another club member entered the room and told her that Professor Vinci, the club advisor, was asking her to re-edit the report and state that the Nighthound was a bad person. She wanted to talk to him because she knew he liked making these articles headlines, so she left. Tudor realized that the president is such a girl boss, and the protagonist uttered that she was like that long ago, too, which makes Tudor wonder when that was. He recalled that Dolores looked the same as when she led the Holy Knights on the front lines of the battlefield during the fall before he regressed. She commanded all the Holy Knights at that time to push forward, and is annoyed because people nowadays have weak faith. She saw two warriors gossiping, so she told them they should save people during their breaks instead. She told them that back in her days, they would jump in to help if a demon appeared. The protagonist smiled as he thought she would deem his actions wicked, but it didn't feel bad because someone was trying to tell the truth, so he sincerely thanked the Saintess for taking his side. The following day, the alarm rang, waking Piggy up, and he was annoyed on this night. The protagonist is stretching his arm and wishing Piggy good morning. Piggy also wishes him a pleasant morning. In the academy, everyone has to wake up at 6 o'clock. When the alarm sounds, the students head to the training area in front of the dorms. The students then participate in the exercise following the instructor, who stands at the front to wake them up, and they start their day with a light jog. After their morning exercise, the student will go their separate ways and come back to catch up on their sleep. Some would go and take a bath, and some head to the cafeteria. Piggy is a bit annoyed as he thinks his brain would be more active if he slept through the morning exercise. Vikir told him that moving his body helped activate his brain, and Piggy said he didn't need to tell him what was correct. Tudor asked Vikir how he would be popular with girls if he were not empathetic, so he told him to improve his empathy towards Piggy, but Piggy denies it. He asked if everyone was free this weekend, as they would all go and have fun in the city. Piggy thought that it was good as there was a book he wanted to purchase, and Sancho uttered that there was a restaurant he wanted to try out too. Then they asked Vikir if he was free, but he clarified that he needed to volunteer on weekends. Sancho wondered why he needed to volunteer, and Piggy explained that he got so many deductions. Tudor smirked, asking if that was Professor Vinci again, as he picked on Vikir even though he was doing nothing. The protagonist is annoyed to hear this, so he tells them to go to the city without him. Tudor uttered that volunteering down like a fun, and they can't let their friend do it alone, so Piggy also wanted to go with him. Sancho also wanted to help him. But Tudor found it unusual, which made him wonder what it was. Tudor uttered that when Vikier is around him, he naturally gravitates toward him as if he is his older brother. Sancho uttered that even though he is quiet, he exudes charisma, and even when he was a mercenary, such people were natural leaders. Piggy is pleased as Vikier is certainly amazing because amazing people like Tudor from the physically great Don Quixote family and Sancho, the transfer student for the Northern Mercenary Guild, approached him first. Furthermore, Vikier is also kind as he helped him at the entrance party when he was having a difficult time, and he is a perfect student in his studies and training. When Piggy is with Vikier, it feels like he can do everything, but he feels the chills down his spine as Vikier stares back furiously. The protagonist smelled the foul smell of the demon from the student who just passed by, so he became certain that he might be the one he was searching for. He accosted Piggy, asking if he knew other students as well, and if he knew anything about that guy. Piggy asked if he was talking about the guy who is between that female student, as he knew him well. He is the most handsome in this school, sophomore Bane Kudzak. The protagonist furiously grits his teeth as he never thought they were this active within society. As he knew there were 10 corpses, he wondered if he should attack them now, but knew that if he did, there would be many casualties, and he couldn't let the future heroes get hurt. Tudor gets worried by his bizarre behavior, so he accosted him, and Vikier clarified that he is not feeling well and will rest. Since he needed to gather more information about him, he used Beelzebub's second slot, Mushusu, to silently follow him. While going down, he accidentally bumps into Dolores, making her fall and startle everyone. The protagonist gets worried, and everyone rushes there asking if she is all right. Tudor told Vikier to hurry up and apologize to her, and he immediately apologized to her. Sancho helped her hand, and Dolores told him that it was all right because she was also being careless, but she was startled as she felt like she ran into a wall, as he is so muscular. Furthermore, she didn't sense Vikier's presence at all, which makes her wonder who he is. The protagonist puts on his glasses again and wants to delay his plans of following him as many people are around. But one thing is certain, Bane Kudzak is one of the 10 corpses. Meanwhile, the girls beside Bane were worried to see that he had brought them to such a dark place and remarked that he was a lot slyer than he looked. Bane clarified that he needed to tell them both some sad news, which startled them, and they wondered what sad news he was talking about. Bane rambled that recently, a guy showed up and has been eating with him because he hasn't been able to eat appropriately. The girl wondered if that guy was buying him, and she didn't want to forgive him. Bane was going to see who he was, but he was wearing his school uniform by mistake, so he ran instead, and he is sure that guy might have seen that he was one of the academy students. The green-haired girl uttered that they would stop him if he came to the academy, as they were always on his side. Bane thanked them both, telling them that their hearts are as beautiful as their faces, and agreed that they will always be together from now on. He started devouring them, showing them an illusion that a pandemic mask-wearing guy has the skill of a high-ranked graduate, so that he would have died from an explosion like that. But seeing as how he was attacking places connected to the location where he ate means that he is a human who has sensed the presence of a demon, which means that he might be the one who has something to do with Adromalia's death. Dantalion, 9th corpse, from the Demon 10 elite corpses, devoured the faces of those crying girls who wanted someone to save them as they were scared. Later, the protagonist was in the newspaper club, and everyone was worried as the incidents kept happening lately. Dolores and Anna have summarized the cases that have occurred within the academy, so they don't have many people available in Lyceum right now, and they want the first years to step up. Anna wanted them to choose a case, collect information, write an article, and bring it to them. Piggy is a bit flustered because this will be his first article after graduating from Lyceum, so he wants to do his best. Bianca wondered what was happening in the capital, as there were so many cases lately. An article is published about a terrorist for warning who has warned that they would poison the river of Venecia, the capital city of rock. There was another case of a handsome theater actor missing on his way home after his play, as it is highly likely that a stalker fan is behind this. There is another mysterious murder case in which the head of a family has disappeared. There is another murder case, which is the murder that has not been named, where A is accused of harming multiple people in the streets, and they said they were not behind it and are still pleading that their face had changed. There is also a rapid increase in missing people, as there is a sudden increase in missing people in the city, but there is no suspect, so people wondered if the Night Bloodhound is behind this. The protagonist picked a missing person case inside the academy where 3 academy students have gone missing, and those 3 have always been seen together, so there are a lot of witnesses, and everyone wondered if they ran away because of love. The protagonist looked at the face of the boy and knew that it was an elite corpse. At early morning in an anonymous house, a man sleeps beside his wife, wakes up, and sits in his chair. Then he asked his men if they had found anything about the pandemic mask wearer interfering with their plans. The night corpse Dantalion's subordinate Ephibo told him something, and after that, Toronto also reported something to him, who was followed by Heave and Fido. Dantalions is surprised to learn that they haven't seen the mask after that day either, as it seems they are meticulous. However, it can't be helped, so he wanted to widen the scope of work from that moment onward, then threw some faces at them as he wanted to share his faces with them. Therefore, he wanted them to enter the areas with lighter and find the pandemic mask. Abruptly, his wife entered the room, asking him what he was doing so early in the morning, and wanted to know who those people were beside him. Dantalions wanted to admire that face being alive for a bit longer, but he had no choice. He commanded Fido to make sure her face was untouched, and he immediately rushed behind her and killed her. Dantalion is annoyed because the person who opened the gate was delayed gradually due to Adramalius' death and the pandemic mask. He changed his face and found it so annoying. Then he commanded Ephibo to follow him as they needed to see her, so he wondered if he should go and relieve his pent-up stress. Later, he went to see Dolores, which made her wonder why he was smiling, and he asked if he could smile as he had the beautiful saints standing before him. Dolores clarified that she didn't come to see Sir Quilty to joke around. Quilty clarified that he was worried because her visits have become scarce lately. Dolores explained that recently, there have been a lot of murders and missing people, and she was busy covering them. Quilty supposes that her academic club activities have gotten busy because the world is becoming increasingly brutal. Although he is behind those cases, he can't tell her that. Dolores looked at Quilty Lun Indulgentia, the head of the Indulgentia family, the collateral bloodline to the Quo Vadis family. They are currently volunteering and managing Quo Vadis resources at the orphanage, monastery, and hospitals, but they are supporting the exemption system that erases the wins for the influential rich. She is sure that this two-faced person is indeed hiding something, and Quilty asked him why she requested to speak with him. Dolores clarified that she came to request that the exemption system be abolished because it's wrong to exempt one from all sins just because one is wealthy. Quilty wondered what was wrong because exemption is a policy that has been in the church up until now, and he is sure that donating a large sum of money is already a large enough punishment. Dolores uttered that sins are something that he must expose himself to in front of God, that forgiveness is given once he has received the appropriate punishment, and that the people affected by the exemption cannot be saved. Quilty is annoyed at her persistence and tells her that he is simply following the church doctrine. Therefore, he thinks she should speak with her father, the cardinal, and he urged her to return. As he heard that the academy students were coming to volunteer that day, there was no need to have a dispute within the Quo Vadis family in front of her juniors. Dolores decided to leave, but she wanted to come back after so they could talk about this more. Dantalion hardly suppresses his urge to devour her as she is so beautiful, and he almost gave in to his impulses and took her face. He bit his tongue as he needed to Hodak because the Saintess is the finest product he has discovered. Therefore, he wanted to collect her face when her face was in despair after chaos had descended into this world. But they need to open the gate as soon as possible, so he wants to hurry up and descend chaos. Later, the protagonist arrives outside the orphanage, wondering if it is there, the orphanage that Cindy found while analyzing Adramalius' ledgers. It is highly likely that it's connected to the 10 elite corpses, and he wondered if this place is the property of the Quo Vadis family. Since the demon is planted within the Iron Blood family and the Holy Divine family, demons were also likely hiding within the other families. After the explosion, the Night Bloodhound garnered attention, so he wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to investigate the students slowly. Abruptly, his comrade follows him, and Tudor asks if this is the orphanage where they are volunteering. He thought Vikier was lucky as he had friends who were willing to volunteer with him. The protagonist clarified that he never asked them to come and is irritated because things have gotten annoying. The Academy's 10-day-long holiday has started, and the Golden Holiday was created due to the school anniversary, Easter of the Loon Church, and the weekend. The students either visit the imperial capital or visit their families and have a great time. However, not all students enjoyed this holiday, and Tudor wanted Vikier to be grateful that they also came back, refusing to take a break because they also needed to fill up their volunteering hours. Sancho thinks it is not a bad idea to get it over with now, and Piggy thinks he is okay since he likes volunteering, and Vikier thanked him. Tudor is startled to see the interior of the Indulgentia orphanage, as it is on a different scale since it is the largest orphanage in the imperial capital. Piggy explained that the headmaster there is the foundation's founder for the orphans and is also an external lecturer at the academy. Sancho wondered who that headmaster was, and Piggy explained that it was that person in the painting over there, and his name was Quilty Lung Indulgentia. Piggy elucidated that he is the head of the Indulgentia family, a family from the maternal side of the Quo Vadis family. He is popular and seems to be quite influential within the Loon Church. Now that he talks about Loon Church, he remembers that it is well known that there is a conflict between him and Saintess Dolores due to a difference in religious views. Tutor doesn't want to get caught up in a fight between the families, so he is worried. While Vikier is surprised to learn that he is the popular headmaster of an orphanage, he is certain that he will find out what he is like once he gets to know him. Later, the priestess clarified that she would like the volunteers to be teachers to the children for the next 10 days. She uttered that if they look after them well, the children will never forget their kindness, so urged them to treat them with a parent's heart. Tutor looked beside, wondering why Bianca and Sinclair were there as well. Bianca gets pissed telling him that they are volunteering and uttered she should be the one asking him why he is there. Tutor wondered if a hero needed a reason to do good deeds, and Bianca couldn't believe he was going again with the hero thing, as she had expected of a Don Quixote. Sinclair thought it must be fate as she coincidentally meets Vikier like this. She thought it was shameful as they hadn't been able to talk much, but she hoped they would get along in the next 10 days, and Vikier shook hands with her as he thought the same, which pleased her. Piggy whispered as he wanted to give Vikier a piece of information, which made him wonder what information he was talking about. Piggy saw Sinclair seek out the person in charge of assigning volunteers and make a request. She inquired where Vikier was going to volunteer and asked to be transferred to the same place as him, and she also asked if he understood what that meant. The protagonist supposed that she might have approached him under the pretense of it being a coincidence, and he thought he should be wary of her. Then he looked around, wondering if the headmaster was not in attendance as he couldn't see him. Later, the children happily played when the priest told them it was time to choose their teacher. Some children hugged Tutor, calling him Big Brother, and he realized they were all very outgoing, while some were on the back of Sancho, and Bianca was gently patting a kid, thinking he was cute, and Sinclair was reading a book to another kid. The protagonist furiously gazed at the children, asking them what their names were, which scared those kids, and they rushed away. Piggy stressed that Vikier should be calm a little, but Vikier doesn't know because Palmerian listens to him so well, but talking to children is difficult. Abruptly, Vikier noticed a girl behind him who ran away outside alone, so he followed her. The kid was standing alone with a pillar when Vikier clarified that he feels stuffy in places with lots of people, which startled her. He uttered that if he is not careful, people will think negatively of him and asked her why did she left, but she didn't reply. The protagonist gets worried as it didn't work, and now that he thinks of it, he remembers Ayan telling him that if he asked like that, the child wouldn't reply, so she wanted him to try asking while smiling. The protagonist approached her and read the name on her tag, which says it's Perry, which startled her, and asked if that was her name. Perry's eyes widened in shock on seeing this, and she ran away. Vikier is wondering if he looks bad when he is smiling. Dolores clarified that she doesn't think she ran away because she hates him as she saw everything, and she doesn't know because he is gruff, but he is quite kind. The protagonist is startled to see President Dolores there, and Dolores explains that her heart was hurt before, so she closed it. As a result, she developed aphasia and lost her voice. The protagonist inquired what happened to her, but Dolores didn't know the exact details, and Perry was born at the orphanage. In the past 13 years, she has met countless volunteers who have passed through there. At first, everyone approached her in a friendly manner, but after one day, they stopped coming due to their busy schedules. She thought maybe Perry is tired of getting attached to someone in a short time and then grieving their disappearance for a long time. He looked ahead, worriedly, then saw someone approaching him and felt chills down his spine. Dolores told him that she reacted to him, so he requested that he look after Perry to see if it was okay with him. Abruptly, the protagonist covered her mouth and then hid. Quilty came out with a worried man, as Quilty was so busy that they rarely saw each other. Quilty clarified that there has been a sudden increase in people who have requested face-to-face talks to confess their sins recently. The man said that was why he also wanted to buy the exemption, and Quilty asked him how long he needed it. The man wanted to buy 1 billion gold coins, which made Quilty wonder if he had recently killed someone. The man explained that a barbarian slave that he purchased not too long ago ran away, and on the way back from capturing him, he was disciplining him when he died. Quilty is astounded to know that he is buying 1 billion gold worth of exemption just because he killed a slave. The man clarified that on the way back, he was still angry, so he burned a whole village to slash and burn a farmer. The protagonist is hearing their conversation while requesting her to stay quiet. Dolores is confused, wondering why Vikier is suddenly doing this. The protagonist is startled because this smell is what he smelled at the academy, which means it is the same elite corpse. Quilty clarified that $500 million is fine for something like that. The man explained that the other half is a tip he wants to give to the god who is pardoning his sins. Quilty thought that saying that giving God a tip is sacrilegious and assured him that God will forgive everything if he gives generous offerings. Dolores is so infuriated after hearing this that she wants to fight with Quilty, but Vikier stops her. While the man is pleased as he feels like he is always learning more from Sir Quilty, and Quilty thinks he is too kind. The protagonist realizes that Dolores is getting out of control, but he wants her to wait because it would be problematic if she made a move now. While Dolores wanted him to let her go, suddenly a Phoebo appeared before him and furiously stared at him. The protagonist worries about seeing that they have been caught and is startled to realize that the guy's smell is strange. Quilty looked at them and smiled as he never thought the Saintess would be there, as he didn't know he had the bad habit of hiding and eavesdropping. He supposed that if that was not it, he wondered if she was having a secret affair with her peer. Dolores gets annoyed on hearing this and realizes they were caught eavesdropping, which is bad. Abruptly, Quilty gets close to Vikier, judging from his school uniform. It seems like he is one of the volunteers at their orphanage. He didn't see it because Vikier's glasses covered it, but now that he looks at him closely, he has a very handsome face. Therefore, he wanted to keep Vikier's face in his collection as it would be a high grade. Abruptly, the man coughed to accost him, and Quilty supposed he might have made him wait, so he decided to take his leave as he was busy. While they were leaving, Vikier stared at them, and Dolores was furious. Even though she saw them buying exemptions so openly and listening to them insulting God, she couldn't do anything. Therefore, she furiously asked Vikier why he did that, but she was startled to see Vikier's facial expression. The protagonist apologized to her if she was surprised by his sudden actions and assured her he would be careful from that moment onward. He decided to take his leave as he had been gone for a while, and Dolores realized that he looked outraged. The protagonist has confirmed that Quilty Lun Indulgentia stays at the orphanage every day for 2 hours. His work usually consists of selling exemptions to nobles and merchants. Sometimes he sends reports on investments and ledgers on sold exemptions to the Quo Vadis family by letter. After the letters are confirmed, they will be received by the head of the Quo Vadis family, Cardinal Humbert Lun Quo Vadis. Additionally, Quilty is always with an escort guard during foreign affairs, and he has confirmed that the escort guards consist of 3 men and 1 woman who are on a rotation. And one of the guards is the masked man he met during the explosion at the orphanage, and he confirmed that he is the same person as Ephibo through smell. Therefore, he assumes that the other 3 guards are identical to Ephibo and are at least high-ranking graduators. Consequently, it is perilous for him to go against the elite corpses and the 4 high-ranking graduates. As a result, to get rid of Quilty, he needs to take care of the 4 guards first. While the protagonist was washing clothes, which shocked his friend, Piggy thought he was working too hard. Sancho is embarrassed by himself because he was going to take it easy and use up his volunteering hours to get points. Tudor also can't believe that Vikier is working so hard for the children, and he will work harder to become a true hero like him, so he commanded everyone to follow him. The protagonist is startled to hear this and wonders if he was too caught up in his thoughts. He knew it was difficult for him to move around during the day, so he needed to wait until night, so it would be better to do his best during the day. Meanwhile, all the kids were playing with the ball, but Perry was sitting alone, far away, watching them play. Abruptly, she heard some noise, so she looked around and saw Vikier behind playing with a ball, so she was astounded. Vikier smiled as he remembered that Balak children liked playing with this as well, and he thought that Madame Egg was showing no sign of hatching, and that the group on it didn't feel too bad. He kept it on him just in case, but he didn't expect to use it like this. So, he kept playing, which impressed Perry, and shortly after, she also started playing happily with it. The protagonist is glad to see that she fell for it, and Sinclair saw this, so she remarked that she knew that Vikier is kind. Vikier is startled to see Sinclair there, and she says he is quite grumpy but still kind. The protagonist wondered if she needed something, and Sinclair approached him, telling him that she wanted to get closer to him. Although she is 1 year younger than him, she wondered if it was all right with him, and if she could speak more casually. The protagonist looked at her, then told her to do what she wanted. Sinclair is exhilarated on hearing this and asks if that means she can be more casual with him. so he calls him brother. But Vikier was a little uncomfortable with being called brother, so Sinclair decided to think of another way to call him until the next time they meet. Conversely, Perry is playing with the spider egg when it accidentally slips from her hand and falls into the estuary. The protagonist goes ahead and looks at this, and Sinclair utters that they can't get it back because it fell into the estuary. Perry worriedly looked toward Vikier, and he told her not to worry about the ball because it was okay. However, he saw her teary eyes, so he opened the button of his shirt as he had no choice but to bring it back. Dolores sighed because she was still bothered by it, as she didn't have a good first impression of Vikier. After all, he was judging someone with prejudice. Moreover, his behavior is so bad that he even received minus points, to the point where he needed to do volunteer work. But something was off. She remembers Tudor told her that the kitchen needed more hands, so he volunteered to go there first. After that, Sancho said to her that Vikier is distributing food until just now, and hot water wasn't coming out, so he went to check on the pipes, but he couldn't eat because he was giving out food. After that, Piggy told her that he thinks Vikier went to do laundry, and not long ago, he was able to fix the pipes, so they were able to boil the laundry. When she asked Bianca, she clarified that he had been hanging clothes with her until now, but the children asked him to play, so he went to prepare for the gym. She is startled because everyone thinks of Vikier as a good person, so she thought her judgment of him was inaccurate. However, it couldn't be more wrong, as she was the one who had her own prejudice about him. Many are aware of the fact that Quilty and she are on bad terms, so if Vikier was being considerate by hiding her because he noticed Quilty, then she needs to apologize. Abruptly, she looked ahead and saw Vikier with Sinclair and Perry standing near the estuary. After taking off his shirt, Vikier jumped into the estuary without hesitation, shocking them all. Soon, he takes out the egg, telling Perry that he found it, so he didn't want her to feel sorry. This makes all of them blush. After some time, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy played with the kids in the playground. Tudor wiped his sweat and couldn't believe it was already the last day of volunteering. Sancho agreed because time certainly flies, so he wanted to play until they had no energy left, which pleased the children. While Vikier is sitting beside Perry, who is a little hesitant to communicate, she puts a flower crown on his head after a while. The protagonist is surprised to see a flower crown, but Perry refuses. Then she grabbed his hand and started writing, telling him it was a sign of gratitude. She is thankful to him for always being with her and finding the ball. The protagonist told her it was all right because he liked sitting there like this, which pleased Perry. Then she started writing on his hand again to ask if they could meet again, and she is a bit worried. The protagonist remembers what Dolores told him about why Perry is traumatized and is unable to speak now. He knew that while he was hunting the demons, he needed to prepare himself for death all the time, so he couldn't promise that he would come back. But regardless, he told her that they would meet again, which startled Perry. Vikier promised to come to the orphanage if there is a tomorrow for him. Perry looked at him happily, calling him older brother, and told him that she would wait for him. But Vikier told her to call him uncle, not older brother. Later at the Indulgentia Orphanage Great Hall, Quilty uttered that to the children who had been separated from their parents and were now living there, the time they had spent with them was nothing short of priceless. He is sure that through this experience they were able to feel what it was like having parent and were able to fill the void in their hearts. Therefore, he is sure that if the children grow up to be great people, it is all thanks to their volunteers. So, having the love they could receive from their children over the past 10 days, he requested them to share it with the children. The protagonist is surprised that Quilty shows up on the last day and is astounded as he talks about kindness with his demonic mouth. The protagonist realized that he is skillfully triggering the feeling of respect and debt that they feel towards their parents and asking for cash donations from these young students. Furthermore, he brought all 4 of his guards, so ambushing him might be a bit of an annoying task. However, he can no longer let him do as he pleases because all the preparations are done as planned, and he will hunt the elite corpses that day. After everyone donated, Sinclair asked him if he was not going to donate, but he clarified that he didn't have money. Sinclair is surprised to learn that he doesn't have money, but wonders why that is when he is an academy student. The protagonist thought it was because he didn't have money to give to a demon and was annoyed to hear her call him brother. Sinclair smiled as she told him she had thought of a way to address him, so he told her to do whatever she wanted. However, Sinclair thought he was being cold because the wealthy should help the children. Vikier clarified that parents are ultimately unnecessary because children may need help from their parents during childhood. Still, it is up to them to develop personal strength in how they will tackle the world. Sinclair is startled to hear that, so she grabbed his hand and is sure it must have been hard for him. So, she urged him to come over to her house and play, as they could eat with her family during the break or a public holiday. After inviting him, she rushed away as she was going to the children, and wanted him to free up time after they finished volunteering. The protagonist looked at his hand, though she was strange, and thought about her because the identity she submitted to the academy was a disguise. Before Vicky's regression, she was the most extraordinary out of the Ice Corps and always placed first in theory and practice for 4 years straight. Still, then she disappeared after graduation and never showed herself again. While Quilty announced they would give the children time to thank their parents for the last 10 days, they rushed to them happily. With his teary eyes, Tudor swore that until he became a great hero, he would come there every week and still come after that. Sancho gently pats another kid, telling him that in the north, the children are considered most precious as they are the future. So he told the kid that the Empire's future is on their shoulders, and he should do well. Piggy is also crying, telling the kids that he will certainly come again and bring lots of delicious food next time. Bianca's eyes welled up as these 10 days felt both long and short simultaneously, as she had gotten attached. Vikier looked at all of them, sentimental with the kids, then approached Dolores and accosted her. Dolores looked back, blushing to see Vikier there and remembering how he brought the ball for Perry, wondering why she kept recalling that day. Vikier clarified that he had a question and asked her if she had seen Perry. Dolores is startled to hear about Perry, as now that she has talked about it, she hasn't seen her, which is strange because she saw her this morning. The protagonist gets worried on hearing that she also doesn't know either, so he requests her to excuse him and leave. He wondered why Perry didn't come and didn't want to think this had something to do with that cursed demon, so he looked at Quilty, who was thrilled. Later at night, Tudor is sleep-talking, that isn't goodbye, and Sancho is also sleeping, but Vikier isn't in his bed. On the other side, at the Indulgencia Orphanage Children's Dormitory, the 4th building, all 4 guards are tasked to move toward their designated location. Abruptly, Vikier appeared behind a Phoebo, which he sensed, so he looked behind, but there was no one. Shortly after, Vikier came out telling him that he had a question and uttered that he wanted to know where the children were locked up for the purpose of being the demon food supply. Ephibo immediately tried to attack him, but Vikier separated his head with a single strike, and he remembered that he couldn't talk. Therefore, he clarified that he was not sparing time to play with him, so he took out Beelzebub. After taking the head away, its face started melting, and the head slipped away from his hand. The protagonist looks at the cloth that Ephibo is wearing and wonders if he is disguising himself with a fake face. Then he looked at the face down and was startled to see that it was Pietro, whom he had met at the Saintess home, but he realized that Pietro didn't have this kind of mark on his face. Before the regression, Pietro often talked about his missing younger brother, and he said that he went missing after entering closed-door training. But now he finally realized that he didn't disappear because of the training, but because demons possessed him, and he became an undead. Since that is the case, Vikier becomes sure these guys might also be the people he knew when they were alive. Fido and Heave heard the noise, so they arrived there and were prepared to strike. Shortly after, the protagonist rushed toward them to attack, but they dodged it and tried to attack him back. On the other side, Saintess prayed to her rune, "Who art in heaven, hallowed by their name. The kingdom come, and they will be done on earth as it is in heaven." She urged the god to forgive her sins as they forgive those who trespass against them, not to lead them into temptation, but to deliver them from evil. She couldn't believe herself, and even during that moment, she kept thinking of Vikier and wondered why those memories kept coming back. She wanted to calm herself down as Vikier is just a promising junior, and she thinks about Nighthound and Vikier. Abruptly, she saw a man with the plague mask fighting in the corner, so she recognized that it was Nighthound. She wondered why he was there, but what is more important is why he was fighting Quilty guards. She accosted Nighthound, so Vikier looked back, startled to see Saintess. He got attacked in the meantime, so he was thrown away. Saintess gets worried seeing this, so she requests the guards to stop. She doesn't know what happened, but she is sure that it can be resolved if they take this matter. However, the guards didn't hear her, so they lifted their weapons and were prepared to attack her. Abruptly, Vikier stood, requested the Saintess to step aside, and blocked both swords while injuring himself. Dolores gets worried that Nighthound's arm is injured, but he tells her it's fine. Shortly, the undead weapons broke, and he killed them with Beelzebub one by one and beheaded them. Dolores felt chills down her spine on seeing Vikier covered in blood, then looked at the corpse. Then she worriedly looked at Nighthound, asking if he was all right and requested him to treat his arm. Vikier didn't want her to worry about it, and he didn't expect to meet Saintess there, so he wondered what she was doing there at this hour. Dolores is confused, wondering why Quilty guards would attack even her, as they should know who she is. The protagonist pointed at their head and wanted her to look at it. Dolores couldn't believe that her face melted, and Vikier clarified that those guys are undead who usually wear human faces. Dolores wondered why this was happening to people affiliated with Quo Vadis. The protagonist uttered that the Saintess affiliated with Quo Vadis would know better about this. She is startled to hear this and wonders if Quilty is also one of them. Vikier is startled to see the familiar faces again, as one of them was Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Order. When he disappeared in the flood, he was spared punishment thanks to Adolf Morg's defense, but he heard that Staffordshire voluntarily entered closed-door training. So, he cursed his fortune, and by judging from the tattoo on the other guy's neck, it seems like he might be from the Don Quixote family. Vikier remembered that Set also went into closed-door training, and all from prestigious families who cut off contact with the outside went to closed-door training. He remembered that the triplets of the Morg family told him that Camus is in closed-door training as she suddenly left Uncle Adolf to join the Dark Temple, focusing on magic research. The protagonist gets worried thinking about it, and suddenly the female undead attacks them with fire, which he hardly manages to evade along with the Saintess. After a while, the undead came out, and Vikier looked at her red hair. Then, he remembered how Camus gave him the points for his attitude toward his future wife. His eyes spread wide in shock as he realized the undead might be Camus Morg. While the protagonist was indulging in his thoughts, Dolores looked at him and was surprised because, once again, Nighthound protected her. She is startled to see that it is an attack filled with malice, which doesn't seem like the attack was solely aimed at Nighthound, and she supposes that person is also under the influence on the inside. The protagonist thought that might be the case, so he asked Dolores how long she had been with Quilty. Dolores heard that she was hired by Quilty recently and uttered that she also serves the gods, so if the opponent is undead, then she can't just stand by, and she wanted to assist Nighthound. The protagonist told her to stand by as he had something to confirm with that one. Then he approached her. Dolores wanted him to let her use healing magic, but Vikier clarified that there is no need for that. Momentarily, Toronto summoned several swords to attack Vikier, but he got rid of them in a single strike. He looked at the long, flowing red hair, magic utilizing iron and fire, which is at least class 6, and someone so young using magic of this level, which is rare even within the Morg family of magic. Abruptly, Toronto tried to attack him again, but Vikier got rid of all of them and kept progressing, but a magic circle appeared behind him. Dolores is stunned to see that Nighthound is taking the attack head-on and wonders why he is going to such lengths, wondering if he possibly knows that mage. She wondered what kind of relationship they would have if they knew each other. At the same time, the protagonist remembers that before the regression, that one was known to have a good relationship with their uncle Adolf Morg. If so, they wouldn't have left the roster or gone into recessive training in the Dark Hall. He remembered how Camus argued with him in the past over the Ruby Mine and thought that if he hadn't interacted with her, and if he hadn't built a relationship with her, and if he hadn't used her for his plans, then this wouldn't have happened. He thought that if the choices he made after regressing had destroyed the brilliant future of the hero Camus Morg, then he wondered what he had done. While pondering, he arrived close to Toronto, who stared at him and lifted her hand to attack. However, Vikier grabbed her hand to stop the attack, then pulled out the fake face to see the real one behind it, and his eyes spread in shock. After that, he beheaded her and threw her head away, and knelt on the ground in shock. Dolores worriedly approached him, asking what they do, as it seems like his wounds are so severe, so she started healing him. She saw him continuously staring at the corpse and wondered if he knew her. The protagonist thinks for a while, then utters that it is an unfamiliar face, so he is thankful. He utters that it is enough, so he decides to progress to his next step. Dolores worriedly wanted to stop him as his wounds weren't healed, but Vikier clarified that this much is just right. Dolores inquired if he could tell her why he fights until he is in such tatters. The protagonist uttered that it was because of demon hunting, which startled her, and he clarified that it was for his personal revenge. Then he took the face mask as it was emitting strong demonic energy, so he wondered what it was, but it turned out that it was the bag used by Quilty guards. He decided to hold on to it for now and deal with it later, but he was startled when someone told him to return that relic. He saw the mouth of the corpse of Toronto, who told Ephibo, Heave, and Fido that he borrowed it from her, so she is going to throw a fit. Dolores is shocked to see a mouth on his body, and Dantalian recognizes that Plague Mask as he has been attacking branches under his jurisdiction lately. The protagonist wondered what that eunuch was asking when he already knew that, or if he should call him Quilty. Dolores is shocked to hear this and wonders if that is Quilty's voice. Dantalian is worried as he didn't expect the Saintess to find out. But this works out well because, for the grand scheme, he has to abandon the Quilty identity. However, the Saintess saw this and avoided touching her to keep humans from growing wary, but now he has justification. Dolores started trembling to think Quilty was a demon, and Dantalian affirmed, telling her that it is right, so he hopes her face is full of despair and fear when he peels her skin off. However, he is startled as Dolores starts praying to the light of her life, and the flame of her existence to let the wicked feel the weight of their sins over twice. Then she uses her holy light to attack him. Dantalian's mouth started moaning as that is the sacred power, so he kept shouting, and soon the dead body disappeared. Dolores wanted him to reflect on his actions in the afterlife, as he is a demon. Abruptly, Quilty came behind her and thought it was rare for the Saintess to say that, and he attacked the protagonist. Dolores gets worried about seeing Nighthound injured, so she accosts him, asking if he is alright. Dantalian wiped his face, telling her that interrupting someone is not polite. She cursed him, calling him a demon, and asked how he could commit such vile acts under the guise of a saint. Dantalian clarified that it is because he is a demon, and asked if she intends to stand against him. Dolores affirmed as she is protecting Vikier and Dantalian, can't believe that she is still a hopelessly inexperienced rookie Saintess and a half-dead swordsman, thinks they can face him. He knows she is forcing herself to act strong before him, but he wonders what she could do as her fear is written all over her face. He grabbed her face to devour it, sure that no one would believe that face, and was thrilled. Finally, the Saintess' face is in his grasp. However, he is surprisingly attacked by Vikier, and he utters that as he tracks his trail, he realizes something about himself, his cowardice in easily sacrificing his subordinates. Since he is a coward who avoids fighting directly, he figured he had never shown himself unless he got injured. Therefore, he pretended to be injured because healing such a wound was nothing for him, and he asked the demon how he acted. Dantalian's eyes are bulging out due to the excruciating pain. Then he gets infuriated and wants Vikier to call him Dantalian, telling him that his method of acting is cursed. Dollars is shocked to see that Nighthound pierced his head, but he isn't dead. The protagonist realized that he is Dantalian, and the rank Elite Corps isn't just a title. Dantalian looked at him, asking if it was him, the one who killed Andromalius. He is annoyed as he acquired the face of a clergyman, but now he can't use it anymore. Another face appeared from its back, and the females started running away, thinking he might be feigning innocence. As he collected their faces, he was able to obtain their memories and lives. Therefore, the one Vikier killed was none other than Quilty Lun Indulgentia, which is one of the many faces that he owns, so unless he kills all of them, he cannot kill him. The protagonist rushed toward him as he wanted to do as he said, and kill them all, then he killed that face as well. The lady worriedly asked what this was, wanted him to save her as she didn't want to die, wondering why does she had to die there, and requested him to spare her. After she fell on the ground, another identity appeared from it, who looked at Vikier, asking where he was, and remembered that he was buying the meat pie that his daughter liked when he was on his way home. Vikier beheaded him, thinking he was arrogant and short-tempered. A child appeared before him, started crying, telling him he was mean. The child clarified that he didn't do anything wrong, so he wondered why he was bullying him like that. The protagonist told Dantalian that he can stop the act now because he is already immune to it thanks to his friend, so he took out Beelzebub to kill him. Dantalian laughed wickedly, asking him if that was the case, then threw a face toward him, asking what he thought about this, and told him it was a present. The protagonist killed that child, and another identity appeared from it, which was of Bane, and he started feeling strange. Dolores worries about seeing him like this, so she wonders what was happening to him. Dantalian smirked cunningly, telling him that he planted a face in him and will now show him his memories and emotions. The face that he planted into Nighthound was someone who suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia, resulting in him killing his precious family. He asked the protagonist how does it feels to have the memories of two people clashing in one body. He clarified that his memories and that person's trauma will mix, and his consciousness will begin to perish. Before Vikier could lose his consciousness, he amputated his arm, which amazed Dantalian, as he wasn't expecting this. Dolores is worried to see that his arm is sliced, but Nighthound told her that he is fine. Shortly, his hand started regenerating, and he clarified that he might be fighting a demon, but that doesn't mean he is an average human. Dantalion finally discovers why Adramelius was defeated, as his opponent had a sword that emitted demonic energy. He wondered if that was Beelzebub, and he also had an aura of a graduator of the highest grade. Dantalion realized he was a difficult opponent to fight head-on, so he moved one of his faces, hoping to throw it toward Dolores. Before he could throw it toward her, Vikir got rid of it, and Dantalion smirked as he knew he would protect the Saintess as he had a weakness right beside him. Dolores requested him not to worry about her and to fight him. Nighthound clarified that he can't lose the hero's pillar, which startled Dolores. Even though this fight is so scary and cruel, the Nighthound is fighting alone right now, making her wonder if he will continue fighting alone. He wanted to solidify her resolve, but she is so scared that she can't stop shaking. However, she had to help the Nighthound, so she raised her hand to pray. Suddenly, a face that was crying and calling her sister appeared close to her, which startled her, and she stopped in her tracks. Dantalion is thrilled to see this, thinking this is too easy, and he threw his tentacles with several faces toward them. He knew that having one person be transplanted is already painful enough, so he wondered what would happen to a human when hundreds are transplanted. As soon as those faces came close to Vikir, he moved his sword forward and uttered that he could slice them all, so he kept attacking while moving forward. Dantalion asked him if he thinks he can cut thousands of faces up, and suddenly an identical face appeared before him. The protagonist recognized it as its Perry, so he remembers all the time he spent with her and remembers her smiling face, so he is shocked to see her face. Abruptly, he is surrounded by those countless faces while pondering Perry. Abruptly, he saw himself standing in a tunnel where several people were sitting. Vikir remembered being swallowed up by Dantalion's ability, so he supposed this might be inside his ability. He supposed these might be the people whom Dantrolene has consumed Dantrolene. Suddenly, he felt strange, and he felt the same disgustingness that he felt when Dantalion's face was attached to him. The trauma of the people there is being mixed into him, and he saw a child telling him that it hurts, so he gently patted his head. He thought if the people consumed by Dantalion are there, then he is sure that the child Perry must also be there. He heard kids saying that they are scared and tired. They wanted to die as they hate Dantalion, so they didn't want to live. While Dolores was also at the other end of that place, she could hear how sad those people were. She knelt as she realized these were all vengeful spirits of those consumed by the demons. Abruptly, the demon approached her, asking her how it was, and told her it was his collection of human souls that he had consumed until now. He clarified that he put a lot of consideration into this, as he didn't want to eat any ugly humans, and is sure this weeping might move his heart. She couldn't believe that these spirits even included the children from the orphanage, so she wondered how they could commit such sins. Dantalion clarified that he didn't need a reason to eat and has committed no sins because he has this indulgence. He showed her the document with Humbert's signature and clarified that it is a human idea to sell sin with money, so that the thoughts of humans always excite him. Even the idea of using the orphanage to gather his food was just an alteration of how humans grow and kill livestock. So, he uttered that if he had a sin, then he supposes that he has learned too much from humans, and he told Saintess that she is also one of those harmful and evil humans. He told her that she was lucky enough to be born with holy power, but her core is that of a weakling who is so useless that she only causes harm to her surroundings. If it weren't for her, it would have been impossible to trap that swordsman in his inner world, which is all thanks to her dragging him down. He felt so excited to see the Saintess speechless as always, and because his inner world consumes one's ego using the negativity of the dead, he is very much looking forward to seeing this girl's expression as she gets tainted by negativity. Dolores told him he was right, as he hadn't said anything wrong, not indulging or harming her life for her convenience or her shortcomings, as these are all human weaknesses. She is sure they must have piled up to create such despair. Dantalion agreed, telling her that it's right as it is, as she says, humans are weak. However, Dolores started emitting holy power, telling him it is also human strength to have faith that they can walk the path of righteousness even in that despair. Dantalion is startled to see her using the holy power and realizes she might not be tainted. Dolores clarified that thanks to him, she has learned clearly just how indecisive she has been. She can't push for abolishing inducement because she fears her father, and she wouldn't help Nighthound when he was fighting by himself because she was scared of demons. She knew how successful she was, but he told her that agonizing over this and apologizing about it was also one of the reasons why she was selected. Since Nighthound fought against these demons so fiercely that she couldn't let him fight alone anymore, she wanted to do everything she could, emitting tremendous holy power. Dantalians gets worried on seeing her using the sacred power there, and he uttered that the humans there can still be brought to life, but souls exercised by holy power can't be revived. Dolores kept using the sacred power as she didn't want to be shaken by the demon's words anymore. Abruptly, a child came close to her, grabbed her hand, and then all the other children looked at her happily, bidding her farewell. Dolores started crying on seeing this as she was apologetic, as she couldn't save them, and her holy power spread throughout that entire place, thus freeing those souls. On the other side, Perry is also sitting at that place sadly, and Vikir sits beside her as he finally found her. He uttered that he thought on his way there why he wanted to see her again, and his face started shattering. He clarified that he wanted to say something to her, that as he advanced, his life would be a revenge against demons, and that he only visited the orphanage to hunt demons. He hadn't even thought about what he would do after that. During that time, he met her and saw her smiling. So, he realized that if there is one meaningful thing about this revenge, he can create a world for seedlings like her to live with a smile on their face. Therefore, he is thankful to her for giving meaning to his journey and apologetic that he couldn't protect her. Shortly after, the holy power spread there, and Perry was delighted as he returned to see her again. He was startled to hear her voice, so he looked back, and Perry started crying, telling him she was so scared. Soon, all the negativity deteriorating Vikir began to disappear, and he happily hugged her. He promised her that he would never forgive the one who made her cry, and she affirmed. Shortly, the entire palace was filled with the holy power that dazed Dantalian's visions. Dantalians didn't know that the Saintess had this much power and wondered if she was just awakened. He couldn't believe she purified the inner world and all the souls there. He looked ahead and saw Saintess praying, and Vikir also returned in his body, but he realized that his aura was overflowing as Saintess' holy power was amplifying his aura. He thinks he can reach that stage right now, and abruptly, he starts creating a solid aura, which concerns Dantalian because his opponent is already at Sword Master level. The protagonist furiously accosted Dantalian, wanting him not to even think about dying easily. While Dolores can feel the sadness of countless children being sacrificed, and the anger toward the demon who sacrificed them. The emotions felt by the Nighthound are being shared, and she remembers that the Pope said this a long time ago. The Saintess can be awakened by meeting her true soul companion. Therefore, she wanted to give all her divine power to the Nighthound. Thus, she activated Soul Resonance, a blessing where the Saintess can give their divine power to the soul companion, they acknowledge and temporarily raise their stats. The protagonist used the Supreme Domain, which activated the moment the first Sword Master awakened, and could be used. Dantalian is surprised to know that he has already reached the level of Sword Master. Only a select few can reach that level amongst humans. Even if he is someone Dantalian needs to be careful of, only the patriarch of the noble families should be Sword Masters. He couldn't believe that this child met the qualifications of a Sword Master, and abruptly he saw Vikir and wondered why he was upside down, but soon he realized that he was beheaded, and his head fell away. The protagonist quickly rushed toward it, then stomped on it, so it hardly ran away. Vikir knew that the souls he collected had disappeared after being purified, which means that the tricks he can use have disappeared since he is now faceless. He is sure that Dantalian might be in despair right now as he is helpless. Dantalian overlooked that and wondered if the ninth corpse would die there. However, to open the gate connecting to the demon realm, he was ordered to save Mana, so he thought he would be able to conquer the human world soon. But he never thought there would be a human getting in their way, so he wanted to kill Vikir even if he had to put his life on the line. Suddenly, the protagonist is startled as he sees Dantalian caressing his leg and asking him what makes him think he is faceless, as he still has one left. He transformed into a huge face, telling Vikir that he would self-destruct and take Vikir as well as this orphanage with him. Dolores gets worried, wondering what she should do as it's a dangerous aura that prickles her skin, and is concerned that this whole area will be destroyed at this rate. The protagonist told her to calm down, as there is no need to worry, and he is certain he can reach it now. Before regressing, he yearned to achieve this level his whole life, and he remembered the sword Hugo showed him. While Dantalian hopes that he could carry out the order, which is the fall of the human world, and it's about to explode. But before the demon could self-destruct, Vikir struck his sword skill, which covered half of the orphanage. The sudden earthquake created by his power woke everyone, wondering what was happening and why there was an earthquake. Dolores opened her eyes and was startled to see the orphanage split in half and its impact. Sinclair looked out of the window and was astounded to see the sky, wondering what that was. That night, the incident at the Indulgentia orphanage engulfed the imperial capital in fear. because another terror attack had struck the Quo Vadis family orphanage. Like the previous incident, the Night Hound was identified as the culprit, and crowds gathered at the scene. Bianca is surprised as she never thought that the Night Hound was there, and Sinclair found it scary to think that a terror attack occurred where they were. Piggy is worried because it happened on their last day, and Tudor thought it was a shame, as it was his chance to catch him and prove that he has the qualifications to be a great hero. Sancho uttered that he heard that there were no casualties, so it's unusual, and Piggy wanted Sancho to be careful with what he says. He reminded Sancho that Headmaster Quilty went missing the previous day, along with his guards, and is sure they might have fallen victim to the Night Hound terror attack. Tudor gets worried as he thought their senior, Dolores, might be very distressed. Meanwhile, Dolores explained everything to Pietro, who was startled to know that. As he thought, Quilty is someone with many uncomfortable traits, but he never thought he was a demon. Then he asked Dolores if that Night Hound was the one who resolved this. Even though ambushing a branch of their family is unforgivable, personally, it's refreshing to see that he cut off the rotten section of their family. However, even if that is true, he is unsure if the public will believe it. She apologized to Sir Pietro for what would happen from that moment onward, which made him wonder what he meant. Dolores changed her path and went toward the reporters, uttering that she would be grateful if everyone there could listen to what she had to say. The reporters were startled to see Saintess Dolores and supposed the Saintess had something to say about the incident. She thinks about the Night Hound as she takes out a ledger and remembers he told her this is the truth about the Quo Vadis family, so he wants her to decide what she wants to do with it. She started reading it, telling the reporter this is the sale log of the exemptions and indulgences for the addressor Quilty Lun Indulgentia and consignus Cardinal Humbert Lun Quo Vadis. According to the ledger, Viscount Vicoin murdered his parents because they wanted to donate all their assets instead of passing them down. And he took their assets after disguising their deaths as accidents, and all the sins were forgiven after paying 1.5 billion gold in cash. Furthermore, Baron Legiso murdered his maid after doing wicked things to her, then buried her in the sewer, and all his sins were forgiven after paying 200 million gold in cash. Sir Finnegy murdered his partner to monopolize their investments. All sins were forgiven after paying 800 million gold in cash. The reporters were shocked to learn they sold exemptions to demons like them. The female reporter is sure there are rules regarding such exemptions. Another reporter thought there was no way that Cardinal Humbert and Patriarch Quilty did such wicked things, but the Saintess herself is saying this, so they can't deny it. Dolores uttered that Count Isel evaded approximately 100 billion gold of taxes, yet all of his sins were forgiven after paying 300 million gold in cash. She no longer wanted to stop, even if she was scared of her father, because she wanted to be someone Night Hound wouldn't be ashamed of. Therefore, she believed that buying and selling sins with money is blasphemy against God. So, she swore that such brutalities would no longer occur in the Quo Vadis family. Vikier heard this from afar and thought her righteous heart wouldn't have changed even if she had regressed. He is sure that only 9 elite corpses are left with this, and he sadly looked at Perry's place. He swore that at the end of this path, he would create a future where children like her could live and laugh, and he hoped that she could laugh peacefully there. Later, at Professor Vinci Morg's lab, Dolores furiously asked him why the column she wrote had not been published, as she had only written the truth and no lies in it. She wanted to know why a column condemning Night Hound was published instead. Professor Vinci Morg inquired if she was asking him because she didn't know, and told her that her article was quite aggressive toward a specific organization. But the Academy adheres to a code of strict neutrality. Even the article headline asked if the attacks of Night Hound were just meaningless outbursts, as darkness is hidden within the divine holy clan, Quo Vadis. Dolores clarified that she has only reported the truth, and none of this is a lie. Professor Vinci uttered that her father, Cardinal Humbert, denied all this, and even the social leaders whose names were written in that indulgences list were found innocent. However, Dolores told him that the indulgence ledger exists, and the professor agreed that she is right. But that is an anonymous ledger with no origin. Dolores wondered why the professor was so adamantly on the side of Quo Vadis and wondered if there was perhaps some external pressure. The professor thought for a while, then felt that he had no reason to lie to her and uttered that he was told to make the article focus more on the terrorist attack carried out by Night Hound. Due to this, the dean is also in quite a bind. Dolores wondered if Cardinal Humbert was powerful enough that he could cause problems for the dean. Professor Vinci uttered that if it was just Cardinal Humbert, then not even he would have needed to listen to him. Since he is saying it like this, Dolores is startled, because there is only one person more powerful than Cardinal Humbert within Quo Vadis, that is the Pope. She is worried because he alone would remain noble even if everyone else were corrupted. She has heard many say that his age has dulled his decision-making, but this makes her wonder if Cardinal Humbert is using that gap to block his eyes and ears. Professor Vinci added that her column is unfit for a newspaper to begin with because while reading it, he couldn't help but think whether she had a favorable impression of him. He doesn't want her to forget that he is a terrorist who committed these horrible incidents. Dolores is annoyed because Nighthound is an evil. Rather, the evil is Quo Vadis and the demon hiding within him. Since he said that there are still demons in this world, Nighthound has been fighting this brutal fight alone and will continue to fight in the future. Now that she had this conversation with Professor Vinci, she understands why Nighthound doesn't discuss his work with others and continues killing demons while putting only his life on the line. The professor doesn't want her to speak of this matter anymore, and she understands, so she decides to leave, thinking that even if it's just her, she needs to help him as much as possible. On the contrary, Tutor yawns and stretches his arm as he is tired. Now that he is back to taking classes, he realizes that volunteer work just fits him. Piggy looked back, suggesting that they should go together again next time. Tutor agreed to utter that everyone is going to Naphtali's practice that day, so he asked Vikir if he wanted to come as well. Vikir clarified that he is not in the best condition, so he tried to take some alone time that day, which startled Tutor, as he wanted some alone time. Piggy uttered that he would go to the room as well, but Tutor stopped him, uttering that alone time is essential, so he wanted to take Piggy with them. The protagonist is startled to see this, but tells them to go for sure. Later, the protagonist is alone in his room, thinking it is nice as it works out, and opens his bag. Since that day, he hasn't had any time to be alone, so he couldn't even deal with this properly. The Sword Master stage that he reached with Saintess Blessing returned to the highest rank Graduator stage after that day. But that was a good experience to see how it felt to be a Sword Master, and the most significant gain from this fight is what he obtained after fighting the Guard Knights of Dantalion. That is the leather pieces that he got from Dantalion's servants. When he put the 4 pieces together, it combined into one large mask, and according to his memory, that large mask is the human mask of Beastie Heart Pikarsk. He had never expected to obtain a relic comparable to the demonic sword Beelzebub. He remembers reading about it in the Book of All Things before he regressed, that it is a mask that gets stronger the more of his race he kills. Therefore, the more humans a person kills while wearing the mask, the stronger he becomes, and it has provided monstrous levels of regeneration and mana reserves. He wanted to try wearing it as he thinks he remembers there is a bit of a side effect. His strength and aura, which were left drained after the fight with Dantalion, recovered instantly after wearing it. Unlike the regeneration of the Muddy Bog Salamander, which excels at regenerating severed limbs, this even cures exhaustion and stamina. However, something feels off as my vision lowered so much after wearing this, and it's also black and white. Shortly, he started barking and realized that he might have become a dog, wondering if this was the side effect of wearing it. He started running around worriedly, thinking it might be a problem if his body didn't return, so he wanted to remove the mask. After some time, he succeeds in taking off the mask and becomes human again, and is relieved to learn that it will come off when he wants. He decides to consider it more of a sub-ability than a side effect if it's an ability to turn into a dog whenever he wants. Thankfully, since there are no rules against keeping a pet in the academy dorms, it will help him be more active. Suddenly, he sensed a strange energy, so he took out the egg, which was cracking, and was surprised that Madame Egg was breaking, so he then wondered if that was the sign that it was hatching. He remembered that Madame Eight Legs is one of the strongest demonic creatures, and he nearly killed him multiple times during their fight. Even the ancient demons who ruled over hell found her too difficult to face and prepared a small place deep within the abyss for her kind to live in, or so a story says. So, he is surprised because a descendant of that monster is hatching right now, and shortly, a cute spider came out of the egg. Vikir is surprised to learn this little cotton ball is a madam child, and more importantly, he wonders if it just says woof. He is concerned as that is the cries of a dog wondering if it learned this while he had the wolf in the dense forest to take care of it. He looked at the little spider's face, about to cry, and asked if it was hungry. He took out the meat so it could eat, but it refused. The protagonist is surprised as he thought it would eat meat like Madam, but the child can't eat meat yet. But this is a good opportunity to raise an S-rank monster from the dense forest, so he decided to find food for it. So, he went out and, on his way, heard a student telling Piggy not to muddy the water in the academy as he is a commoner. The protagonist is startled to see that the person being bullied is Piggy, and the student next to him is the Hot Weapons Department's Grenouille de Leviathan. Grindelwald hailing forms the great clan of Deadly Poison Leviathan, one of the 7 great clans representing the Empire. The second best among the first-year hot weapons department and the arrogant vice representative of the first years, according to Piggy. Piggy wanted to avoid them, so he apologized to them as he tried to go now and clarified that he was on his way back from the toilet and his friend was waiting for him. Grindelwald is startled to hear that he thinks he can leave as he pleases, but his comrade stops him. He thought Piggy is trash that doesn't even seem to be a low-rank expert, so it pisses him off whenever he sees him. He asked Piggy if he realized how much of an insult it is to him, a child of one of the 7 great clans, to go to the same academy as a fool like him. Since his kind shouldn't be there, he wanted Piggy to leave the academy quickly, and remarked that those friends of his are the same. Piggy gets infuriated as he hears him insulting his friend, so he grabs his collar, telling him that he can insult him, but he won't let him insult his friends. Grindelwald gets infuriated on seeing this, asking him what he will do about it, then pushes him away and commands his friend to pummel him. His comrade is about to punch him, so he closes his eyes worriedly. Tutor stops the punch, asking him if he is alright. Sancho grabbed the bully by the head, telling him that he had picked the wrong guy if he wanted to contest in a strength contest. Piggy is startled to see Sancho and Tutor there protecting him, and he is surprised as Vikier is there as well, but he wonders when they arrived. Grindelwald furiously accosted Tutor, and Tutor looked at him as if he were wondering why Piggy wasn't back yet. However, something like this happened unexpectedly. He gets infuriated as they dare to touch his friend, and Piggy gets worried as he involves his friends in his mess. Grindelwald smirked, telling Tutor that after seeing who he hangs around with, he knows his standards and worth by looking at his common friends. Tutor furiously asked Grindelwald if he had forgotten that nobles and commoners are not to be differentiated within the academy. Grindelwald uttered that even if he is angry, what he will do about it, as he couldn't do anything during the Night Hound incident. Tutor is startled to hear that telling him that he was sleeping, but Grindelwald mocked him, telling him that losers always have excuses because if he were there, he would have caught that criminal. As he started releasing the poison, Tutor worriedly covered his face and asked him if he would show off his skills inside the school. The protagonist smelled the scent, which made him realize it might be paralytic, and the spider started sniffing it. Grindelwald covered his face with his friends, telling Tutor this is just something cute and a threat to show him the difference in their strength. He wanted them to fall into despair after feeling this gap, as they are ignorant fools, which worries them. The spider opened its mouth wide and devoured the entire poison. The protagonist is surprised to see that baby Madam is absorbing the poison fog quickly and wonders if it is eating the poison like food. He worriedly grabbed it. After the poison dispersed, Tutor is startled to see this and realizes they were scared for nothing, as he did possess at least a bit of logic, unlike Grindelwald. Grindelwald is concerned, then looked at Vikier as he think the fog was sucked toward him just now but wondered if he is mistaken. He clarified that he just bestowed upon their generosity more profound than the abyss. Using poison on the ice core whose brain was made of muscle was a waste. Tutor approached him and was annoyed as he kept looking down on them, so he asked if he wanted to have a go. That is the team event in the upcoming midterms, and it was clarified that the team with the lower score will run around the academy naked. Grindelwald agreed to make the bet, and he accepted as he wanted to see all of them become a laughing stock, which would be fun to watch. After they left, Piggy apologized to Tutor as this was his fault, but Tutor told him this was good, as he would crush that guy's ego. Piggy is concerned as he thinks he will be of no help since he is a low-ranking expert. Tutor doesn't want him to worry, as he is smart and his ability to observe is amazing. Since the midterm team event requires a 4-man team, Sancho and Tutor wanted to take the front, but Piggy will be at the Spirit Tower in the middle. As for Vikier, since he specializes in the bow, he wanted him to take the vanguard, and they will be guaranteed a high score. Tutor is sure that if it's them, they wouldn't lose to Grindelwald, and Piggy excitedly affirmed. Hovered Vikier raised his hand as he already had someone to form a team with, so he wanted to pass. This starred all of them, and Vikier again told them he already has someone to form a team with. Piggy gets worried, asking him if he can't do something about it, but Vikier clarified that promises are important. The 3 of them were stunned as they wanted Vikier to learn to read the room, which startled him. After some time on the day of the midterm team event, everyone cheered on the participants, and they were amazed to see that Dolores's look was terrific again this year, so they wished her good luck. Everyone wished the best of luck to the Colosseo as they are the capital's pride. Colosseo Academy midterm will be shown to outsiders, and there are a total of 3 subjects in the midterms. It includes a team test to evaluate defense, an individual test to evaluate offense, and a theory exam. On that day, the defense test hologram magic manifests a dungeon inside the arena. Teams will battle against dummy monsters that are veiled with dense earth golem hologram magic. The shield magic that veils the students' bodies will receive a certain number of shocks and will appear as a score on a board far away. The students will form teams and defend against a monster wave. Grades will be evaluated based on contribution and how long they last. The hit points given to students will decrease every time a monster hits them, and when their HP reaches 0, the test will automatically end. There are 3 rounds, each round being 20 minutes, and if they can hold out for 1 hour, they will receive full marks. The best grade for this term came from the 3rd year, the party of the school president, Dolores, who held out for 58 minutes. Unfortunately, they obtained the best record among the 3rd years. Piggy took the point as he knew the graduating 4th year students weren't taking this exam, so Dolores' party set the best record for this midterm. Typically, the 3rd year reaches the 3rd round and the 2nd year reaches the 2nd round, so if the 1st year holds out for 20 minutes, they will be at the top. Tutor told him they can't just be satisfied with that because they must at least get halfway through the 2nd round to crush Granuel's ego. Abruptly, Bianca arrived, telling them that they have her, so getting that far wouldn't be a problem, but wanted them to ensure they tank well so the monster doesn't rush at her as she will get all the monsters for them. Tutor told her that teamwork doesn't mean 1 princess and 3 slaves, as his naked body is on the line, so he requested her to delegate sincerely. Bianca clarified that she didn't want to see his naked body either, as her eyes would rot if that happened, so she wanted him to make sure that he did well. Sancho gets annoyed on seeing them fighting, wanting them to fight the enemies in the arena, and they get annoyed. While Piggy worries that Tutor and Bianca don't get along, he wonders why Vikier joined a different group. Meanwhile, Vikier told the triplets that he doesn't like to be the center of attention, though stuff happened and he got some attention, but it would be bad if he received more than this, so he wanted them to go crazy so that he doesn't have to do anything. The triplets assure him they will protect him with everything they have, so he doesn't have to do anything. The triplets were glad to receive their first mission from their master, so they needed to do well this time. But Vikier's friend was annoyed to see this. Granuel is annoyed that Tutor ditched his commoner friend and recruited Bianca from the Usher family, and is sure that he did the obvious thing to win. However, he is confident, as it is still impossible to win against them, as they also recruited an ace on their team. Suddenly, Sinclair arrives there and wants Grigru to stop laughing wickedly, but he clarifies that his name is Granuel. He wanted her to be thankful that he accepted her the commoner, and Sinclair clarified that she wasn't inclined to do so, but as his team member she wanted to do her best for her grades, then again call him by wrong name, which pissed him. While Sinclair was wondering which group Vikier joined, Granuel wanted to take the number 1 spot among the first years. After they entered the arena, all the other groups entered as well, and Tutor is ready for the midterms of the first year event that has begun. Later, the protagonist is concerned as he has no memories of observing the academy test in his previous life, but he just knows that he needs to be good at fighting. Highborough saw him pondering, so he asked him if he had any information about the test. He explained it is a test where a virtual reality magic circle will activate as soon as they step onto the arena, turning their surroundings into a dungeon, and the test will begin when the monsters start attacking them. They need to endure their attacks until their HP fails to 0. And the poisons that monsters emit are real poison that has been diluted. So, he told Vikier that he needs to be careful about continual HP loss, even when not being physically attacked. The protagonist supposed they might be using the real poison, and Highborough explained that he had heard the instructors would cancel the magic barrier and intervene if an incident occurred. Vikier realized he knew much about this and asked if he had practiced for this before. Midborough uttered that while he was away from the clan, they trained a few times in the family training ground. Therefore, the protagonist decides to leave this to them and wants them to go wild so that he doesn't have to make a move. The triplets excitedly told him they would protect him like an iron fortress, as that is their first mission from their lord, so they wanted to do well. Momentarily, Tutor arrived at the arena with his team and was astounded to find Vikier there, so he asked Vikier if he was ready for the test. He whispered in his ear that he didn't think he had grouped with the Baskerville triplets, so he asked him if he was fine. The protagonist clarified that he was coerced into it, as they just asked him to form a group with them first. Tutor didn't believe him, so he worriedly asked if that was true. Vikier affirmed, telling him that they said they needed information about the monsters, so they have been talking for a few weeks now. Still, Tutor doesn't believe him and asks if he is not being bullied in any way, and Vikier refuses, telling him that he is really fine. After some time, the alarm rang, and it was announced that the first year group 68 had finished their test. Then the host requested the first year group of 69 students to enter the arena, which thrilled Grenouille as it was finally their turn, so he wanted to show off a little. Shortly after they entered the barrier and faced the monster, he asked Sinclair if she was still unready. Sinclair kept solidifying her aura, telling Grenouille that she was done, and she started fiercely attacking the monsters, which pleased the viewers. The protagonist looked at Sinclair and realized that she is a top student for some reason because with this much skill, she would have become a renowned magician in his past life. Therefore, he wondered why she did not make a name for herself in the era of ruination. After some time, the host announced that the first year group 69 had finished the test, and Sinclair wiped her sweat as it was tough. Their group record was 19 minutes and 55 seconds, which is the best record among the first years. Tutor is worried to learn that the Grenouille group has the best record among the first year. Then he looks at Grenouille, who is telling him to be ready to run naked. This infuriated three of them, as that is unacceptable, so they didn't want to lose. After some time, it was group 108's turn, so the protagonist entered the arena with the triplets. Tutor accosted him, telling him he was rooting for him as his friend, and Piggy cheered him. At the same time, the triplets of Baskerville were enthusiastic as they wanted to obtain the first place for their lord. Shortly after, the monster started appearing, and Bianca wondered what was going on with Vikier as he used a bow. Piggy affirmed that he was sure he registered for the cold weapons department with the bow, so Bianca wanted to see how good he was. The protagonist took out his bow and started striking the monster, which startled Bianca, and Piggy remarked that he was swift. Bianca is dumbfounded to see that firing speed, but she knew that the speed is the only thing going for it, as his arrows are weak and it's not accurate either. However, she wondered what pressure she was feeling from Vikier. The protagonist aimed his arrow toward the monster, then thought of infusing his aura, which might kill the monster easily. He is sure that might be what would happen if he were hiding his skill, but he is getting itchy, having to hold back. He remembered Ayan telling him that if he lost to someone else with the bow, then she wouldn't let him off easily. He is apologetic to her as he wouldn't be able to keep that promise and is sure that with this opportunity, Baby Madam will be able to devour the poison. The Baby Madam jumped out of his shirt toward the monster and was thrilled, then started devouring the poison. After hearing that the ant monsters use poison, Vikier thought this could be a feast for Baby Madam, and he was right, so he wanted it to enjoy the feast until the test was over. After some time, the Group 108 test was over with a record of 19 minutes and 50 seconds, and they got the second place among the first years. Grenouille started laughing wickedly on seeing this, as he thought a commoner could not defeat him, so he wanted Vikier to understand the difference between them. Sinclair heard this and told him that he sounded like a third-rate villain. At the same time, the triplets put the sword around their neck to kill themselves for the punishment of not obtaining the first place for their lord. But Vikier wanted them to stop as second place was also high enough. After some time, it was the turn of the first year group 109, so the host urged the students of the group to enter the arena. Sancho is glad to know that Vikier got second place and that Piggy wanted to congratulate him. Tutor thought that if they wanted to defeat Grenouille's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, then they would aim to clear the first wave. After they entered the arena, their test started, and they kept fighting those monsters fiercely. The protagonist is startled to see Tutor and Sancho fighting against the monster in the vanguard. While Bianca is providing support with her attacks from the rear, Piggy gives orders while observing the entire battlefield for the center. By seeing how good their teamwork looks, he is sure they might be prepared for a long time, and it might be possible for them to get first place. But most importantly, he wondered why it felt like he had missed something. Then he looked at his shoulder and realized that Baby Madam wasn't there. He gets worried, then looks on top of a monster where Baby Madam is still happily devouring all the poison, and he wonders when Baby Madam got there. The protagonist is worried about seeing Baby Madam amidst the fight and is sure he will put it back in his jacket when he finishes his test. He wondered when she jumped back out and wondered if that was because she wanted to eat more of the poison. Furthermore, she has shed once and grown in that short amount of time, so he can say for sure that she is the Madam Baby because of the rate at which she is growing. He cannot do anything about Baby Madam since they are doing their test right now, and he hopes they can finish their test without any problem. Meanwhile, Tutor is excitedly killing the monster and then smiling. Bianca told him he was needlessly wasting his energy and wondered if he needed to turn the ants into pieces. Tutor furiously grits his teeth on hearing this and wants to see how good her self-control is. Bianca aimed her arrow at the monster, telling him that her control is reasonable and that she wants him to observe. She aimed her arrow at the monster, then released it, and it hit the head of the monster, then subjugated it. Tutor agreed that it was not bad, but he didn't want to lose to her, and Bianca told him to catch up with her if he could. Then, they kept killing the monster in the competition, and Sancho didn't know if they got along. Piggy told them they had all started from their positions, so he wanted to fix it. He told Bianca that they don't need to kill them, so he thinks it's better to go after the joints in their front legs. Then he said to Tutor that he believes it will be effective to land a smashing attack when the ants disperse. Then told Sancho to bring them in closer instead of stopping them in the middle. Tutor is amazed to learn that Piggy judges are better than he thought, and Sancho laughs as Piggy is a total warrior. Piggy blushed, telling them that he doesn't want to be a burden, so he was glad that his work was paying off, and everyone was sure that a new record would be possible with this team setting. After some time, they managed to kill the monsters and were exhausted. The Group 109 test was over, and their record was 19 minutes and 55 seconds, which is tied for the first among the first years. Granuel furiously grits his teeth as those commoners have the same time as they do. Bianca is sad to know that they are tied for first, and Piggy felt his soul leave his body as it was so close. So if they can endure for one more second, it would be their win. Tutor is relieved as he doesn't need to run around naked, as this match is tied. Bianca is astounded to see the HP shield that blocks shock, and wonders if this means they would have died if this were a real battle and their HP reached 0. Sancho wanted to become a warrior who could last for an hour like President Dolores one day, and Tutor uttered that they should leave now. Dolores saw her club members fighting and realized that they are outstanding, so she wondered how strong they will be in the future. Since Phase 1 has ended, which concludes the end of the first year exclusive monsters, now Phase 2 will begin, which is the second year exclusive monsters, and Dolores is startled. The protagonist and Granuel are also shocked to see monsters coming out of the cave. Tutor wondered what was happening and why the ants were coming out again, as they thought the test had already finished. Tutor is worried as he has no idea what is happening, but he wants everyone to be careful because the physical damage from then on will be real. He commanded his group members to hold their ground until the school steps in. Meanwhile, in the magic control room, the professor is worried as the children's HP is 0, but the test hasn't stopped. Since they are just first-year student, they wondered who allowed them to enter the second phase. They were concerned because the student was on the exam arena side, and there was still a strong reaction to life, so they thought there had been an error. Another teacher is worried as the sign of life should have been gone the moment the normal suite's HP reached 0, but it's showing a presence overflowing with life, which can fight on the dashboard. Shortly after, Dolores entered the room, telling the professor she thought there was a problem with the exam, so they needed to save the students inside the arena. The professor said that even if she says they are just people who manage the waves, they are not responsible for checking the program's reaction to life. The professor thought stopping the golems would be faster than extracting and fixing the magic circle codes. The formation and movements of the golem have been automated starting this year. Furthermore, the magic circle codes that are related to this are linked to the magic stones that stop it. They need permission from the higher-ups. The professor thought they needed to break the magic wall quickly, but they needed the key. One professor has the key, but breaking the magic wall with just one key is impossible. While Dolores is worried, the professor said Professor Sadie has the key, but she said she was going to the bathroom, and their calls aren't connecting right now. The professor couldn't believe that she was slacking off again and couldn't believe her. While the protagonist heard their conversation from the outside, he supposed there was an error in the magic equipment. During his test, there was no reaction to life, which means the magic stones sensed life after the baby madam ate the poison and grew. He is unsure if it is because of the error, but the poison fog is spreading, so if they don't hurry and save them, it will endanger their life. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that those are the holes that were created for air circulation, and the holes are small, but they are still doable with that size. On the other hand, Sinclair is startled to see the students gathered, wondering what is happening, and if someone else is setting a better record than their team. Meanwhile, the protagonist transforms into his dog form and rushes away, which scares Sinclair, and she accidentally falls. She is startled to see the dog running away and wonders why a puppy is carrying a pair of pants. On the other side, the professors were surprised to see Dolores attacking the Mana Stone with her sword. They worriedly grabbed her, asking what she was doing, and Dolores uttered that magic stones are ancient out-of-place artifacts that are very precious and expensive. But she doesn't care. They need to stop the magic connection and save the children. But the professors stopped her, telling her that breaking that wouldn't just end with her expulsion. Dolores furiously grits her teeth, wanting them to hold on a little longer, as she will do whatever she can to help. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Piggy was attacked by one of the ants, and he was thrown away. Bianca gets worried about seeing this, so she rushes toward him and wants him to wake up. Suddenly, they were surrounded by the huge ants, which worried Tudor as he wasn't a hero yet, so he wondered if he would die in vain there. Bianca gets worried about seeing Tudor, and Sancho gets attacked by the monster and starts crying, as she never thought this would be her final moment and didn't want to die like this. While the entire place is full of poison, Vikier came out of it and punched the ant, thus killing it. Bianca opened her eyes, startled to see Vikier, and wondered why he was there. Vikier didn't want Hare to worry, as nothing would happen to them. On the other side, the professor asked Dolores if she was out of her mind as she couldn't break that, but she wanted him to let her go as she needed to save the kids. Abruptly, the professor, looking at the arena situation, wanted them to wait a moment as there was an additional life sign in the arena. He is shocked as he clarifies that one of the carnage ants has been taken down, and it looks like someone has entered the arena. The professor with a mustache is shocked to learn that the person broke through that magic barrier to get in and wondered what was happening inside. Meanwhile, inside the arena, all of Vikier's friends were lying unconscious on the ground, and Vikier was standing alone. He looked back toward baby Madam and uttered, now that he thinks about it, as their life motto, that the fate of an untamed beast is death, which worried her. He clarified that lectures can wait, but he wanted her to absorb all the surrounding poison to keep the children safe. This made baby Madam enthusiastic, so she started devouring all the poison dispersed in the air. Shortly, a massive ant appeared above his head, and Vikier was annoyed to see that shameless creature. Before the giant ant could attack him, Vikier kicked it in a single strike. While the professor, observing the situation, was startled as a massive life sign suddenly appeared. Vikier is startled to know that the place can detect life energy, based on the standard for an 18-year-old being a mid-tier sword expert. So, if they find out that he is at the graduator level, then it will cause a huge commotion, and he wants to avoid this. After thinking about it, Vikier remembers it is said these dummy golems are made to mimic real monsters. Therefore, using the strategy he knew from his past life, even as a high-tier sword expert, he can handle them. Since ants' weak spit is the thoracic shield connecting their head and chest, and this area is where their biological compass is located, he started attacking at that area so the ants because if he breaks it, they will lose their sense of direction and retreat. Then he aimed his arrow at them as another weak spot, their skull, which is divided into two parts with a small connection about the size of a pinky finger at the bottom center. The carapace there is significantly weaker than the rest, so he threw his arrow there. Then he rushed toward the other ants, targeting the exact location on their skull and killing them all. After a while, another ant appeared, which startled Vikier as he forgot about Carnage, the ant general, and wondered if it was also part of this test. Then he stared at it and took out his sword to attack. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the students are worried as they can't see anything because of the poisonous fog. They wondered if something went wrong as the time for the third pattern was already running out. They are sure there is no way a first year could withstand the third pattern that even a third year can't handle. On the other hand, the professor was worried, thinking this couldn't happen, and the professor, with a mustache, asked what was happening now. The professor clarified that the general ant had been defeated, and that all the test takers' life signs were still normal. Professor Vinci is shocked as the general ant was a golem meant for students to defeat, as it is a gimmick designed to ensure students can't last an hour easily. So, he wondered what was going on inside, and shortly a man entered the room telling professors that they had found Professor Sadie, who had the magic wall bee key, and Professor Vennick asked where she was. The man explained that the owner of a back alley tavern reported property damage and business disruption, so they found her there, and Professor Vinci couldn't evict her. Dolores doesn't care about her reason, but wants the professors to open the magic wall quickly. The accident during the academy midterm exam finally ended with the magic wall being deactivated, and rescue took 42 minutes and 13 seconds, but they were shocked to know that the students had taken down all these ants. Abruptly, Dolores rushed there and asked where the kids were, but was startled to see Vikier there, so she wondered why he was there. The protagonist knew that he was clumsy, but the best option was to say he had collapsed while fighting alongside the kids. Even though it might get a bit bothersome, He should be satisfied with not losing the heroes of the future. While lying unconscious, Anna took his photo to publish an article about him. This was the moment a hero was born, diving into danger to save his peers during the Academy's Colosseo midterm exam. Testimonies about Vikir's heroic action were glimpsed amidst the chaos, but the humble hero's words that it is the result of everyone working together sparked a wave of praise. The first-year heartthrob Vikir was re-evaluated as a high-tier sword expert in mana classification. The head of the Monster Research Institute questioned how a high-tier sword expert could defeat the General Ant. Vikir explained that he knew about the weak spot in the Carnage Ant's skull. Vikir's revelation of the Carnage Ant's weakness is expected to lower the Empire's casualty rate. As a result, the Crown Prince awarded him a commendation, which made him this year's hot star, so everyone was wondering who he was. After reading the articles published about him, the protagonist furiously tore the newspaper, sighing as he just wanted a quiet school life. But he didn't expect it to take such an annoying turn. The baby monster is happy to learn that he is famous, but Vikir clarified that this isn't something to celebrate. But he is relieved because the kids are safe. Suddenly, an owl sits on his hand carrying a message, and he realizes this is Cindy Wendy's regular report. The points of the reports were that the information obtained by the 10 upper corpses needs a 1-month analysis. Secondly, Nighthound's imitation method appeared one for glorification and the other for an unknown purpose. Thirdly, she reported that Osiris of the Baskerville family is presumed to be heading to Hwangdu while the family is unoccupied. Furthermore, a royal bloodline is hidden among the first-year academy students. The protagonist wondered if they would find a clue about the 10 upper corpses, but if she tells them to wait a month, they must approach this cautiously. This time, Vikir borrowed the Saintess power to win easily, but during this month, he will need to hone his skills diligently. He was concerned, but 2 imitators of the Nighthound had appeared. It would be troublesome if they heightened the Imperial family's awareness or overlapped their operation, so he needed to investigate this. The rest of the news is that Osiris has left the Baskerville family, and a royal bloodline is hiding in the academy. However, he wondered why she wrote down something like number 4, which no one asked for, but knew Cindy might say it was fun. However, he knew it wouldn't hurt to find out anyway, so he burned the letter away. Sinclair saw this and was amazed, as she never thought she had met the academy hero there at this time, and wondered if this was what they called fate. Sinclair is assessed to be excellent in both diligence and talent, and the genius who holds the highest rank in the hot weapons department, with her impressive results, which makes him wonder why such a person is out there at this time. Sinclair uttered that she didn't expect to see him out there, as this is her secret spot where she can see the galaxy whenever she feels down, and Vicky understood. Sinclair blushed, wondering if she could see him again if she kept coming there. At the same time, the protagonist was thinking of changing his contact point with Cindy. Sinclair asked if he knew how much the academy had been talking about him, but he didn't want to know. She didn't want him to be shy, as it is only natural for a great person to draw others' attention. On top of placing first in the written exams, he has published quite a few research papers that have flipped the academic world upside down. Despite being a summoner, he is also an irregular who has his aura stage at a high-rank expert, and he is a pretty difficult person to compete with. Vikir clarified that grades aren't everything, so he doesn't want her to worry about them so much, and he is sure that money, authority, and honor are the things that will soon become worthless. Sinclair is confused because she thought that grades are everything at school. But Vikir knew that as soon as the era of ruination begins, order will crumble, and an era where only survival is necessary will begin. Sinclair is amazed as he talks like he has already lived his life, and sometimes sounds like an old guy. The protagonist is startled to hear that and realizes she is quite perceptive. Abruptly, she asked Vikir what he was doing after midterms were over, but Vikir didn't reply and kept mumbling something else, which made her wonder if he had just rejected her. The protagonist knew that Sinclair was someone who liked him, but he also saw that she was hiding a lot. Before he regressed, she ranked first in the grade every year until graduation despite being a commoner. But after that, she disappeared from history, with all contact with her getting cut off. But the fact that she is a commoner is actually a disguise, so he supposed that the royal who Cindy told him about hiding in the academy is her. The next day Tudor stretched his arm, and he didn't expect the test period to feel this long, but after their attack test that day their midterms are over. Sancho uttered that it can't be helped that the tests felt long since they postponed the test due to the accident during the defense test. Tudor is annoyed as it's a shame the bet with Grenoble ended in a draw, but now he knows who he should be treating as his rival, so he wants to say that he has gained a lot from that test. He thought it was true that they weren't as injured thanks to Vikier, but he found it annoying that he hid his strength. He thought he was a cheater to hide that he is a high-ranked expert, as he dares to keep secrets from his friend. The protagonist looked back, telling them that they might not remember, but he didn't do it alone. Tutor thought that he was so humble, and suddenly he remembered something, asking if he had heard about the latest terror attack by Nighthound. Piggy uttered that this time, the students at the Varangian Training Center were injured by Nighthound. It says they encountered Nighthound and were injured when they tried to restrain him, and showed the article to them. Tutor couldn't believe that Nighthound was increasing his activity area, even though Varangian was involved. He has heard there are people who have begun to support Nighthound recently, so he wondered what his goal is. The protagonist realized it was a copycat, but there are now 2 copycats. One seems to have ceased activity, but the other is slowly appearing more frequently. However, the problem right now is that people's vigilance against Nighthound continues to increase, so if this continues, it could also get in the way of his assassination work. Therefore, he wanted to deal with the copycats after the test was over. Later, at the Colosseo Academy attack testing ground, unlike the defense test, where people were tested on teamwork in groups of 4, the attack test emphasizes individual skill, and matches are set as professor versus student duels. The marks are given depending on the attacks landed and dodged against the golems controlled by the professors. Since the professors are experts in combat by facing off against these golems built in their image, the students can gain experience fighting opponents who are stronger than they are. However, the critical flaw of this test is that one professor can only test 50 students. This means the testing criteria for students can differ depending on the testing professor and their fighting style. While Tutor is fighting the golems and thought this much was easy, suddenly, the vines appeared from the ground, telling Tutor not even to close because the vines are feints. Tutor is surprised to learn that the golem has become faster by body enhancement, and he hardly blocked his opponent's punch. Professor Venci told him the punch was also a feint, so he kicked him in the stomach. Then he asked if he expected him to use his fists and legs because he is a magician. He reached out to help him stand, telling him that the goal of fighting is solely to win, so he wanted him to remember that even a magician will use everything they have, be it their fists, legs, or teeth, to win a fight. Tutor thanked the professor for the lesson, and Professor Venci told him that his point had been calculated, which is a total of 35 points. Bianca is shocked to see Tutor's points, which are 35, and wonders how she lost to him. This doesn't make any sense, as her points were 31. She gets enraged, thinking this is all because of the test structure, because duels are disadvantageous for archers. Tutor doesn't remember complaining about balance when he soaked up those individual points during their defense test. Granuel laughed, telling Tutor that it had been proven that he was better than Tutor. Tutor wondered what he was talking about as they both got 35 points. Granuel is shocked as he realizes that Tutor is right, as they got the same marks on both this test and the defense test. However, he clarified that this means that his higher written test score is his victory. Tutor gets worried when hearing this, wondering how he let his combined rank be lower than Granuel's. Bianca told him that on the bright side, their testing professor is Professor Venci Morg, so they got lucky because Professor Sadie is testing the other guys. She remembers that pathetic professor who disappeared with the B key for the magic barrier and was found drunk out of her mind. From what she heard from her senior professor, Sadie's weird personality and terrible work ethic make her the professor they most need to avoid. Tutor gets worried on hearing this, wondering how someone like that can become a professor at the academy. Bianca thought that because she is very skilled, even while being a professor at the academy, she also helps the military track down criminals. Therefore, even dangerous criminals like Nighthound could be captured by her. Tutor wondered if his friend would be alright. Still, he knew they were all impressive kids with good talent. Bianca clarified that is why she is even more worried about them. She thought maybe it was because Professor Sadie was the last person in the Fallen Baron clan. Still, she heard that she was irritated by students from good or talented clans. The problem is that because of that irritation, she heard that the professor crushed those talented students to destroy them. Meanwhile, the students being tested by Professor Sadie were worried to see that another student had fainted. They wondered if this was really the test and rushed toward the door, but it was locked and kept urging them to open up, as they needed to call for the other professors, so they wanted them to save them. Professor Sadie saw this and supposed that the cohort is filled with only cowards and insects. While she put her feet on Piggyhead, giving him a total of 0 points because he didn't land any attack and dodged any as well. While Sinclair was also given 0 points, she is lying injured on the other side along with Sancho, who got 0 points. She grabbed her whip, thinking it would only be a waste of time if they kept this up. Therefore, she looked at Vikier, who was standing there alone, and wanted him to come up as it was his turn now. 30 minutes ago, Sancho was thrilled because the attack exam was finally starting, and Sinclair realized he was confident about this exam. Sancho clarified that a one-on-one fight is a warrior's virtue, so he cannot help but look forward to this. Piggy remembered that Tutor said it was before that Sancho is the strongest in the Ice Corps regarding a one-on-one fight with no aura. Suddenly, they heard a student asking Professor Sadie what she was doing as he saw alcohol in her hand. The student wondered how she could drink during an exam, as she is risking her students' lives. Professor Sadie clarified this scent of alcohol, but the student can smell it from there. Professor Sadie drank the wine, found the student so annoying, and excitedly broke the bottle with her teeth, which surprised the student. Professor Sadie drank the last drop of alcohol and wanted the student to stop calling it alcohol when it is only 76%. Piggy is startled to see that Professor Sadie is in charge of their examination and realizes she is strange, as the rumors say. After finishing her alcohol, Professor Sadie pointed at the student's name on the list. She thought this one would be good to go first, so she called Sancho first. While Sancho was going to the stage, Piggy told him to be careful, as there is a rumor that the students who go against Professor Sadie stop attending the academy. Sancho doesn't want him to worry because a warrior will be unbreakable, so he rushed to attack the golem and told the professor he would be in her care. Since he was ready, it was announced that the exam would begin, and Sancho jumped to strike the professor's golem. Professor Sadie smirked at seeing him enthusiastically and hearing him say that a warrior's will is unbreakable. Shortly after, all the other students were shocked to see that Professor Sadie had eliminated Sancho in a single strike. Professor Sadie wickedly smiled, asking what that was as she broke it, and wondering if this meant he was a failure as a warrior. Upon seeing Sancho lying on the ground, injured, his friend immediately rushed toward him. They grabbed him to help him get out of the arena, and Piggy requests that he wake up. Sinclair furiously asked the professor what she was doing as she hit a student until he fainted in an exam. Professor Sadie clarified that the exam's motive is for the students to gain real combat experience, which is what the Academy's first chancellor said. So, she doesn't want to know that Sinclair will complain like that in a real fight. Then she told Sinclair that she is the next to take the exam as she wanted to test out the Ice Corps Proxime Accessit. Vikier wanted her to decline it because Professor Sadie's actions are unjustified. So if they report this to the Academy, they might be able to retake this exam. Sinclair is annoyed, but she thanks Vikier for worrying. However, she doesn't want to run away from someone who hurt her friend. Professor Sadie asked her if she would keep frowning with that pretty little face on her, so she wanted to iron out those frown lines gladly. So, she told her that the exam would now begin, and Sinclair immediately summoned her magic circle to attack. Professor Sadie is amazed to see that she can already use 3 third-class spells at that age, which she expected of the Proxime Accessit. However, she wondered if Sinclair had ever experienced mana counterflow because her magic was forcibly cancelled, and she told her it hurt a lot. Momentarily, the professor rushed toward her and punched her chest to cancel her magic, which made her cough up blood due to mana counterflow. Professor Sadie asked her how it feels and is sure that it hurts a lot more than she thinks. She smirked cunningly as she told Sinclair that if she were unlucky, then she might not be able to use magic again, which would be amusing if the Ice Crop's Proxime Accessit not to use magic anymore. She wanted Sinclair to pray that it doesn't happen because she worked so hard to be the Proxime Accessit because she is a commoner, then kicked her away. Piggy worriedly rushed towards Sinclair, and the professor told him he was the next. Even though Piggy was trembling in fear, he still held his stance to fight against the professor. Professor Sadie gets annoyed, wondering who that trash is who doesn't even know how to maintain a sword. Piggy holds his sword tightly as he is not a coward and doesn't want to back down because this trial is his chance to bring forth the courage hidden underneath his weak exterior. However, the single kick from the professor broke the tip of his sword, which turned his face pale, and she kicked him firmly, thus subjugating him. She uttered that no matter how much trash struggles, they are still trash in the end, enraged Vikier as he saw the professor stomping over his friend's head. All the students got worried when they saw that another one had fainted, so they rushed toward the door to leave this place and bring another professor for the test, but it wouldn't open. Vikier looked at his friends, who were severely injured, and got enraged on seeing this. Professor Sadie is annoyed because the students this year are all cowards, so she instructed the next student to come for the exam and then looked ahead to see Vikier. Vikier clarified that he is the next student, and she is amazed to learn he is a passionate student. She is excited to know that she is eating the main course now, and she might be very impatient. Everyone is amazed to see that the next student is Vikier, who is the Academy's famous hero, and rumors say that he is a high-ranking sword expert. However, Professor Sadie is at least a graduator, so the students were sure there was no way a high-ranking sword expert could defeat her. Furthermore, the bow and arrow are the worst weapons to use in a one-on-one fight. Professor Sadie began the exam and is thrilled as it's fun to crush talented students. Since Vikier is currently the highest-ranking student of the Academy, if she beats the top student, it would be a lot pleasurable for her. She rushed toward him to strike as she wanted to enjoy his cries of pain after she broke his arm. But after she got close to him, Vikier took out his arrow and struck her, which pierced through the golem's shoulder and went back and shocked the professor. The professor golem stopped at its position, which shocked all the students as golem stopped. More importantly, they wondered when he had shot. Professor Sadie grabbed the arrow that had pierced her eye and started screaming in pain. She knelt in pain as her eye was injured, and Golem knelt beside her. Vikier gets worried as he tries to shoot the golem, but wonders how the arrow got there. He stared at her, cunningly asking Professor Sadie if she was all right, which worried her. As Professor Sadie screamed, Professor Vinci got worried and wondered if that crazy professor was hurting the students again. So, he immediately rushed there, got infuriated at Professor Sadie as she locked the door, and wondered what she was doing in there, handling the students roughly again. However, he is shocked to see that Professor Sadie is the one who is injured. Professor Vinci wondered what kind of scene this was, as she was the one bleeding now. Tutor gets worried as he sees his friend lying wounded in the arena, so he rushes to help them. The protagonist came forward, and Professor Vinci asked him what had happened there. Vikier clarified that during the test, he got startled by a golem charging at him and shot an arrow. However, the arrow grazed the golem and ended up hitting Professor Sadie's eye. Professor Vinci is shocked as he has seen students get hurt many times, but this is the first time he has seen a professor get injured. Furthermore, the professor said so, and he wondered if he should call this karma. Abruptly, Vikier's score calculation is completed, and he got a total of 11 points due to his 1 effective hit and 1 critical hit. After some time, Dolores arrived at the arena and started healing the injured students. She is worried because Sinclair suffered internal injuries due to mana backlash. Sancho has bruises all over his body, and Piggy even had his jawbone shattered. These aren't injuries that students should get from a test. Tutor asked her if they would be okay, and Dolores uttered that thanks to him calling for help quickly, they should all recover without after effects, which relieved both Tutor and Bianca. After healing them, Dolores approached Professor Sadie and urged her to show her wound. She clarified that once her wound is healed, the student council will report her for excessively assaulting students, and they will request a disciplinary hearing. Professor Sadie laughed on hearing the words of the proud saintess of the Quo Vadis family. Dollars requested that she show her wound to her, but Professor Sadie took out the arrow and started eating it while telling her that she didn't need her help. Her action disgusted the students, and the professor was a bit annoyed to see this. While leaving, Professor Sadie told her to go ahead if she wanted to punish her for this, but she wanted her to look forward to the day her punishment ends. Since lately there have been many things entertaining her, including the one who roams the night of the Imperial City. Then she looked at the protagonist, asking if he was Vikier, telling him she would remember his name, and hoped to see him again. Thus, the long midterm exam came to an end, and Sinclair took the first position. The students who lost a lot of points after encountering Professor Sadie in the attack test, fortunately, thanks to the faculty, were allowed to retake the test. And with this recovered score, Sinclair became the top-ranked first-year student. Everyone's attention was on the first place, but it was directed at someone else. Everyone is looking at Vikier as he is the only one who landed a valid hit on Professor Sadie. Furthermore, that is not an ordinary hit, but he took out her eye, which serves that professor right, and some students feel like their trauma from that demon is disappearing. They thought that Eyeball Slayer Vikier was really cool, and that he performed well even during the defense test. So they thought that someone like him was what they called a hero, and students liked the sound of hero Vikier. The protagonist worries about being the center of attention and wonders if this is the price for acting emotionally. His life during the day only exists to support what he does at night, and he tries not to get involved. But seeing his friends get hurt, he moved without thinking and attacked the professor. Abruptly, a girl approached him to hand him a letter and told him she had always admired him. But before she could do that, Lowborough meddled in, thus grabbing the letter fiercely, and the other two furiously asked him what she thinks she is doing as she is blocking their way. Vikier is startled to see the Baskerville triplets there, and they keep protecting Vikier on the way. The triplets annoyingly asked the students if they are blocking their way to suck up to some lowly commoner. They wondered if all of them wanted to die, so they wanted them to get away, and they felt proud as they thought they handled them all, and Vikier praised them for doing well. Later, at the newspaper club, Vikier wants to be careful so he is not too affected by the day. He put down his bag and looked at Dolores, and asked why she was frowning like that while reading. Dolores is startled, wondering when he got there, and Vikier confirmed that he just came now. However, she didn't sense his presence at all, so she wondered when he came in. The protagonist asked if the new Hound of the Night article had come out in that day's news. Dolores uttered that they are blaming it all on the Night Hound, including the destruction of the Central Clock Tower, a landmark of the imperial capital, and the damage to the Royal Memorial Cemetery. Even though there is no evidence yet, they are blaming the Night Hound for everything, and the way things are being perceived right now is strange. Vikier understood, but he was relieved to know that someone had faith in him, as knowing that someone had faith in him was more comforting than he expected. The people of the capital look at the clock tower several times a day, so it's a symbol of order and peace. Thus, destroying the city landmark makes him wonder if it could be someone with deep resentment towards society, and he thought this guy might not be just trying to copy him. Furthermore, the Royal Memorial Cemetery is the suspected area mentioned in Cindy's telegram the previous day, which is the place where informants have gone missing. Since the copycat criminal also needed to be dealt with, he wanted to investigate. Later at night, the protagonist arrived at the Royal Memorial Cemetery, which is the graveyard where the Empire's heroes rest. Now that he looked at it, it was near the Indulgentia orphanage where Dantalion used to hide. But whether that is a coincidence or not, he is sure that he will find out once he gets there. So, he went to the cemetery and is certain that he should be able to figure it out all at once. That's why Cindy's informants disappeared from there. After some time, the zombies started appearing in the cemetery, which is also known as the partially rotten one. These are the common corpses that can be found near graveyards, battlefields, abandoned buildings, and sewers. The protagonist doesn't know what these people were in life, but he wondered why they ended up as zombies, but some of them are certainly Cindy-Wendy informants. Therefore, he came out because he wanted to let them rest for too long, so he tried to use Anubis this time. It is convenient since it can split apart and is easy to carry, but he can't believe Ian even added such a mechanism to a divine relic. So, he created a mana arrow and then struck the head of the zombie, thus killing it. He is sure that it is on a different level compared to the standard bows he used during the midterms. Therefore, the saying that a master doesn't care about their equipment is a lie. While he is walking away, he is startled as he feels a strange aura, so he looks back. He is sure that it is the scent of the demonic energy, but it's strangely weaker compared to a typical demon scent, as if this foul stench has been diluted by something. After looking around, he realized that the source of the scent was coming from the Indulgentia orphanage, so he was certain that there was something in there. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage, the demon summoned a red-haired girl from her magical circle. She cursed Dantalion as that despicable thief dared to steal her. Demon 10 corpses, the 8th corpse. Seer apologizes to Rose as she lost her again and never wanted to lose someone precious to her again, and she wanted to perish the era of livestock and false kings. After taking Rose away, she remembered Seer's ability to locate who she wanted to find was useful. She finally finds Rose, but no matter what she does, she can't find the other person. To control all the power she acquired from the demon contract, she must walk through the death door completely, but she is only half-blood. Therefore, she wanted to hurry and be able to control all of Seer's power, but she was told not to move. Camus gets worried, senses the strange energy, and wonders if someone is watching, and they are so skilled that she doesn't even notice them approaching. Vikier pointed his arrow toward her, wanting her to answer his questions, but if she moved a finger, she would die, and if she said a word that was not an answer to his question, she would die as well. She smells both like a human and a demon, so he wanted to know which one she is, so she clarified that she is both. Vikier knew the woman was a Dantalion underling, Toronto, who should be dead now, so he wondered how she was still alive. She is clearly not a Dantalion underling as he stole Toronto from her. His last question was if Seer is the name of the elite corpse she contracted with. Camus asked what he would do if she said yes, and Vikier launched the arrow toward her, but she easily dodged it, and he clarified that he would kill her. Camus created several magic circles that summoned the undead, and he wanted him to try it if he could. She is startled to see the small skeletons and gets worried as she turns the children's corpses into the undead. The protagonist realized that she was distressed as he exploited the opportunity, apologized to her, and launched another arrow that destroyed all the undead. However, Camus managed to run away with Rose, but Vikier kept following her and didn't want her to think she would die quickly. Camus gets worried about seeing this, so she pulls Rose back, wants her to hold her tight, and then attacks him. However, Vikier dodged her attack, and Camus recognized his bowmanship and asked about his relationship with the Balak tribe. Vikier clarified that he is a hunter of theirs, and Camus gets infuriated as she is sure he must have been there that night, so she wants to kill him as he is a barbarian. Then she launched an overwhelming attack toward him, and Vikier felt better now that he was closer, and she gave off the smell of a living human. He knew that the rank of the 10 elite corpses was that of a demon king, and they would take over human corpses. He immediately rushed back, dodging all of her attacks, and countless thorns pierced him as soon as he landed on the ground. Camus called him a lowly barbarian, telling him he sure talked big, but he should look at his current state. However, she is shocked to see that he broke the thorns and is completely fine, making her wonder if he wasn't a human. Vikier grabbed his bow, telling her that after clashing with her a few times, he understood she was a lot weaker than the other elite corpses because she was just a half-demon. Therefore, he did not need to converse with her anymore, so she wanted her to go. Camus summoned a giant Frankenstein golem, telling him that he would die. It is a giant lump of meat composed of material that was once living. The wasted lumps of meat clumped up like mud to resemble a human figure, but the lump's original appearance has not been preserved at all. Golem rushed toward Vikier to strike, and Camus thought this was a distraction as she would defeat him with her fire magic. Vikier immediately splits the golem into two with a single strike, which startled Camus, as that red aura is that of the Baskerville. She wanted him to wait, but Vikier had already started using Baskerville's 7th technique and rushed to strike her. As soon as both of their aura collided, it led to a massive explosion and created a huge cavity. After the dust had disappeared, Vikier saw her kneeling, and he thought it was because she was a half-human. But it seemed like she had been miscued with mana counterflow as an aftereffect of failing to cast her spell. He remembered that she wanted to wait and supposed that she might have lost her focus for a moment back there. Camus requested him not to leave her, which startled Vikier, and he asked if she had a reason why she struck a deal with a demon. He lifted his sword to kill her, and he was sure that all deaths have a story behind them, and he moved it toward her to subjugate her. The protagonist tried to strike her, but Rose stepped forward to take the hit in her stead. Normally, the undead possess an intense jealousy for what they didn't have, giving them a temperament that makes them bite and extort from the living. However, this doesn't apply if their master has a strong will and absolute control over them, and if their master loses consciousness, the undead soldiers cannot be controlled. However, Rose is different, and Vikier wondered why he had no will to fight like the corpse queen. Suddenly, someone flashed the light and saw someone there, which startled Vikier. That was Professor Sadie's voice, so he supposed that guards might have come. While the protagonist is distracted, Rose uses magic to take Camus away. Vikier noticed this, so he thought that was bad, so he tried to attack her, but Rose took the hit instead, coughed up blood, and vanished into thin air, which annoyed Vikier. Abruptly, Professor Sadie came there, wanting Nighthound to reveal himself, but was shocked to learn that no one was there. She cursed the guards because they were so slow, they got there late and let him get out of their hands. She sees Nighthound's mask there, and is annoyed that she has lost him again. The protagonist turns into a dog to run away. The following day, Anna informed everyone that the Academy's big event, which comes after the exams, the festive season, is about to begin. Furthermore, Lyceum's festival theme will be the haunted house, so she took out everyone's costumes. Sinclair is thrilled as it's Halloween, and now that they are free from the tough team, the event will gain a lot of attention. Dolores is also thrilled because a haunted house sounds like fun, and Bianca remembers that the Academy Festival has a tradition. Tudor also remembered that, and Piggy uttered that it is an old tradition that even the professors can't escape. Sancho thought that the traditions were important, so Anna excitedly uttered that is great, so she wanted to draw lots to see who would dress up as what type of ghost, which thrilled them. While the protagonist remembers that the 8th corpse is the corpse queen seer and knows that not killing her when she couldn't even use half her powers was a big mistake. When he was fighting Adramelius, he had to receive the aid of the Baskerville family knights, and he was with the Saintess when he got Dantalion. Therefore, he doesn't know if he, as a top-ranking graduate, can fight the 8 corpses by himself when she is at full power. In the end, in order to hunt the demons one-on-one, he needs to thoroughly learn the Baskerville Incomplete 7th technique and reach the level of Sword Master. The 10th technique, the Lurking Ambush, is called the 6th Fang, and the 7th Fang Ambush is Horizontal Twin Wisdom Teeth. Therefore, one must understand the odd principle between the 6th and 7th techniques and be able to use the ultimate killing technique. The theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques is written in the swordsmanship book. One must abandon all human emotions to overcome the wall of the 6 techniques. To learn the 7th techniques, one must have one human emotion back. He still doesn't understand why one must recover the emotions they abandoned. This needs an entirely different approach compared to the entry-level graduate's core training method, where one learned how to kill their emotions and turn into bloodhounds. This makes Vikier wonder how Hugo became a sword master. While he is pondering, he realizes that Dolores has already picked up her costume and is startled to read it as Nighthound. Anna gets worried as the Nighthound just attacked the Quo Vadis family orphanage recently, and she apologized to Dolores, as that is her fault. However, Dolores told her it was all right as she would do it, and she happily grabbed the chit. Abruptly, Anna told Vikier that it was his turn now, so she wanted him to hurry up and pick up, as he was the center of attention. The protagonist decided to pick it as seeing everyone having fun with this reminds him that they are still young. After he took it out, he was startled to read it, wondering how he got it, and everyone excitedly asked him what he got. One thing that Vikier completely forgot about in his past was the tradition during the Academy festivals. Everyone in the Academy enjoyed their time on the day of the festival. The people were gathered around the haunted house, and Tudor happily told the beautiful lady that they would like to share poems and alcohol with him at the Lyceum bar. Sancho excitedly told everyone to come to their bar because if they did, he would give them one complimentary serving of hot blood stew that could make a warrior's blood boil. Abruptly, Sinclair, who has the role of vampire, wanted the students to brighten up their bars and urged them to come as she would be waiting for them. Piggy was given the role of the fairy, so she requested them to take this flyer. The student blushed to see Piggy and wondered if Lyceum had such a cute girl, and he asked what his name was. Bianca grabbed those students, telling them they couldn't hit their members, and they apologized to her. While Dolores was serving the customers, a professor arrived and accosted her, and she was startled to see that the person was Professor Venci. Professor Venci wondered what was with that costume, as he knew it was a festival, but he was sure she had thought about how her costume would impact society. He wondered how she could impersonate that uncontrollable heinous criminal, and Dolores clarified that she didn't like this costume. Professor Venci turned to leave, telling her that she should bear her responsibility for her actions. He might be her academic advisor, but he has no authority to tell her what she can and can't wear, so he urged her to do as she pleases. Tudor is startled to see Professor Venci is there, and Anna explained that during the festival, the professors dress up and go to the stalls of their class and club to increase their profits. While Professor Venci thought that if it weren't for this custom, then he wouldn't have come there, as the prices of the dishes aren't even that great. Shortly after, Dolores went with his ordered fries and fried chicken. Professor Venci looked at the dish and realized that the quality of the ingredients was poor, and the dishes were made by someone who was not certified in food and safety. Furthermore, they are prepared poorly and full of MSG, and he has no expectations that they will probably taste like trash. After taking a bite, Professor Venci is shocked, wondering why it tastes so good. The exquisite smoky flavor and savory taste come from the meat when it's torn. The potatoes that come from the Morgue family region release a delicious taste as they softly break apart. He gets excited as he wants to know who made this and inquires if they recruited an external chef. Dolores refused, telling him it is not the case, as one of their members cooks for them. She is sure he knows him very well, so she points toward the witch in charge, Vikier. It's the Academy's long tradition for men to wear women's clothing and women to wear men's clothing. In other words, the identity of the male student dressed in an alluring witch costume in the kitchen is Vikier. Abruptly, Piggy entered the kitchen, telling Vikier that there was an order of 3 plates of Vikier's special fried chicken and 2 plates of sausages. Along with this, there are also 6 portions of Vikier's special sausages and stir-fried vegetables, as well as 5 portions of Vikier's special balls. Vikier looked back, telling him that it's coming right up. Tudor clarified that male customers have been pouring in since word came out about their kitchen. Sinclair clarified that they also have a massive influx of female guests, so he wanted him to get their orders, and Ver kept cooking. The protagonist never thought that these memories he had got the chance to make the dishes that he ate a lot of when he was in the field. When the time of the fall dragged on, it was hard to find proper food, so for the warriors on the front line to survive, there was a need to make anything taste good. They process inedible ingredients to make them edible, knowing which parts of a poisonous vegetable need to be cut off and how to make spoiled meat fresh again. He learned things like that as his comrades experimented a lot during that time. The potatoes the Morgue family developed taste awful and have a strong earthy smell, and their texture is akin to chewing on sand. But if he cuts them into thin slices, season them with salt and vinegar, and stir-fries them in a wok on high heat with mandrake leaves and sabak tree seeds, then their earthy smell will completely disappear, bringing out their crispy texture and sweetness. Professor Vinci and Dolores were amazed to see Vikier then turn their head away, thinking that a witch costume was quite irrelevant, and Dolores saw it while she was blanking out. Abruptly, Bianca rushed there asking Vikier why he was in the kitchen, as he shouldn't be rotting in there, so he should go out and tour. The protagonists wondered if he needed to go now, and Tudor stepped in, telling her that this kitchen will die without Vikier. Tudor clarified that Vikier is necessary in the kitchen because so many people have already been bewitched by his cooking. Bianca thought he might be kidding her, and is sure that if Vikier goes outside looking like that, they will double their profits. While Osiris saw them fighting and wondered if it was right, it seemed he was alright, so he infused his aura into the knife. The protagonist worries about sensing an ominous aura, so he looks ahead and sees Osiris, wondering why he is there. Later, the protagonist came outside to see him, and Osiris realized that it had been a while since he had been there. He clarified that he came dressed in the costume that he used when he was in the academy, but he doesn't think he was as pretty as he was. The protagonist wondered what brought him there, and Osiris was startled, thinking he should be calling him his dearest brother. Osiris explained that the older brother must save his younger brother in times of crisis, and he missed him dearly. Abruptly, Palmerian came out of his cloak, jumped toward Vikier, and started crying. She corrected her mistake and called Vikier's auntie, asking him why he didn't come home, as she missed him. Vikier was startled to be called auntie, and she agreed, telling him that she missed him. Osiris clarified that Palmerian missed him, so his father gave him some time off to bring her to the academy. The protagonist realized that Hugo used Osiris as the vice-patriarch as her escort. Osiris clarified that Palmerian has recently held all the authority within the house. Last month, Palmerian said she liked the blood bean chocolate, so father destroyed the monster region in the western front line and made a cacao farm there. Palmerian started protesting that she missed him and didn't even eat her meal. And at the end of her hunger strike, which lasted a long time, her father permitted her to visit him. Osiris is sure that Vikier doesn't know that Palmerian became depressed after he left, and Palmerian laughed cunningly as if it was just as she had planned. He uttered that it had been so long since he had seen a smile on their princess's face. The protagonist is surprised to learn that Osiris can make such a face and knows that one stage of becoming a sword master is regaining one's emotions. He is sure that Osiris may not realize it himself, but this is really good for him. Shortly, Palmerian fell asleep, so Osiris calmed her down, saying she was tired since they had come to find him as soon as they arrived at the academy. He wanted Vikier to make sure to spend his time with the Pomeranian while they were there, and Vikier understood it. Osiris said that the trade he set up is progressing well with their alliance with Messimaginero merchants, and Vikier had already heard of it. The Commission of the Past Affairs Investigation was created before he entered the academy, and Osiris Le Baskerville exclusively takes charge of it. He has revealed the wrongdoings between the Baskerville and Messimaginero families. Because of that, the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Messimaginero family. He heard that in the process, the old Baskerville members who participated in the wicked scheme were beheaded. Due to this event, Cindy acted out some of her anger and joined forces with the Baskerville family. However, only she will know if she has truly forgiven the Baskerville family or not. Osiris suddenly remembered something, so he told Vikier that the reason why he came to visit him that night wasn't just because of Palmerian. He took out a letter with a ring and handed it to Vikier, which made him wonder what it was. Osiris uttered that the ring was found near the place where the demon Adramalius, who stole Set's body, died. He thinks the ring possesses a unique skill, so his father told him to give it to Vikier since he contributed the most. The protagonist looked at it and wondered if this ring will allow him to use the barrier that Adramalius used, as that is divine immortal ring. Osiris uttered that there was one more thing and clarified that it was a letter his father had written with words he wanted to tell his son. The protagonist is shocked to learn about the letter from the Patriarch and Osiris, who know that he is surprised, but don't want him to worry, as he also got one. He bid his farewell to Vikier as he was going now and wanted him to take his time reading it. After he left, Vikier opened the letter and wondered what Hugo wanted to tell him. He started reading the letter in which his father is sure that by the time he is reading this letter, he must be thinking about becoming a sword master like Osiris. The protagonist is shocked to realize that Hugo has discovered that his level is that of a top-ranking graduate. Hugo is sure that Vikier might be stuck at the events fan right now since he is still a top-ranking graduate. But to execute the 7th technique perfectly, he needs to reach the level of a sword master. Therefore, he had written down the process he went through in his journey to reach that level. The protagonist is shocked to know that Hugo is telling him how he became a sword master. After reading the entire letter, he crumpled it furiously, as that is the process. Meanwhile, Bianca sighed coldly, wondering if she needed to tutor herself again, and suddenly she saw red hair passing by. Even though a mask covered their faces, she knew they were beautiful. Camus started looking at the stalls with Rose, whose mouth was filled with water on seeing the delicious food. Camus gently pats her head, asking if it is good, and now that she thinks about it, it's the Halloween festival. If that incident hadn't happened, she wondered what would have happened if she had made a contract with a demon, and if she would have entered this academy as well, together with Vikier. She wanted to check for herself the true identity of the Night Hound, the villain who has recently turned the Knight of the Imperial City into terror, and he knows about the existence of the demon 10 corpses. She is unsure, but he was obsessed with the demon seer inside her, so she is sure that if she shows herself in a crowded place like this, he will certainly appear. Furthermore, that swordsmanship and the crimson aura she saw at that decisive moment were similar to what she saw in the night battle. Therefore, to confirm if her intuition is correct, she must remove that guy's mask. But she wondered what she should do if the Night Hound is that guy. She wondered what he would say if he saw her now, and also wanted to know how he had changed. She wanted to see him so badly, but Seer whispered that she should stop thinking about it and stop these painful thoughts, as she would handle those thoughts for her. Camus is startled to see Seer there, and she starts feeling excruciating pain, reminding the demons that this is a clear violation of their contract. Their contract was that in exchange for borrowing Seer's power, she would surrender her body to her upon her death, and that she would be allowed control for only 1 hour whenever she wanted. So, she wanted Seer to stop this ridiculous reversal, get lost, and not think she can control her as she pleases. Seer looked at her, then started laughing cunningly and got near Camus, telling her she can't do it alone, as she couldn't do anything when her loved ones disappeared. Furthermore, Camus stabbed her uncle, who cared for her, right in the heart, so the only thing that she has ever done alone is ruin everything. But still, thanks to Seer, she was able to find her younger siblings, and with her ability, the one that lets her meet the person she most desires to see. Camus felt excruciating pain telling the demon that she doesn't care about it because the most important person hasn't been found. The biggest reason she accepted Seer's contract was to find Vikier's corpse at least. But in the end, Seer still hasn't found him even after searching every corner of the Red and Black Mountain for the past 2 years. She looked back furiously as she wanted Seer not to get in her way, as she had finally found a clue to see him again. Seer is surprised to see Camus' strong willpower and is astonished that she is not completely broken yet. Suddenly, she sensed something, so she looked behind, and she could smell the scent of demon blood and sense ominous energy coming from that tavern. She clarified that she needed to get out of there, as the disgusting aura unique to demon hunters is everywhere. This startled Camus as she wondered if this meant what she was thinking, so she immediately rushed away from that location. Seer gets pissed asking Camus where does she think she is running to. However, Camus kept moving, thinking that might be Night Hound, and corrected herself as that might be that guy. After arriving near the tavern, she saw Dolores talking with someone and wondered if Night Hound was a woman. Dolores told the student that he would be removed if he didn't follow the rules and requested that he enjoy his time. Camus refused to accept this because someone dressed as the Night Hound might not be him. She found it annoying, so she lifted her hand to attack and created a massive magic circle covering the entire place, and shortly, the undead started appearing from it. Dolores gets worried about seeing the undead, and the undead surround Sancho, Piggy, and all the students, so they start running away to save their lives. Tudor is worried to see that woman raise the undead soldiers, and Bianca is concerned because the Empire strictly forbids necromancy, so Tudor thought she might be a villain. Before the undead could attack, Dolores used the divine power to get rid of them and wanted all of the Lyceum members to prioritize the guests' safety and help them evacuate. She commanded Anna to bring the professor, and Anna worriedly asked what she was going to do. Dolores didn't want her to worry, as handling the undead is her specialty. Camus is annoyed, but the divine power interferes and tells the imposter to get lost as she needs to meet the real Night Hound. Dolores is startled to learn this, wondering why she wants to meet Night Hound. Camus is amused to hear Dolores calling Night Hound. Dolores clarified that she is his sole companion, which shocked Camus, thinking she might discuss marriage. He asked if that was the case and about her relationship with that guy. Upon hearing this, she wanted to tear that soul apart into tiny pieces and turn her into a soldier of the dead. Dolores confidently told her she wouldn't lose to the undead and infused more divine power to defeat them. However, the undead were taken care of by a wave generated by Sinclair weapons, and she is startled. She worriedly told Sinclair to evacuate the place as it was dangerous. Sinclair clarified that she is fine but doesn't know why. She feels she has to fight. Abruptly, Camus emanates overwhelming power, telling them that it is a ridiculous sight, but they blocked the attack with the barrier. Camus clarified that's all they need to meet the Night Hound, so they should call him there if they don't want to die. Sinclair wondered how much mana this person has as she is summoning undead, which wasn't enough, and now she is summoning the fire magic on this scale. Dolores is worried as their barrier is about to break, and shortly, Night Hound appears and rushes toward Camus. Camus starts to see him and is about to fall when Night Hound rushes to hold her. Camus's eyes widened with happiness when he saw that Night Hound had finally arrived, and he took her far away. While everyone is startled to see this and wonders if that was the Night Hound, as that was insanely fast. As Rose looked ahead, one of the students was struck as it seemed like a rotting corpse around there, but couldn't understand its source. While Dolores is also surprised to see Night Hound, wondering if he moved locations to keep the people there from getting hurt, she prays that he doesn't get hurt. On the other hand, Camus is pleased when they meet again, but the protagonist wants to say goodbye there, as she is the demon. Camus wondered why he was in such a rush, as they should talk for a moment. The protagonist took out Beelzebub and clarified that he would show an opening like the last time. But both of them were startled when Professor Sadie said they were never there. Camus suggested they should move first, but Night Hound clarified there is no need, as her ally left behind a gift of the divine inviolability ring. Abruptly, the giant statue appeared from the ground, which was young Hugo and Osiris as a child. He wondered if this was a space reflecting his mental state of Set Le Baskerville, whom Adramelius took over. Camus is surprised to find herself at a barrier and wonders if that is the statue of the head of the Baskerville family, as she expected he was the one she was searching for. She requested Night Hound remove his mask as she needed to confirm something. She urged him to do that because of her contract with a demon. She can't remove her mask or reveal her identity, and she can't even say her name to let him know who she is. While she was indulging in her thought, she saw an arrow near her eyes, so she hardly managed to evade it and requested him to wait. However, the protagonist kept attacking her, and she found it too much to handle, as she never thought he had gotten this strong. Abruptly, she covered her face with her arms to block his attack and decided to make a deal for power with Seer. Seer inquired how much of her power she needs, and Camus uttered that she needs half of her power. Seer smiled cunningly as she knew Camus was in need of her power, so she wanted her to give her half of her day. Camus doesn't care about that, so he wanted her to take it, and the contract is sealed. Abruptly, the powerful undead emerged from the ground and grabbed Vikir's legs, thus holding him in place. Since the protagonist wasn't taking off his mask, she had to force it off and send meat golems at him. The protagonist kills all of them in a single strike, which worries Camus because even this isn't enough to stop him. Therefore, she requested Seer to give her more power, and Seer wanted her to give her a day with only 8 hours left. Camus doesn't care about that, so another contract was sealed, and she sent a giant monster skeleton to strike Vikir. The protagonist grabbed its fangs and easily blocked it, which worried Camus, so she wanted to have more power. Seer wanted Camus to give her a day with only 4 hours left, and she agreed. So, she sends more of the undead to strike Vikir, and the protagonist realizes this half-hearted attack means she is not trying to kill him, but is trying to restrain him. However, she wonders why she is doing this. Camus cannot restrain Vikir, so he asks for more power, and Seer wants a day with only 3 hours left. As Camus kept asking for more power, Seer is thrilled as she kept increasing her duration and asked for a day with only 2 hours left. She surrounded Vikir with a more substantial monster, but he tried to get rid of it and failed. Camus knelt as she finally captured Vikir, so she wanted him to stay still as she needed to take his mask off. However, the protagonist quickly came out of her grasp and jumped down, which shocked Camus, wondering how he was covered in wounds like this, but still trying to kill her. She wondered what he had been through to make him hate demons this much. She asked Vikir if he was the one she thought he was, and then he should recognize her and find her. She used a lot of power to create a wall between them and the knelt. Abruptly, she heard the protagonist wanted to ask her for one thing. If the reason her attacks aren't meant to harm him, but to restrain him, and the reason she told him to take off his mask. And the reason she has such sad eyes behind that mask is because she has something to tell him, but she can't say it. He finally understood this and punched the wall, flicked on the mask, and broke it. He thought about it back then and wondered what it meant when she turned to the side. He looked at Camus, who was crying and pleased, as it had been a while since he last saw her, which filled her eyes with tears. About 3 years ago, the servants were worried at the Morgue family mansion because Camus hadn't eaten anything for days and just kept crying. They wondered if she was blaming herself for what happened. Still, it is understandable because when trying to rescue Lady Camus from the barbarians' captivity, so many people died or were injured. The biggest reason for her grief is the death of Vicaire Baskerville, as he is the person she cherished and has passed away, so her pain must be immense. The servants were heartbroken because Lady Camus looked so pitiful, which they couldn't see, so they hoped she could overcome this and get back on her feet soon. Adolf heard this, so he put water on the face and lifted them as they gossiped about their master's private life, anywhere they pleased. He furiously told them that a servant's virtue should be their discretion, yet they all use concern as an excuse to spread gossip about their master. The servants were gurgling in water and kept calling Adolf, so he released them, and they started coughing. He went to Camus's room and told them that if they let their tongue slip again, he would see that it was cut off, and the servants asked for forgiveness. He stood outside her room for a while, then sighed and told Camus that her uncle was there, so he clarified that he was coming in. After he came inside, her entire room was covered with darkness, and Camus was hiding inside the blanket as she was unwilling to meet anyone. Adolf heard that she hasn't even been eating, and the head of the family and his sister are also distraught. Camus couldn't believe she expected her to eat, as she can't eat when she is the only one alive. She is sure that he wouldn't have died if she hadn't been foolish enough to get caught by the barbarians back then, and if only she had stopped Vicaire from trying to fight that monster alone. She started crying as, after losing Rose, she now has lost Vicaire as well, and is sure this is all her fault. Adolf is heartbroken on seeing her crying like that, so he hugged her and told her that she can't just give up like this. He wanted her to realize that the weight of her life now carries theirs as well, and said to her that the duty of the living is living on in place of the dead. Camus asked if he was saying that she should also live for the sake of the dead. Adolf affirmed, telling her that it is right, and is sure that if Rose and Vicaire saw her like this, then they would be much more heartbroken. Camus suddenly remembered something, so she happily started searching in the drawer, as there was another way, which worried Adolf. Camus uttered that if the thermodynamic state function of life is the same, then it should be possible. Since magic is ultimately a way of calculating values, if she slightly adjusts the calculation method and sequence, she can hypothesize that a different result can be extracted. Adolf couldn't even understand what she was saying. Camus mumbled that it could be solved if she could access the negative dimension, draw upon its entropy, and then substitute the quotient and remainder of the positive dimension in an equivalent exchange format. But suddenly she gets annoyed as she can't think properly without energy, so she requests her uncle to prepare some food for her. Soon, the meal was prepared, and Camus heard that her mother was distraught because she wasn't eating. Lesbane Morgue, head of the Morgue family, uttered that after days, her daughter, the heir, had finally picked up her spoon, so it was given that she was worried. Camus excitedly told her mother that she wouldn't worry her anymore and requested her to grant her a request. Lesbane wondered what kind of request she had, and Camus wanted her to lend her the Morgue family military authority to search the floodplains. Her mother is startled on hearing about the military authority, and Adolf is concerned as he is sure she knows how dangerous the floodplains are after what happened. Lesbane agreed to grant her request, but on the condition that she promised not to skip meals, she would allow it. Adolf worriedly told his sister that she can't allow her, and Lesbane clarified that her daughter still has something she can do, as giving up wouldn't be easy, so the only way is to let her face that decision herself. Camus is excited as she wants to take that as a promise and starts eating her meal. Adolf is happy to see her start eating again, but suddenly she starts vomiting. As Adolf expected, eating like this after not eating for so long has caused this, so command the servants to clear the food right away and prepare something suitable for a patient. Camus doesn't want them to clear it as she will eat all of it, and she sits again to start eating. She thinks of Vicaire and wonders if she hadn't been captured by the barbarians back then, she wouldn't have lost him. She thought she wouldn't have lost him if she had stopped him from trying to face the giant spider alone. Therefore, all this is the karma she brought upon herself, as his death was never meant to be. So, she wanted to set that injustice right and wanted him to wait a little longer. That day, the Morgue family heir who had been lost in despair began moving again, and news of it spread throughout the Morgue family. But no one yet knew that her actions were taking an unexpected turn. After some time at Morg's family Shadow Hall, Camus meets Snake Morg, who is the elder of the Shadow Hall, and he asks the heir of the Light Hall what brought her there. Camus is amazed to learn that he recognized her immediately, and told him that she is leaving the Light Hall and she wishes to join the Shadow Hall. Snake Morg is shocked because the Light Hall represents the family's official power, but the Shadow Hall operates secretly, studying and experimenting with dark magic. Therefore, he asked her if she understood what it means to join the Shadow Hall. Camus affirmed that means she must abandon her mother, uncle, and all her authority as the heir and live the rest of her life hidden in the shadow. Snake Morg has heard that the heir has been leading soldiers through the floodplains lately and asked if she is considering reviving Vikier through necromancy. Camus affirmed, telling him she would revive him using the rite of complete resurrection. Snake Morg is shocked, as that is the forbidden event, dark magic that fully restores the dead. It's a heretical spell banned by both the Morg family and the Empire, but she wishes to use it. Since that is the case, his answer is an even firmer no, and she is not allowed to join the Shadow Hall, so he told her to leave at once. Since he refused, Camus has no choice but to continue learning independently simply. Snake Morg is shocked to see her manipulating spirits and wonders if that is even possible for her to learn dark magic on her own, because that would mean she has single-handedly pioneered a new realm of magic. He realized that her talent is just like Lesbane's, who is the kind of genius that appears once in 100 years. He praised her for doing well and clarified that if she enters the Shadow Hall, his words are absolute, so he asked if she is prepared. Camus knelt before him, telling him she doesn't care if she loses everything she has as long as she can bring him back to life. Deep within the Morg clan's death courts, somewhere outside both the Empire's surveillance and the Morg clan's attention, there was a space known only to the Death Court's High Representative. That vast underground space stretches for over 600 floors, empowered by Darkness Floor 666. Camus was practicing summoning the undead, and after summoning it successfully, she excitedly asked Snake how that was. Snake is dumbfounded as he didn't expect her to be able to create an undead soldier already, so he wanted to say that he is surprised. He is astonished as she can produce such results when she began her studies into dark magic not long ago. All sorts of emotions roiled in his heart. Pride, jealousy, fear, love, and sadness were what he was looking for in that face that matched Lesbane, and he couldn't understand why he allowed this child to enter the Death Court. Abruptly, he is startled as Camus clarifies that much is lacking, because this isn't enough to bring the dead back to life completely. Snake realized that she is truly planning on using the Total Resurrection spell and clarified that learning the spell itself is difficult, but its success rate is also grim. Therefore, even if she miraculously succeeds in bringing them back from the dead, there is a possibility they will become corrupted or go berserk. Camus clarified that she doesn't need to worry about what she will do after she succeeds because the soul of the one she is trying to resurrect is stronger than anyone else, so if she can achieve it, it will be great. Snake is shocked, wondering what he is seeing in this girl. On the contrary, Adolf worriedly told his elder sister they should stop Camus from leaving the Life Court and joining the Death Court. Lesbane clarified that she hasn't fully committed yet, as she gave her the right to go freely between Life and Death Court to make the right choice. Adolf is worried because the time Camus spends with Snake has recently increased. Lesbane is sure that he is someone who will help Camus if he wishes, but he is not one to harm her. However, Adolf is still reluctant to agree, so Lesbane told him not to discuss this anymore. On the other hand, Snake asks Camus if she knows about the origin of Morg, but she is unaware of its origin. Snake lifted the lantern to show a building ahead and clarified that the Morg clan began with a mortuary, a corpse storage. Morg is an ancient bloodline that existed before concepts like clans or nations were codified by humans. Their business was in collecting unidentified corpses and finding their relatives. Due to spending a lot of time among the dead, the Morg began to produce people who could speak with the dead, and they continue to appear to this day as well, just like Camus. That is why dark magic has been a part of them since the birth of their clan. A dark magician who sought the truth realized the truth existed beyond the doors of death. Camus supposed this meant that she needed to become familiar with death. Snake clarified that it is merely what imitators do after being intoxicated by the concept of a dark magician. He wanted her first to guard herself from death, and wanted her to keep in mind that dark magicians appear to keep death close, but in truth, they stay further away from it than anyone else. Therefore, before understanding and becoming familiar with death, she must first understand and become familiar with life. since a true dark magician loves the living more than anyone else, sympathizes with those dying, and sincerely wishes to understand them. Camus realized that, unlike what the world thinks, dark magicians seem closer to sages or saints. Therefore, she wanted to ask him one thing and wondered why he joined the death court. Snake thinks about Adolphe and Lespain, then tells her that the balance will be broken if either light or shadow is absent. Camus couldn't understand because he was repeating something confusing. A few days later, on the Empowered Darkness floor 666, Camus excitedly rushed toward her master Snake and happily showed him a new formula, which shocked him. Camus explained that this is the magic circle for true resurrection, which results from her research. Snake is shocked because this model is many stages more advanced than the information he possesses. He can find nothing wrong with this perfection, even when he looks it over multiple times. Since dark magic is an exploration deep into the abyss, he wondered how deep into the abyss she looked to create this. She is hoping that he can help her with the spell. Snake is dumbfounded, so he asked if she liked that vizier that much and realized his child is different from him. Unlike him, whose heart grew as dark as the abyss after becoming fascinated by dark magic, she isn't consumed by the abyss, but is instead clearly reflecting her own heart, and she affirmed. Snake realized she was much better than he was, so he agreed to do it with her. They currently don't have the remains of the one she wishes to resurrect, and he asked her what she would do about this. Camus clarified that with the Baskerville clan's help, she gathered some of his blood and hair and collected all the spirits she could from the dense forest. Snake understood that with a fragment of his body there, a fragment of his soul should also react, so they can see which one resonates. He asked if she knew the story of the ship of Theseus, that even if she reforms his body, memories, and personality, he is worried that he may not be the same person. Camus wanted to think about those philosophical problems after they had succeeded and agreed to do that. After drawing the magic circle completely, they decide to begin, and Snake is worried that she might be rushing things, as she wants to start immediately. Camus clarified that she had already waited long enough, so she wanted to leave it to him, and they started the resurrection process. Snake is shocked to see that there is no flaw with the magic circle, and with this, it seems she has truly made her mark in the world of dark magic. After a while, she saw a soul whose reflection was similar to Vikier, so she excitedly rushed toward it, calling it out. But suddenly, she felt a strange energy inside her body that made her cough up blood and worried Snake. Camus realized this was a mana reversal caused by the rebound, and she realized that she had failed. After a while, she opened her eyes in a strange place, and she supposed that she had died. She couldn't understand why the spell failed as she thought it was perfect, so she wondered if that was because the fragments of Vikier were too old or if his spirit was not in the dense forest. She supposed that there was no use in all this struggling she put herself through, and she thought that just dying like this might be better for her. She is about to cry, but Snake wipes her tears, telling her that the reason he entered the death court in reality wasn't because he wanted to. It was because his existence couldn't mix with his sister's because he couldn't live in the light, so he had no choice but to live as a shadow. However, after seeing how clear Camus' heart is, he thought that maybe if he were honest and had the courage to attempt this impossible, he would be in a different place from where he is. He wanted Camus not to lose hope, and he prayed that she might reunite with the one she loved. Then he pushed her out to die in her place. As soon as Camus opened her eyes, she was shocked to see her mother's corpse before her. She saw the flies gathering around her uncle's corpse and wondered how much time had passed as all her nerve endings got burned off and her body refused to move. This is the price of attempting the forbidden spell to bring someone back from the dead, and she knew that no one would come to this secret area deep within the death court either. She supposed dying like this was the best outcome, and she had no excuse left for her master, who died in her stead. But maybe because she has attempted everything she could, she doesn't feel any attachment left to life. If there is one thing she regrets, it's that she couldn't meet him one last time in the end. She closed her eyes as she supposed she might meet him after she died. Suddenly, Demon Seer is amazed to see the face of complete regret, which makes her wonder if she is hallucinating, as she can hear a voice. Seer clarified that she is not hallucinating, but she has arrived after sensing her yearning. Camus asked if she was like the demons she had read about in books. Seer affirmed and was amazed as she knew about demons, so she supposed this would be simple as she would save her with her power, so she asked if she wanted to make a deal. Camus refused as she didn't care about living anymore, which made Demon ask her what she wanted, which startled her. Seer recognized that magic circle, which is to bring someone back from the dead, and wondered if there is a spirit she wishes to meet. She clarified that she just so happens to be an expert in that endeavor because she is the demon of the dead and rot seer. She wanted to help Camus meet the one she tried to resurrect, so she wanted to form a contract. Camus remembers how her uncle pushed her back with the prayer that she might reunite with the one she loves, so she agreed to make a contract with her. She thought she had attempted everything she could, but if there is still a way left, she can't give up there. After some time, she returned to her house, where the attendant announced that Lady Camus wanted to help her inside. Adolphe worriedly accosted Camus, and is sure that's what he doesn't know how worried he was about her. He gets concerned on seeing her hair color, so asked what with this and wondered what she was doing for the past 10 days, and wondered if that snake did something. Camus didn't answer her uncle, and she passed him silently, so she apologized to him and clarified that she was tired. Seer thought that was pitiful and asked if it was right for him to ignore her uncle after so long. Camus wanted Seer to be quiet because if she doesn't prove her usefulness, their contract will become null and the demon will be affirmed. That was how Camus' contract with Seer began, and according to the contract, Seer will grant a portion of her power to Camus and help her reunite with Vikier. As payment, Camus will grant Seer complete control over her body for 1 hour every day and fall completely unconscious during that period. Additionally, Camus is forbidden to utter anything related to Seer and demons. Camus obtained 2 abilities from Seer, which are the ability to find what she wants and the power to resurrect corpses. With the help of this power, she was able to find her cousin, who had died at the hands of the barbarians. Seer clarified this is a first for her as well, so she is surprised as she naturally senses the soul of this Vikier that she is looking for at all. But that didn't mean she could give up. So during the day she used clothes training as an excuse to take care of Rose, and during the night she moved around to look for Vikier. As time passed, she began to drift from her mother, uncle, and the people of the clan, but she didn't have time to think about them, as meeting Vikier was the only thought she had. While she is still working, she heard someone approaching, so she asked who was there and was startled to see Dantalion. She wondered why he came there. Dantalion clarified that his business was not with her, so he wanted her to bring Seer out, and after that, the rose was taken away. Seer told her that her ally, Nin's corpse, said he needed a servant and just happened to take her away. He is pretty challenging to find after he conceals himself. Camus is annoyed because Dantalion Seer, an ally and a demon, took Rose away and disappeared. She is infuriated, asking Seer how she could let her cousin go with him. Seer assures her that she will have her back up if she gets broken, so she doesn't want her to be so angry. Camus furiously ground her teeth because she is still a demon in the end. The day she went to look for Rose, she encountered a miracle. Presently, Vikier is pleased to see her after a while and realizes that she has changed a lot. The words Camus had buried because he couldn't say them to him are trying to flood out of her. She wondered why he is acting so cool when they haven't seen each other in so long, and if he was alive, she wondered why didn't he look for her. She is sure that he don't know how hurt she was, and she struggled so much to try and meet him again, but she can't say them. The protagonist realized that she had formed a contract with a demon, so she asked what had happened. Camus wanted to look great in her final moments in Vikier's memories of her. Without needing to ask, she can tell by the depth of his eyes how he has spent his time until now, unlike her, how she has ruined everything. Vikier grew up to be amazing. The protagonist worriedly accosted her, and Camus is aware that her time will soon end, and then he will end up fighting Seer again. Therefore, the best thing she can do for him is help him not fight alone again. Still, she could meet him again, so she thanked him for recognizing her and looking for her. While the protagonist is shocked, Camus gave him a perfect 100 out of 100 points. The thorns protrude from the ground and slowly approach her, and Camus requests that he live happily enough for her as well. However, before those thorns could pierce her chest, Vikier hugged her to get hit instead, and she wondered why he did that. The protagonist understands she can't tell him everything because of her contract with the demon. If the fact that he didn't take any critical attacks during the fight, and his suicide attempt just then were both messages she was trying to relay to him. Camus wondered why he saved her again, and Vikier didn't want her to worry, as she should leave everything to him because he would never lose to a demon. Abruptly, Seer came out, greeted him, and asked if he was Vikier, as she had heard much about him from her roommate. The protagonist asked what happened to Camus, and Seer wondered why he was asking, and if he was worried, so she told him she was in a deep slumber inside her. Because the control of the day is with her now, she wondered how long he would hug her. Abruptly, the undead appeared and pushed Vikier away, taking Seer out of his grasp. Seer realized this is the inside of a Dromalius unique barrier, so he might be the demon hunter who has been killing her kin. She never expected the man Camus was looking for to be the same person, but she found it odd. She wondered how there could be a human who knows about the existence of the upper 10 corpses. Furthermore, he has a soul that her demon eye can't track, and she wondered if he is someone from this world. Vikir didn't reply, so she smirked to learn that he is a quiet man and wondered if she should tell him some tear-jerking story about Camus to get him to give her some answers. The story of a pitiful girl who touched the forbidden spell of true resurrection to meet that one man again. However, the spell failed, and she couldn't move her body properly for several days, so she was stuck lying in the ruined research room. Seer thinks she said she no longer had any desire to live because she had tried everything. But she wanted him to know the funny part that she treated the demon as her new hope. After they form their contract, Vikir is shocked, and Seer hears what Camus thinks of him, and her desperate feelings are pitiful. She apologized to Vikir as he had to go alone and knew this wouldn't have happened if the barbarians had captured her. She wanted to die in his stead, and sometimes she thinks that Vikir might still be alive, somehow. But this makes her wonder why he didn't come to look for her, and she didn't want him to leave her alone, as she wants to see him. The protagonist gets infuriated and rushes to attack her, but stops in the middle. Seer is sure that he knows a lot about the demon contract because if he kills her, then Camus will die as well. She asked if he was going to kill the girl who had been so desperately waiting for him. Abruptly, she summoned a giant undead to attack him, but Vikir struck it back, but failed, which worried him. Seer laughed wickedly, asking him if he thinks he could cut through these just like the spells Camus fired off before, as there is no way a graduator kid can withstand her power. Therefore, she strikes him and pushes him away, and Seer thought that rather than save Camus, it looks like he is the one who needs saving instead. The protagonist wondered if Camus had formed a contract with a demon to save him, and if the actions he took in the dense forest to hide himself caused her heroic future to become one of a demon contractor. But to kill a demon contracted with a human, he must kill the contracted human. That is what he has known from the start. So, he wondered why he had said to her that he would never lose to a demon. He wondered if that was to give Camus some final comfort, but he made a promise he couldn't keep just because of that. Seer realized he thinks a lot while he fights, so she firmly struck him with her tail. Vikir knows that if he doesn't kill the upper 10 corpses, humanity will be forced into the era of ruination. So, he wondered if he should save Camus Morg of the entire human race, and it is clear what the answer should be between them. But if there is even a silver of a chance, he wants to hold onto it. Seer approached him as she couldn't believe that the 10th corpse and the 9th corpse were felled with only this much skill from him. She rushed to attack him, asking Vikir if he knew how much more time opening the gate of the demon world would take because of him. So she pierced through his chest. She saw his trembling hands and asked if he was still thinking of saving Camus when he was a mere graduator rank kid who could not defeat her. Ultimately, he still possesses the trait of a foolish human and hopes for a miracle. The protagonist grabbed her horn, told her that a miracle sounds excellent, and started pulling it, shocking Seer. He pulled the demon close to him, asking Camus if she could hear him, and uttered that cutting this demon down and saving her is too much for him to do alone. He wanted her to resist the contract because her contact with the demon isn't absolute, even if she put her soul on the line. He is confident that Camus's proficiency in magic will allow her to do it. But a portion of her soul will burn as the price for breaking the contract. But in that moment, he will cut this demon down for her, so he wanted to make a miracle together. The demon gets infuriated on hearing this, thinking he is a crazy guy, and kicks him away. She wanted him to become her undead soldier and work off his debt for killing the 10th and 9th corpses, as she would make him cause humanity's extinction. The protagonist stood, wiped the dust from his body, and clarified that he would cut her down. He thought this was a strange thing because the contents of that letter, which he thought was nonsensical at the time, felt like his only hope at this moment. He even thought he would receive Hugo Le Baskerville's help in this lifetime. Seer approached him, telling him that he can die now, Vikir, and the protagonist took out Beelzebub as well. He knew that to reach the Swordmaster stage, he must rely on that letter. Hugo told him that the fang he can form at his top graduate level is still an unrefined 7th form. To perfect the 7th form, he must reach the realm of a sword master, which is why he will leave behind the path he took to become a sword master. Hugo reached the level of sword master not long after Vikir was born. As he mentioned before, after he lost Roxana and Penelope and fell into despair, he spent his days consumed by the sword. At that time, his level was top-tier graduate, and he swung his sword every day only to become a sword master. But no matter how much he trained, he couldn't reach the realm of a sword master. Therefore, clinging to even the slightest hope, he combed through the books of the all-knowing archive and found a message left by a past sword master for future generations. The message says that to reach graduate level, one must discard all human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. But to become a sword master, he must reclaim those same emotions. Following those words, he tried to understand the feelings of joy, rage, sadness, and delight. He forced himself to feel happy, tried getting angry, tried being sad, and made every effort to enjoy things. But artificially created waves of emotion had serious side effects. At some point, he started laughing when angry and grimacing when happy, so his expression of emotions became distorted. So, the path to the sword master became more and more of a mystery, and to quench a thirst that swordsmanship couldn't solve, he focused on reviving the family. He began fathering many sons to strengthen their power, and just like their family rules dictated, he pushed the young ones into the cradle of blades. But realization came from an unexpected place, a young life completely unaware of anything. This made him wonder what it was struggling for so desperately, and he wanted to know why it was enduring the pain of water entering its whole body. Hugo's heart began to stir with joy at discovering talent, rage at himself for pushing a young life into such a terrible place, for sadness for the injured child and himself, delight in the bright future of this child amidst those complex waves of emotion. He reached enlightenment, and the next day, he realized he had reached the realm of a sword master. Hugo feels like Vikier gave him everything he has, including the Palmerian and the sword master realm. Therefore, the path to becoming a sword master lies in the complex experience of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. He believes that Vikier, of all people, can certainly reach that realm, so this is for his beloved son. The protagonist is infuriated as he thinks of being called a beloved son and realizes he has become someone entirely different from his past life. He knew that to break Seer's magic, he must reach the level of sword master, and without the Saintess power, now he must reach that enlightenment on his own. Momentarily, he is struck by the pile of the undead and thinks about what Hugo said, as he feels sorrow and anger within him. As he is thrown away, Seer is glad as she thought she succeeded in killing him, but shortly she is enraged as he is fine. The protagonist looks at Seer, smirks, and supposes that joy and pleasure are impossible in this situation. Seer gets infuriated on seeing his facial expression and asks what is with that look on his face. She immediately struck him again, amputating his leg, and threw him away. The protagonist is enraged and rushes toward her while regaining his leg to strike her, but fails again. Seri smirked cunningly as he didn't learn that with this level of attack, there is no way they could break through her armor. She attacked him again and doesn't know what he is aiming for, but she doesn't want him to tell her that he thinks the real Camus could rise and resist their contract. She created a magic circle underneath Vikir's form, from which several undead hands emerged and grabbed him. She wanted to see him try to endure this, too. Then a huge hand emerged from the sky, which smashed his body. After a while, the protagonist moaned, which startled Seer as he took that hit and still didn't die, so he wondered if he was even a human. The protagonist sits, just standing alone, existing, and even with the power of the swamp slime salamander, his body wouldn't receive any more. Even so, he has to stand and move repeatedly for Camus' sake. He was startled as Camus called him an idiot, telling him this was not the face she wanted to see when she came to find him. Seer is shocked to see that Camus has taken control over half of the body and wonders how she became conscious. Camus uttered that just like he said, she did it, and Seer told her that if she resisted the contract, her soul would shatter. Camus clarified that she can't hold out for long, so she wanted him to strike her down, but if he fails, then her neck will be the sheath for his sword. The protagonist smiled as he realized she was cracking jokes in a situation like this and remarked that she is hero material, so he gave her a perfect score of 100. Camus started resisting the demon and was amazed as he had just figured that out. He wanted him to show her the version of him that she had fallen for. Seer gets infuriated with them as they think they can cut through her armor just like this, so she tries to attack them. However, Vikier got rid of all those undead and kept approaching her, which shocked Seer. The protagonist finally realizes this is what a heart filled with mixed emotions feels like, as he feels sensations he never could before. He is happy that her heart never forgot him, angry at himself for hurting a future hero, sad when he sees her struggling, and yet looking forward with joy to their complete reunion, as that is him now. He emanated a solid aura and used the seventh form, then struck the demon, which shocked her, and she emitted the massive energy. All humans live their lives wearing glasses with the wrong prescription, but those who take off those glasses can see what ordinary people cannot and cut through them. That is why they are called beings of the supreme realm. Seer gets detached from Camus' body, and she couldn't believe it. She was supposed to devote herself to Jaeher, which was her mission, but she failed and vanished. The protagonist thinks he has been living covered in old, worn-out skin, a power he couldn't feel even with the saints' drawn-up mana. He can feel strength, vision, mindset, and sense that far surpass human limits now. He worriedly looked back, wondering if Camus was all right, and requested that she be fine, as he hoped they would get to reunite and catch up. He approached her, they fell near her collapsed body, and he became unconscious. The divine ring emanates the tremendous energy that breaks the barrier covering them, thus making them visible to others. Baby Madam rushed toward him and started jumping on his body to wake him up, and got worried on seeing Rose there. Rose is furiously staring at it, which worries the baby Madam. She sees it as dangerous, so she wants her to go away. Rose grabbed Camus to take her away, leaving Vikier behind. The protagonist woke up, saw them leaving, so stood there hard and supposed Camus might be safe as Rose is also moving and is relieved. He thought it was a shame that they couldn't catch up right now, but they should both get out of there quickly. He took something out of his pocket as he had a favor to ask and threw it toward Rose, wanting her to give it to Camus. He clarified that if Camus wished to meet him, she should come there, and Rose looked at it and then turned to leave with Camus. Later, a student told everyone that it was crazy because the villain who attacked the academy this time was Nighthound. The students found it unbelievable and asked how bad the damage was, and she clarified that, apparently, there was some damage. Bianca realized that the woman in the skull mask was a black magician. Tudor affirmed, as it looks like she was fighting one-on-one with Nighthound, and he is embarrassed to say it, but he couldn't even think of standing up to them. Piggy seriously thought he had passed out from how hard his heart was pounding. Sancho remarked that Nighthound is the most terrifying thing he has ever seen. Vikier came there telling them he meant it, as it was so scary that he couldn't breathe. All his comrades get worried about seeing Vikier there and ask where he was, as they were worried about his safety. Dolores is infuriated as she didn't see him once while searching the streets, so she wondered where he was all that time. She is sure there is no way he had run off and left his friends behind with his personality. The protagonist is about to explain when Baskerville's triplets arrive, cursing him and telling him that he cannot rush into defense alone. Highborough uttered that if he kept rushing ahead like that, then what made them do that to them, and wanted him not to get carried away next time, and they wanted him not to act up. Sinclair finally understood that he was helping people, and Dolores is mortified as she almost misunderstood him again. As the sun sets, Vikier looks at the sky and is sure it will be all right since this is Camus, and he looks forward to the day they meet again. On the other side, at an anonymous place, Camus came out and realized that her body is a wreck from Seer's rampage and the penalty for breaking the contract. Even in this state, she didn't even get to say goodbye to him and wondered why she stupidly thought he was dead. But seeing how hurt he was, yet he still tried not to hurt her, means that he cares about her too, which makes her blush. She is thrilled because this time she didn't leave him alone and was able to fight alongside him. She is pleased because this is what Vikier and she achieved without ever giving up, and looking at Mini Seer. Seer wanted her to see that she was right, as Vikier is a man worth risking her life for. Seer is crying as her body shrinks in size, asking her how she could break the contract like this, as this is fraud. Camus has complete control over the body, so she wondered if Vikier cut down only the contract with the demon, but wondered why she was destroyed entirely. Seer explained that it's because she broke the 12-hour contract. Thanks to that penalty, she could barely survive. Camus summoned fire as she thought that if she crushed her with mana, then she might be able to erase her completely. She is being squeezed between her mana that she hardly pushes away, and told her it hurts, and is willing to do whatever she says, so she requested her to spare her life. Camus asked if she was willing to do everything she said, and wanted her to hand over all the authority and power she possessed to her. But she wanted Seer to remember this isn't a contract anymore. It's a master-servant relationship. Seer gets annoyed when hearing this, and Camus utters that it is true that she got to meet Vikier thanks to her. Seer wondered what she would do now, and Camus asked if she should open a gate for her. Seer becomes thrilled to hear this and asks if she will do that. Camus clarified that she was just kidding and asked if she thought she was crazy. Her first priority was recovering her body, so she wanted to return to the Morgue family. Now that she knows Vikier is alive and well, she needs to restore what she broke, and she has to announce her master's death and mourn him. She is thankful to her master because he allowed her to see Vikier again. She looked at the academy emblem that Vikier handed her and guessed that if she were enrolled, then she would be his junior. She is happy as she thinks about Vikier and clarified that he will be hers once she meets him again. The eventful Academy Festival finally came to an end, but even after the festival ended, its aftermath lingered like dried embers. The students gossiped about whether it was true that the Night Hound came to the Academy during the festival. The students heard that he came to cause another terror attack, which gives him chills, but the professors stopped him. The students find it truly scary because a villain like that should be locked up in Bali Nouvelle Vague prison. Another student heard that a new villain, an unregistered black magician, also showed up this time. But the two villains fought each other, so the professors drove them off easily. The clueless students just chattered in cheerful tones about the Night Hound, which could have become a terrifying disaster, but it seemed to fade away as just another eerie bit of gossip. Meanwhile, Dolores furiously asked who wrote this article about the Night Hound on his heinous nature. The Night Hound has crossed the line as he attacked the Imperial Academy, which was an anti-humanitarian and anti-state act, so a villain should be punished. He destroyed the facilities during the festival, including the Imperial Bank, the Capitol Clock, the Tower of Indulgentia, the Royal Memorial, and many more. Dolores furiously clarified that Night Hound didn't cause any commotion at the festival, but the unknown black magician caused the chaos. Reading this article, it sounds like Night Hound came to the festival and massacred students. He is a criminal by imperial designation, but the fact is, he didn't do anything that day, so the article should leave out emotion and just list the facts. Dolores sighed and wanted to know who wrote this article, and they pointed at Vikier. Dolores is annoyed as it's him again, and Vikier clarified that he wrote it under the instruction of their club advisor, Professor Vinci. Dolores wondered why it always happened when she was not around, and Vikier reminded her that she was busy with student council work all festival season. Still, Dolores wanted him not to write an article without fact-checking it. She clarified that the Capitol Guard released an official statement this morning, and they said the one who destroyed the Capitol Key facilities wasn't the Night Hound. The Night Hound's main weapon is a sword, but the recent terror scenes hardly had any sword marks, but only traces like those left by a giant snake remained. The officially recognized villain's name is Miss Ouroboros, which is a mysterious figure presumed to be female. Her motives are unknown, but her threat level is estimated to be graduate tier, and the weapon she uses is unknown because all the witnesses are dead. So, she wants them not to blame every crime solely on the Night Hound form. Then on, as there are 3 villains, so they should clearly distinguish who did what. Vikier agreed, but that doesn't concern him whether they criticize Night Hound, because it was to build a critical image in preparation for any future suspicions. Tudor wondered what exactly this villain, Miss Ouroboros, was, and Sancho uttered the only thing known, that she leaves tracks like a giant snake crawling through. Sinclair raised her hand as she wanted to know how they would find out she is a woman. Dolores clarified that she leaves lipstick marks at every crime scene, which makes it seem like she has a desire to flaunt her crimes. While everyone was gossiping, Vikier pondered whether her motive was admiration or resentment toward the Night Hound, which was unclear. Whatever the reason is, if she gets in the way while hunting demons, he will eliminate her. Anna rushed in with the pile of documents and told everyone she was back. Dolores wondered why she had so many items, and Anna explained that a ton of tips came in after the festival ended. She told Vikier that there is a mail address for him as well, and he took it while thanking her. He opened the mail with worry, wondering who it was from, and his face turned pale as soon as he read its content. Sinclair gets worried when he sees his facial expression, so he asks what is wrong, and she realizes that it is his first semester tuition payment notice. Later, he went to meet Osiris, who told him that he could pay his tuition any time, so he wondered what was holding him back. The protagonist clarified that, as he said before, he wanted to hide that he is a Bakerville in the academy. He didn't want to use Baskerville's money and cause complications during daytime activities. But there is less than a week left to pay the scholarship amount, and he doesn't want to do the kind of work others recommend. However, losing his full scholarship due to a deduction in attitude score was a big blow to him. Osiris wondered why his little brother was trying so hard to hide his abilities and didn't want to think that he wanted to be the classic loser who hides his power. Osiris used to admire that too by hiding power among the weak and appearing at a critical moment, so ordered if that is what he really wants. Osiris suggested that he should try a part-time monster hunting job. He suggested that if Vikier finds a guide from the Pathfinder Guild and goes to hunt a monster, then he will get more chances to realize his dream. Vikier wasn't sure about the dream part, but he pondered the Pathfinder Guild, and since his brother mentioned it, one guide came to his mind. One of the heroes who made significant contributions to the Human Alliance when the Age of Destruction came. Most of the monster bestiaries he knew of were compiled by him. Later on, the Demonic Beast Eco-Geography field was founded based on his research, but he was a wanderer who belonged nowhere. During the War of Demon Extermination, he had no backing and died early. Vikier knows a lot about him, so if they can recruit him now while he is alive, it will help in the future. He was thrilled to think about it, so he asked his brother and clarified that he would try that. Osiris is pleased as he was able to help his little brother. Meanwhile, at the Pathfinder Guild, Sherpa, everyone is glad because the guild master has returned and asked him how that day's hunt went. The guardian, Miniature Pincher, also known as Minipin, was carrying a giant boar and told his men that, as they can see, it's another successful day. Everyone was amazed to learn that graduate-level skills are certainly on another level and praised Minipin. Minipin is pleased to hear all the praise and wants to take a break. Later at the Sherpa Guild Master's office, Minipin sighed as this month would be rough, too. He is worried because, at this rate, he wouldn't even be able to cover his expenses, let alone pay the guild members. He can't even take jobs freely because of pressure from the big mercenary guilds, and he guesses it's only natural to suffer without powerful backing. He knew it was all his fault because he wouldn't be in such a financial mess if he hadn't been scammed chasing his dreams when he was young. He opened the drawer, took out a cloth, and thought that so foolish, even now, if he had the chance, he still wanted to chase that dream. He is gloomy when thinking about his dream of joining the Iron Blood Sword clan and the Baskerville family. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the guild and asked the men if this was a Sherpa and wanted to know where a man called Minipin resided. The man looked down at Vikier as if he were casually calling their guild master by name. The protagonist clarified that he is a client there for a request, and the man wondered if being a client means he can throw his weight around. The protagonist ignores him and passes him as he thinks that man is not worth dealing with. The man gets infuriated by seeing such behavior and tries to grab him, wondering why he behaves like this. But he failed, so he ordered his commander to get him. But everyone failed and wondered what was with this guy, as they couldn't catch him at all. Shortly, he jumped high enough to reach the guild master's office window and startled him. He barged in, asking if this was the guild master's office. Judging from his size, he supposed he must be Minipin. Minipin worriedly asked how he is, and Vikier clarified that he is a client there to make a request, which startled him. The protagonist handed him a document, telling him this was the request form. Minipin is shocked as Vikier is so fast that he couldn't rest, but he realizes he is exceptionally skilled. Minipin clarified that even so, he shouldn't show up without formally applying and barge in like this, and his eyes widened in shock after reading it. Vikier takes off his hood, telling Minipin that the guide he wants to hire is him. Minipin is the person he could never forget before the Age of Destruction, and he is the famous man who kept visiting Baskerville, hoping to become a seed. While Minipin is shocked to see him, Vikier asks what he thinks about working with him. Later, the protagonist heads out with Minipin, who is looking at the commission details to hire one guide with the goal of monster subjugation. Minipin started blushing, and he couldn't believe his eyes because the person beside him was the real Vikier. He immediately bowed before him, telling him it was such a great honor to meet him, and clarified that he wanted to meet him. The protagonist worriedly told him to stay quiet and reminded him that his name isn't Vikier. Minipin apologized to him and wanted to be honest about wanting to join the Baskerville family. The protagonist thought that if he wanted to join the Baskerville clan now, then that means Minipin had dreamed of joining for a long time before he regressed. Minipin clarified that he means the Iron-Blooded Sword clan, which is the clan that subjugates the monsters on the western border. Therefore, if he joins the Baskerville clan, he can learn the Baskerville techniques known as the Invincible Sword Technique. Furthermore, they give their members a house and land, so Minipin knows this is the only way to make his wife happy. But brokers scammed him, and it all became unobtainable. The protagonist knew that Minipin is a graduator, no matter how he looks, and his level is high enough for him to join any high-ranking mercenary guild. The protagonist assures him that he can make that dream come true, though that depends on his actions. Hearing this pleased Minipin, so he excitedly told him that he would do his best, and Vikier requested him to keep his voice lower. Vikier clarified that he has a top-secret mission and hides his identity while attending the academy. Since it's also a secret within the family, he is not receiving any support. That is why he came to find Minipin, the most competent guide, to gather funds for his school fees. Minipin couldn't believe he was being complimented by the most highly respected person in the Baskerville clan. From that moment onward, the protagonist wanted him to call him Sir instead of his name, and Minipin clarified that he would keep that in mind. His behavior makes Vikyr wonder if he is competent and asks what type of monster would be okay for him to catch a lot of, since he is currently an academy student. Minapin suggested that one type of monster that isn't too strong, but can bring decent profit would be gnolls. Gnolls are bizarre beasts that have the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf, and they go in packs. They inhabit the highlands on the outskirts of the imperial capital, but their individual risk level is C+, but when they are in groups, they become a rank monsters. Minapin clarified that gnolls are weak individually speaking, meaning a first-year academy student catching many of them wouldn't raise suspicion. They are deemed as ecological disturbance by the imperiled family, so there is a bounty for each one that is caught. On top of that, Vikyr can sell their leather, meat, and bones, and Vikyr realized that Minapin is truly competent after hearing his explanation. After a while, Minapin stopped his carriage, telling Vikyr that the gnolls' habitat should be around there, so they found them walking around. Minapin elucidated that gnolls have a habit of hoarding shiny things, so the most common hunting method is to throw glass beads to lure them before killing them. However, Vikyr is sure that the method is only used when he is up against a small number of them, and Minapin affirmed, telling him that it is correct. The protagonist clarified that it was not the method he would use then. While they were conversing, Minapin was startled to see a snake monster approaching them quietly and got worried. But he is surprised as Vikyr subjugated it in the split seconds and wondered how he did that when he doesn't have a sword. The protagonist asked him if the rum barrels he has on the carriage contain oil, and Minapin affirmed that they contain oil. The protagonist is pleased, thinking this is good, as he should be able to kill the entire pack with minimal fighting. Minapin is dumbfounded that he will subjugate the entire pack of gnolls with drums of oil when even the Empire subjugation squad gave up. Then he looked at Vikyr, who was smiling cunningly, and wondered what he was thinking about. After a while, he took out the oil barrels and then went toward the cave entrance, where the gnolls were residing. Minapin wondered how he would defeat that many gnolls, and was worried that the monsters might mob the nearby village if he attacked them recklessly. But he is sure there is no way Sir Vikyr would overlook something like that, so he wanted to know how he would subjugate the gnolls. He put down his barrel and looked at Vikyr, who knew that there were 3 entrances to the gnolls' lair in this mountain. The protagonist wondered if this was the entrance to the low-level gnolls' lair, and placed his energy on the ground to check something. Since sword masters are known as superhumans for a reason, so after Vikyr became a sword master, he could feel the aura more clearly in his current state. Abruptly, Minapin sensed something in the mountain, so he got worried and wondered what it was. The gnolls were trying to run out of their lair, but Minapin threw an oil barrel inside, which injured them. The protagonist is holding the firelight and never thought he would use the same strategy he used when living in the forest, but it didn't work in the end. However, he is only up against gnolls this time, not the madam, and he threw the fire torch at them, wanting them to struggle as much as they can. Gnolls started groaning as they were burned to death. The reason why fire is dangerous in an unknown space is that fire can spread, and the smoke it creates is poisonous. Since Vikyr has blocked the upper entrance, the smoke has nowhere to escape, causing it to sweep through the pack. Minapin is startled as Sir Vikyr hasn't batted an eye at taking numerous lives, even though they are monsters. He is much crueler and more meticulous than he imagined, which is the identity of a true Baskerville, and makes him think he is truly amazing. The protagonist looks behind and is annoyed to see Minapin impressed by him, and he feels awkward. After some time, they entered the cave where the corpses of gnolls were spread. Minapin remarked that, as expected, the gnolls inside have died from smoke inhalation, and he thought he had been in a hunting scene for a long time, but he has learned something from Vikyr. The protagonist wanted him to forget the flattery, as some gnolls might have survived, so he didn't want him to drop his guard. Minapin wondered how old Sir Vikyr could be so sweet, as he is worried about his safety. The protagonist is startled because looking at Minapin reminds him of Secretary General Kai Huahua. After covering some distance, Minapin saw a strange stone, so he hit it with his sword, which made Vikyr wonder what happened. Minapin requested him to wait for a minute as he saw man-made traces there. After breaking it, Minapin and Vikyr were shocked because they found a treasure inside. Minapin wondered what that was here, and Vikyr uttered that, judging by how this looks, it seems like someone was using this as a safe. Minapin thought he was jumping to conclusions because gnolls like hoarding shiny things, so it is possible that they hoarded this. The protagonist threw a coin toward him, wanting him to take a look at it, as the bank can't release these gold coins because they don't have serial numbers. He is sure that there is no way gnolls could get their hands on these. This makes Minapin wonder who would have the guts to store their money inside the lair of gnolls. The protagonist is sure about one thing: The person using this place as a treasure house is strong enough to kill all these gnolls and take their gold. Abruptly, a lady entered the